Chapter 1, God Level Sign and System. It was late at night, around 10 o'clock in the evening, and Chu Nan had just come out of the company. He raised his head and looked at the dark sky, the surrounding cars, the brightly lit streets with few people walking on them, and the depressing feeling gradually came over him. There was a smile on his face that was neither a smile nor a smile, helpless and sad. Huacheng, although this city is not as good as Shanghai, the consumption level and prices are not much different. In this huge city, a person is so small, as if he is an ant who spends his whole life trying to survive in this depressing city. Helpless and despairing. During his college years, his beautiful fantasies about society were drowned. He thought that he could make a name for himself in this city and realize his ambitions with his own abilities, but the ruthlessness of society completely drowned his passion. The rules of university and the rules of society are very different. When you enter this society, you will no longer be the male protagonist. In university, Chu Nan is the campus hunk who has no shortage of girls chasing after him. But now he could only barely survive in this flower city. Without background, money and status, no matter how outstanding you are, it will be difficult to turn things around. Some people are born to be rich second generation, and are born to stand at the end in the eyes of ordinary people. But your end point is just the starting point of others. In other words, without background, strength and status, you are not even as good as the pets of wealthy people in this city. Ding-ling-ling. The cell phone rang, and looking at the boss's name on it, he gave a helpless smile. After the call was connected, it seemed as if even saliva was flying out of the other end of the phone. Chu Nan, the plan that was given to you before must be submitted to me immediately. Right now. By tomorrow. Otherwise you know the consequences. If the investor is still not satisfied this time, you can get out of here. After explaining a few things, the phone was hung up. Chu Nan's desolate back seems to reflect the state of many people today, overwhelmed by work and worried about life. At this moment, he is like a wild dog who has lost his fighting spirit, sitting weakly at the bus stop, waiting for the bus to arrive. His face looked bleak, or perhaps his heart had become numb and he had become accustomed to it. Maybe this was life. Without background and strength, it is destined to be like this. His parents have retired and he needs to support the family. In the past, when his parents called him, they were just like usual and he would always pretend that he was doing well in front of them. Don't let them worry, but in fact they don't know that they have already been suffocated by this city. His parents also urged him many times on the phone to find a girlfriend. They hoped that he could get married early and give them grandchildren. Of course, Chu Nan would just respond casually every time. With his salary, if he wanted to buy a house in Huacheng, even if it was just the down payment, he would need 700,000 yuan, which would require him to work hard for decades to achieve. Although his family had some savings, it was not enough and he would have to work hard for at least another 7 or 8 years. This city is cannibalistic. A down payment of 700,000 yuan is only for a small apartment in a relatively remote suburban location. This kind of life is not what we want. Do we really want to squeeze out the last of our parents' savings to live like this? Chu Nan was unwilling to accept this, as this kind of life was not what he expected, but he could not resist either, because perhaps some people's fate was determined from the moment they were born. If he couldn't come up with a suitable plan, he might even lose his job, and then he would be even more desperate. This society is cruel. It is true that your efforts will be rewarded, but sometimes your efforts and rewards are not proportional, and this is the most despairing thing. Boom boom. Thunder roared and lightning flashed across the sky, and it seemed that daytime had suddenly arrived again. In an instant, the raindrops fell like a waterfall. Looking out the window at night, watching the big raindrops falling, it further reflected Chu Nan's emotions at the moment. Passers-by fled in panic, using briefcases and clothes to block the heavy rain. At this moment, they felt the same despair as Chu Nan. Life is so powerless sometimes. After returning home, he lay down on the sofa tiredly. After a tiring day, Chu Nan really wanted to take a shower and then lie down on the bed to have a comfortable sleep. But this is obviously impossible. Because the plan has not been completed yet, he cannot rest. If he is still not satisfied with the plan, then his job will be in jeopardy. He smiled bitterly, opened his notebook, drank the water he had poured earlier, and shook his head helplessly. When preparing to reformulate the plan. Ding! The God level sign-in system has been activated successfully, and is binding to the host. Binding is successful. The mechanical voice broke Chu Nan's thoughts. He was stunned for a moment and then looked around every corner of the room in confusion. At this moment, a screen appeared in his mind, and only he could see the screen. Host, Shu Nan. Height, 180 cm. Weight, 55 kilograms. Current deposit, 31,500 yuan. Transportation, none. Personal property, none. Whether to be married, no. Special skills, none. Warehouse items, none. Comprehensive evaluation, you are just an ant in the city. The boy changes your destiny and starts a magical sign-in journey. Shunan looked at the sign-in button on the screen, and there seemed to be a voice in his heart urging him to sign in. His breathing became rapid and an excited expression appeared on his face. As an online literature enthusiast, he clearly understood what the system was. At this moment, he had completely forgotten about those plans. Shunan, with a dry mouth, swallowed his saliva, and finally he couldn't help but sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and getting a set of Sky Garden Mountaintop Villa. Host, please go to the Sky Garden to retrieve it within 3 days. Sky Garden. Mountaintop Villa. Shu Nan was dumbfounded. He sat on the sofa in a daze, his mind going blank. The Sky Garden is a residential community where the people who live there are either rich or noble. The housing price is as high as 120,000 yuan per square meter. If an ordinary person wants to settle down there, he may not be able to afford a toilet even if he works hard all his life. But the mountaintop villas in the Sky Garden are even more amazing. One villa costs hundreds of millions. Just by signing in, Shu Nan can get such a generous reward. This sudden surprise made him feel a little unreal. Am I dreaming or daydreaming? The property ownership certificate and related documents have been placed in the warehouse. The host can take them out and check them by himself. The system gave another humane reminder. Shunan's mind moved, and sure enough, a small storage space appeared in his mind. He took out the property certificate and related procedural certificates. After checking it out, Shunan couldn't stop laughing. This book is purely a bold and straightforward article, please do not pursue the logic. Chapter 2, Security Blocking the Road. The system's sign-in is divided into daily sign-in, monthly sign-in and annual sign-in. The daily sign-in was just a basic sign-in, but it brought such a big surprise to Shunan. But soon the system poured a bucket of cold water on his head. Host, please don't get too cocky. The chance of this happening is only 0.00001% and it will never happen again. The property fees and maintenance fees for the villa are beyond the host's current financial resources. Please sign in as soon as you wake up every morning. This way you can get rid of the fact that you are poor. Shunan's mind was suddenly filled with black lines. Why is this system a little different from the system he uses to read online articles? You still complain? But what the system said was right. His current meager savings could not afford the property fees and maintenance costs of the villa. But don't forget that he has the system. This is only a temporary ineligibility. As long as he signs in over time, it will not be an exaggeration to become a billionaire. A director named Wang from a certain group once said, first set a small goal for yourself to make 100 million. Then Shu Nan will have to sign him for 100 million. Looking at the unfinished plan on the notebook, Shu Nan smiled. Work. What the hell is work? I don't care. Now I have my own system, and I feel so happy. Shu Nan simply put all his work behind him, took a nice bath, browsed his phone for a while, and fell asleep soon after. The next day, early morning. He suddenly woke up from his sleep, his forehead covered with cold sweat. He quickly called out the system and then breathed a sigh of relief. I was just dreaming, and everything before was just an illusion caused by overwork. Shu Nan, who was still a little doubtful, pinched himself. Hiss. The pain made him gasp. Not a dream. Signing in is the first thing every morning. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving 1 million yuan. Bite. Then I received a message on my mobile phone that 1 million yuan had been deposited into my bank card. Fuck. This is so cool. Shu Nan took a deep breath and calmed down his excitement. 1 million was something he couldn't even imagine before, but now it felt a little unreal holding it in his hands. Ding ling ling. But after a while, his cell phone rang. A sneer appeared on his face. It was his boss calling. He should have been in the company at this time, but now he was still at home. Answer the phone. Shu Nan. Do you really want to quit your job? It's already so late and you haven't come to work yet. If you don't want to work, get out of here right now. You can't do anything right. What use is there for me to have you?" The roar on the other end of the phone was like thunder. Chu Nan yelled at the top of his voice, "Fatty! What if I don't want to go to work? I don't even care about your crappy company. Don't think I don't know that I'm responsible for the projects over the past 2 years. What the hell have you done? Whoever wants to serve me can do it. I'm quitting." The fat man on the other end of the phone was sitting in the office and was dumbfounded. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. "How dare you scold me? Do you still want to survive in Flower City? I tell you, as long as I put a stain on your experience file, you will never survive in the entire Flower City." Facing the threat from his boss, Shunan didn't care at all. "Tisk, I'm not afraid. If the plan cannot be submitted, it will be your responsibility. It has nothing to do with me. I quit. Bye." Beep, beep, beep. Shu Nan hung up the phone directly. Anyway, in the end, the one who suffered was the fat guy. All his achievements in the past few years were taken away by the fat guy alone. Since he had no background, it would be useless even if he said so himself. "Now that you have your own system, do you still care about this work?" The other side. Zhou Fu in the office was a little panicked, because the plans for the past few years were all formulated by Chu Nan, and he had no idea about them. If they were overdue, he would have no way to explain to the investors. Damn it! Why is this kid suddenly so tough? How to explain to the investors next? The partner of this cooperation is not someone his small company can afford to offend. The reason why he chose them is because the plan Chu Nan had specified before attracted them. Damn it! I don't believe it. My company can't operate without this guy. Zhou Fu directly called other people to reformulate the plan. After washing up, I went downstairs. The system has regulations that I must go to the Sky Garden within 3 days, otherwise the reward will be invalid. Stopped a taxi. "Master, let's go to the Sky Garden." Sky Garden? The driver looked at Chu Nan through the rearview mirror. He didn't look like a rich man based on his attire. The Sky Garden is not a place that ordinary people can enter. If you go and dress like this, you will most likely be kicked out. "Young man, why are you going to the Sky Garden?" the driver asked curiously. Shunan smiled and said casually, "I have a house in the Sky Garden and I want to go and see it." What the hell? The driver was shocked. There are suites in the Sky Garden? Could this be the legendary rich second generation pretending to be poor? I just don't understand. Do rich people nowadays like to play like this? Although what Shunan said was true, the driver still had some doubts. However, he did not ask too many questions because he was just a driver and did not need to know everything. Soon, after a while, we arrived at our destination. The Sky Garden is developed in a mountain forest, and the mountaintop villa is located in a place shrouded by morning mist. It looks like a fairyland, looming and very attractive. Just as he was about to enter the gate of the community, a voice suddenly called him. "You! What are you doing?" The security guard stood in front of Chu Nan with an arrogant look on his face, looking him up and down with contempt in his eyes. He had never seen the owner of this place dressed like this before. "What do I do? I'm the owner of this place. What do you want me to do? Of course I'm going home." "Owner?" The security guard almost thought he had heard it wrong. "Will the owners here take a taxi?" How could he not have any brand name clothes on? He had seen many people like this. They just wanted to enter the Sky Garden and post a few moments to show off. The security guard immediately showed a mocking expression and sneered, "Don't you even look at yourself? How can you be the owner of our Sky Garden? Do you think you are worthy of being without any branded clothes? With your poor appearance, can you afford a villa here?" Shu Nan's face turned sour instantly. It turned out that the security guard was looking down on others. "So what if you're not wearing any brand name clothes? Don't you know that some people are just naturally low-key? Open your eyes and see what this is." Shu Nan shouted coldly and took out the property certificate. The security guard's pupils suddenly shrank. He took the property certificate with a bit of trepidation in his heart. Could this guy really be the owner of the place? But when he saw the property certificate of the mountaintop villa, instead of being scared, he laughed sarcastically and said, "What a poor bastard. He actually used a fake property certificate to fool me. The villa on the top of the mountain is worth more than 100 million yuan. Just you? Can you afford it? The security guard threw the property certificate on the ground without even looking at it. He didn't even have to doubt that the property certificate must be fake. Chapter 3, Beautiful Manager. Fake? This is absolutely impossible. The system will definitely not fool him. The security guard actually didn't know what the real estate certificate in the community looked like, and the owners of the community all had door cards. However, Chu Nan had nothing but a real estate certificate. How could he prove it? Since you don't recognize him, ask your property manager to come over. I don't believe he doesn't know him, Chu Nan said coldly. The security guard sneered, You? Are you worthy of seeing the manager? Get out of here now if you know what's best for you. Don't make me ask the other brothers to kick you out. But at this moment, a graceful figure slowly walked over. She was wearing a professional OL skirt and her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings, looking very seductive. What happened? Zhou asked with a frown. The arrogant security guard ran over and before Zhou could speak, he complained, Manager, this person pretended to be the owner of our community, and he even had a fake property certificate for a villa on the top of the mountain. I was just about to kick him out when you came. He doesn't even look at what kind of person he is. How can he afford a mountaintop villa? The security guard's sharp and harsh words reached Zhou Ying's ears, but he did not notice that Zhou Ying's expression had changed drastically. She walked over in small steps, her whole body bent down, forming an attractive arc. The moment she saw the property certificate, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. This. It is indeed the property certificate of the mountaintop villa, it is not fake. She looked at the simply dressed man in front of her in disbelief. This man was the owner of the villa on the top of the mountain. The security guard at this time did not realize the seriousness of the matter, and still said sarcastically, Manager, don't worry, I will kick him out now. Boy. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude. Just as the security guard was about to take action, Zhou immediately shouted in panic, Stop. Then a scene that made the security guard shudder happened before his eyes. Zhou bent down and bowed to Chu Nan and said respectfully, Mr. Chu, I'm really sorry that we gave you a bad experience. It's because we didn't do our job well. She turned around and said to the security guard in a cold voice, You don't have to stay here. The security guard was completely dumbfounded and his legs couldn't help shaking. Could it be? This guy is really the owner of the mountaintop villa. Oh my God. He actually dared to mock such a person. The security guard was so frightened that he fell to his knees, crawled to Chu Nan, hugged his thighs and begged, Sir. Sir. I was wrong. I was too short-sighted, please forgive me. I can't live without this job. I have elderly parents and young children to take care of, and my whole family is waiting for me to support them. Chu Nan smiled coldly. He was not a saint, and what the security guard said might not be true. There was no point in keeping such professional ethics. You should talk to your manager. Chu Nan said this and walked into the community in a grand manner. As for Zhou, she just looked coldly at the security guard who collapsed on the ground, without any sympathy at all. Even if he is the owner of the villa on the top of the mountain, he has to serve him. How dare a mere security guard offend such a big shot? What is the point of such a conscientious person staying here? The security guard was in despair at this time. After arriving at the property management and confirming that all the documents were in place, a special car picked up Zhou and Chu Nan. It didn't take long before we arrived at the villa on the top of the mountain. The villa on the top of the mountain is surrounded by mountains and water. It is an excellent feng shui site. It is surrounded by birdsong, flowers and bamboo forests, and it seems like you are in the midst of nature. Zhou led Chu Nan to open the door of the villa, and the entire magnificent villa appeared before his eyes, with a swimming pool, garden, and golf course. The entire villa was fully equipped with facilities. After the luxurious security door is opened, the interior of the villa can be seen at a glance. It is more spacious and filled with various brand name furniture. The decoration style of the entire villa is European. There is a cinema, KTV, bar and almost all the entertainment facilities inside the villa. There is also a spacious underground parking lot underneath. So cool. This is so cool. Zhou looked at the expression on Chu Nan's face with suspicion. How could such a rich man have the expression of a country boy coming to the city? He really couldn't understand the thoughts of rich people. Mr. Chu, this is the door card and the key to the main door of the villa. Someone will trim the flowers and plants and clean the villa every month. The property fee and management fee are 200,000 yuan a year. Please pay the relevant fees later. Zhou said professionally. Shu Nan's excitement suddenly cooled down. He was really screwed. The annual property fee was 200,000. I felt heartbroken that the 1 million I had just signed in to get was suddenly reduced by 200,000. However, he also understood that it was understandable. It was not easy to clean and maintain such a large villa. As the property manager of this community, she usually comes into contact with wealthy or noble people. However, she could not see through the mysterious temperament of Chu Nan in front of her. She could not see through it at all. You have to know that the mountaintop villa is worth more than 100 million yuan. People without a certain net worth cannot afford it at all. Moreover, the upper class has never seen the face of the man in front of you. After a brief introduction to the environment of the villa, Chu Nan, who had been following behind Zhou, felt his mouth dry. Any man would not be able to stand the figure of this enchantress. He swallowed his saliva dryly countless times. After the introduction, Zhou said respectfully, Mr. Chu, if you have any questions later, you can call me. We are at your service 24 hours a day. Chu Nan nodded, and then Zhou left the villa. Lying on the sofa and looking at the huge living room, Chu Nan had a feeling it was unreal. It all seemed like a dream. However, living alone in such a big villa seems a bit too lonely. Moreover, this huge villa also needs a housekeeper. At that time, we should be able to hire a few maids to clean the villa. Looking at the maids will also be a nice scenery. Thinking of this, an obscene smile appeared on his face. Regarding the previous book, I don't know how to write the following one because it is not the author's usual writing style. Chapter 4, Lamborghini Poison. The next day. Chu Nan woke up from his sleep, his face full of fatigue and the heavy dark circles under his eyes were clearly visible. Now living in this big villa, he actually felt a little uneasy. The huge villa was empty everywhere and did not feel as safe as the 30 square meter rental house he lived in. Or maybe this villa is too big. He is the only one in this empty villa. It seems that he must consider hiring a few maids or housekeepers. Ding dong. The doorbell at the villa gate rang. After arriving at the door, Chu Nan was a little surprised. Looking at the familiar figure at the door and her enchanting figure, he felt a surge of heat in his lower abdomen, which he quickly suppressed. Mr. Chu, did you sleep well last night? Zhou said with a charming smile. Chu Nan invited her into the villa, and they both sat on the sofa. He gave a helpless, bitter smile. It's a little bit hard to get used to, there's only one person in such a big villa. It's a little hard to adapt. Zhou nodded in agreement. To be honest, even if she lived in this villa alone, she would inevitably feel a little scared. But do people who can afford a mountaintop villa also feel this way? If an ordinary rich person were to adapt to the situation, he would be able to do so. However, Chu Nan had been living in a small rental house of 30 square meters before. It was inevitable that he would find it difficult to adapt to such a large environment. Moreover, humans are social animals, and it is inevitable that one will feel lonely living alone in such a large villa. Manager Zhou, how about you help me find a few servants? Chu Nan suddenly asked. Zhou did not refuse, and other people in the villa would usually ask him to help find a few servants. Chu Nan stated his request with a smile. It would be best if the people invited were young women wearing maid uniforms, because then he would probably not want to leave the villa every day. Zhou was already accustomed to such things, and in his opinion, Chu Nan was a little different from other rich people he had met. When other rich people saw her, their eyes looked as if they wanted to see her naked, and they would attack her from time to time. However, for the sake of her job, she could only endure it. There was once an even more outrageous incident where a homeowner physically assaulted her, and later Zhou smashed his head with a glass. In the end, the situation was only resolved because of Zhou Ying's good business skills. If it were anyone else, they would have left long ago. After hesitating for a long time, Chu Nan finally mustered up the courage to speak. Manager Zhou would like to trouble you with one more thing. Zhou looked at him puzzledly and asked, "What's the matter?" Chu Nan touched his head in embarrassment, his old face flushed as he said unconfidently, "It's not easy for me to manage this huge villa alone, and there will be servants." Manager Zhou, you are quite capable, I would like to invite you to be the housekeeper of this villa. If it were someone else, Zhou would have refused without hesitation, but Chu Nan's request made her hesitate. Because Chu Nan never had an aggressive look like the other owners from beginning to end, on the contrary, he was more shy. This. While she was still hesitating, Chu Nan immediately said, 30,000 a month, I'll give you a salary of 30,000 a month. Hiss. Zhou Ying's expression changed slightly. It was absolutely impossible for her to not be tempted by 30,000 yuan a month. Her monthly salary was only a little over 10,000 yuan. She is a typical strong woman who is unwilling to lag behind men. She wants to have her own house in Huacheng, but her salary may be enough in the eyes of outsiders. But if you want to buy a house in Huacheng with this salary, you will have to work hard for at least 20 to 30 years to save up for the down payment, which is simply impossible. Seeing that Zhou Ying was still hesitating, Chu Nan said temptingly, 40,000 a month, I'll give you 40,000 a month. Zhou Ying was finally moved, and she smiled helplessly, with a strange look in her eyes, and said delicately, you win, Mr. Chu. For a moment, Chu Nan was somewhat obsessed with the exquisite appearance. But he quickly came to his senses, coughed awkwardly and said, then Manager Zhou, let's make this a deal and you can't go back on your word. You can stay in the suite on the left side of this floor. Zhou Ying had no objection. The two of them exchanged a few simple words and then Zhou Ying left. After the person left, Chu Nan couldn't wait to open his personal attribute panel. Host, Chu Nan. Height, 180 cm. Weight, 55 kilograms. Current deposit, 830,000 yuan. Transportation, none. Personal property, Sky Garden, Mountaintop Villa. Marriage, no. Special skills, none. Warehouse items, none. Click sign in. Byte. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the Lamborghini poison. Hiss. Chu Nan took a deep breath, his heart pounding, and he jumped up in excitement. Lamborghini poison. This is a limited edition sports car worth more than 80 million yuan. There are no more than 3 of them in the country, and now there are 4. System. Where is my sports car? Chu Nan asked excitedly. Host, please don't get too excited. Excessive excitement can easily lead to sudden death. Your sports car is already in your garage. Puff. After hearing what the system said, Chu Nan's excited expression suddenly turned dark. What does it mean that being too excited can easily lead to sudden death? Are systems now starting to criticize people? Chu Nan snorted coldly and ignored the system. After washing up, Chu Nan took the elevator to the first floor. The silver gray car has a domineering rear wing, red wheel rims, and exquisite and sharp lines with a metallic texture, making it look like a beast among luxury cars. Chu Nan was even more excited at this time, but he discovered a problem at this time. Where are the keys? The clever Chu Nan did not ask the system immediately, but instead checked the warehouse. Really? The key is in the warehouse. He smiled smugly. But who knew that the system suddenly said, host, please don't be proud. Anyone with intelligence will check the warehouse. Do you think I'll praise you? It doesn't exist. Chu Nan was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. If this system was a human, he would tear it apart with his bare hands. I have never seen such an annoying system. DD. The 2 headlights of the Lamborghini flashed, and the silver bat wings on both sides slowly spread out. Sit in the car. Start up. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of the roaring engine was like the roar of a wild beast in the deep mountains and forests, and Chu Nan shouted excitedly. This is what we call a luxury car. This is the car a man should drive. Isn't this thing more attractive than a woman? He shouted excitedly, stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Chapter 5, The Waiter Who Looks Down on Others. Countless cars gave way to it along the way. If such an expensive car was scratched, they would not be able to afford the compensation. Wow! What a cool sports car! What kind of handsome guy can sit in that car? I really want to sit in the passenger seat and talk with the handsome guy inside all night long. As for those who can talk all night long and understand, they will naturally understand. I don't know how many girls along the way looked at the luxury car driven by Chu Nan with shining eyes, as if their eyes seemed to pop out of their sockets, wanting to see who was sitting in the car. World Trade Plaza. After parking the car, he came to a Cardano clothing store. If it were an ordinary person coming in, the waiters would have walked up to introduce the clothes in the store. But when Chu Nan entered the clothing store, almost all the waiters around him frowned and looked at Chu Nan's vulgar outfit with disgust. How could a poor boy with less than 300 yuan on him come to a store like this? A mean waiter waved his hand, as if to dispel some bad smell, and looked at Shu Nan as if he was looking at garbage. Shu Nan didn't seem to notice and was instead choosing clothes that suited him. He took a fancy to a white shirt and was just about to put it on to try it on. Suddenly the mean waiter stopped him and said in disgust, "What are you doing?" Shu Nan asked doubtfully, "Of course I'm trying on clothes." Wang Yanhong's contempt became even stronger. She looked Shu Nan up and down and said harshly, "You? Can you afford to buy the clothes in this store? If they get dirty, can you afford to pay for it? If you can't sell this dress because of you, can you afford the loss? I'll tell you where you should go. There's a department store not far away. You can try whatever you want in there." Shu Nan finally understood what it meant. This waiter thought that he couldn't afford it and was not worthy of wearing it. His expression suddenly turned cold, and he said in a cold tone, "Do you think I can't afford it?" He. Wang Yanhong smiled coldly, not disguising her harshness at all. "Do you know how much this dress costs?" 12,000. Can you afford it? 12,000 is several months' salary. Are you willing to spend it? If you don't have money, don't try to act like a rich guy. At this time, a petite waiter came over. She had a young and good-looking face and said without confidence, "Sister Wang, maybe this gentleman can afford it. It's not good for us to provide service." Wang Yanhong's face suddenly darkened, and she said in a condescending manner, "Xiaoye, you don't know that people nowadays like to show off even though they have no money. Sister Wang has seen a lot of such people. You are a college student and you haven't even graduated yet, so you haven't seen many people yet. Sister Wang, why don't I entertain other guests over there?" Xia Ingyue said weakly. Wang Yanhong's face turned ugly. This ungrateful little girl actually dared to talk back to her. She was just a college student who worked part-time in the store. What was so great about that? Snort. Then it's up to you. If this person gets his clothes dirty, the loss will be deducted from your salary. Wang Yanhong snorted coldly and went to entertain other guests. In his opinion, Shu Nan could not possibly afford this piece of clothing and was simply pretending to be a rich man. Xia Ingyue smiled and said, "Sir, please come with me. The fitting room is here." Looking at Xia Ingyue's smile, Shu Nan's anger gradually subsided, and he gave the mean waiter a cold look. He. You think I can't afford it? Just wait and see how I slap you in the face. After entering the fitting room, Shu Nan came out of the fitting room not long after. He walked to the mirror and looked himself up and down. He looked pretty good. I can only say that it is worthy of being a famous brand. The feeling of wearing it is completely different from the cheap shirt I was wearing before. The comfort is in two completely different worlds, one is in heaven and the other is in hell. Not bad. Shu Nan asked again, "Pack this dress first and show me the other clothes." Xia Ingyue was stunned for a moment, then he asked in surprise, "Sir, do you want this dress?" Shu Nan nodded. Wang Yanhong, who was not far away, saw this scene and immediately sneered. This poor bastard is really good at pretending. Only that girl believes him. Let's see how you end up then. Wang Yanhong herself has a low level of education, having only graduated from junior high school. However, she is the earliest employee here and basically all new employees are a little afraid of her and dare not offend her. It is also said that she has some strange relationship with the manager. This made him even more afraid to offend Wang Yanhong and he succumbed to her tyranny. The reason why he was unhappy with Xia Ingyue was that the manager kept his eyes on Xia Ingyue from time to time, and even called her to the office from time to time. This made Wang Yanhong feel a sense of crisis. She had finally seduced that pervert and she couldn't let this yellow-haired girl ruin her plan. This time I must take this opportunity to get the manager to fire this girl. After trying on a few more casual clothes, Shu Nan nodded with satisfaction, "Pack up this coat as well." At this moment, Xia Ingyue felt a little guilty and even lacked confidence, as the total price of these clothes exceeded 100,000. Can you really afford it? It's not that Xia Ingyue is suspicious, but normally there are very few such extravagant and inhumane customers. But Xia Ingyue didn't know what to say. Soon the two came to the front desk to check out. Wang Yanhong stood aside, looking like she was waiting for something interesting to happen. But after swiping the card, there was a beeping sound. Payment successful. Wang Yanhong opened her mouth wide, too shocked to speak, and her whole body couldn't help shaking. Payment successful? Can he really afford it? As for Xia Ingyue, she was also stunned. This was more than 100,000 yuan. She swiped the card without blinking an eye. After Xia Yingwei came back to her senses, she was very excited. With the sales of more than 100,000, she could get at least 7,000 to 8,000 in commission. For her, this was an astronomical figure that she could not even imagine. The one who regretted the most was Wang Yanhong, because the money should have originally belonged to her. Wang Yanhong regretted it so much at this moment. If she had known, she should have had a better attitude at the beginning. She didn't expect that she would get such a good deal from this yellow-haired girl. Soon manager Huang came out of the office. Looking at Chunan with a smile on his face, he said, "Sir, based on your consumption, we will give you a national membership card as a special gift. You can use it in any store." "Oh." Chunan responded coldly. Manager Huang stood there awkwardly. This customer seemed a bit aloof. But Wang Yanhong's face turned pale and she had a bad feeling. Chunan said coldly, "The quality of the waiters in your store is just so-so. The guy came in and questioned whether I could afford it. Is this the professional quality of your store?" Manager Huang's expression suddenly darkened, and he looked at Wang Yanhong with an extremely cold gaze. "You don't have to do it anymore. This is a business worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it almost failed because of a small mistake." Wang Yanhong collapsed to the ground powerlessly, her eyes revealing despair. "It's over. It's all over." Chapter 6, Weird Couple. Chunan walked out of the mall happily. It turns out that the happiness of rich people is so simple and unpretentious, it's really wonderful. Especially the waiter who was arrogant before, felt extremely happy when he saw that desperate expression. Wang Yanhong probably wanted to die at this moment. But when he arrived at where he parked his car, he found that there were many people surrounding his car. "What the hell is this car? It's so damn cool." "Oh, brother, can't you tell it's just a Lamborghini? This car is only worth over 20 million. Only more than 20 million? Aren't you afraid of making a fuss when you say that? More than 20 million. The people watching here are just ordinary white-collar workers. They have never come across such an astronomical figure." No, you are all wrong. I know a little bit about cars. Although this car is a Lamborghini, it is definitely not worth 20 million. Kindness? Everyone around looked at the man suspiciously. Isn't this car worth 20 million? But the next sentence made everyone present gasp. You can't buy this car for 20 million. It's a limited edition Lamborghini, the Lamborghini Veneto, and it's worth more than 80 million. Hiss. Everyone's pupils widened. This car actually costs more than 80 million. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Suddenly, an arrogant young couple walked in and looked at the people around them with contempt. You know this car is worth over 80 million, but you still don't act carefully? Can you afford the compensation if it gets damaged? Said the arrogant man with dyed red hair with disdain. The onlookers stood far away, muttering to themselves. Could these two people be the owners of this luxury car? Come on. Baby, better position. That's right. That's it. Spread your thighs wider. Hey. Not bad. Damn. It turns out that these two people were taking pictures and they were not the owners of this luxury car. These two people are so shameless. The white powder on the woman's face could be scraped off to make a layer of batter, but she was still posing proudly like a white swan. The onlookers hurriedly shook their heads, not daring to look. Not daring to look. So embarrassing. Chunan was also watching in amusement. He had seen thick-skinned people, but he had never seen anyone as thick-skinned as this. Make way. Chunan squeezed into the crowd. Hey, another one who wants to take a photo. Why are people so vain nowadays? Chunan looked at the couple and said, You two should have taken enough photos. If it gets scratched, you won't be able to pay for it. The man was immediately furious. Damn it, who are you looking down on? I can easily buy this car. Oh? Really? Look, is there a dent on the hood? Chunan said with a meaningful smile. This frightened the two men so much that they quickly moved away from the car. The two of them are just ordinary office workers, how could they possibly afford the compensation? A simple scratch would cost nearly $1 million. But they realized they were being tricked and were about to curse. DD. The two huge bat wings of the Lamborghini slowly opened. Chunan threw all his things on the passenger seat and got into the car. The couple stood there in astonishment, their mouths wide open, too shocked to speak. Those who were originally watching looked at Chu Nan in disbelief. They thought that the person who was taking photos with the couple out of vanity was actually the owner of the car. Isn't this person dressed too modestly? He is wearing all the best-selling items from Taobao and clothes that you can basically find in department stores. No one would believe that such a person actually drives a sports car worth 80 million. Everyone looked at the driving luxury car with envy. Everyone present envied the life of the rich, and they also wanted to have a taste of that simple and boring life. The red-haired girlfriend looked like a crazy fan, as if her soul had been hooked away. The guy looks so handsome when he drives the Lamborghini with one hand. I really want to talk to him about life and ideals. As for her boyfriend, his face instantly turned dark, and soon the two began to quarrel. Everyone shook their heads, thinking that this couple would probably break up soon. This feeling is so great. Chu Nan in the car had an excited look on his face. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the couple before, he felt so happy. After returning to the villa, Zhou had already prepared lunch. Zhou submitted her resignation report in the morning when her leader learned that she was going to be a housekeeper for the owner of the mountaintop villa. The mouth is big enough to fit a duck egg. In the eyes of that leader, Zhou would be able to live a carefree life for the rest of her life, and she might even be able to develop further relationships with the owner of the villa. Now, even that leader had to be polite to Zhou. Chu Nan handed the purchased items to Zhou, and he no longer needed to take care of anything after that. Now that the maid has not been found yet, Zhou can only bear with it for now. Chu Nan took out his newly bought mobile phone and called his parents in the countryside. His parents are also retired workers, and there is a piece of farmland at home. In order for Chu Nan to get married, the two old people get up early and go to bed late every day to sell some vegetables and save the money for marrying a wife. After the call was connected, Chu Nan's mother started to ask him in a parental manner whether he had eaten well, whether he was used to being outside, and whether he should take good care of himself. My parents have a hard time too. Now that I have money, I can help them live a little better. Mom, I recently transferred some money to your bank card. You and Dad can do whatever you want. Don't worry about it. Chu Nan said generously. Why do you need to give us money? Just take care of yourself in the big city. You can rest assured about the two of us. Mother Chu postponed. Chu Nan's eyes were slightly red, and he calmed himself down and said, just take the money. I recently negotiated a big deal with a commission of 500,000 yuan. I will transfer 200,000 yuan to your card. You and Dad can spend it as you wish. This amount shocked Chu's mother. Their income in several years was less than 200,000 yuan, and their own son gave them 200,000 yuan all at once. They were unable to recover for a while. What did my son say to make you look like that? Chu's father, who was eating, couldn't help but ask. Mother Chu said blankly, Xiaonan said he would send 200,000 yuan to the family, saying that he had negotiated a big deal and the company would give him a commission of 500,000 yuan. What? 500,000? Chu's father was really dumbfounded. 500,000 was an astronomical figure for them, the country folk. Their annual income was only 40 to 50,000. They would have to work hard for 10 years to earn this 500,000. Great. Great. This brat has finally grown up. I'm going out for a walk. Father Chu walked out with a smile. Chu's mother didn't say much. She understood that her old man wanted to show off to his brothers. People of their generation hoped that their children would be successful and they could brag about it in front of their acquaintances. In that case, I'll save the money for you first. When you get married, you can take it out. You should spend it sparingly in the city. My parents are still waiting to hold their grandchildren. Chu Nan heard this and said, Mom, I'm still young, why are you so anxious? Mother Chu was unhappy when she heard this. Look at our neighbor Erden, he is married and has a big fat boy, how can your parents not be anxious? Chu Nan was speechless after hearing this. He responded casually with a few words, asked about his parents' health, and hung up the phone. It is not easy for him to find a partner with his current conditions, but most of them may just be attracted by his money. Chapter 7, Expert Piano Talent. The next morning, Chu Nan immediately thought of signing in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in as an expert piano talent. In an instant, Chu Nan seemed to have been enlightened, and a large amount of piano knowledge and skills flooded into his mind. The corners of his mouth curved up. His expert-level piano talent was not bad at all. On the contrary, it made up for the shortcomings of Chu Nan's temperament. Today, Chu Nan is just a nouveau riche who relies on the system. Some of his professional knowledge is not as good as those of the real big guys. He came to an empty room, which happened to contain a piano. Chu Nan opened the piano lid and looked at the black and white piano keys with a slight smile on his face. Although this was his first time playing the piano, he felt extremely familiar with it. He closed his eyes and seemed to be enjoying the moment. All those distracting thoughts and ideas came to an abrupt end at this moment. As the fingers moved slightly, the beautiful sound of the piano echoed throughout the room. Clang! The melody slowly emerged in his mind. The quiet and peaceful piano sound was like silk touching his skin. Then the compact melody changed like a storm. At this moment, Chu Nan was quietly enjoying his current state and did not notice Zhou Ying standing at the door at all. Zhou Ying's pupils constricted as she stared blankly at the scene in front of her, with an incredible expression on her face, as if she had seen a ghost. He can actually play the piano, and he plays it so beautifully? Zhou Ying knew something about the piano. He had listened to the music of some well-known pianists, but none of them could compare with Chu Nan in front of him. Chu Nan is only in his early 20s, only 21 years old. I'm afraid only expert pianists have the skills to transition between melodies and connections. For a moment, even Zhou Ying herself was immersed in it, closing her eyes and enjoying the beautiful melody. With the final ending, the melody came to an abrupt end, but Zhou Ying seemed to have not come back to her senses and was still savoring the memory. Chu Nan looked at the young woman at the door, and a smile appeared on his face. It's all over, why don't you open your eyes? Chu Nan's strong voice brought Zhou Ying back to her senses. Zhou Ying's ears suddenly turned red, and her whole pretty face looked like a rosy peach, very cute. She lowered her head and ran away in a hurry without saying a word, returning to her room. Chu Nan's appearance was not bad, and he no longer had the inferiority complex he had before because he obtained the system. Now he also had an expert-level talent for piano. His overall temperament had improved a lot, and compared to his peers, he was already able to kill a lot of them in seconds. An action like that just now would kill any girl instantly. In the room, Zhou Ying leaned against the door, her originally rapid breathing gradually calmed down. Although the blush on her face faded a lot compared to before, her cheeks were still slightly hot. What's going on? Why is her heart beating so fast? She tried hard to suppress the strange emotions in her heart, but it didn't work and her heartbeat became faster and faster. The blush that had originally faded reappeared on her cheeks. Thinking back to how Chu Nan played the piano before, her heart seemed to be about to fly out. He is so charming and handsome. I didn't expect he has such a side to him. I didn't even notice it before. In his eyes, the Chu Nan before was like a nouveau riche who had won a lottery. He knew nothing, and if he walked on the street and told others that he was the owner of a villa on the top of a mountain, few people would believe him. The difference in temperament is really too big, but now the temperament of playing the piano before completely kills a large number of young people of the same age. Zhou Ying, who has been solo for more than 20 years, is still a virgin and has never fallen in love with anyone. But at this moment, her heart is actually trembling for Chu Nan. Of course, Zhou Ying now has no idea what kind of emotion she is feeling. After enjoying the breakfast prepared by Zhou Ying, the two began to discuss the selection of the maid. Yesterday, many people had called to apply for the maid position. As the housekeeper, Zhou Ying naturally also screened out a group of people. There were about 200 calls yesterday. Based on these people's information, appearance, experience and background, she screened out 30 people. I have investigated the backgrounds of these people. Most of them are college students with clean backgrounds. Zhou Ying said slowly. Chu Nan looked at the information of these people, and to be honest, it really felt a bit like an emperor selecting a concubine. After that, he looked at the photos and selected 10 people. However, just when he was about to make a decision, a photo suddenly caught his attention. Chu Nan's expression changed slightly. How could it be her? The woman in the photo was Xia Yingyue, who had previously entertained Chu Nan, but wasn't he working as a waiter there? Why are you applying for the maid position again? Has something happened? Count this person in as well, and forget about the rest. Chu Nan said slowly. Zhou Ying's expression changed slightly. Why would Chu Nan care about this female college student? Is there any special relationship between them? For some reason, she felt a sour feeling in her heart. All of these people are scheduled to be interviewed tomorrow afternoon. The number of maids does not need to be too many, 4 or 5 will be enough. After all, some places in the backyard do not need them to maintain, and the property will naturally send someone to handle it. When did you start learning piano? Curious Zhou couldn't help asking. Shunan raised the corners of his mouth and smiled slightly. Do you believe me if I say I just learned it? Zhou rolled her eyes at him. What she said was just like farting. If a beginner can achieve such exquisite techniques and changes in piano sounds, he would be the reincarnation of Beethoven. Even today's national treasure level artists cannot reach Chunan's level. There is no doubt that as long as Chunan composes a piece of music, it will shock the entire art world. Expert level piano talent is no joke. Snort. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Zhou snorted coldly, packed up her things, returned to her room, dressed up, and walked out. Zhou Ying's body is hot in itself, and the suspender skirt she wore at this moment, which exposed her white shoulders, added some unique charm. The skirt was the kind that was tight-fitting, outlining her perfect curves, a typical S-shaped figure. Shu Nan was stunned for a moment. When Zhou Ying saw the pervert's look, she covered her mouth and chuckled, looking very smug. My eyes are about to pop out of my head looking at you. Shu Nan came back to his senses and smiled embarrassedly. This embarrassing situation is extremely embarrassing. Chapter 8, The Arrogant Mercedes Man. Although the facilities in the villa are complete, it still lacks some daily household items. Besides, there weren't many dishes left at home, so it was a good idea for the two of them to go together. On the road, Zhou Ying's beautiful eyes would linger on Shu Nan from time to time. This boss seemed to have nothing to do most of the time. Where did his money come from? Could he be a rich second generation? After thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. Ordinary rich second generations simply did not have Chunan's mixed temperament of vicissitudes, not to mention that his superb piano skills were enough to kill a lot of people in seconds. She became curious about Chunan's identity, but Zhou Ying didn't know that when a woman becomes curious about a man, she is not far from falling. Shunan drove smoothly along the way, and the surrounding vehicles kept a distance from him and gave way to him. Soon they reached the mall. Shunan was dressed very casually, wearing a vest and casual shorts, and a pair of flip-flops. It was hard to imagine that he was the owner of a multi-billion-dollar mountaintop villa. When the two stepped into the mall, most people's eyes were on Zhou Ying. Every man who passed by looked at Zhou Ying's hot part reluctantly, and suddenly felt dry mouth. When the two of them walked together, they were like a flower stuck in cow dung. After entering the mall, the two bought some daily necessities and a lot of vegetables enough to last a week. During this process, many people came to ask for Zhou Ying's contact information. But all of them were rejected by Chunan. You must be kidding. This is my housekeeper. How could you kidnap her? If looks could kill, Chunan would have died hundreds or thousands of times. Everyone around sighed helplessly. Why would such a stunning beauty be with such a sloppy man? What's so special about this man? Do you have any special skills? Ahem. Thinking of this, many people coughed a few times. After buying the things, just as they were about to leave the mall, someone suddenly stopped them. The man in the suit looked at Chunan with arrogance and contempt, and his eyes were full of fascination when he looked at Zhou Ying. It's such a waste of resources for such a stunning beauty to be with a man like this. Beauty, how about adding your contact information? The man in the suit said with a smile. However, Zhou Ying ignored him and instead glanced at Chunan. Chunan smiled directly and said, She doesn't want to, you are blocking us. The man in the suit's face twitched, and his original smile became even uglier. He said in a deep voice, Brother, you can't give her a future. I'll give you 50,000 yuan and you give this beauty to me. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me. I can help you solve them. See, without the key to this Mercedes, you may not be able to afford such a nice car in your lifetime, so why let this beautiful woman suffer with you? Chunan looked at the man in the suit with the same eyes as he looked at a fool. Benz? Is this thing rare? Give yourself 50,000? My beautiful housekeeper is worth millions, and you think you can bribe me with just 50,000 yuan? Aren't you just daydreaming? Hey! Brother! Don't leave! If this doesn't work, let's discuss it again. However, Chunan ignored him and took Zhou Ying to the parking lot. The man in the suit didn't seem to give up and followed closely. However, as his gaze shifted, his pupils widened, as if he had seen something unbelievable, and he stood there in a daze. Lamborghini poison? As a car lover, you are naturally familiar with sports cars. This car is worth more than 80 million yuan and there are only a few of them in the country. What surprised him the most was not the car, but the person in the car, who was Chunan, whom he had looked down upon before. He could even see the playful smile on the other's face through the car window. The man in the suit ran away with a red face. MD. Are all wealthy people so low-key nowadays? He was wearing a vest and casual shorts, who could tell that? Besides, what Chunan was wearing were all cheap goods sold on the street. No one else would think that Chunan was a rich man. No wonder that beautiful lady would follow such a sloppy man so wholeheartedly. The other guy is the real boss. Zhou was also speechless and looked at her boss helplessly. This is just a slap in the face to someone. Is it really that satisfying? Zhou will never be able to experience such happiness. Chunan was driving his sports car with great joy in his heart. As for the expression on the suit man's face before, no matter how he thought about it, he felt secretly happy. After returning to the villa, Chunan changed his clothes, and at this moment a phone call came into his mobile phone. Hello? Brother Chu. Long time no see. Fuck. It's you, you beast. Chunan was a little surprised to hear this familiar voice. The person on the phone was his good friend in college named Wang Mang. The two of them skipped classes, surfed the internet, and even slept in the same bed, but of course that was just ordinary sleeping. It's been a while since we last contacted each other. How have you been doing recently? Well, I'm still helping my father with his work in his factory. How are you doing in Huacheng? I'm doing okay. Yo. Looks like you should be living a happy life. Chunan just smiled. His life was indeed very difficult before, but now he had a villa and a beautiful housekeeper, and in a few days he would have a maid. This life was simply what every man dreamed of. Why did you suddenly think of calling me, you beast? What's the matter? You're not just asking about my well-being, are you? Wang Mang just remembered the important matter and said quickly, you didn't join our class group before, so you don't know. Are you going to the class reunion in a few days? Class reunion? All the memories of my college days suddenly flooded into my mind. Go! Of course. That's fine. I'll add you on WeChat and add you to the group. As for where to go, I haven't decided yet. I'll post the address in the group when the time comes. After that, the two chatted casually for a few minutes and hung up the phone. Soon Chunan received a message to add a friend. After being pulled into the group and looking at the familiar names in the class group, Chunan's lips curled up into a smile. If it were before, Chunan might not agree. The so-called class reunion was nothing more than a show-off and pretense. Now that everyone has entered society, it is impossible for them to be as pure as they were in college. For example, where do you work, how much is your salary, whether you have a car and a house, etc. These are basically no different from the questions people usually ask each other's mother-in-law. Of course, some people attend class reunions just to see the person they had a crush on. After all, it only has this one chance. Chapter 9, 10 School District Houses. Ding dong. So stunning as to make fish sink to the depths and geese fall to the ground? Who is this person? Add yourself as a friend through the class group? After searching for the avatar in the class group for a while, I found out that it was his old class monitor in college. This old squad leader was known as the Tigress during college, and she bullied Chunan a lot on a daily basis, but their relationship wasn't that bad. He had a pretty good relationship with Tigress during his college years. However, the two haven't chatted since graduation. What's the matter with this Tigress suddenly adding me? Chunan finally agreed. Xiaonanzi, long time no see. Chunan's mind was full of black lines. Xiaonanzi was the nickname that the Tigress called him in class. As a grown man, he had resisted being called that many times. However, the Tigress was extremely skilled in bullying people, and Chunan was powerless and could only accept it silently and helplessly. I've told you not to call me Xiaonanzi, Tigress. We haven't seen each other for several years and you suddenly added me. Are you trying to mess with me again? Chunan quickly sent the message. In her room, the girl who was originally in high spirits suddenly became frozen when she saw the message she received. Damn Chunan. You actually called me a tigress. The pink room is filled with girlish hearts. There are a frightening number of dolls in the room. The girl is wearing pink pajamas, exuding a strong youthful atmosphere, and waving her little pink fists to punch the air. If Chunan saw such a scene, his jaw would probably drop to the ground in surprise. The class monitor, who was known as a tigress in the class, actually has such a girlish side. She is completely different from when she was in college. Who are you calling a tigress? Chunan, have you forgotten the pain after your wound healed? Be careful or I'll kill you next time we meet. Chunan smiled disdainfully. If it were in the past, he might not be a match for the tigress, but now. Humph. I am a man with a system, how can I bow down to a tigress like you? TSK. I'm so scared. Not only that, Chunan also responded with a sly expression. The girl in the room was so angry that she hugged the pillow and fell into it. After the other party didn't reply to the message for a long time, Chunan stopped paying attention to it. In the room, Lu Yashuan blushed, sighed deeply, and showed a rather helpless smile. Did he think of me as a tigress during my college years? How could I fall for such a straight man? The next morning, Chunan opened his personal panel information. Host, Chunan. Height, 180 cm. Weight, 55 kilograms. Current deposit, 500,000. Vehicle, Lamborghini Venom. Personal property, Sky Garden, Mountaintop Villa. Marriage, no. Special skills, expert piano talent. Warehouse items, none. 500,000 may seem like a lot, but you really can't do much with it in Huacheng. The piano talent I gained by signing in yesterday was of some use. Heaven and earth, please help me, Taishan Laojun, show up and give me something I can use. Chunan prayed in his heart and clicked the sign in button. Byte. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 school district houses. Please go to Yushui Road to claim them within 7 days. Holy crap! Holy crap! 10 school district houses. Chunan was still a little confused at this time. The monthly income from renting out the 10 school district houses alone was probably close to 1 million. Moreover, now that the school is about to start, most people are looking for school district housing, and their own money is just not enough, so this school district housing comes at the perfect time. The school district housing on Yushui Road, if he remembered correctly, was in a prime location, and any good location would cost over 10,000 yuan a month in rent. Yushui Road itself is close to Huacheng No. 1 Middle School. The closer the school district housing is to the school, the more expensive it is. This is truly developed. After all, the mountaintop villa is his own real estate, which cannot make money and cannot be sold for a while even if he wants to sell it. Of course, he will not be stupid enough to sell the mountaintop villa. A mountaintop villa not only represents wealth, but is also a symbol of status. Otherwise, why would a mountaintop villa always remain empty and no one buys it? It is because of the special nature of its location. Otherwise, why would the property management be so dedicated to Chunan? This is the reason. But it's different with school district housing. He can't use the 10 school district houses anyway, so there is no way he would move there. After checking the prices online, Chunan took a deep breath. A school district house near Huacheng is already priced at nearly 100,000 renminbi per square meter. As for those 10 houses, if he rented them all out, wouldn't his monthly income be over 1 million? This is clearly making money without doing anything. Now he finally understood the happiness of those evil rent collectors. This was clearly money picked up for free. Of course, there is a question now: should he rely on an intermediary to release the news, or should he personally go there and wait there? After thinking about it, Chunan was a person who was afraid of trouble. It would be too troublesome for him to just sit there. Although the agent was a bit of a scam, it was not unacceptable. He would just consider it as spending money to save trouble. Soon the afternoon time came. The maids who had been scheduled for interviews yesterday also arrived one after another. Most of them were college students and some unemployed people. When they saw this magnificent villa, everyone opened their mouths wide, their eyes filled with fascination. The villa was so spacious and magnificent, with a swimming pool and a back garden. How rich must the owner of this villa be? These basic things are still being kept in the living room, and many people have started to think that if they become the hostess of this villa, they may never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. But when they saw Zhou Ying, the idea in their hearts was immediately dispelled. Compared with these people, Zhou Ying's charm was far superior to them. Her mature charm and unique temperament were most likely to arouse men's desire to conquer her. Finally, the first woman whose name was called hurriedly followed. I am still wondering what the owner of this villa looks like. He should be a middle-aged man, right? Most people who can afford this kind of villa are middle-aged people. But when she saw Chu Nan, the girl's heart began to pound. Chu Nan's appearance is not bad, and with the change in his temperament and the change of suit, he looks like a domineering president. Which girl can resist the temptation of a domineering president? For a moment the girl was a little nervous. Chu Nan is certainly not the type of person who chooses a vase based solely on appearance. At least as a maid, she should know a few things. For example, cooking, washing clothes, and trimming flowers and plants. Zhou has been busy these days, and as a housekeeper, she never has a moment of relaxation. After that, they just asked some simple questions. As long as the conditions and background were clean and the vase was not just good looking, it would basically pass. However, several people were eliminated after that, and the looks in each of these people betrayed them. The girl who was constantly flirting with Chu Nan and inadvertently flirting with him had already attracted Zhou Ying's attention. Such a slut must not be allowed to stay at home. Kindness? Wait, why should I talk about home? This is not my home. Chapter 10, Goodbye Xia Yingyue. Soon another young girl came in front of Chu Nan. When the girl saw Chu Nan, she was stunned on the spot, and her beautiful eyes widened to the size of copper bells. She covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. How could it be this gentleman? Xia Yingyue's face was full of disbelief. She had never expected to meet Chu Nan again in such an occasion. Chu Nan's expression also changed slightly, his memory of Xia Yingyue was still fresh in his mind. He was deeply impressed by the other party's service attitude. For some reason, he came to interview the maid again this time. Did something go wrong with the previous clothing store? Nice to meet you again. Chu Nan said with a smile. I didn't expect to see Mr. Chu again. Xia Yingyue responded politely. Why are you here for an interview for a maid position? Was there something wrong with the previous clothing store? Chu Nan couldn't help but ask. When she heard the word clothing store, Xia Yingyue's face turned a little ugly, and she looked a little aggrieved. Chu Nan also noticed the change in her expression. Could it be that she was bullied in the store? Xia Yingyue told me that just a week ago, her manager called her into the office and tried to do something to her. Xia Yingyue was a conservative girl and she would definitely not let him succeed. Finally, with no other options left, he kicked the manager in the lower body. The manager is still in the hospital now. After that, Xia Yingyue was fired. Not only that, she didn't even get a penny of commission or salary, which meant she worked for nothing. Chu Nan's face darkened terribly after hearing this. How could such a scumbag be a manager? Moreover, those cost increases were what Xia Yingyue deserved. If it weren't for her, Chu Nan would have gone to other clothing stores long ago. Don't worry, what you deserve will return to you sooner or later. Although Chu Nan is not a person who likes to meddle in other people's affairs, he is ready to help Xia Yingyue this time. Chu Nan was quite reassured about Xia Yingyue's background. After asking some questions, he became even more satisfied. She can cook, wash clothes, and trim flowers and plants. Since Xia Yingyue's family is not very wealthy, these things are commonplace for her. The next few Chu Nans were not very satisfied, and at one glance revealed the little thoughts in their hearts. Afterwards, the number of maids was set at 5, which was more than enough. As for the uniform clothing, he asked Zhou Ying to find someone to design it, and these people were all under Zhou Ying's management. As for their internship period, it is 3 months. If these people have no problems during the 3 months, they can stay. As for guest rooms, there are a few in the villa. Not long after, Chu Nan received a call. Hello, is this Mr. Chu? Yes, I am. Who are you? Hello, Mr. Chu, we are from an agency. Someone wants to see your school district house. Do you have time now? This surprised Chu Nan a little. He contacted the agency in the morning, but he didn't expect that someone would contact him so quickly. After that, Chu Nan agreed immediately and agreed on the time and place. After Chu Nan packed up a little, he drove out in his Lamborghini Veneno. Soon after, when Chu Nan arrived at the agency, someone came down to greet him immediately. Li Bo is the manager of the company, so it is normal for the manager to personally come out to receive guests like this. However, what surprised him was that he did not expect that the owner of this school district house was so young and looked to be just over 20 years old. Mr. Chu, I'll take you there. Li Bo said angrily. Chu Nan nodded. We came to a room specially used for reception. Mr. Zhao, the landlord is here. Li Bo shouted to the middle-aged man in the room. The person in the room was a middle-aged man named Zhao Guodong. He was a businessman and his son needed to study at Huacheng No. 1 Middle School for 3 years. Although the rent was more expensive than other places, it was worth it to be closer to his child and take better care of him. Are you the landlord? Zhao Guodong hesitated for a moment, his tone seeming a little doubtful. Yeah. Chu Nan answered casually without caring. It's not that Zhao Guodong is suspicious, it's mainly because Chu Nan is too young. The school district housing here is very expensive, and the price per square meter has been driven up to 200,000. Of course, Huacheng is not short of rich people, and these houses are not originally provided to ordinary people. You two can chat first. I'll go get you some tea. Li Bo said and left the reception room. At the beginning, the atmosphere was awkward and a little stiff, but after chatting more, the gap disappeared. Not only that, Zhao Guodong also developed some interest in Chu Nan. Although the young man was dressed in a cheap style, his confidence and unique temperament deeply attracted Zhao Guodong. Such young people are rare now. This led to the fact that after Li Bo just came in, the two decided to go and see what the interior of the school district housing was like. Zhao Guodong came by car, and Li Bo naturally came with Zhao Guodong. After walking out the door, they found a Lamborghini Veneno parked in front of the agency's door, which immediately attracted their attention. No man can resist the temptation of a sports car. Zhao Guodong was also envious. Although he was a small boss with over 10 million yuan, a sports car like this would cost at least hundreds of millions, and without a certain background or financial strength, there might not be a way to buy it. Just when the two were reluctantly preparing to leave, DD. They were stunned at once, staring stiffly at the Lamborghini key in Chu Nan's hand. Mr. Chu, is this car yours? Zhao Guodong swallowed and asked stiffly. Chu Nan nodded. Hiss. Both of them took a deep breath. This luxury car worth nearly hundreds of millions actually belonged to Chu Nan. Who on earth is this landlord who can afford such an expensive sports car? After the two men came to their senses, they looked at Chu Nan with some fear in their eyes. How could someone who could afford to drive such a luxury car have a simple identity? Maybe he had a powerful background behind him. Chu Nan's Lamborghini was the first to be hit, followed by Zhao Guodong's BMW. The originally congested road was unexpectedly unobstructed. Zhao Guodong couldn't help but sigh. This is the deterrent power of luxury cars. If a luxury car of this level is scratched even a little, it would be enough for some families to lose all their assets. Chapter 11, Meeting Zhou Fu at the barbecue stall. Chui Yeju. This is Chu Nan's school district house. After parking the car, he hesitated for a while. Zhao Guodong asked doubtfully, what happened to Mr. Chu? It would have been fine if he hadn't asked this question, but this question almost made Zhao Guodong fall to the ground. Uncle Zhao, which apartment do you want to see? Zhao Guodong had a face full of question marks. Which suite? Does Chu Nan have a lot of school district housing? He turned around and looked at Li Bo again. Li Bo smiled embarrassedly. I'm really sorry, Mr. Zhao, I forgot to tell you that Mr. Chu has 10 school district houses in Kueju. What? 10 sets? Zhao Guodong was dumbfounded on the spot. What kind of place is Kueju? It is a prime location in the school district. The housing price has reached a sky-high level of nearly 100,000 yuan per square meter. If you want to buy a house here, you will have to spend at least 10 million yuan. It would take at least hundreds of millions of dollars to buy 10 houses. Even Zhao Guodong's net worth is only tens of millions. Both Zhao Guodong and Li Bo were very curious about Chu Nan's identity, but they were more afraid of him because none of these people were simple. Soon they arrived at the first room. After looking around for a while, they found that the house was well decorated and the layout was nice. In addition, it had plenty of sunlight due to its east orientation, so it was in a relatively good location. There was nothing to be picky about Zhao Guodong, so he decided on the first house. Essentially, he wanted to make friends with Chu Nan. After all, such a person might need his help in the future. Before this, Li Bo had already brought the contract. After looking at the contract and confirming that there was no problem, both parties signed their names on the contract. The lease term is 3 years, and the monthly rent is 40,000 yuan, which is paid annually. However, Zhao Guodong is wealthy and directly transferred all the 3-year rent to Chu Nan's card. A full 1.4 million. This money came too quickly. Chu Nan felt so happy at this moment. If all these 10 houses were rented out, he could live a comfortable life just by collecting rent at home. No wonder money can make more money, it's so easy to make money. Zhao Guodong's company specializes in manufacturing medical devices. The profits in this area are basically huge. A machine can even be sold for millions of dollars. Of course, the industry has not been very prosperous in recent years. Compared with previous years, the company's revenue has dropped by 1/3. Afterwards, Shunan didn't want to go through so much trouble to hand over everything to the intermediary. As for the handling fee, it was only a few $100,000. Shunan would not care about such a small amount of money now. If anyone wants to rent a house later, there is no need to contact him. After looking at several other houses, Shunan felt that they were quite good. The locations of these houses were all very good, so it was no wonder that the prices were much different from those of the other houses. Ding dong. Suddenly, I received a message on WeChat from Lu Yashwan. But what was sent was an emoticon, a particularly angry expression. As for Chunan, he paid no attention to the tigress's thoughts and just replied perfunctorily. You're having your period? Are you in such a hot mood? Lu Yashwan, who was at work on the other side, was almost angry to death after seeing the news. Even if it comes, I'll spray it on your face. Lu Yashwan, who was furious, sent it out directly. Her pretty face turned red immediately after it was sent out. How can she, a girl, say such things? Click to withdraw immediately. However, it was too late. Shunan had already seen the news. I replied with 2 words silently. Tough. Ah. Lu Yashwan was completely crazy. How could she say such disgusting words? Shunan didn't expect that his Tigress class monitor had such a tough side, but this was consistent with her personality. It seemed that this Tigress's personality hadn't changed much after not seeing her for a few years. I wonder what other students are like. After getting on the bus, another message popped up on my WeChat, from the class group. The person who organized the class reunion this time was called Zhao Feng, a rich second generation. I don't know how many young girls were harmed by this beast in college. He and Zhao Feng were not familiar with each other. However, he also knew the real purpose of Zhao Feng's holding this class reunion, which was for Qianxi Jia. Qianxi Jia was a famous campus beauty in college, and Zhao Feng was her pursuer. During the 3 years, Zhao Feng not only did things behind her back, but also pursued Qianxi Jia. I thought my identity as a second-generation rich person was enough to impress Qianxi Jia, but Qianxi Jia was as cold as an iceberg and no one could impress her. Not only that, few people in the class were willing to communicate with Qianxi Jia, because as soon as they got close they could feel a particularly strong aura that made people so nervous that they couldn't speak. This also made Qianxi Jia have few friends in college at that time. This class reunion will be held at the Marriott Hotel. Don't worry, I'll treat you all. Crash. One word can cause 1,000 ripples. Those who usually lurk around don't flatter Zhao Feng anymore, but instead shout that brother how is awesome. As for some people who did not plan to attend, one reason was work reasons, and the other was that they all knew that this class reunion might have deteriorated and turned into a show-off gathering. There is no need for people who are not doing well to make themselves miserable. It was already evening, and Shunan, who was a little hungry, found a barbecue stall in a nearby snack street and sat down. He ordered a barbecue worth about 100 yuan and a bottle of Coke and started eating. He originally planned to drink, but suddenly remembered that he was driving and there was nothing he could do. Most of the people around here are college students and some people working part-time. In the hot summer, everyone is sweating. Most people in this cannibalistic city do not have a good life. Of course, the most out of place is Chunan's image. No one would have thought that he would drive a luxury car worth nearly hundreds of millions to eat barbecue at a street stall. But at this time, an unpleasant voice sounded in Chunan's ears. Who is this? Isn't this Chunan? I thought you were so awesome, but I didn't expect you to be hiding here. This familiar and annoying voice, even without turning around, Chunan knew who the owner of this voice was. Zhou Fu looked at Chunan with disdain and disgust, as if he was looking at a pile of garbage. The girl next to him also frowned and said coquettishly, Brother Zhou, this person is not your friend, right? Zhou Fu said disdainfully, Baby, don't think too much. How could such a person be my friend? He smells of sweat all over and wears such cheap clothes. He is just a small employee of our company. I fired him a few days ago. I didn't expect that he has fallen into such a state. After hearing this, the girl next to him felt even more disgusted, because he turned out to be a poor loser. Chapter 12, I am the owner of Marriott Hotel? Fatty, it's fine if you don't speak. Once you speak, I want to ask you, did you brush your teeth after eating shit today? The barbecue smells bad when you speak, why don't you smell it yourself? After all, Shu Nan was the top student in liberal arts in Zan before. Before, he had no choice but to listen to the fat guy because he was his leader. What else do I have to care about now? The people around also burst out laughing. It is true that he speaks sweetly. This young man has an extraordinary eloquence. Zhou Fu pointed at Shu Nan and cursed, "You are the one who ate shit, your whole family is the one who ate shit, Shu Nan, don't you look at yourself, you are sweaty and stinking and eating at a roadside stall. It was a bargain for you to work in the company before." The female companion who was posing coquettishly beside him also echoed, "He has no manners when he opens his mouth. He is indeed a poor bastard with poor manners." Shu Nan didn't take it seriously. He glanced at her casually and said, "Auntie, you're stuck." As soon as these words were spoken, the people around were stunned and gave Chu Nanji a thumbs up. This sentence was too lethal to any woman. It's enough to make any woman explode on the spot. Dick! Who are you calling auntie? Are you blind? I'm not even 30 and you're calling me auntie. The female companion was so angry that she kept stamping her feet and looked at Chu Nan with great resentment. Then she took out a mirror from her bag, checked it carefully, and finally she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no powder stuck. This stinky loser. He actually said that she was stuck. Honey, let's not talk nonsense like that. Aren't we going to the Marriott Hotel? Let's go. People like him will never be eligible to enter Marriott hotels in their lifetime. The female companion deliberately raised her voice, with an arrogant look, as if she was a white swan, and her position was far different from Chu Nan. Zhou Fu did the same. He hugged his female companion and stroked her shoulders, saying rather loudly, "Yes, you won't understand because we are in different circles." In his opinion, Chu Nan is just a poor loser with no merit. Do you want to fight him? There is no possibility in this lifetime. However, he did not notice the playful smile on Chu Nan's face. A woman with a dark face walked towards the side slowly, and suddenly stopped. Her sinister eyes were very scary, and they stayed on the two of them for a long time. "Fatty, you'd better take care of yourself. Look who's behind you." Chu Nan sneered. "Behind you?" After Zhou Fu turned around, he looked like he had seen a ghost. He pushed his lover aside and looked at the familiar woman in front of him in panic. This person is his wife. You have to know that Zhou Fu was able to get to this point because of his wife. Without his wife, he would probably be just a small clerk in a company now. That is why he has always been cautious when meeting his lover. But what he didn't expect was that Zhou Fu's wife had noticed something was wrong not long ago and had been investigating it. Really? The husband whom she trusted the most had hidden someone behind her back. The thought of how he usually pretended to be such a kind and loving husband at home made him sick. "Wife! Listen to my explanation." Snap! Before Zhou Fu finished speaking, crisp and loud applause hit his face, and the people around him stared at the scene in amazement. Let's go through the divorce procedures tomorrow. Although Zhou Fu's wife was angry, she was surprisingly calm. This kind of woman is the most terrifying. Everything will explode in silence, and Zhou Fu also knows that with his wife's family background, it would be easy to make him lose everything. Seeing that the situation was not right, the lover wanted to escape, but was immediately caught by two strong men, who were both bodyguards of Zhou Fu's wife. Zhou Fu knelt on the ground, like a pug, and kept kowtowing and begging for mercy and forgiveness. But the way he was looked at was as if he were looking at garbage in the sewer, without any emotion in his eyes. After Chu Nan finished eating, he walked up to Zhou Fu and said calmly, "Fatty, I agree with what you said before. We are indeed not from the same world." Zhou Fu was so upset that he had no mood to pay attention to Chu Nan. He cursed impatiently, "Are you sick in the brain?" The next scene stunned him. DD. The bat-wing doors of Lamborghini Venom slowly opened and he got in the car. The people near the barbecue stall were also stunned. The barbecue in their hands suddenly lost its fragrance. How is this possible? That car is his? Zhou Fu couldn't believe what he saw and stared at the Lamborghini in amazement. People around him had never thought that Chu Nan, who was eating barbecue at a roadside stall, was actually a low-key rich man. Damn it! This is how others keep a low profile. I just checked online. This Lamborghini would cost at least hundreds of millions of dollars. There are only a few of them in the country. Driving a luxury car worth nearly 100 million yuan and eating barbecue at a roadside stall, this guy is just here to experience life. Nearly hundreds of millions? At this time, Zhou Fu had lost the ability to think. Shu Nan is just a loser, how could he possibly afford a luxury car worth hundreds of millions? If Chu Nan was really a rich second generation, why did he work so hard in the company and compromise? He finally understood why Chu Nan suddenly became so strong at that time. As for Zhou Fu's wife, there were some surprises. Lamborghini Veneno, this car is not only affordable by money, but also requires a certain background. When did Hua Cheng produce such a person? As for Zhou Fu's fate, it goes without saying. All the plans he had submitted before were made by Chu Nan, but he took all the credit for himself. After this matter was investigated, the last bit of friendship was wiped out. The next day, Chu Nan got up early to sign in. Bite. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining all the shares of Marriott Hotel. Puff. Chu Nan, who was rinsing his mouth, sprayed out all the water. All shares of Marriott Hotels. Doesn't that mean he is now the owner of Marriott Hotel? Marriott Hotel, a well-known 5-star hotel in Flower City, has a booming business with annual profits reaching hundreds of millions. Doesn't that mean he doesn't do anything for a year and can earn 100 million just from the Marriott Hotel? Chu Nan took a deep breath and gradually calmed himself down. Not excited. Not excited. This is just the beginning, this is just the initial sign-in for the system, and he is increasingly looking forward to how generous the rewards will be for signing in once a month. Chapter 13, stopped at the hotel entrance. Ding ling ling. Soon a call came on Chu Nan's mobile phone. After the call was connected, a respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Chu Nan? Kindness. Mr. Chu Nan, I am the person in charge of Marriott Hotel. May I ask when you can come over? The equity transfer document needs your signature. The head of Marriott? The person on the other end of the phone had beads of cold sweat on his forehead. When he received the news, he couldn't believe it. Marriott Hotel was actually acquired by someone. If someone wanted to acquire all the shares of Marriott Hotel, the price would be at least more than 10 billion. You have to know that Marriott Hotel's annual profit is as high as hundreds of millions, which cannot be acquired with money alone. This Mr. Chu has never been heard of in the circle. Where did this big shot come from? Chu Nan pondered for a while and said, at noon, we'll meet at noon. After that, we chatted casually and hung up the phone in a hurry. If he owns all the shares of Marriott Hotel, it means that he is the biggest boss of the hotel. The hotel's annual profit does not need to be distributed with other dividends, and all goes to him. Hundreds of millions of funds. This astronomical figure, which Chu Nan had never thought of before, was now achieved so easily that it actually gave him a sense of unreality. I love you so much, system. System, this system has no entity and refuses homosexuality. I didn't expect the host to be such a pervert. Go, go, go. I was just saying it casually. Chu Nan's mind was full of black lines. This system was quite good. Wouldn't it be enough to just let him sign in honestly? If the system were a person, he would seal the system's mouth with tape. After washing up, Chu Nan changed his clothes. The maids in the house were doing their own work. When they saw him come out, they all spoke in unison. Morning, master. Kindness. Chu Nan nodded casually, feeling so happy in his heart. Which man would not envy such a life? Xia Yingyue prepared breakfast. Looking at the variety of food on the table, she called out to everyone, come up and eat together. These maids also had a look of surprise on their faces. They were still a little afraid of such rich people and had a sense of inferiority in their bones, but they did not expect Chu Nan to actually ask them to have breakfast together. This was something they had not expected. Master, this is not a good idea. Why don't we wait until you finish eating before we eat? Xia Yingyue spoke first. The rest of the people also responded in unison. They seldom came into contact with Chu Nan in normal times. The only one who had some relationship with Chu Nan was Xia Yingyue. In their hearts, Xia Yingyue is like a big sister, at least that's how they see it. Normally, the person they were most afraid of was Zhou Ying. Although Zhou Ying had never scolded them, her strong aura and icy expression put such tremendous pressure on them that they felt a little breathless. Don't be so restrained. Since I am your young master, you can say whatever I say. I am only a few years older than you. Come up. Chu Nan said with a smile. A few people hesitated for a while, looked at each other, gritted their teeth and sat down at the dining table. But they regretted it as soon as they went up, and Zhouing came out. Zhouing gave a strange look at a few people. They trembled and their bodies became stiff like wooden stakes, as if they were under a spell of immobilization. Fortunately, Zhouing just glanced at them and didn't say anything. Although Zhouing was the housekeeper, she was aware of her own status. It was only after Chunan asked them to sit at the table, but Chunan did not have the airs of those big shots at all. Looking at the unique man who was talking and laughing, she smiled. In the afternoon, Chunan arrived at the Marriott Hotel. The Marriott Hotel is located in the city center of Huacheng. You can see some luxury cars in the parking lot, but when Chunan's Lamborghini drove in, all the cars were eclipsed again, as if they had lost their brilliance in an instant. Compared with it, this is a luxury car, and the surging sound is enough to make people follow along and enjoy the ride. Although it was not dinner time, the Marriott Hotel was still packed with people. Most of the people here were company executives who came to discuss business with the company. As soon as he stepped through the door, the receptionist stretched out her hand to stop Chunan. Chunan couldn't help but frowning, and asked unhappily, "What are you doing?" The two reception ladies snorted coldly, their eyes revealing contempt, and said coldly, "Did you come to the wrong place? Look where this is. Marriott Hotel, is this a place you can afford? Turn left when you get out the door. Don't waste our time." After hearing what these two people said, Chunan suddenly understood and his face gradually darkened. These are two people who look down on others. So what if the clothes are cheap? Don't you know that some people just like to keep a low profile? This is the business under his control, but he was blocked at the door and couldn't enter. If this were to get out, I don't know how many people would laugh at Chunan. Chunan took out his cell phone and called the person in charge of the Marriott Hotel directly. In the office, Tangen, who was sorting out the quarterly profit account book, suddenly heard his cell phone ring. Seeing the name on the phone, his expression changed slightly, and he said politely, "Mr. Chu, are you here?" "Kindness. Where are you? I'll come out to greet you now." The next sentence came out of nowhere and almost scared Tangen so much that he dropped his phone on the ground. "I was stopped at the door by your receptionist and couldn't get in. You can come out and explain to them yourself," Chunan said coldly. This frightened Tangen so much that his head was buzzing. "Were you stopped outside by the hotel receptionist? How dare they? Mr. Chu, please wait a moment, I will be out soon." Tangen ran out of the office angrily, and the staff looked at their boss strangely. What's wrong with the boss? He looked a little angry. Could it be that some blind person had offended him? Oh my, you're really pretending. You don't want to say that you just called our boss. One of the receptionists said sarcastically. Chunan was too lazy to pay attention, and soon a figure rushed out from the hall. Tangen, panting, stammered, "Mr. Chu, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for not managing the place properly. I'm so sorry. You two don't have to work anymore. Pack your things and get out of here right now." Their faces turned pale, their bodies trembled, and they looked at Tangen in disbelief. It's really the boss. This man really did call their boss just now. It looks like the boss is still a little scared. Oh my god. Who did they offend? Chapter 14, Amazing Hotel Profits. The two regretted it very much, but it was too late now. They had offended Chunan, the current owner of the hotel. Chunan walked in without even looking at the two people. He now owns the Marriott Hotel and is worth hundreds of millions. In his eyes, the two receptionists are no different from ants. Soon after arriving at the office, Tangen hurriedly ordered his subordinates to take out his dahongpo. After hearing this, the subordinate was also a little surprised. The boss himself was reluctant to drink this dahongpo on normal days, and it took him a lot of effort to get this stuff. After he made the tea and entered the office, he was completely stunned. The boss, who was usually strict, acted like a dog in front of this young man, and looked respectful and submissive. He had never met such a boss before. What is the origin of this young man? He couldn't be a relative of the hotel's shareholders. When the subordinate saw Tangen pouring tea for Chunan, he was unable to think. Even if the person was a relative of a shareholder, his boss would not do this, right? Seeing his subordinate standing there in a daze, Tangen quickly signaled him to leave the office. After the subordinate understood, he walked out in a daze and closed the office door. Tangen handed the equity transfer contract to Chunan and said with a flattering smile, "Mr. Chu, this is the equity transfer contract, please take a look and see if there are any problems." After Chunan looked at it for a while and found no problem, he signed it and said calmly, "The hotel management needs to be strengthened in the future. I don't want to see such a situation next time." "Yes, yes, yes." Tanyan nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He dared not neglect such a person. On the surface, the employees in the hotel called him boss, but in fact he was just the person in charge of managing the hotel. The real bosses are the several shareholders who control the shares, but now he has only one boss, and that is Chunan. The person who was able to acquire Marriott hotels must have assets that are frighteningly huge. Moreover, Tangan swore that he had never seen Chunan in the upper-class circle, and had never even heard of him. How did such a mysterious young man appear? "By the way, boss, this is the hotel's profit for this quarter. I just sorted it out for you to take a look at first." "Oh? The hotel's quarterly profit report?" Chunan's eyes suddenly lit up. Other things might not arouse his interest, but money was a different matter. The quarterly report included the hotel's cash flow statements, all of which were skipped by Chunan when he noticed the hotel's quarterly profit amount. I couldn't help but gasp, my heart pounding with excitement. Tangan at the side was also somewhat puzzled. A person like this would also show such an expression because of the profits in the hotel. Since they can afford to acquire hotels, this little profit should be nothing in the eyes of these people. However, Tangan didn't know that before obtaining the system, Chunan was just an ordinary wage earner who could barely survive in Huacheng. And this quarter's profit is 50 million, so the annual profit is nearly 200 million. He had never seen such a huge astronomical figure before, and Chunan gradually calmed himself down. Stay calm, he needs to stay calm. 50 million is just a small amount. If the system gives me a bigger number later, I must not get so excited that I lose my soul. After owning the system, this mere 50 million is just a small amount. You know, this is just the daily sign-in. He is increasingly looking forward to how big a surprise the monthly sign-in reward will bring him. The cash flow trends for the entire quarter are all on this report? Chunan couldn't help but ask. Tangan nodded, all the running accounts are on the report. In previous years, the shareholders stipulated that they should submit them once a quarter. As for the profits, they are all distributed as dividends to the shareholders after the new year. Profits are distributed as dividends after the year to avoid disputes over interests. However, this problem should not exist now because the owner of the Marriott Hotel is Chunan alone. All the profits for this quarter will be deposited into my account. Chunan said calmly. Tangan had no objection. After all, Chunan was the owner of the hotel and his words were his. Moreover, for him, the profits deposited into his account every quarter relieved his pressure compared to before. Afterwards, Chunan took a casual walk around the hotel. One could only say that it was worthy of being a 5-star hotel. Chunan never thought that he would become the owner of a 5-star hotel. The hotel has all the facilities you need, including a gym, swimming pool, KTV, bar, and some entertainment facilities. Of course, the most valuable thing in the hotel is the guests who come to the hotel. The customers who consume here are all wealthy and powerful people. Connections are equivalent to benefits. As long as you have wide connections, you can be successful anywhere. Afterwards, he met some executives and managers in the hotel. When they learned that Chunan had acquired all the shares of Marriott Hotels, the expression on everyone's face was one of shock that was difficult to conceal, and it was almost exactly the same. To acquire all the shares of Marriott Hotel, it would cost at least 10 billion, and Chunan in front of them was so young that they even suspected that this was a joke. But all of this is true. Even if they can't believe it, the facts before their eyes are solid. It was already evening. After enjoying the delicious food, we left under everyone's gaze. Then the sound of discussion began to spread. I never thought that such an ordinary young man would be our new boss. I've never heard of the new boss name in the industry. Do you think he's from outside? Did you see the new boss's car just now? It's a Lamborghini Veneno, a super sports car worth nearly 100 million yuan. It's really enviable. Tangan walked out of the office and was a little unhappy when he heard the discussion. He shouted angrily, "What are you all discussing here? Just do your job well." The boss was stopped outside the hotel the first time he came. You need to strengthen the management of your people. If something like this happens again next time, don't blame me for being rude. This is not alarmist talk. If word gets out that one's own business is blocked at home, it will become a joke. Everyone shuddered and returned to their jobs obediently. Chapter 15, New Era Electric Vehicles. With a huge industry like Marriott Hotels, Shunan no longer needs to worry about money. Every day she plays games with her maid at home and strolls around carefree. Even if she does nothing, her annual profit will be over 100 million. According to Chunan's current net worth, it is at least 1 billion yuan. What happened that makes you so happy all day long? Zhou couldn't help but ask. Since he came outside, Shunan Lai has had the same expression on his face, as if he had found money. It's like a pie falling from the sky and hitting me. Shunan smiled. Zhou was speechless and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. It's like pie falling from the sky, why don't you say it's money falling from the sky? Unfortunately, she didn't know that Chunan's current situation was actually like money falling from the sky. By the way, I want to ask you for a leave. My cousin from a distant place has come to Huacheng to visit me, and my mother said that she needs to arrange a place for him to live. But don't worry, I won't let him live here. Zhou explained because she was afraid Shunan would think too much. I was speechless about the so-called distant cousin. I had only met him a few times when I was a child, and I haven't seen him since his family moved away. Now he came to Huacheng and even called his parents to ask me to take care of him. Yeah, no problem. Shunan agreed happily. It was late at night, and the night fell quietly. The silver moonlight sprinkled on the back garden of the villa, adding a different color. Xiaonanzi, are you asleep? Shunan's face darkened and he replied helplessly. Big sister, can you please stop calling me Xiaonanzi? When you call me that, I feel like I have lost all my manliness. Lu Yashuan in the boudoir looked angry. Shunan actually dared to call her big sister. You have to know that she is only 22 years old. If Shunan were in front of her, she would beat this man to the ground. Don't call me big sister. You've been called this for so many years and you didn't have any objections. Why do you have an objection now? Finally, Lu Yashuan also sent a cold emoticon. After seeing the news, Shunan smiled helplessly. When he was in college, he had no way to resist Lu Yashuan's tyranny because she was the class monitor. And the name Xiaonanzi obviously means eunuch. The weird atmosphere makes people feel uncomfortable. As long as you call me Xiaonanzi, I will always call you big sister. Shunan quickly sent the message. Ayo ayo weowa. Stinky Shunan. This stinky man, has he been displeased with me for a long time? Lu Yashuan was lying on the bed, her graceful and hot body was very attractive. As she had the habit of practicing yoga, her body curves were very beautiful, especially her pair of plump and perky buttocks, which always attracted the attention of passers-by. The most important thing is that Lu Yashuan is now in a lying position, and the pair of huge peaks are squeezed and deformed. People like Lu Yashuan have no shortage of admirers. Of course, she is completely different from her current self in college. I'm afraid that Lu Yashuan now can be compared with Qian Xijia in college, and even has a better figure. At this class reunion, Lu Yashuan is definitely a dark horse and will surely surprise everyone. There are many rich second generations pursuing Lu Yashuan, but unfortunately she is only interested in Shunan. Of course, Shunan didn't know that the old class monitor in college actually had a crush on him. Even if someone really told him, he would probably treat it as a joke. Because from the way Lu Yashuan played pranks on him during college, there was no sign of so-called love in it. Of course, Shunan didn't hate Lu Yashuan, and although Lu Yashuan liked to play pranks on him during college, but more often it helped him. The next day, in the morning, Shunan slept particularly comfortably last night without any noise and in a comfortable environment. Looking at the scenery covered by thick fog in the early morning, a good mood for the day begins. Of course, the source of daily happiness is still the systematic check-in. Shunan prayed in his heart, hoping that he could sign something useful this time. Although I have signed out for all the shares of Marriott Hotels last time, every sign-in the system gives people a sense of anticipation. In addition to some valuable things, can the system sign out something unexpected for him? Then a thought flashed through my mind. A familiar voice echoed in his ears, and a rather mechanical and professional voice sounded in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and winning a new era electric car. Note, this electric car does not need to be charged, the power supply will never run out. When Shunan heard the previous part, his face was as black as ink, but the next sentence from the system shocked him directly. Although it is an inconspicuous electric car, its real value lies in its unlimited power supply. In this era, such technology is simply impossible to achieve. If this were to get out, Shunan would probably become the focus of attention. In other words, once this technology comes out, I'm afraid people all over the world will be shocked by it. Of course, we later learned from the system that such technology is simply impossible to achieve. This is all because it is a system check-in item. Even if the researchers disassembled the electric car, they would not be able to discover the mystery inside. In this case, compared with the previous rewards for signing in, this reward is a bit mediocre. Does this mean that my luck in becoming a European emperor is about to come to an end? After washing up, Shunan went downstairs to have breakfast, then took out his mobile phone and played a few games. After he finished, a phone call came into his phone. Hello? Shunan. Are you still renting the house or not? Are you not going to pay the rent? I've been knocking on your door for a few days. Where are you now? We don't allow rent arrears here. If you're planning on not renting, come over here and pay the rent you owe, pack up and leave. The sturdy and loud-mouthed Shunan was also speechless, but only then did he remember that he had been so excited that he had forgotten that his rental contract had not expired yet and that he had rented a house outside. Hello? Hello? You little brat. Are you still there? Seeing that Shunan didn't respond for a long time, the big man on the other end of the phone shouted again. Okay, I got it. I'll be there at noon. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Shunan responded lazily. The overdue rent was at most a few thousand yuan, which was just a drop in the bucket for Shunan now. Snort. Then I'll trust you this time. If you don't come by noon, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 16, This is an electric car. Beep beep beep. As soon as he finished speaking, Shunan hung up the phone. He really didn't want to listen to the landlord's nagging. The landlord was not a good person either. He would molest other female tenants from time to time, and there was even one incident where the case was reported to the police. This landlord is a pervert, but it's hard to say anything since those people are living under his roof, and it's hard to find such cheap rent anywhere else. In fact, the previous Shunan was a true portrayal of most people in Huacheng. He lived a repetitive life day after day, like a puppet, struggling to survive in the cracks of the city. If there was no system, Shunan would probably still be working in the company and suffering from Zhoufu's suppression. Of course, Zhoufu's life now is probably worse than that of the average wage earner. It was discovered that none of the previous plans were done by Zhoufu, which caused the top management to be furious and directly fired Zhoufu. Zhoufu sued the court on the pretext of extramarital affair and was kicked out of the house penniless. As for the lover's fate, it goes without saying. After all, Zhoufu's lover was just a female college student from a nearby university. Once this matter was exposed, it would cause huge damage to the school's reputation and public opinion, so the female student was naturally expelled from the school. And record this stain in the archives of life. Basically, your future in this life is ruined. Shunan came to the garage. He had no expectations for the electric car rewarded by the system, but at that moment he was deeply attracted. What the hell? Is this an electric car? He was totally stunned. The real metal texture and cool corners, plus the color matching that can give people an impact at first glance. There is also an LCD screen in the electric car, and the most important thing is that this electric car does not require a key. Fingerprint verification is used, which means that no one except Shunan can use this car. Out of curiosity, Shunan stretched out his finger and placed it on the verification button. Buzz. A loud roar with a strong airwave erupted, and the explosive sound really scared Shunan. Verification successful. A very high-tech sound came into my ears, and it seemed that such a product was simply not available in this era. Shunan, who originally had no expectations, really didn't expect that this electric car would bring him such a big surprise. The roaring sound is not like the will-o'-the-wisp of the spirited young man. On the contrary, the sound of the car is like the low roar of a wild beast. Of course, this car also has a silent mode. If we drive this on the street and say it's an electric car, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Shunan sat on the car mat, feeling as comfortable as if he were sitting on a leather sofa. Buzz. With a roar, he rode away on his new love. The low roar like that of a wild beast on the road attracted the attention of passers-by, and they immediately focused their eyes on a young man wearing a vest and casual shorts. What kind of car is this? Motorcycle? Sure enough, at first these people did not think that the vehicle Shunan was riding was an electric car. On the contrary, the appearance of the new generation electric car was not much different from that of a motorcycle. Brother, where did you buy this car? I have never seen it before. It's a cool car. I want to get one someday. A young man riding a motorcycle next to him looked at the car under Chunan with envy. Hearing this, Chunan smiled and said meaningfully, "This car is custom made. There is only one in the world, so you should give up this idea." The man listened with disdain, thinking Chunan was bragging. "It's custom made. How can you brag so much? Judging from the way you're dressed, you don't have much money. The shoes you're wearing are not as good as the ones on my feet. Anything customized is probably fake. This car doesn't even have a brand. It might be some unknown copycat motorcycle. It would only lower its value if you drive it around." However, this was not a motorcycle at all. In fact, no one thought that the vehicle under Chunan was an electric scooter, and no one would believe it. Can an electric car make such a sound? This is simply impossible. The growling sound like that of a wild beast is simply too fascinating. Buzz. There was a loud roar, and the explosive airwave once again made the people around tremble. Looking at Yang Yang walking away, the man who had been disdainful before showed an envious expression again, mainly because the roar was so fascinating. Soon Chunan arrived at the place where he lived before. This place was a relatively remote alley in Huacheng. The road under his feet was muddy and no one had repaired it for many years. However, precisely because of the harsh environment, the rent here is surprisingly cheap, although the road is a bit bad. But the rental room has everything, including a water heater and air conditioner, but the electricity bill is a bit expensive. Everyone around took a look at Chunan's car, but it was just a glance. It was indeed amazing at first glance, but after thinking about it, it was just an electric car, not a luxury car. These people don't know that the value of this electric car far exceeds that of those luxury cars. If the unlimited energy alone were to be spread out, it would be enough to shock the entire world. I had just parked the car, and what a coincidence, I ran into Chunan's landlord. The landlord was a man in his 40s or 50s, with fluffy, messy hair and clearly visible dandruff, and it seemed that he hadn't washed his hair for several days. His greasy cheeks were reflecting the sunlight. He was wearing the same white vest and casual shorts as Chunan, but there was a complete contrast between them, like the difference between a buyer's show and a seller's show. The big beard on his face made him look even more slovenly. The landlord Dashu looked at Chunan with disdain and said sarcastically, "I haven't seen you for a few days. I thought you were going to run away." This building belongs to the landlord, and the people living here are either migrant workers from far away or college students who are not well off. The landlord himself has a sense of superiority towards these people, and he has always been disdainful of them. Of course, if it comes to beautiful women, his attitude will change 360 degrees. Basically, the female tenants here are unwilling to deal with the landlord. His lustful eyes make them feel as if they are not wearing any clothes in front of him. If they can avoid meeting him, they will never take the initiative to contact him, unless it is really about the house. Chapter 17, Encounter with Hotel Staff. "Chunan, your car is nice. Where did you buy it?" The landlord showed some interest in Chuan's electric scooter. At the beginning his attention was focused on the car. This car has extremely high-tech edges and a powerful air blast, which instantly kills those motorcycles outside. Chunan smiled and said, "I didn't buy this car. It was given to me by a friend." "A gift from a friend?" The landlord was a little disappointed, but soon a sly smile flashed across his face, and he said with a smile, "Since it was given by your friend, I am quite interested in your car. Why don't you sell it to me and I will give you 8,000 yuan. 8,000? Chunan's heart was full of disdain. How is it possible to buy his precious electric scooter for only 8,000 yuan? Its value is immeasurable. Even if someone really wants to bid tens of billions, it would not be an exaggeration. Infinite energy is something that cannot be achieved in the world today. Forget it, this car has a special meaning to me. Chunan refused. The landlord was not happy about this, thinking that Chunan was not satisfied with the price, and then said in a bad tone, 12,000, this is the price I can give you. Your car is only worth 7,000 or 8,000 yuan at most. Giving you 12,000 yuan is a sign of respect for you. This money is enough to keep you happy for a while. In his eyes, it was just a broken motorcycle. If it weren't for its cool appearance and the sound of the explosion, he wouldn't want the motorcycle even if it was given to him. I'm not selling this car. Chunan didn't care about the change in the landlord's tone at all. Is it necessary for him to consider the landlord's mood now? Just like the ants on the ground, would you pay attention to them? Chunan's net worth is nearly billions now, and the price of this car is much more than that. He wants to buy it for only 12,000? It's like a dream. Snort. The landlord snorted coldly, his face looked extremely ugly, and he said in a cold tone, "People can't be too greedy. Since you don't want to rent it anymore, just pay the rent you owed before." "How much is the rent?" Shu Nan asked. 8,000. Said the landlord. 8,000? How is that possible? I've calculated carefully and it's only 5,005 at most. Where did you get these extra few thousand for no reason? Shu Nan asked in a deep voice. The landlord smiled coldly and said in a bad tone, "The rent is indeed 5,500, but the toilet in your guest room is cracked, so you need to compensate for it." "Impossible. I was fine before I left," Shu Nan retorted. Although he was rich, he didn't want to be cheated for no reason. He needed to see with his own eyes whether the toilet was really damaged. But it was rejected outright. He also said that Shu Nan was no longer his tenant and had no right to enter the room. Shu Nan's face was very gloomy. He also understood that the landlord had taken advantage of him. Tenants who had left before reminded him that the landlord would most likely cheat him before he left. At first, Shu Nan didn't take it seriously, because he didn't think he would leave here in a short time. "Uncle, what are you doing here?" Suddenly a man in his 30s shouted. The landlord turned around, and his previously sullen face was replaced by a smiling one, and he walked over with a smile. "Nephew, I haven't seen you for so long that I almost don't recognize you. I saw you were not even as tall as my uncle before, but now you have really grown up. The landlord looks like a completely different person compared to before. I heard that you became a manager at the Marriott Hotel. Is that true?" The landlord asked anxiously. The reason why he had this attitude was because he heard that his eldest nephew was doing well in Marriott Hotel. If he could use his nephew's help, maybe he could go to the Marriott Hotel for a meal, and then he could brag about it to his friends and it would be so glorious. The man raised his head and said proudly, "Second uncle, I'm just a small manager, nothing special." Having said that, the managers of Marriott hotels are different from those of ordinary hotels. This is the only 5-star hotel in Huacheng, and he has the opportunity to get to know the dignitaries who usually come here. Who knows, he might be able to climb higher in the future. "My eldest nephew is the one who has a bright future," said the landlord with a smile. "Uncle, why don't you go upstairs?" the man asked puzzledly. The landlord snorted with disdain and said unhappily, "Well, the previous tenant is no longer renting the room, but the toilet in the room is broken, so he is not happy to pay for the compensation." "Oh? There is such a person?" The man was a little surprised, but he also knew what kind of person his second uncle was. The claims about toilet damage are basically fake. 7 or 8 out of 10 tenants here have been cheated by their second uncle. But these two people are basically the same. When he glanced at the inconspicuous figure, his pupils suddenly dilated and then shrank back. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, and his face suddenly became a little strange. He would never forget that familiar figure. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. He came to Shu Nan in panic and said with a trembling voice, "Boss." The landlord widened his eyes, as if he suspected he had heard wrongly. "Nephew, what are you doing? You didn't recognize the wrong person, did you?" "Him? You called him boss?" "He's just a tenant of mine, a poor loser." After hearing what his second uncle said, Wang Chen really wanted to die. How could he admit his mistake? This is the new boss that Brother Tang repeatedly asked for, and he even acquired all the shares of Marriott hotels. "Second uncle, stop joking. This is the new owner of our Marriott hotel. How could he be a tenant of your place?" Wang Chen said anxiously. "People like this must not be offended. Such big shots are not people like them can afford to mess with. Your uncle is right, I was indeed a tenant here before," Shu Nan said coldly. The landlord was stunned. Shu Nan was the new owner of Marriott Hotel. This was the most ridiculous thing he had ever thought about. But his eldest nephew looked so frightened that he was like a child in front of Shu Nan, not daring to breathe. "Real? Is my boss really the tenant of my second uncle's place?" Wang Chen suddenly felt dizzy. Is it popular among rich people to experience life now? So low-key? To be honest, even if Shu Nan walked on the street, no one would think that he was the owner of the Marriott Hotel, or even a rich man. Misunderstanding, this is all misunderstanding. Shu Nan, I remembered it wrong before. The broken toilet is not in your room. Look at my brain, my memory has become worse as I get older. The landlord slapped his forehead, looked as if he had suddenly realized something, and hurriedly explained. At this moment, cold sweat was already pouring down his back, and now thinking back to his own arrogant look, he was filled with extreme fear. Chapter 18, Good. So big. Who would have thought that this simply dressed Chu Nan was the owner of the Marriott Hotel? And how could someone like this live in a place like this and even be his tenant? Are you here to experience life? Oh. Really? Chu Nan smiled coldly. This smile made the landlord even more uneasy. Wang Chen, standing aside, was also standing uneasy. He never expected that his second uncle would actually cheat others and cheat his boss. Yes, it is. I'm really sorry that I can't remember things as I'm old. The landlord apologized repeatedly, his forehead covered with cold sweat. Chu Nan said in a cold voice. The two of them didn't understand what Chu Nan meant. Their hearts were hanging in their throats and they didn't dare to breathe. Finally, Chu Nan said slowly, in this case, I will transfer the rent to your WeChat. The landlord nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Before leaving, Chu Nan looked at Wang Chen coldly. Wang Chen's face turned pale and his legs couldn't help but tremble. Is my nephew okay now? The landlord asked with lingering fear. Don't these rich people have nothing to do after eating? He actually came to a place like his to rent a house. If he likes to experience life so much, why would he make so much money? If he had so much money, he wouldn't stay in such a shabby place. You're okay, but I'm probably finished. A tragic smile flashed across Wang Chen's face, and he felt powerless as if all his strength had been drained away. That's impossible. You didn't do anything. How could he fire you? Hearing his second uncle's doubtful tone, Wang Chen shook his head helplessly. He was in no mood to stay here any longer. If I had known this would happen, I should not have agreed to let my second uncle come. Now I am in a difficult situation and can't save myself. He often uses his position to get special treatment in the hotel. If someone wants to investigate, they can definitely find out. In fact, this is true. Wang Chen had been noticed by Chu Nan before, and he had already called Tang in to check whether Wang Chen's hands and feet were clean. Suddenly, a roar came from behind Chu Nan. Behind me, a man dressed in black and riding a cool black motorcycle passed by, and the sound of the airwaves was enough to touch people's nerves. However, even so, the knight looked surprised when he passed by Chu Nan. This car? He had never seen one before, but the sound told him that this car was definitely not ordinary. Brother, where did you buy this car? The man couldn't help but ask. Chu Nan smiled and said, this car was given to me by my friend. I don't know where he bought it. Hearing this, the knight was a little disappointed, but a gleam of brilliance flashed across his face, and he said with a smile, in that case, are you interested in giving it a try? Speed racing? This aroused some interest in Chu Nan, and after thinking about it, he agreed. Anyway, he wanted to give it a try, and he didn't know how this electric car with unlimited energy could accelerate. In an instant, there was a sound like a galloping air explosion, and the Black Knight left Chu Nan far behind. The speed was so fast that Chu Nan could only see his back in a few seconds. Don't let me down. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Nan twisted it all the way to the bottom. Buzz. With a loud roar, Chu Nan felt as if he was going to fly out, and the roar was like something exploding. Both the car and the people turned into a phantom, leaving behind layers of overlapping shadows. Chu Nan looked excited. This speeds up. Love it. This car brought him so many surprises. The moment the Black Knight turned around, the man under the helmet widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. Fuck. I saw Chu Nan flying towards here at a rapid speed and surpassed me in an instant. Oh my god. What the hell is this car? It's like a plane. The Black Knight stepped on the accelerator, but he could not overtake Chu Nan. After turning a bend, the Chu Nan people could no longer be seen. What the hell? This speed is no different from flying a plane. After crossing the national highway, I looked back and could no longer see the Black Knight, and I felt secretly happy. Speed is charm. At that moment, Chu Nan's whole body was filled with adrenaline. That feeling was even more exciting than taking stimulants. After returning home, he did not see Zhou. It seemed that she had gone to meet her distant cousin. As for the other maids, some of them were students and rarely stayed overnight in the villa on weekdays. Sudden. A graceful figure walked out of the room, with a pair of jade-like feet exposed, which made people's breath stop. What was extremely tempting was that apart from a white bathrobe, she was not wearing any other clothes. Fei Fei, have you seen my red dress? Xia Yingyue regretted it as soon as she opened her mouth. When she saw the dumbfounded Chunan, she stood there in a daze as if she had been struck by lightning. Good. Good. So big. Immediately afterwards, a sharp scream echoed throughout the villa, and Xia Yingyue fled back to her room in panic with a red face. Chunan had already reacted before this. He looked at Xia Yingyue's room and shook his head helplessly. Do these girls really think they are not men? Xia Yingyue's pretty rosy face in the room was like a ripe apple, and her heart was beating fast. It's so embarrassing. She would never have thought that Chunan would come back at this time, and just when she had just finished taking a shower and walked out in her bathrobe. How would she face Chunan after this? Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Yeah. What's wrong with you? Open the door. After Xia Yingyue opened the door, Fei Fei asked anxiously, what happened to you just now? The scream just now could be heard in the back garden of the villa. Fei Fei thought something happened to Xia Yingyue and ran over quickly. Afterwards, Xia Yingyue, with a red face, quietly told Fei Fei everything that had just happened. After hearing this, Fei Fei held her stomach and laughed out loud. She thought something else happened, but it turned out to be just this. Fei Fei laughed strangely. I thought something had happened and was worried to death, but it turns out to be just like this. It was just an accident. Besides, weren't you wearing a bathrobe? Xia Yingyue was shy like a little girl, and said in a mosquito-like voice, but, it's really embarrassing. Xia Yingyue was originally a conservative person and had never experienced such a thing. Chapter 19, Cousin Who Covets Joing. Is the boss dumbfounded? Fei Fei laughed meaningfully. The blush that had faded from her face reappeared on her face, and she shyly scolded, Fei Fei, why are you like this? I'm embarrassed enough, and you still make fun of me. I'm not making fun of you. Fei Fei whispered, the boss is a nice guy, and you know him, so hurry up and seize the opportunity. It will be too late if you miss it. After hearing Fei Fei's words, Xia Yingyue's face turned even redder. Fei Fei, what are you talking about? My boss and I are just friends, and didn't I tell you? My boss and I just met by accident. I don't have that idea. Fei Fei flicked Xia Yingyue's forehead speechlessly and said helplessly, with your personality, you will suffer losses sooner or later. You said this yourself, I hope you won't regret it in the future. There are still many flowers and plants to be trimmed in the back garden, so I won't tell you more. After Fei Fei left, Xia Yingyue changed her clothes and sat in the room in a daze. Will she really regret it? But she really didn't have that kind of thought towards Chunan, but what was going on with this feeling of loss? A feeling of irritability arises spontaneously. Chunan had a good nap in the afternoon, and when he turned on his mobile phone, he found many missed calls. When I looked at the names, I saw that all the calls were from Li Bo. Answer the phone. Oh, Mr. Chu finally received your call. Li Bo said anxiously. What's wrong? Is there anything urgent? Chunan asked puzzledly. There are already 5 houses rented out here, but 2 guests need to see your property certificate. I wonder if it's convenient for you to come over. Li Bo's tone gradually softened and he said politely. Want to see your real estate certificate? Is there anyone who still encounters this kind of weird situation when renting a house now? Will the real estate agent cooperate with me if I don't have a real estate certificate? Are these people here to make fun of you? Chunan doesn't have the time to deal with these people. Tell them that they can rent it or not. I don't mind the rent. If there are people like this in the future, there is no need to contact me. Just refuse them directly. Chunan said lightly. However, Li Bo on the other end of the phone had a headache. The problem now was that the other party was in his company, and the huge pressure came upon him all of a sudden. Moreover, people like Chunan do not lack this rent. There are so many people who want to rent, so they don't need just 1 or 2 more. Finally, a bitter smile flashed across Li Bo's face and he sighed silently in his heart. Forget it, let him clean up the mess. Before that, I should have asked Chunan's opinion, otherwise I wouldn't have fallen into such an embarrassing situation. Okay, Mr. Chu, I understand. As for what happened afterwards, Li Bo naturally spoke for a long time and earnestly, and was even scolded. In the end, the 2 of them left in displeasure. After the 2 left, Li Bo couldn't help but curse in his heart. These 2 actually suspected that Chunan and he were in collusion to defraud their rent. How could there be such two stupid creatures in the world? At night, Shunan sat in the hall with a frown on his face. It's already this late and Zhou hasn't come back yet. Nothing will happen to this woman, right? After all, Zhou had said before that she had only met this distant cousin once when they were children and had never seen him again since then. This inevitably made Shunan a little worried. Sudden. The cell phone rang, and it was Zhou calling. Hey, where are you? However, what followed was a noisy sound from the other end of the phone, all kinds of noise and music. I'm at the Blue Tavern. Mr. Chu, please come and pick me up. The Blue Tavern? Why did Zhou go there? If he remembered correctly, that place was a bar, but it was a quiet bar where people only drank. Why are you there? Shunan couldn't help but ask. There was a stammering sound, and it was obvious that Zhou was drunk. There were also bursts of men's voices coming from the side. Shunan's face immediately turned dark. He hung up the phone and drove his luxury car to the Qinglan bar. Cousin Zhou, you are drunk. Stop drinking. Zhao Li's lustful gaze never shifted from Zhou. I never thought that the little girl would become such a beauty. Zhao Li dared to guarantee that as long as Zhou returned to the village, she would definitely be the village beauty. Although he is Zhou Ying's cousin, they are not close relatives and have no relationship at all. Even though Zhao Li was trying to persuade Zhou all the time, he actually hoped that Zhou would get drunk so that he would have a chance to attack her. You. Give me the wine, I'm not drunk yet. Zhou snatched the wine glass from Zhao Li's hand and drank it all. At this time, Zhou Ying's face was completely red, and her blurred eyes made her even more charming. Many people's eyes were fixed on her. Zhou felt her world spinning even more and soon she collapsed on the table. Cousin Zhou! Cousin Zhou! Zhao Li called out tentatively. Seeing no response, he finally showed a triumphant smile on his face. It looked like he was completely drunk. It's my turn next. Zhao Li carried Zhou on his back, and for a moment he took a deep breath. Feeling the softness on my back, I sighed inwardly. This cousin is really big. He became more and more impatient to eat Zhou. After paying the bill, Zhao Li called an online taxi, chose a nearby hotel and planned to get straight to the point. At this time, Shunan had just arrived at the bar. After parking the car, he hurriedly called Zhou. But no one answered the call. Why doesn't this girl answer it? Could something really have happened? However, when he looked towards the hotel entrance, he was immediately attracted by a figure. His pupils shrank, and he looked at the familiar figure on the man's back and hurried over. Zhao Li hummed a little tune. He didn't expect that he would gain such a lot from his trip to Huacheng. It was totally beyond his expectations. The online car-hailing vehicle was already parked outside, and he was already getting impatient. However, at this moment, a fist as big as a sandbag hit him directly in the face. Zhao Li screamed in pain and covered his face. Zhou lost her balance for a moment and slipped off his back. Shunan hugged Zhou and looked at the man in front of him gloomily. Damn it! Which bastard hit me? Zhao Li roared angrily, clenched his fists and looked at the man in front of him sinisterly. Who are you, you little brat? Let my cousin go, or you'll be in trouble. Chapter 20, The Other Side of Shunan. The prey he had caught slipped away from his hands. This kind of thing must not happen. You know, Zhao Li has done this kind of thing many times in other cities. How many of those drunk women are good guys? Most of them just spend the night in the hotel by themselves and then it's over without saying anything. The next day, both of them acted as if nothing had ever happened. This is also why he has such heavy dark circles under his eyes. Zhou Ying's cousin? Shunan's expression gradually turned cold. He looked at Zhao Li in front of him with cold eyes and asked in a cold voice, Are you Zhou Ying's distant cousin? After hearing this, Zhao Li was also stunned and frowned. It seems that Zhou Ying had told this guy before she came out, but who is this guy? Could he be Zhou Ying's boyfriend? He had also asked Zhou Ying if she had a boyfriend before, but she rejected it outright. Could it be that this girl lied to him? I am Zhou Ying's cousin, who are you? Zhao Li asked in a bad tone. His expression became even uglier when he saw Shunan holding Zhou Ying in his arms. Scum! Shunan cursed and looked at him coldly. It was a waste of air to talk to such a scum. He could smell the scum when they stood together. Oh shit! What does this kid mean? Do you look down on him? You little bastard! Where are you going? Who the hell are you? Put my cousin down. It's just one step away from getting on the car, and then you can do whatever you want. Besides, they are just distant cousins with no blood relationship, so he has nothing to worry about even if the subsequent events are exposed. At worst, he could just marry Zhou Ying. After all, it would not be a loss for him to marry such a beautiful woman. What is more important is that Chu Nan's eyes made him very unhappy, so he reached out and grabbed Chu Nan's shoulders. I told you to stop, didn't you fucking hear me? Zhao Li said viciously with a face full of anger. Chu Nan's face became increasingly colder, and his icy gaze made Zhao Li shiver uncontrollably. At that moment, he felt as if he was in an ice cellar. Oh shit. Damn it, I was actually scared like this by a young boy. Put down your dog paws. Chu Nan's patience was limited, and at this moment he was on the verge of exploding. What can you do if I don't let you go? Zhao Li said arrogantly, not showing any weakness. If he was afraid of a young boy, then all these years of his life outside would have been in vain. He was not a good person to begin with, and he had been in the underworld for a while before. However, because he offended a big boss, he had no choice but to come to Huacheng. Chu Nan sneered. Basically, no one knows Chu Nan's other side except some college classmates. You should know that Chu Nan was a black belt in Taekwondo when he was in college, and he was also the president of the Taekwondo club. Chu Nan was definitely a prominent figure in college. Zhao Li almost didn't have time to react, and Chu Nan directly grabbed his phone, applying a little force. Hiss. Zhao Li took a deep breath. This kid was so strong. It was fine at first, but when Chu Nan increased his strength, he finally couldn't bear it anymore and raised his leg and pushed his knee against Chu Nan's stomach. However, all this was of no avail. In Chu Nan's eyes, Zhao Li's actions were so clumsy and there was no skill at all. With a kick, Zhao Li's center of gravity shifted to the left, and he fell heavily to the ground. He cried out in pain and his face twisted. Zhao Li felt like his buttocks were split in half, and numbness and loss of sensation in his lower limbs spread all of a sudden throughout his lower body. Alpaca, I'm going to fight you. But when he came to his senses, the figure of Chu Nan who was originally in front of him could no longer be seen. Grass. He wouldn't run away. Zhao Li quickly got up and looked around, but found that there was no one in sight. After quickly looking around for a while, he finally saw the familiar figure near the parking lot. However, this time, Zhao Li did not rush up. Instead, he stood there in a daze, with the corners of his mouth trembling slightly. Lamborghini. Poison? Zhao Li was completely dumbfounded. When he saw Chu Nan get into the car and then drive out, he was completely stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. At this moment, he was extremely scared. How could someone who could afford to drive such a luxury car be an ordinary person? This kind of person was not someone he could afford to mess with. Could it be that Zhou Ying really met a big shot on the watching list? If he remembered correctly, Zhou Ying was a property manager at the Sky Garden. Could it be that she had really hooked up with a rich second-generation man in recent years? Moreover, those who can afford such luxury cars are not necessarily ordinary rich second generations. They cannot be compared with those nouveau riches. The net worth of such people is at least over 100 million. It was because of Chu Nan's appearance that Zhao Li, who had only been in Huacheng for one day, left Huacheng overnight the next day. If such a person wanted to deal with him, he could almost make him disappear from this world without a sound. Hiss. Zhou Ying opened his sleepy eyes in a daze and climbed out of bed. The severe headache and dizziness after drinking made him extremely uncomfortable. Recalling what happened yesterday, her expression changed slightly. He took one look at the room and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. It's her room. But who sent her back last night? The last thing she remembered was that after Zhao Li carried her away, she became completely drunk and lost consciousness. Could it be Chu Nan? She remembered that she had called Chu Nan before this. Click. The door opened quietly. Chu Nan walked in, placed the sobering tea on the bedside, and said slowly, "You can block your distant cousin now." Ah? Why? Zhou Ying looked at him in confusion. I still don't understand what happened yesterday. Do you know where your cousin wants to take you after you get drunk? Chu Nan looked at her speechlessly and said helplessly. Where? Zhou Ying asked simply. Hotel. Chu Nan slowly uttered the two words. Zhou Ying's expression changed drastically and became extremely ugly. Want to take her to a hotel? It was obvious what she wanted to do in the hotel, and the cousin was looking her up and down the whole time. How dare he do such a thing? Zhou murmured in disbelief. Shu Nan also spread his hands. This was the first time he had seen such a person. However, when he later learned from Zhou that there was no blood relationship between her and this distant cousin, he understood why Zhao Li was so fearless. Even if they were forced into a relationship without a blood relationship, she could only marry Zhao Li in the end. Chapter 21, Gene Potion. Thank you for yesterday. Zhou thanked embarrassedly. Shu Nan just glanced at her and said calmly, I won't care about you if this happens again next time. You can't drink well, but you're still trying to be brave. Drink the hangover tea early. It's not good if it gets cold. Get up early, there are still a lot of things you need to deal with. After saying this, Shu Nan closed the door. Zhou sat on the bed in a daze, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. She stamped her feet and puffed up her little mouth, muttering with resentment on her face, what a straight man. Looking at the steaming sobering tea beside him, the resentment on his face gradually disappeared and a sweet smile appeared. After finishing his work, Shu Nan started signing in again. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the genetic potion. Gene potion? What is this? System, what is genetic potion? Shu Nan couldn't help but ask. The gene potion can greatly improve your physical fitness. Your functions and reaction nerves will also be greatly improved, far exceeding those of ordinary people. Suddenly, Shu Nan's eyes lit up. This immediately reminded him of a movie, Captain America in the Avengers. This stuff won't have the same effect as the serum in the movie. That's too awesome. Shu Nan couldn't wait to take out the genetic potion from the system warehouse. The blue genetic potion was in a transparent conical glass bottle. The potion has a slight blue tint. Shu Nan took it out without any hesitation and swallowed the potion in one gulp. There was no potion left in the bottle. After drinking the potion, Shu Nan's face turned red like a monkey's, but sweat continued to pour out from his body, and he seemed to be in a big steamer. His whole body was red, like a cooked lobster. What the hell? System, you tricked me. The burning and stinging sensation as if being burned by fire continued to spread throughout his body. He gritted his teeth and stood firm, veins bulging on his forehead and an expression of unbearable pain on his face. This state lasted for about half an hour before gradually subsiding. Shu Nan was lying on the ground, breathing heavily. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat the size of soybeans. His clothes were completely soaked and stuck to his body. Damn it! This is too painful. Shu Nan cursed inwardly. It feels as if there are thousands of ants crawling inside your body, gnawing at your flesh, and your fiery red skin gradually turns back to its original color. After entering the bathroom and taking a shower, Shu Nan suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Recalling the burning feeling before, he said that he never wanted to go through this kind of torture again. Shu Nan looked at the person in the mirror with some disbelief. Oh shit! Shu Nan's originally slightly round belly has now turned into clearly visible abdominal muscles, and his mermaid line is also clearly revealed. His flabby arms had also become much stronger and had turned into hard muscles. The most important thing was that Shu Nan's height seemed to have increased by several centimeters. Is the genetic potion a little too magical? My eyes seem to see things much more clearly than before. Looking at his strong body, Shu Nan was speechless for a moment and could only silently utter the word awesome in his heart. Bare waist, bat wings, 8 abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles, any woman who sees this perfect body will be unable to maintain it. Shu Nan's appearance is not bad. His original height of 1.8 meters has now become 1.85 meters, and a piece of hard muscle outlines the perfect lines. Awesome! The rewards given by the system really didn't disappoint me. However, Shu Nan himself was not sure whether he had achieved the same effect as Captain America in the movie. Of course, he did not care about it. Such a change was already huge. It was too obvious to increase the height by several centimeters in such a short period of time. Host, Shu Nan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Current deposit, 35 million. Transportation, Lamborghini Venom, the electric car of the new era. Personal property, Sky Garden, Mountaintop Villa. Personal property, Marriott Hotels. Marriage, no. Special skills, expert piano talent. Warehouse items, none. After taking a look at his panel, Shu Nan nodded with satisfaction. Then he changed into a new set of clothes. Chu Nan was still dressed casually, a simple casual t-shirt and a pair of shorts for the hot summer. Although his weight and figure had changed greatly after changing his clothes, he looked no different from usual after putting them on. Of course, that is, except for height. When I went downstairs, I happened to meet Joing and they didn't say much. Looking at Chu Nan's back, Joing had a suspicious expression on her face. Just now. Was it her illusion? Why did Chu Nan give her the feeling that he was taller than her, and it was so obvious? Joing shook her head, perhaps it was her illusion. Today is the day for the class reunion. The time is set for noon and most of the old classmates have already rushed to the Marriott Hotel. Anyway, this time it's Xiaofeng Street, so it would be a shame not to go. Besides, most people in a 5-star hotel will probably never go to one in their lifetime, because most of the classmates are ordinary wage earners. They were somewhat surprised that Zhao Feng was so rich this time. However, later, some people said that Zhao Feng had opened a company in Huacheng with an annual income of 2 to 3 million. Many people were shocked. Some female classmates who had never interacted with Zhao Feng even had some thoughts in their minds. Of course, people who are familiar with Zhao Feng know that Zhao Feng's target this time is Qian Xijia, the Ice Queen. As soon as she appears, everyone will be eclipsed. Marriott Hotel. Most people have already arrived at the hotel. Zhao Feng booked an extra-large private room, which cost him 300,000 yuan, and all the expenses this time were paid by him. Of course, this time he was so generous also for Qian Xijia. If it were in the past, in Zhao Feng's eyes, Qian Xijia was just a pretty girl. But now Zhao Feng already knows Qian Xijia's background. If he can have some relationship with Qian Xijia, his future will be bright. Most people present probably don't know Qian Xijia's true identity. She is the daughter of the CEO of a listed company. This listed company is also a well-known company in Huacheng, Sifang Pharmaceutical, with a total market value of more than 5 billion. If Zhao Feng became the son-in-law of the Qian family, he might be able to inherit the property of Sifang Pharmaceutical in the future. 300,000 is not a small sum for Zhao Feng, but it is all worth it just to get Qian Xijia's favor. Chapter 22, Stunning Lu Yashuan. Brother Feng, long time no see. Brother Feng, thanks to you this time, we can experience the service of Marriott Hotel. Most people greeted Zhao Feng with a fawning look on their faces. After all, Zhao Feng was the only one at his age who could earn $1 million a year. Among all the classmates, Zhao Feng was probably the most awesome. Zhao Feng just responded with a few words casually, and a trace of disdain flashed across his face when he looked at these unsophisticated classmates of his. Just because of these people, you think you can get close to me? You are all just taking advantage of Qian Xijia's popularity. Without a doubt, he is probably the most eye-catching star among the male students today. Most of the students here are ordinary wage earners, and their families are also ordinary families. Life in this flower city is overwhelming for most people, and they have fantasized about becoming rich countless times. But reality shattered their fantasies time and time again. Some female classmates also pressed their bodies close to Zhao Feng. They did this on purpose. They wouldn't mind if something happened between them and Zhao Feng. Seeing the innocent classmates clinging to Zhao Feng, they all sighed helplessly. After graduating from college, everyone has changed. After entering the society and being polished, they are no longer as naive as they were in college. After all, this society speaks with strength. About half an hour later, most people had arrived, and only a few were left. Who else hasn't arrived yet? Someone couldn't help but ask. One of them looked around and said, Squad leader, Zhen Xijia, Xu Nan, Wang Mang, it seems that only these 4 people have not arrived yet. Zhen Xijia and the squad leader are fine, but why are Xu Nan and Wang Mang so slow in coming? I heard that Xu Nan is not doing very well in Huacheng. He is still an employee in the company and doesn't even have the chance to be promoted. One of them sneered in a sarcastic tone. Others followed suit and said, back then, Xu Nan was considered a well-known figure in the school. I never thought that he would end up like this now. It's true that our brother Feng is really amazing. He opened a company at such a young age. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. While this group of people were slandering Xu Nan, they also did not forget to flatter Zhao Feng. They were simply like clowns. I'm sorry, I'm late. Suddenly, a voice that was familiar yet unfamiliar like a yellow oriole was heard. Everyone in the box turned their gaze over there, their breathing suddenly stagnated, and everyone was completely stunned. Zhao Feng looked at the beautiful woman who walked in with fascination. He had never seen this person before in his memory. Even other classmates didn't know who the beauty in front of them was. One of the female students looked at the woman in front of her in disbelief and asked tentatively, "Are you the class monitor?" Class monitor? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Was the core in front of them the tough class monitor from college? How is this possible? But if you look closely, they do look somewhat similar. Are you really squad leader, Lu? One of them asked doubtfully. Lu Yashwan nodded embarrassedly. Hiss. A sound of people sucking in their breath echoed throughout the box. They were not exaggerating, but the beauty in front of them was completely different from the class monitor they knew in college. A pitch-black tube dress perfectly shows off her S-shaped figure, and the tube dress also perfectly outlines her hot curves. The most important thing is that Lu Yinxian has a curvy figure, and all the right places are perfect. It is really hard for everyone to associate this stunning beauty in front of them with the class monitor in college. Because when Lu Yashwan was in college, her figure and appearance were at the average level of an ordinary person, not to mention her fashion sense. Compared with other girls in the class, she looks more ordinary. Zhao Feng was breathing rapidly, his fiery eyes constantly looking at Lu Yashwan. With this figure and this face, it would be difficult for any man to focus his eyes on Lu Yashwan. The moment Lu Yashwan entered the box, she became the most dazzling planet there. People who were not very familiar with Lu Yashwan came forward to talk to her. Her enthusiasm made her feel a little uncomfortable, and most people's gazes were aggressive. She looked around as if looking for someone. After confirming that Chu Nan was not present, Lu Yashwan was a little disappointed. It hasn't come yet. Still one tea come. The purpose of this trip was to meet Chu Nan, but now there is not even a shadow of a person in sight. Zhao Feng was also aroused by what he saw. If his target this time was not Xian Xijia, he really wanted to go up and have sex with Lu Yashwan. As for the other female classmates, their faces gradually turned ugly. They had never expected that the once ordinary class monitor had become so beautiful. The previous limelight suddenly shifted to Lu Yashwan. They looked at the woman who was like the spotlight with jealousy and snorted in their hearts. What's the use of having a good figure and a pretty face? You might have had plastic surgery. It was almost noon and the dinner was about to begin, but Xian Xijia, Wang Mang and Chu Nan were still not there. Lu Yashwan's gaze gradually dimmed. Could it be that Chu Nan would not come? However, at this moment, three figures appeared at the door at the same time. The one who attracted everyone's attention the most was the dignified and calm goddess in the front, who was as untouchable as an iceberg. Zhao Feng and the others were completely stunned. Compared to them, Lu Yashwan gave people a stunning feeling. Although Qian Sijia's figure was not that hot, it was not bad either. The most important thing was that her confidence and the temperament that came from years of cultivation and education were more attractive. Dear old classmates, we are late. Xian Xijia said with a smile, and her two dimples looked even more adorable. It's not too late, it's not too late. As long as our beautiful Qian is coming, it doesn't matter how long we wait. Yes, beautiful Qian is worth waiting for. The two people at the back, please take your seats. Zhao Feng walked forward like a gentleman, and said in a gentle voice, Jia Jia, you are here. Why don't you sit next to me? No one was surprised by this scene, because they all knew that the purpose of Zhao Feng organizing the class reunion was Qian Xijia. Zhao Feng had pursued Qian Xijia countless times during his college years. Zhao Feng, please don't call me so affectionately. I don't think we are that familiar with each other. Qian Xijia's icy tone was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice, extremely chilling. For a moment, Zhao Feng stood there awkwardly. As for Chu Nan, he had already found a seat to sit down, and happened to sit next to Lu Yashwan. At this moment, Lu Yashwan's ears had already turned red. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people in the box and it was stuffy, others would have noticed her abnormality long ago. Why does he seem taller than when he was in college, and his personality and temperament have changed a lot? It's over. He is even more attractive. Chapter 23, I Drive a Lamborghini. Wang Mang also sat next to Chu Nan. However, just as he sat down, Xian Xijia stopped him. Wang Mang, can you leave this position to me? Xian Xijia looked at Wang Mang pitifully. Kindness? Everyone present looked at this scene strangely, as if something was not right. From beginning to end, it seemed that Xian Xijia's eyes were always on Chu Nan. Moreover, Chu Nan seemed to have changed a lot. He looked cleaner and tougher. The most important thing was that Chu Nan seemed to have grown much taller than when he was in college. They are also helpless. Why is it that at this age, others are still growing while they have already been formed? Shunan's current height is so high that he can easily kill a large number of male classmates present. Wang Mang smiled bitterly as he watched this scene. These people may not know what happened to Chunan, but Wang Mang knew that Chunan said he would drive to pick him up before that, but he didn't care much. Because it is quite normal for Chunan to buy a car with his salary, but in his opinion, a car would only cost about 100,000 yuan at most. But he never expected that Chunan actually came to pick him up in a Lamborghini Veneno. At that moment, Wang Mang seemed to think that he had recognized the wrong person. As for Chunan, he knew that he was just an ordinary country boy from an ordinary family and it was impossible for him to afford such a luxury car. But the facts are right before our eyes and it is hard to believe. Even now Wang Mang feels like he is still dreaming. As for why Qian Sijia cared so much about Chunan, it was because he and Chunan happened to meet in the parking lot. Even Wang Mang did not expect that there was a hidden rich and beautiful girl in the class, although he saw that Qian Sijia's family background was not simple and she might have some money when he was in college. But I didn't expect him to be so rich. Qian Sijia's car is a Porsche worth more than 3 million yuan, although it can't be compared with Chunan's Lamborghini. But owning such a luxury car at this age is enough to kill a lot of people in seconds. Not only that, whether it is Qian Sijia's jewelry, bags, or clothes, they are all famous brands. This whole thing costs nearly 200,000. It was probably hard for the students present to imagine, and only Zhao Feng knew clearly. Zhao Feng's face was not looking very good now. He looked at Chunan gloomily, and that look seemed to want to swallow him alive. He was burning with anger. It was already embarrassing enough that Qian Sijia did not give him face and embarrassed him. He never thought that Qian Sijia cared so much about Chunan that she actually took the initiative to ask to sit next to Chunan. When did these two become so familiar with each other? It seems that the two of them had no communication during their college years. Zhao Feng wasn't the only one with a strange look on his face. Lu Yashuan did as well. For the first time, an unprecedented sense of crisis filled her heart. The corners of her mouth trembled, and she was a little restless, her eyes following the two of them. Chunan. When did he become so close to Qian Sijia? Why did Qian Sijia take the initiative to ask to sit next to Chunan? Is there something between them? No, she must know what the relationship between Qian Sijia and Chunan is. By the way, who is this? Aren't you going to introduce yourself to me? Sure enough, Chunan didn't notice it either. Lu Yashuan's face darkened and she cursed inwardly. Damn Chunan, stinky Chunan, he didn't even recognize me. The people around him all laughed and said, "Hey, you can't recognize this, think carefully, maybe there is one person missing." One person missing? Chunan glanced around and was silent for a while. Then he suddenly remembered something and widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "You are not going to tell me that this beauty. Is it the old squad leader?" Lu Yashuan punched Chunan in the chest and said angrily, "Shananzi, you can say that to me again." Snort. Damn it. This woman is really that tigress. The change is too big. She is simply not the same person compared to when she was in college. Teacher, are you growing younger than you actually are? Chunan said stupidly. Lu Yashuan glared at Chunan fiercely and said in a feigned vicious tone, "If you say one more word, I will let you taste the iron fist of love that you haven't tasted for many years." Confirmed, he is our old class teacher. Chunan spread his hands and said with a smile. During the dinner that followed, Lu Yashuan's eyes were constantly on Chunan and Qian Sijia, but fortunately, the two did not have any communication. This made her feel relieved. But what puzzled her was why Qian Sijia would actually take the initiative to ask to sit with Chunan. You have to know that this person seldom spoke to others during college, and even when she had countless suitors, she basically ignored them. This woman has her own pride. Of course, besides Lu Yashuan, there was another pair of eyes that were always fixed on Chunan. Looking at the food in front of him, Zhao Feng had no mood to eat at all. This plan was completely disrupted, and even something he had not expected happened, which was what the relationship was between Chunan and Qian Sijia. Zhao Feng stood up first and said, "We are all old classmates. It's rare for us to see each other on weekdays. Today we finally get together. Let's have a drink. This is all thanks to Brother Feng. Brother Feng is so generous that he will pay for all of tonight's expenses. I'd like to offer a toast to Brother Feng. Brother Feng, I respect you too." Looking at this group of bootlickers, Chunan shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, everyone has changed. The purity in college has disappeared, replaced by the dust of society. The innocent hearts they had in college have been destroyed by society. Zhao Feng looked at Shunan arrogantly, with deep disdain in his eyes. After all, Shunan is just a poor boy with nothing, why should I worry so much? Since Qian Sijia is the daughter of Sifan Pharmaceutical, she would naturally not be so short-sighted as to fall in love with a poor boy. Shunan also noticed the hostile gaze and followed the direction of the gaze, looking at Zhao Feng's face full of disdain. He was too lazy to pay attention to such a person. Why should he care about such a jumping clown? He was so arrogant for just a few million a year. His annual profit was hundreds of millions, and Shunan's net worth was billions now. Looking around, no one in this box could compare to Shunan. Shunan, why don't you toast? One of Zhao Feng's bootlickers looked at Shunan unhappily and questioned. Shunan spread his hands and said helplessly, "Sorry, I'm driving and can't drink." Driving a car? Shunan bought a car? You should know that there were a few people present who bought cars, and of course the prices were all around 100,000. Even if Shunan bought a car, it would only be a bit of a surprise. Zhao Feng raised his head and looked at Shunan with an arrogant and indifferent look, as if he was the only one in a superior position here. He teased, "Oh? Then I wonder if you drive a Volkswagen or a BYD." "Neither, I drive a Lamborghini," Shunan said lightly, without any hesitation, and blurted out easily. Chapter 24, Do you know me? Lamborghini? Puff. Someone spat out a mouthful of wine and looked at Shunan as if he was a fool. "You're still driving a Lamborghini, why don't you go to heaven?" Everyone knows what Shunan's life was like in college. This guy comes from just an ordinary family, even worse than theirs, and his family lives in the countryside. He can't even afford a house in the city, and he says he drives a Lamborghini? This guy brags without even considering his own strength? Lu Yashuan didn't expect that Shunan would brag so much. Shunan was not such a person when he was in school. She had mixed feelings. Could it be that even Shunan had changed after he entered society? Become a person who pursues fame and fortune? Likes to compare? Zhao Feng said sarcastically, "Oh. It seems our boss Chu has made a fortune somewhere. He even has a Lamborghini. I wonder where our boss Chu is doing." Most people looked at Shunan with contempt and disdain. I don't know how many people have despised me for this self-defeating behavior. But these people didn't know that everything Shunan said was true, they just hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Qian Sijia sat there calmly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Shunan. He didn't know Shunan or his college classmates very well because Qian Sijia was a loner and had his own arrogance and cold temperament. Ordinary people don't dare to talk to Qian Sijia, this Shunan. She can't see through it. Compared to the young man in college, he was like a completely different person, and his unique confidence attracted her. Why is it that such an ordinary young man in college is like a completely different person now? What is the secret behind this? Lamborghini poison. This car is worth nearly hundreds of millions of dollars. People without certain assets cannot afford it at all, or even if you have money, you cannot buy it. It's not much of a job. I just have 10 houses to rent out. Shunan paused here, patted his head, and looked as if he had suddenly realized something. I seem to have forgotten that this hotel is also mine. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath. They were not shocked but frightened by Shunan's ridiculous words. Shunan. Is there something wrong with your brain? Marriott Hotel, the only 5-star hotel in Huacheng, has an annual profit of over 100 million yuan. This year, Marriott Hotel's business is even more booming, which is also due to the establishment of the new urban area attracting more people. To acquire Marriott Hotel, the price would have to be at least over 10 billion. No one present could afford such an astronomical figure. Even Zhao Feng only made a few million a year. Director of Marriott Hotels? It's just funny. Zhao Feng laughed wantonly, his eyes full of contempt and disdain, and said coldly, "Shunan, I really think it would be a waste if you don't become a comedian. You are here to make people laugh, right?" "You?" Zhao Feng pointed to his head and said, "Is there something wrong with your brain? Do you want me to give you some money so you can go to the hospital?" Finally. Lu Yashuan couldn't sit still any longer, her face was filled with gloom, and she said in a deep voice, "Zhao Feng just needs to say it twice, we are all classmates, why bother?" Afterwards, she looked at Shunan with disappointment and said in a somewhat cold tone, "Shunan, don't say anything more. It's pointless to make a fuss like this. Why bother?" The person he felt the most distressed for at this moment was Lu Yashuan. How could the innocent boy he once liked become like this? It would be fine if Chu Nan really had these things. But Chu Nan's words were undoubtedly bragging. The Marriott Hotel was his property, and no one would believe him if he said such words. Since the monitor has spoken, I won't say anything. Chu Nan, you should also restrain yourself. Stop bragging and see if you have the ability to do it. Zhao Feng laughed coldly. A clown wants to jump in front of him? Isn't this funny? Is Marriott Hotel owned by Chu Nan? This was the funniest joke he had heard this year. A Lamborghini? You're flattered by saying you drive a Volkswagen. You guys are looking down on others. Chu Nan is driving a Lamborghini here, and it's not just an ordinary Lamborghini. It's a Lamborghini Poison. Wang Mang could no longer sit still. These guys who looked down on others had been mocking his brothers coldly and hotly. He had been targeted all the time. All of this was real. Although it all seemed like a dream to him now, it was indeed true. All right. Wang Mang, why are you joining in the fun? Lu Yashuan scolded coldly. She knew Wang Mang wanted to stand up for Chu Nan, but it was best not to say anything in this situation. Just when she wanted to say something, a cold voice interrupted her. Chu Nan's cold gaze was like a bayonet, and the look he gave Lu Yashuan was extremely cold. Lu Yashuan's delicate body trembled slightly, and her heart felt as if it was stabbed by a knife. This kind of cold gaze appeared on her for the first time. Is she wrong? Lu Yashuan thought that she had done nothing wrong, and she said that just to make Chu Nan's situation less embarrassing. Why? Why have you become like this? If you don't have the ability, why do you speak so arrogantly? Squad leader, do you know me? Chu Nan said coldly. Lu Yashuan was shocked and seemed to realize something. Does he understand Chu Nan? No. He doesn't understand. During their college years, the two of them only bickered from time to time, and she occasionally teased Chu Nan. As for the relationship between them, it was actually no different from that of ordinary classmates. My understanding of Chu Nan is almost just at the level of classmates. But everyone knows about Chu Nan's family background. His parents are ordinary factory workers, even if Chu Nan has a great opportunity in Huacheng. The owner of Marriott Hotel? The owner of the luxury car? None of these can possibly be related. I don't think there is any need to continue holding this class reunion. Qian Sijia's cold voice came out. Zhao Feng's face looked very ugly, thinking that Chu Nan had affected Qian Sijia's mood. He said coldly, Chu Nan, I don't welcome you to this class reunion. Get out. People like you are not worthy of being with us. Yes. Brother Feng is right. Chu Nan, if you don't have money, don't pretend to be rich and embarrass everyone. If you still have some self-awareness, just leave on your own and don't force us to embarrass you. That's right. You've even ruined my mood for dinner, beautiful Qian. Then many people responded. They looked at Chu Nan as if he was a clown, with contempt and disgust. In their eyes, Chu Nan at this moment was like a drowned dog. Qian Sijia paused for a moment and slammed the table hard. With a bang sound, many people were frightened. The scene suddenly became quiet. She glanced at the people in the circle with cold eyes and said with a cold smile, Do you think it is Chu Nan who affected my mood? No. Neither. You are the ignorant and foolish people. What Chu Nan said is true. He did come here in a Lamborghini. And it was a Lamborghini Poison. Chapter 25, You successfully attracted my attention. Suddenly, the whole box fell silent. Everyone had an expression of shock on their face, and they looked at Qian Sijia in disbelief. I haven't even thought about what Qian Sijia said before. This can't be true. I don't know how many people's legs were trembling, perhaps they would doubt what Wang Mang said. But will Qian Sijia help Chu Nan to tell such a big lie? Zhao Feng was not calm. The mocking smile on his face turned into one of fear and uneasiness. Because she knew Qian Sijia's background. As the daughter of Sifang Pharmaceutical, it was impossible for her to join Chu Nan in making such a boring joke. Miss Qian, are you kidding me? Just based on him. The man was interrupted before he could finish his words. Qian Sijia said coldly, I met Chu Nan in the parking lot. It is true that he drove a Lamborghini Poison. If Chu Nan was lying, do you think I would accompany him in such a boring joke? This. Especially Lu Yashuan, her whole face turned pale in an instant. Looking at Chunan's icy face, her heart couldn't help but feel a pain. Chunan was right. She doesn't understand Chunan. But even so, she accused Chunan of not choosing to believe it and even said such ugly words. I'm afraid this time was the most unfamiliar time she had made the relationship between the two of them. The corners of her mouth trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she felt like there was a stone stuck in her throat and no sound came out. Then, an even more shocking scene happened. Tangyan walked into the box and saw Chu Nansher's face change slightly. He said respectfully, "Boss, why didn't you tell me you were here?" Mr. Tang, Mr. Tang. Zhao Feng cried out in horror. Tangyan, this is the person in charge of Marriott Hotel, someone even he wants to befriend. But such a person was so humble in front of Chunan that he looked like a pawn. The most shocking thing was that Tangyan actually called Chunan boss. This is undoubtedly proven. Chunan is the owner of this hotel. From the beginning to the end, Chunan never boasted again, but they just didn't believe it. Boss, do you want to go to the top floor? Tangyan asked. Chunan shook his head slightly, and said in a cold voice, "No need, I'll leave later." Noticing the look on Chunan's face, he understood that these people were probably targeting their boss before, because the boss was dressed in a low-key manner and it was difficult for ordinary people to think that such a person was the owner of the Marriott Hotel. Yes, I understand. Tangyan didn't say much, closed the door and returned to his post. Chunan glanced around coldly, and all of them couldn't help but shiver under his cold gaze. Their legs were shaking uncontrollably, their faces gradually turned pale, and even those who were drunk before were sobered up by the fright. Everyone, do you believe it now? Chunan said coldly. These people all nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Damn, even the person in charge of the hotel calls you boss, so you have to believe it even if you don't want to. The most confused one was Wang Mang. He knew Chunan's family background as his brother, but even now he knew nothing about his good brother in front of him. The owner of the Marriott Hotel was his brother. This was something he never dared to even think about. What on earth had happened to Chunan that caused such a drastic change? All these things that happened one after another made his brain a little confused. Chunan, I didn't expect you to be the owner of the Marriott Hotel. Everyone was just joking with you just now. Don't take it too seriously. Yes. Yes. Chunan wouldn't really care about such a small matter, right? Look at what you think of Chunan. Chunan is a big boss now, how could he be so narrow-minded? These people put on a different face and apologized to Chunan in a flattering manner. I'm sorry, I really took it seriously. I have something else to do, so I won't chat with you anymore. See you later. Chunan said this and walked out of the box. Those people's faces were burning with pain from being hit. They didn't expect Chunan to be so disrespectful. After seeing his brother leave, Wang Mang followed closely behind. Xian Xijia had no intention of staying and left as well. Not long after the three of them left, Lu Yashuan stood up absent-mindedly, showing a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "I'm sorry, classmates. I'm not feeling well, so I won't stay any longer. Let's meet again next time." Stop, squad leader, it will be so boring if you leave. These people tried to persuade Lu Yashuan to stay again and again, but she saw no point in staying any longer. She looked much more haggard at this moment. Recalling Chunan's cold gaze, Lu Yashuan felt a sharp pain in her heart. She wanted to cry loudly to release her broken emotions. After Lu Yashuan left, Zhao Feng followed closely. Everything that happened this time was completely off track with his plan, and he even began to worry about his own company. His company is just a small company in Huacheng and cannot be compared with the huge industry of Marriott Hotel. It is nothing compared to it. If Chunan really wanted to deal with him, his company would go bankrupt in no time. You know, if the owner of the Marriott Hotel asks for help, there are countless people willing to bite Chunan's favor. After seeing Wang Mang off, Chunan and Xian Xijia went to a park alone. Is there something you want to tell me that made you keep me here? Chunan asked doubtfully. To be honest, he and Xian Xijia were not familiar with each other, and they didn't even have much communication during their college years. As for the two of them walking alone together, although Xian Xijia was indeed a top-notch beauty, the atmosphere was really too awkward. Xian Xijia remained silent, but her beautiful eyes were always staring at him. Chunan felt uncomfortable all over. Finally, they came to a fork in the road and sat down. Xian Xijia finally spoke, "Chunan, who are you?" It was the first time for her to feel this kind of curiosity about the opposite sex. More importantly, there seemed to be some special qualities between the two of them that attracted them to each other. I'm just an ordinary person. A regular guy with billions? Forehead. Shu Nan was suddenly speechless. If people who own billions of assets are ordinary people, then if someone knew what Shu Nan said, I wonder if they would be scolded by everyone. So you kept me here just to make a joke? Shu Nan asked in confusion. Xian Xijia stretched lazily, and the amazing curve attracted passers-by who were walking to stop and stare at the indescribable scale with their eyes wide open. Of course not, I'm just a little curious about you. It's like a dream that an ordinary person who was mediocre in college has become a billionaire. You have successfully attracted my attention. I am really becoming more and more interested in you. Chapter 26, Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining Okamoto. Xian Xijia lifted Shu Nan's chin charmingly, making him look like a gangster uncle. Pa! Shu Nan simply grabbed her wrist and pulled her towards him, their bodies pressed tightly together. You! What are you doing? Xian Xijia's face turned completely red, and she looked at Shu Nan with shame and anger like a frightened kitten and scolded him. Shu Nan did not get angry but smiled meaningfully, his tone drawn out. What am I doing? Isn't this what you asked for? Our beautiful Qian, you are playing with fire by doing this. Although he knew that Xian Xijia's background and origins were not simple, he would not pay special attention to it. He was a man who possessed the system. He knew that the rewards of the system were extremely mysterious and even he did not dare to guess. Sometimes what appears will be far beyond his expectations, and may even not be a product of this era. You, let go. So many people are watching, what are you doing? A mosquito-like voice was heard, and Xian Xijia was as shy as a little girl, with her head buried in her chest. If I had known Shu Nan would be so strong, I wouldn't have joked and teased him before. Xian Xijia had never had such close contact with any man since she was a child. When she felt the hot breath, she suddenly felt a sense of heat rising up. I'll let go if you apologize. Shu Nan said with a smile. Right. I'm sorry. Shu Nan smiled with satisfaction and let go of his hand. Not even a second. Hiss. Shu Nan's face changed drastically and he took a breath of cold air. The pain in his waist made his face twisted. Xian Xijia smiled slyly and raised her chin proudly. Snort. Let you tease me. It will hurt you to death. Rubbing the pinched flesh on his waist, Shu Nan said speechlessly, Can't you afford to play? He. I just can't afford to play. What can you do about it? Xian Xijia smiled playfully. Shu Nan shook his head speechlessly and didn't want to bother with this young lady anymore. Instead of wasting time here, he might as well go back and have a good sleep. Where are you going? Keep walking around. Shu Nan waved his hand and said slowly, You should go shopping by yourself. I'm going to go back and rest. Looking at Shu Nan's back, Xian Xijia stomped her feet in anger. You are such a fool. You are thinking of going home to sleep when you have a beauty like me by your side. You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. However, Xian Xijia began to doubt again. Was she so unattractive that she couldn't even keep Shu Nan? A gleam of brilliance flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she said to herself, Shu Nan, you are really becoming more and more curious. Since the protagonist has already left, there is no need for her to stay here. Along the way, many people wanted to talk to Xian Xijia, but they were all discouraged by her cold temperament. When with Shu Nan, Xian Xijia no longer has that cold temperament and seems like a different person compared to that time. Remorse. Endless regret continues to spread. Lu Yashuan's eyes were completely swollen from crying. How could she be so stupid? What right did she have to question that everything Shu Nan said was false? Recalling that cold gaze, her heart ached. She thought she knew Shu Nan, but in fact, she knew nothing about Shu Nan. I'm afraid Shu Nan has developed a dislike for her this time. She stared at Shu Nan's number on her phone, lost in thought for a long time, biting her lip and hesitating for a long time. Should she make this call or not? If she apologizes to Shu Nan now, there is still a chance to save the situation. But she was afraid of Shu Nan's cold tone. After a long time, Lu Yashuan finally made the call. With a nervous heart, the phone was always dialed. Lu Yashuan's face looked a little ugly. Why didn't she answer? Could it be that Shu Nan had blocked her? Finally, a familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? This indifferent voice once again made Lu Yashwan's delicate body tremble, and a few tears overflowed from her eyes. He stammered for a long time with a hoarse voice, not knowing what to say. "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up," Shu Nan said impatiently. "Don't! Chun Nan, I have something to tell you." Lu Yashwan was really afraid that the phone would be hung up, and then she would not have the chance to apologize. "Shu Nan, I'm sorry I shouldn't have doubted you and questioned you. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it today. I really didn't know everything you said was true. I'm really sorry." Lu Yashwan's voice was still trembling as she spoke these words. She was sobbing and choking back tears, and her eye sockets, which had originally subsided, became swollen again. There was a long silence. Shu Nan sighed and said, "Forget it, I don't really care. It may be because this happened so suddenly that everyone couldn't believe it for a while. It's okay, old class." "Really?" Lu Yashwan asked cautiously. "Yeah." In fact, Shu Nan was quite relieved. He didn't expect that the teacher would actually call in to apologize. This was something he had not expected, but why should she be so worried about his opinion? That sobbing sound just now, was this woman crying? After confirmation, the huge stone in Lu Yashwan's heart slowly fell. "Shu Nan, how did you suddenly become the owner of the Marriott Hotel? This is too unrealistic. Are you some hidden overbearing boss? Domineering president?" Shu Nan didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment. If he had been rich in college, he would probably be even more arrogant than Zhao Feng. "You're overthinking it. I'm just luckier." Shu Nan smiled indifferently. "With better luck, you'll become a billionaire?" Lu Yashwan said in a strange tone. After chatting for a while, Lu Yashwan finally let go of the heavy burden in her heart, and the gap between them was eliminated. The two chatted for more than half an hour, and it was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. Finally, Lu Yashwan hung up the phone reluctantly. Shu Nan also simply washed up and lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. It was already 10 o'clock the next morning. Shu Nan stretched and opened his attribute panel. Host, Shu Nan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Current deposit, 35 million. Transportation, Lamborghini Venom, the electric car of the new era. Personal property, Sky Garden, Mountaintop Villa. Personal property, Marriott Hotels. Marriage, no. Special skills, expert piano talent. Warehouse items, none. Click sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving 10 boxes of Okamoto BYT. Chapter 27, The Evil Rich. What the hell? Shu Nan's face suddenly turned dark. Is this the sign-in thing this time? The system. The system. You are really unexpected. You even have this kind of reward. Looking at the 10 boxes of Okamoto BYT in the system warehouse, he fell into deep thought. It would be fine if this thing was just a sign-in reward, but the point is that he couldn't use it. You know, he had been solo for 21 years. During this period, he never had a romantic relationship. He was a true aristocratic bachelor. MD. System, you are deliberately targeting me. Suddenly, Shu Nan seemed to remember something, and the expression on his face became even uglier. Today seems to be May 20th. And the system's reward just happens to be this. I don't know whether I should say fuck it or not, but I always feel like the system is mocking me. Host, don't get excited. The system has produced an absolutely exquisite product. As for where the exquisite product is, the host needs to experience it personally. Experience? I experience, you big head ghost. Don't you know that I have been a solo artist for more than 20 years? He was so angry at the system that he was speechless. He put all 10 boxes of BYT in the cabinet beside his bed. Just because he didn't need it now didn't mean he wouldn't need it in the future. Does that mean he will remain single forever? He would never believe it even if you kill him. Why am I single when I am rich, pretty and have a good figure? I am right. It's time for me to consider my lifelong affairs. The chairman's office of Sifong Pharmaceutical. Xian Sijia playfully smiled at her father and said affectionately, "My dear Barbie, have you found out anything?" After separating from Shu Nan, she asked her father to investigate Shu Nan. After all, anyone would be curious about how an ordinary classmate had changed over the years. And there are not many people like this who have billions of assets at such a young age. Girl, your father usually ignores you, but now you think of me when you have something to do. Qian Zhanghao said unhappily, but it was nonetheless what he said. After all, she is his own daughter. Naturally, he would not be perfunctory about anything his daughter asked him to do. He was also very curious about the abilities of this young man who acquired the Marriott Hotel. He single-handedly acquired Marriott hotels worth billions. Where did the huge amount of money come from? After taking a look at Chunan's personal information, Xian Zijiao was a little disappointed and said, "That's all?" "Yes, that's all." Xian Zijiao looked depressed. The survey above was completely useless. All the information was about Chunan, whom he knew, who was an ordinary person in college and was fired from a small company. There was no other introduction about him. Your classmate is not a simple person. We can't find any information about the flow of funds behind it. Even the bank has warned us not to investigate this matter anymore. Qian Zhanghao said in a heavy tone. I never thought that there was such a person hidden in my daughter's university. This person's identity is not simple. The company has been in trouble recently. There have been some problems in the research and development of drugs. You should stay in the company to help your father and go out less recently. Qian Zhanghao said earnestly. He is under a lot of pressure sitting in this position, as several other shareholders are eyeing this position. The research and development of this pharmaceutical business is related to whether he can still sit in this position. Once something goes wrong, their Qian family will be doomed. Oh, I understand. Xian Zijiao looked at the tall buildings outside and seemed to be thinking about something. Qian Zhanghao sighed. Once a woman becomes curious about a man, she will get deeper and deeper into the relationship. He never expected that his daughter would be so obsessed with a man. You have to know that your daughter has seldom had contact with the opposite sex since she was a child. Although some rich boys have pursued her, your daughter has never looked at these people straight in the eye. In her opinion, these people were nothing but playboys and were not worthy of her at all. The only thing she didn't expect was that a college classmate who she hadn't seen for many years, and who she had hardly communicated with during school, would actually make her care so much. Moreover, she felt a temperament from Chunan that was attractive enough. It was the first time for her to be attracted to the opposite sex. Chunan, I must dig out your secrets. Boring, so boring. For the first time, Chunan felt that even if he had money, life could still be so boring. As expected, the lives of rich people are simple and unpretentious, and they have to find something to do. I'm too bored at home. I'm tired of playing with my phone and games. Just when he was worried, Zhou just walked in. Boss, take a look at this, you may be interested in it. Zhou handed him a poster. International piano competition? Chunan didn't respond at first. He suddenly remembered that he had expert-level piano talent. This competition is something you can consider. Since you have nothing to do anyway, you might as well take part in it and have some fun. The organizer of this international competition is Master Griffin, a world-renowned pianist. If anyone wins the first prize this time, he or she will have the opportunity to become Master Griffin's apprentice. Zhou explained slowly. Master Griffin? A world-class pianist? This is quite interesting. However, I don't know how big the gap is between myself and this world-class pianist. Expert-level piano talent is a level that only a few people can reach, and there are only 5 such people in the history of piano art. In comparison, Master Griffin is probably not as good as Chunan. This is also because Zhou knew that Chunan could play the piano and was aware of his level, so she told Chunan that she wanted to enjoy the beautiful piano and the touching strings again. Okay, go and sign up for me. Chunan said casually. Zhou hesitated for a moment and asked doubtfully, Boss, do you have a piano certificate? No. Chunan shook his head. Zhou widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. The boss doesn't have a piano certificate? How is this possible? The boss's level is at least at the 8th grade piano level or even higher. The performances of some famous pianists she has seen are not as vivid as Chunan's. If you don't have the certificate, I'm afraid you won't be able to participate. This national competition requires at least an 8th level pianist. Without a certificate, you can't prove your level. Zhou said with some regret. This thing is really troublesome. I'll call and ask later. Chunan dialed the phone impatiently. Hello? Boss, what do you want to talk to me about? Tang asked anxiously in the office. It's nothing. I just want to ask you if you can help me get a piano certificate of at least grade 8 level. Shu Nan asked. Piano certificate? What does the boss want this for? However, this thing is relatively easy to get, especially for someone of Chu Nan's status. It's simple. Boss, if you need it, I will send it to you in 2 days. Tang agreed readily. Okay, nothing more, hanging up. Turning around, Shu Nan said to Zhou Ying, make an appointment first, and then sign up after he gets it in a couple of days. The corners of Zhou Ying's mouth twitched slightly. There is actually such an operation. Damn rich people. Chapter 28, Fraud? 3 days later, the piano certificate was delivered to Chu Nan. Not to mention the high efficiency, Chu Nan originally thought it would take a week, but unexpectedly it was resolved in just 2 or 3 days. It turns out that the life of rich people is so simple and unpretentious, and the saying that money makes the world go round is not wrong. These days, Chu Nan can be said to be possessed by a non-African. All those ultra-thin underwear sets, a set of high-end May, and other messy things are of no use to Chu Nan at all. What he signed in this morning made him even more speechless. A certain penis enlargement pill. Although it was not very useful, Chu Nan still took it. It actually had some effect, and the effect was so surprising that it was a bit surprising. Many gardeners were seen in the villa early in the morning. These people were hired by the property to maintain the flowers and plants in the backyard of the villa. Every once in a while, people would be sent to trim the flowers and plants in the villa, even if no one was living in it. This time, these people did not expect that someone had already moved into this mountaintop villa. Who on earth would be so rich to buy a villa worth hundreds of millions? People are quite curious about the owner of the villa, but some people are more obsessed with the maid in the villa. These rich people really know how to have fun. They even wear maid costumes. I really envy their lives. Of course, the moment Zhou Ying appeared, these people felt even more suffocated, and they felt extremely upset. There is even a beautiful housekeeper. It's sour. Zhou Ying told them a few locations and then started to busy herself with other things. There is a lot of information that needs to be sorted out when registering for an international competition, and one also needs to submit a self-composed piano piece. After he told Chu Nan about this, the other party was speechless. If he hadn't been so idle these days and had nothing to do, he would have firmly refused such a thing and just perfunctorily said a few words to Zhou Ying. There is no need to be too anxious about this song. Chu Nan is the only one in the world who has expert-level piano talent. It is not easy for Zihan to compose a song, so there is no need to be too anxious about this matter. Chu Nan packed up and drove out in his Lamborghini. The deafening roar scared the gardeners in the backyard of the villa. When they saw the cool luxury car, everyone was completely shocked and stared at the person sitting in the car in amazement. Is that person the owner of this mansion? My God, isn't this too young? I estimate him to be in his early 20s. Look at others of his age who live in luxury houses and drive luxury cars, and then look at them. Why? It's really hard to put it into words. Why is the gap between people so big? The roaring sound of explosions was heard while driving on the road, and those people who were originally in a trance were awakened in an instant. Their eyes were focused on the cool luxury car, and everyone opened their mouths wide and took out their phones to record this moment. As for other vehicles, they all made way for them. It was no exaggeration to call such luxury cars road bullies. Any slight bump on them was enough to bankrupt a family. Although there were many rich people in Huacheng, most of them were middle-class families, barely living a comfortable life. It's this Lamborghini Veneno again. The owner of this car comes out every few days. He is so diligent. Could he be going to some club? Damn capitalism. You're so arrogant driving a luxury car. If I gave you a plane, you wouldn't fly into the sky. Road bully. If I could afford this car, I would be more arrogant than this car owner. Although luxury cars are not uncommon in Huacheng, there are not many luxury cars like this one that cost nearly 100 million yuan, or they are limited edition luxury cars. Most of the luxury cars we see on a daily basis are million-level luxury cars, and even luxury cars that cost tens of millions are rarely seen. Some people are envious, some are jealous, and some think that the owner of the car just has a lucky father. It is extremely difficult for people of this age to drive a luxury car. Only a few outstanding men have to work hard for several years to be able to afford a luxury car worth millions. Time passed slowly. For other car owners, it was a torture to drive alongside such a luxury car, for fear that their hands would slip and they would crash into the car. Finally, the traffic light turned green. Chunan stepped on the accelerator, and the explosive roar sounded again. The car disappeared without a trace, and these people finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we got rid of this old man. But not long after he left, at a corner, as Chunan turned, a figure suddenly appeared, and he was so scared that he quickly stepped on the brakes. The old lady lying on the ground wailed in her own voice, "My leg! My leg! Ouch! My leg is broken!" This commotion immediately attracted many people. Chunan quickly got out of the car to check. The old lady hugged his thigh and screamed, "How can you drive like that? Can't you see a living person like me? My leg is broken, and I can't get it healed without 1,000,000 or 800,000. Before the old lady could finish her words, a man ran out from the crowd and pushed Chunan hard. However, this time, not only did he not push Chunan down, the man seemed to be pushing a wall. He took a few steps back, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. The man shouted at Chunan fiercely, "How the hell are you driving? Didn't you see my mother was alive? My mother is in poor health. If anything happens to her, you're screwed." Watching the two of them acting out their own plan, Chunan finally understood that the two had teamed up to commit fraud. Moreover, the old lady suddenly jumped out. Besides, even if he really hit her, she kept shouting that her leg was broken. But there was no skin injury at all. Is this possible? The people around were also pointing fingers at Chunan. Some people who don't like Chunan driving a luxury car have been belittling Chunan by saying that being rich is great and that you can hit people just because you have money. How pitiful this mother and son are. Some people even make a big fuss about a video and then write a slightly exaggerated title and put it on a short video website, which will definitely make it go viral. Are you blind? What are you still doing here? Why don't you send my mother to the hospital? Seeing that Chunan didn't move, the man got angry and yelled at him. Chunan's expression was calm, and he patted the man on the shoulder. "Brother, you two are acting well, I've seen enough, and I think I understand it. I'm afraid you have been eyeing me for a long time, right?" The man shuddered, and a flash of panic flashed in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. He shouted angrily, "What do you mean? My mother and I were acting? It was you who drove the car without paying attention and hit my mother. What? Are you planning on denying it? You look quite rich, but I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. It's really disgusting." Those who were unhappy with Chunan also responded one after another. Yes, yes. Is it so great to be rich? Just because you have money you can hit people? Then what do we need the police for? That's right. Rich people nowadays just rely on their money to do whatever they want. Chapter 29, Too Much Money to Spend. These people didn't see what happened before, they were just joining in the fun. The reason is that they are jealous that Chunan can drive a luxury car at such a young age while they are still struggling to make a living. Chunan was too lazy to pay attention to these clowns, and said to the person in front of him calmly, "Brother, do you know about dashcams?" Dashcam? What is that? I don't care who you are, you can't leave unless you pay me. You drive a luxury car and have plenty of money, so why are you so stingy? If you delay any longer, I'll make you suffer if anything happens to my mother. The man's arrogant attitude did not subside at all. The old woman under the car also covered her head and shouted, "Son! My head hurts. I can't breathe. I feel so uncomfortable." Some people around couldn't stand it anymore, and voices of condemnation were heard again. Can't you send him to the hospital first? If something happens to the old man in this sunny place, can you take responsibility? Sure enough. Rich people are all evil-minded. However, before these people could finish their words, they were shocked by a cold voice. Shut up! Chunan scolded coldly. The cold voice was like a bone scraper, scraping the skin of the people around. These people were also shocked by Chunan's cold gaze. Since you don't know about dashcams, let me tell you. Chunan's cold voice kept echoing in the man's ears. After hearing this, the man's expression became strange and he seemed a little panicked. He was a little skeptical. Is there such a thing nowadays? To be honest, he is a country boy. He is unfamiliar with many things when he first arrived in a big city. He heard that this method can make money, so he asked someone to try it out. This person is not his mother at all, but someone hired by someone. The two of them agreed to split the money from the fraud equally. They waited in the place for a whole morning and finally waited for Chunan to arrive in a luxury car. As for the old lady, she was also bewildered for a moment, and she felt dizzy in the scorching sun. "Stop lying to me. I don't believe your lies. You hit someone," the man said, gritting his teeth. Chunan was too lazy to waste time, so he took out his phone and looked at the two people on the ground and said coldly, "Since you want to continue to entangle, let the police solve it. If you want to make a big deal, you will be the ones to go to jail." "No, no, no. Young man. Don't call the police, I'm fine. I'm fine." The lady lying on the ground turned pale with fright when she heard that she was going to go to jail. She quickly got up from the ground and begged for mercy. The passers-by around were stunned. Didn't this old lady say that her leg was broken? How did he get up again? It seemed like nothing happened. The man saw that something was wrong and ran away while no one was paying attention. As for those people who had condemned Chunan before, they were all dumbfounded. Feeling the strange gazes around them, they lowered their heads and fled in embarrassment. "Young man, please don't call the police. This old woman is just possessed by the devil. Please let me go because I'm old." The old lady was even more frightened when she saw her accomplice escape. She was just an old woman with poor mobility, and even if she wanted to escape, she couldn't beat the young man. However, Chunan did not give her face. This kind of atmosphere must not be tolerated. He still made the call despite the old lady's pleas. As for the accomplice, he believed that the police would be able to find him soon. The old lady collapsed to the ground with a deathly pale face. He regretted it too late. He should not have believed the little bastard earlier. Now it was all over. After the police arrived, the entire process and questioning took nearly another hour. When Chunan arrived at the agreed location, he saw Wang Mang, who looked resentful. He smiled embarrassedly and said, sorry, I'm a little late." Wang Mang was also speechless, pointing to the time on his watch. "You are not just a little late, you are an hour late. You are rich now, you are arrogant." After saying this, Wang Mang sighed heavily. "Harmful. How could I? We've been brothers for so many years, can't you repay me? I was delayed by a scammer on the road." "What? Scam?" Wang Mang was a little surprised. "You are driving a luxury car and someone dares to scam you?" Logically speaking, even professional scammers would not dare to cause trouble for luxury cars of this level. Since others can afford such luxury cars, their backgrounds are not something they can mess with. Chunan was also puzzled. He didn't expect that such a thing as a hit and run would happen to him. He said helplessly, "Don't say it. That person is a weirdo. I told him that I have a dashcam, but he didn't even know what it is." Puff. Wang Mang couldn't help but burst into laughter, wiped the tears from his eyes and said with a smile, "There are really strange things every year, but this year there are more. You can even encounter such a strange thing, so what happened later?" It was even more ridiculous to hear Chunan ignore the old man's pleas for mercy and call the police in front of him. He gave his brother a thumbs up. "I didn't expect that my brother is also a ruthless person." The two were at a snack street near a university. They had often visited this place during their college years. "It's really a dream. How come you became a billionaire in the blink of an eye?" Wang Mang said with a depressed look on his face. Chunan smiled and said, "I'm just lucky." "Just good luck? I also want to be lucky enough to become a billionaire, can you help me?" The two of them ate and talked and laughed, mostly about things that happened during college and recent events. Sudden. Wang Mang showed a lewd smile and said, "Did anything happen between you and the beautiful Chen that day?" Chunan spread his hands. "Nothing happened." Wang Mang looked unconvinced. "Is this true? This is the first time I've seen Miss Chen take the initiative like this. Isn't there something fishy going on between you two?" No. Looking back, it couldn't be called an ambiguous moment. That naughty girl seemed like she hadn't grown up. She's quite quirky. If someone were to be with this girl, I'm sure someone would have a hard time. That's a pity. Wang Mang said regretfully. What's a pity? Are you interested in her? Chunan said indifferently. Who wouldn't be interested in such a beauty? Even if I'm interested in her, the beautiful Qian wouldn't look down on me. You're rich and handsome, a living killer of beautiful girls. Wang Mang said with envy. Chunan sighed with a melancholy look on his face, and said heavily, Don't look at me because I have money, in fact, I also have troubles. What's the problem? I'm too idle at home all day long, and I have too much money to spend. Chapter 30 Encounter with a Psychopath. Fuck. Are you talking human language? I also want to experience a life with more money than I can spend. Wang Mang's chest heaved up and down with anger. If he hadn't held it back, he really wanted to give him a blow on the head. Let him see why the flowers are so red. Just a joke, just a joke. Shu Nan smiled innocently. Wang Mang was speechless. I suspect you are just pretending, and I have evidence. As they talked gradually, Wang Mang's expression became strange. With all the shares of Marriott hotels, he still has 10 school district houses for rent, and they are all in prime locations. Brother, you are not hooking up with some rich woman as the rumors on the internet say. Is this a gift given to you by a 60-year-old rich woman? Wang Mang said strangely. He was not imagining things, this possibility really existed. A few days ago, he saw a joke about a young man in his teens marrying an old lady who was nearly 60 years old. Every time a stack of bills was given, the man gave a reluctant kiss, and the people around him were still cheering. After all, there are all kinds of strange things in this world, and many strange things will happen. For example, just like today's car fraud, anyone with a normal mind would not choose to scratch Shu Nan's car. Shu Nan almost spit out the drink in his mouth after hearing this. His face darkened and he said gloomily, "You've read too many jokes, am I that kind of person? What 60th birthday? How dare you even think about it?" He was speechless. Even if he was poor, he would not be as poor as a 60-year-old rich woman. He should be at least 30 or 40 years old. Cough, cough, cough. He's just a metaphor. Simile. This was not what he had in mind. Besides, Shu Nan was not short of money and did not need to think so much. Who made your life so psychedelic? When you were in college, you were reluctant to go out to sing a song. Now, 2 years have passed and you have become a billionaire. I don't know how you did it. Wang Mang sighed. Shu Nan chuckled, he thought it was all due to his good luck. If it weren't for the system he might still be being humiliated in that crappy company. Compared to ordinary people, my brother's life is pretty good. He works in a good company and has a good salary. In Huacheng, he is considered middle-income earner. Plus, Wang Mang's house is going to be demolished. By then, although this guy's life will not be as good as his own, it won't be much worse. The two chatted for nearly 2 hours before it finally ended. Just when they had paid the bill and were about to leave, a few petite figures suddenly stopped them. Several little girls who looked no more than 18 years old stopped Shu Nan. Their makeup was so clearly visible that ordinary people would be scared when seeing it. Thick foundation and exaggerated eyeliner, and most importantly, a tattoo that looks like a third eye in the middle of her eyebrows. Isn't this a spirited girl? Things like social dance and social quotations are what these young girls are keen on. The most popular thing on the internet recently is the black version. Although Shu Nan had seen it before, he just swiped away without even looking at it. Each of these little girls has almost the same makeup, and they wear strange clothes and look arrogant as if they are queens. Brother, you are so handsome, do you have a girlfriend? If not, can you think of one of us? You stole my heart the moment I saw you. Those spirited girls showed what they thought were charming expressions and flirted with Shu Nan. Shu Nan raised his right eyelid and thought to himself that it was so eye-catching. Where the hell did these gods and monsters come from? Where is my brother? Because Wang Mang looked very ordinary, basically these little girls were not interested in Wang Mang at all. At this time, he was hiding aside and laughing. This funny scene and this picture are so beautiful that I dare not look at them. Little girls, brother is not interested in playing with you. Come back to me when your hair grows out. Shu Nan waved his hand and broke through the encirclement. Shu Nan was originally tall and strong, and because of the genetic potion, his hard body looked like a human-shaped rockery. Those little girls took advantage of the chaos to touch him and became even more reluctant to let go. Oh shit. His abdominal muscles are so obvious. I didn't expect that this guy's abdominal muscles couldn't be seen even under the clothes he was wearing. He actually has such a perfect body under the clothes. It's so addictive. Hey! Don't leave, little brother. Leave me your WeChat for communication. Little brother, if you don't see it with your own eyes, how can you know that we haven't grown up together? Shu Nan, who was far away, was so frightened by these words that he staggered and almost fell to the ground, and he complained helplessly in his heart. Are all young girls nowadays so unrestrained? Are these girls getting too cocky, or am I just not keeping up with the times? These girls are just too aggressive. This was the first time I encountered a mentally ill girl in my life, and I finally understood why those people on the internet have such a big prejudice against mentally ill girls. But who didn't make mistakes when they were young? In a few years, if these little girls see the photos taken at this time, they will probably be shocked. After sending Wang Meng home, Shunan returned to the Sky Garden. Chapter 31, Alive. After returning home, Zhou told him that there were guests visiting. It turned out that he was a staff member of the International Piano Competition. When he arrived at the living room, Shunan saw the staff member, who looked to be in his 50s. Wearing a suit, he exudes a strong artistic atmosphere that comes from being influenced by the artistic environment. But this person's expression was not very pleasant when he saw Shunan. The reason, of course, was that he suspected Shunan's certificate was fake, and this international competition was particularly important. Of course, this also made some miscellaneous people have some thoughts. Since it is a national competition, it is natural to conduct a detailed investigation of the participants. There were nearly 500 contestants participating in the competition in the past few days, but among those they investigated, they found that more than 200 of them held fake certificates. The so-called fake certificates are real, but the level on the certificates is fake. They visited these people one by one to listen to their performances. Basically, the actual level of these so-called 8th level pianists is not even at the professional level, but at amateur level. There are two levels of piano, amateur and expert. Both are from grade 1 to grade 9. The amateur grade 8 level is just the entry level. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the skills are superb, but in the eyes of real people in the circle, they are just entry level and not worthy of being in the upper class. He was indeed a little surprised and shocked from the moment Shunan appeared. Unexpectedly, a young man who looked to be around 20 years old was actually the owner of this villa. This sky garden was also well known in the upper class circles. The price tag of hundreds of millions makes many people give in, but no one expected that the owner of the villa would be such a young man. Zhou Yuanzhou extended his hand with a friendly smile and said, "Hello, Mr. Chu. I am the vice president of the Huacheng Piano Association. You can call me Mr. Zhong." "Hello." Shunan extended his hand politely. However, after touching Shunan's palm, old Zhong's expression changed again, and he became even more skeptical about the level of the young man in front of him. There was no trace of piano practice, his palms were as smooth as those of a newborn baby, and there was not even a trace of calluses on his fingertips. It was as if such a person had never touched a piano. How high could his level be? He even suspected that the level of Mr. Chu in front of him was even lower than that of the people he had met before. As the vice president, Mr. Zhong is very disgusted and despises such people. After stating his purpose, he kept paying attention to Chunan's changes in expression. But the other party's expression did not show any emotion, as if the matter was insignificant, and he looked confident. This made him feel confused. Could it be that his suspicion was wrong? Was this Mr. Chu really capable? Of course, this only eliminated some of Mr. Zhong's opinions. If you really want to know whether Shunan has the level to participate in the international piano competition, you should at least let him listen to one piece of music to see the truth. The three of them came to the piano room, and Mr. Zhong and Zhou Ying stood aside. Mr. Zhong seemed to be somewhat expectant, but Zhou Ying's reaction was far different. She was both expectant and excited. At least in her opinion, Shunan's level would have no problem participating in international competitions. The moment Shunan sat in front of the piano, Mr. Zhong was moved. The temperament that was revealed inadvertently seemed to have only been felt in a few hall-level piano masters. But at such an age, Shunan can't say that he has already reached the level of masters like Griffin. It's not that Mr. Zhong didn't believe it, it's that he couldn't believe it. After practicing the piano for decades, even he had only just reached the entry level of the hall level. If the young man in front of him already had such a level, then all his hard work over the past 10 years was wasted. Even if this were to get out, it would be an extremely absurd thing and no one would believe it. The thoughts of an expert piano talent were constantly organized into notes in his mind, and he closed his eyes and associated himself to create his own song. All the miserable scenes of struggling for life and trying to survive in this city in the past emerged in his mind. Mr. Zhong was not impatient, but more shocked. The temperament revealed by Shunan at this moment was very different from before. The strong artistic influence on him was enough to prove that his level was not the same as those before. He was organizing his thoughts and creating a song that would shock the world. Gradually, he slowly opened his eyes, stopped his thoughts abruptly, and focused all his attention on this song. In order to make a living, for the sake of wives and daughters, money, and status, people are under tremendous pressure and trying their best to survive in this city. The pressure on them is like a mountain. They stand tall and move forward just to gain a foothold and survive in this society. The name of this song is To Live. All the memories of the past came to my mind. His fingertips gently touched the black and white piano. When the beautiful piano sounds and tunes slowly spread throughout the piano room. A pair of white boys' hands are dancing on the piano keys, just like a girl dancing. The baptism of violent storms and the change of melody finally moved Mr. Zhong. Chapter 32. It is not an exaggeration to call him the god of music. The extreme changes in the melody and the aura of a master revealed by Chu Nan completely shocked Mr. Zhong. Mr. Zhong's pupils were trembling, his eyes were wide open, full of shock, and his whole body of nerves were tense. If someone touched Mr. Zhong, they would find that his body was as hard as a rock. Zhou Ying's beautiful eyes were slightly red, and the melody of the song moved people's emotions. The most basic thing an excellent song should do is to move people's emotions. Compared with the songs Chu Nan played casually before, this song was more shocking and impressive. The melody was initially smooth and immature, not giving people too much surprise, and could even be described as ordinary. But later on, the emotional changes followed the melody, like changes in a storm. Finally, Mr. Zhong understood why the original tune seemed so immature. The original melody is like an innocent and simple boy, pure and innocent, without any social polishing. The pure and simple appearance retained is recalled at this moment. Mr. Zhong also seemed to recall his college life long gone, the fights, frolics, and pranks in school. At that time, he was so innocent that he didn't need to worry about life at all. Later on, the melody changed, becoming heavy and revealing some sadness, which was a farewell to university campus life. Then, the violent strings and heavy piano sound struck his heart heavily with every melody played. That was when I first entered society and experienced its cruelty. I was confused and had no goals. The innocence of youth was hit again and again. My high morale was eventually wiped out, and I happily accepted the rules of society like a walking corpse. To the end of the tune. A tear fell from the corner of Mr. Zhong's eyes. Society is cruel. In this song, he saw a powerless boy crawling forward under heavy pressure. His back was already bent, but this was not the posture of a boy who had just entered society. Suffering humiliation time and time again, this beautiful city has an unknown side every night, and the final ending of the melody is sad and thorough. When night falls, countless people release the stress of the day and cry in their rooms, with the images associated with the tune clearly echoing in their minds. Zhou Ying's eyes were already red from crying. This song reminded her of the hard life she had just experienced when she arrived in Huacheng, from being suppressed by her boss to her boss's blasphemous thoughts of taking advantage of her. It was difficult to move forward in this city at the beginning. She didn't know how much she had gone through before she could get to this point. She has always maintained the purest heart in her heart and has not changed with the suppression of society. Of course, the one who truly saved him was Chu Nan. He saw a side of Chu Nan that he had never seen before. Chu Nan does not have the arrogance of a dandy boy, nor the lust of a rich man, and he does not look down on anyone. On the contrary, he looks like an ordinary person. Perhaps this is why Zhou Ying is attracted to Chu Nan. It makes people curious and want to know everything about him. The melody has ended and the sound of the piano has disappeared, but the two of them have not come back to their senses for a long time. Even Chu Nan himself is still recalling the song he had played before. Such music is in no way inferior to the works of any famous pianist in the world today, and even far exceeds their level. This is the terrifying thing about expert-level talent. It only took Chu Nan a moment to create such a heart-stirring song. Once this song is released online, it will instantly ignite a music wave on the entire internet, enough to shake the entire art circle. Tap tap. Hurried footsteps were heard from outside the piano room. The previous piano sound was echoing in the whole villa. Xia Yingyue and the others' eyes were slightly red. It seemed that no one had touched the piano room for a long time. Who is playing the piano? However, when they saw the two people, their hurried steps gradually slowed down, and they looked at Zhou Ying and an old man, both of whom were savoring something for a long time. When they stood at the door and heard the familiar voice, Xia Yingyue covered her red lips with an incredible expression on her face. It's Chu Nan. Chu Nan sat in front of the piano with his back straight, revealing a temperament different from usual, which made people fascinated by him for a moment. These maids had never imagined that the boss who looked ordinary and simple on weekdays actually had such a side to him. Such a perfect man was right before their eyes. After about 3 or 4 minutes, Mr. Zhong and Zhouing came to their senses. Pa 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 pa. Loud and clear applause echoed throughout the piano room. Mr. Zhong's face flushed, full of excitement and excitement. Okay. Okay. I didn't expect that there is such a young talent in Huacheng. He has the shadow of a master at such a young age. All those people before were just good for nothings and can't compare to you, Mr. Chu. It's no exaggeration to call him the god of music. Chapter 33, That is my lost youth. This is not an exaggeration by Mr. Zhong. At least once the song is spread, it will shake the entire music industry. At such a young age, he possesses the temperament of a master craftsman, and even his level and creativity are far superior to those of his peers. He even doubted whether Chu Nan in front of him had been learning piano since he was in his mother's womb. God of music. Zhou Ying's eyes were full of shock. She didn't expect that the old man in front of her would give Chu Nan such a high evaluation. Of course, if people who are familiar with Mr. Zhong knew that he actually gave such a high evaluation to someone, almost no one would believe it, and some would even be shocked when they saw this scene. Mr. Zhong is the most difficult person in the association. He has countless apprentices and students, but no one has ever received his praise. His requirements are extremely strict, which has led to many people leaving Mr. Zhong later. Mr. Zhong is exaggerating. I was just playing it casually. Chu Nan smiled indifferently. The maids behind him all secretly gave a thumbs up. The boss is even better than pretending. Invisible pretense is the most deadly. Of course, this was not Chu Nan's intentional pretense. He was indeed not satisfied with some aspects and always felt that it lacked a bit of charm. Mr. Zhong showed a bitter smile and said, "Just play it casually?" I don't know how many people feel inferior to this casually played song, making them feel like all the skills they have learned for so many years have been wasted. Such exquisite techniques and original music can be said to be unprecedented and unparalleled. Mr. Chu is truly astonishing. I never expected that there is such a young talent like you in Huacheng. Old Zhong exclaimed. The maids behind him all had stars in their eyes and their gazes became particularly fiery. They had never thought that their seemingly cynical boss actually had such a side. The man who could play the piano was so handsome, but a cold look quickly brought them back to their senses. When they met Zhou Ying's eyes, they all left in a panic. The only person they were afraid of was Zhou Ying. Her powerful aura was simply not on the same level as theirs. These girls have been too unrestrained recently. I didn't notice when they came here before. Maybe it's because I'm too obsessed with it. In fact, when Zhou Ying saw the maid's fiery gazes fixed on Chu Nan, she felt more unhappy. She wanted to have him all to herself. Oh my God! How could I have such an idea? Before she knew it, Zhou Ying's pretty face turned red again, and her vision became vague. When Chu Nan's gaze touched her, she immediately lowered her head, feeling even less confident. What's wrong with this woman? Why is your face red? Do you have a fever? This face is as red as a monkey's butt. If Zhou Ying knew what Chu Nan was thinking, she would probably jump up in anger. Mr. Zhong seemed to have something to ask. After hesitating for a long time, he spoke again. I have something to trouble Mr. Chu. I wonder if you can still play one more song for me. He wanted to record this song and let his old friends listen to it. He believed that the expressions on their faces would be very interesting. Chu Nan agreed without thinking. This kind of thing was simple. However, after playing this time, Mr. Zhong's expression became even more varied, with an expression of disbelief. The tune just played was more stable, and the rhythm and melody were more perfect. In just such a short period of time, the level of this song was raised to a higher level. What a terrifying talent this requires. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Chu Nan in front of him is the reincarnation of Beethoven. Afterwards, Mr. Zhong apologized to Chu Nan and expressed his regret for his previous contemptuous attitude. But Chu Nan didn't care. As long as you have the ability, you can slap someone in the face at any time. Why bother arguing? After keeping Mr. Zhong for dinner, he left on his own. After returning, Mr. Zhong found that all his old friends looked unhappy. It was obvious that the level of most contestants was not up to standard. After visiting 50 companies, only a few of them were barely qualified to participate in the competition. These little bastards, they don't have the ability to do this. Why are they joining in the fun? Are they embarrassing themselves by going up there? This is going to tire us old guys out. I'm afraid no one in Huacheng will be favored by Master Griffin in this international competition. Several old fellows sighed heavily. There were countless so-called famous piano masters in Huacheng, but there were only a few who had real talent. In their eyes, those so-called piano masters were just entry-level players. Only those who are truly in the circle know the true level of those people. Old man Zhong, you look so happy this time. How was your visit over there? Li Hongyi noticed the expression on his old friend's face. This old guy would never show this attitude unless he encountered something particularly happy. I visited quite a few of them, and most of them were just fancy shops. But there was one place where I still can't believe that the music was composed by a young man. Given time, it won't be long before even Master Griffin is inferior to this man. Hiss. Old man Zhong actually gave such an evaluation. Even Master Griffin may not be able to surpass the person he mentioned in the future. They are all very curious. Li Hongyi asked curiously, what kind of person is it that can receive such an evaluation from you? Mr. Zhong didn't say much and played the song he had recorded before. In an instant, Li Hongyi, who was sitting on the stool, stood up suddenly. His cloudy eyes became sharp. His pupils suddenly widened and then shrank tightly together. The faces of the others also had an incredible expression. Their old bodies were trembling. They closed their eyes and enjoyed this moment. Images in their minds emerged in front of them, as if those things happened yesterday. When the tune ended, the eyes of several people were already red and tears fell. Great! Great! The memories of the past years seem like they happened yesterday. That was my lost youth. Chapter 34, Reward in Office Building. They had already been immersed in the music, and at this moment they were still savoring it. Gradually they calmed down, and Li Hongyi was the first to speak. Who played this? Is there a pianist of this level in Huacheng? With such exquisite skills and tunes, this person's level is far beyond theirs. There are only 5 people of such level in Huacheng now. But the person playing this piece makes you feel like you are listening to a performance by a legendary master. He now urgently wanted to know who this person was. He had never heard of anyone with such a level in this circle in Huacheng. Hey, don't worry, old manly. Mr. Zhong had a smile on his face as he sorted out Chu Nan's information and handed it over. What? Only 21 years old. Li Hongyi screamed in horror. The old friends around him also looked incredulous and hurried forward. When they saw Chu Nan's age, they took a deep breath. Really 21 years old? Being able to play and compose such classic music at such a young age, it's no wonder that old man Zhong gave such a high evaluation. However, according to the investigation of the data, Chu Nan's certificate was only obtained in the past few days, and it was mostly purchased by using connections. But what does it matter? Mr. Zhong has already visited in person, and this music score is enough to prove that Chu Nan has the ability to participate in international competitions. It's really the young who are to be feared. Several people couldn't help but sigh. Even at their age they cannot compare with Chu Nan. At this age, his future prospects are limitless. Where does Mr. Chu live? I'll go visit him someday. I have to see this young and talented man with my own eyes. Li Hongyi couldn't help asking. Elder Zhong smiled, but revealed an extremely strange expression. You would never have thought that Mr. Chu is actually the owner of the mountaintop villa in the Sky Garden. Li Hongyi and several other old men's pupils suddenly shrank and their faces changed. He is actually the owner of the villa on the top of the mountain? He has such a huge wealth at such an age. You should know that this mountaintop villa is worth hundreds of millions. Why has such a person never been heard of in the circle? It seems that Mr. Chu is no ordinary person. We have never heard of such a young talent. Several people looked at each other in disgust, but they all knew that Chu Nan would definitely be a dark horse that no one expected in this international competition. Maybe we can attract Master Griffin in one fell swoop. I hope he can concentrate on preparing. These people would never imagine how Chu Nan could possibly concentrate on preparation. This game was just a pastime for him. As for him to take it to heart? How is that possible? A good life is waiting for me, and such trivial matters are not worth his worrying about. The next morning, Chu Nan opened the system panel with a nervous mood, muttering to himself. God of the 3 pure ones, please bless me, lousy, please let me produce some good stuff, all I've produced these days is garbage. Okamoto, underwear, and all kinds of miscellaneous things are of no use to him at all, even though they are all top-notch products of the same type. But it has no effect on Chu Nan. With a nervous mood, he clicked the sign-in button. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the T1 office building in the city center square. Please rush to the destination to claim it within 3 days. Hiss. Shu Nan took a deep breath and almost jumped up with excitement. Damn it! Finally, some useful things came out: an office building in the city center square, the price of which was over tens of billions, including the industrial entertainment venues and shops on it, all of which were under Chu Nan's management. In other words, all the rent from these people goes into Chu Nan's pocket. He once asked someone and found out that the monthly rent for that place was 4 or 500,000, and the annual profit from the rent alone would be 6 or 7 million. Moreover, building T1 had a total of 10 floors, and every floor had to be rented. This means that Chu Nan receives as much as 60 to 70 million yuan in rent every year. Why did it seem so familiar to him? Because the company he previously worked for was located in this office building, and the reason he was excited was not because of the rent. This amount of rent was not enough to excite him. Marriott Hotel's annual profit was nearly 200 million yuan, and as time went by, Chu Nan became a little numb to these things. Money may be just a number in his eyes. What excites him is this office building. The total value of this office building exceeds 10 billion, which is far more valuable than the Marriott Hotel. You know, it is in the prosperous center of Flower City. The value of that place will definitely appreciate in the future. As time goes by, it will not be a problem for him to increase the rent. At least from a long-term perspective, the value that this office building will bring to him is far more than enough. Pick it up within 3 days? He couldn't wait to get there, so after a quick wash, he drove out in his electric car. The number of people turning their heads to look at him on the street was almost as high as that of his Lamborghini. Chapter 35, Idiot Public Man. Fuck. Your motorcycle. Oh my god. This car is so cool. I've never seen one like this before. And the sound is so loud. The guy in the car is not bad. Since he looks good, I don't mind chatting with him all night. Sure enough, no matter where he is, even if he doesn't drive a luxury car, Chu Nan is still the coolest guy on the whole street. Of course, there are sour people everywhere, and some people are naturally extremely sour. Some people showed disdain and made sarcastic remarks. Isn't it just a broken motorcycle? What's the big deal? I'll buy one someday. No matter how cool this motorcycle is, it can't protect you from the wind and rain. The owner of the Volkswagen taunted, and felt even more unhappy when he saw the looks from the girls around him, feeling a little jealous. This pretty boy does look good, but so what? How can he compare to him when he drives a shabby motorcycle? However, the man driving the Volkswagen did not know that once Chu Nan was about to sell the car, hundreds or thousands of dollars would be a small amount to buy his Volkswagen. A single technology is priceless, and once it is exposed, all countries will scramble for it. The traffic light turned green, and then a roar accompanied Chu Nan's back as he walked away. Some girls on the street looked at the handsome back with shining eyes, reluctantly leaving. Arriving at the city center, it was still crowded even though today was not a holiday. After parking the car, Chu Nan came downstairs to his office building. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving it. Along with the sound of the system, a few more things appeared in his system warehouse, which were basically some procedures regarding office buildings. On the 3rd floor of this office building is the company where he previously worked. Last time he was just a small employee, but this time when he came back he has become the owner of this office building. Wang Jun, who had just come out of the parking lot, saw the familiar yet unfamiliar figure looking up at the tall building downstairs and felt puzzled. Wait until he comes closer and take a look. Oh shit. Isn't this the guy who was driving the motorcycle before? A disdainful smile appeared on Wang Jun's face. You were doing very well on the road before, right? Now I will completely destroy your glory. Hee, who are these people? They are all standing downstairs. If they didn't look like human beings, I would have thought they were garbage collectors. Wang Jun raised his voice and walked past Chu Nan, glancing at him with contempt. Chu Nan looked at the arrogant Wang Jun as if he were an idiot, with a black question mark expression on his face. Is this guy an idiot? It seemed like I didn't even know him. Was that contemptuous look just now directed at me? He was too lazy to pay attention. In his eyes, this person was just like an ant on the ground. The worlds of the two people were not on the same level at all. But when Wang Jun walked in, he was a little confused. Didn't this kid know that what he just said was directed at him? This kid had no expression on his face and was whistling leisurely. I thought he would rush in angrily and take this opportunity to humiliate the security guard. But what he didn't expect was that Chu Nan simply ignored him. Wang Jun was also a little annoyed about this. Forget it, don't bother with this country bumpkin. Wang Jun touched his Rolex. He spent a lot of effort to buy this watch, and even asked his friends to buy it in installments. But today, by wearing this watch, I can show off in front of my colleagues. Thinking of this, Wang Jun felt happy. Since it is an office building, there is no need for him to stay here. But at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Get on the phone. Hello? Who is this? Hello, is this Mr. Chu? Yes, I am. Hello, Mr. Chu, I am the person in charge of the T1 office building on Honghai Road. I am very sorry to bother you. However, I need you to review and discuss the rent paid by the various businesses here. Is it convenient for you to come over? The person on the other end of the phone asked cautiously. You have to know that the owner of the number he is calling owns an entire office building. This is the first time he has seen such a wealthy person. If you want to buy this entire office building, it will cost at least 2 billion. I wonder if these rich people have nothing to do and would spend 2 billion just to buy this office building. Are 2 billion just numbers in the eyes of these rich people? In the eyes of ordinary rich people, 2 billion is an astronomical figure, but in Chu Nan's eyes, it is just a bunch of data and numbers, and he doesn't need to worry about these things at all. It's okay, I have time. I'm downstairs now. Tell me which floor you are on and I'll go up right away. Chu Nan said word by word. When Pan Ping heard that Chu Nan was downstairs, he shuddered with fear. The big boss was actually downstairs. Is this a surprise inspection? Pan Ping hurriedly asked carefully, then please wait a moment, I will go down to pick you up now. Just as he was about to leave, Chu Nan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Don't bother, I can go in by myself, you just wait at the door. Yes. Pan Ping nodded vigorously. After hanging up the phone, he rushed to the door and waited. The employees were confused when they saw the manager's appearance. Who is this manager in such a hurry to meet? It was the first time they saw the manager look so flustered. Chapter 36, If I regret it, I will lick your shoes clean. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Chu Nan arrived upstairs. The office area on the left is where Pan Ping works. When Pan Ping saw that simple figure at the door, I was a little confused at first. Could this simple outfit be the one for Mr. Chu? He didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly stepped forward and asked tentatively, Excuse me, are you Mr. Chu? Yes, I am. Chu Nan nodded. After confirmation, Pan Ping couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not underestimate the other party before, otherwise if he offended the big boss in front of him, his future would be over. Pan Ping led Chu Nan to the office area, and the people around them looked at the manager with some surprise. That fawning smile seemed to be trying to please the other party. These people had never seen the manager treat anyone in this way. Even the company owners and shop owners downstairs had to be in awe of the manager. Moreover, this young man looked ordinary and his clothes were very cheap, although these people were ordinary wage earners. However, she still pays special attention to her dressing style, and the clothes she wears are all from famous trendy brands on the internet. Could this be a low-key wealthy person? After inviting Chu Nan into the office, Pan Ping took the cup and prepared to make tea for Chu Nan. He didn't dare to neglect such a person for fear of making the other party unhappy. Wang Jun, who had just come out of the toilet, walked out with a happy face, looking at the Rolex on his hand with a proud expression. As soon as he arrived at the company, many people noticed the Rolex in his hand. That greatly satisfied his vanity, and he even had sex with a female employee in the toilet just now. Brother Wang, the manager's report has been sorted out for you. Be careful when you go in. The manager just invited a big shot. His younger brother in the company whispered. Big shot? What big shot? Wang Jun looked confused. When I learned that even the manager had to please the other party, I couldn't help but be shocked. Who is the manager? All the shop owners in this building have to please the manager. Who is that person? Even the manager has to be in awe of him. Wang Jun came to the manager's office with the report and opened the door carefully, but when he saw Chu Nan, his face changed instantly. It's you? Why are you here? Wang Jun looked incredulous when he saw Chu Nan. Could it be that he is the big shot that the manager invited? But Wang Jun quickly dismissed this idea. How could this guy be the distinguished guest invited by the manager? His shabby appearance is simply disgusting, and even the air in the office exudes a foul smell. This guy must have sneaked in. Why can't I be here? Chu Nan smiled meaningfully. It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet. I didn't expect to meet this idiot again in this place. Looking at the document in his hand, he should be an employee working here. Snort. You are still pretending here. Did you get this position? Don't think I don't know. You actually dared to sneak into the manager's office. I think you wanted to steal something. Wang Jun looked as if he had suddenly realized something, as if he was sure of victory. He absolutely did not believe that the poor boy in front of him was the big shot in the manager's eyes. Stealing? Didn't your manager tell you that I was his guest? Chu Nan's face was not very good at this time. What he hated most was that others put a stigma on his head. There is no doubt that Wang Jun was on the verge of death at this time, but he seemed to have not realized the seriousness of the matter and continued to speak. Bah! Wang Jun's face was full of contempt and disgust. He looked at Chu Nan as if he was looking at garbage in the sewer, and said disdainfully, "Don't you even look at yourself? You deserve it? Are you worthy enough to be our manager's guest? Everyone in this building is flattering our manager. Even the bosses have to give our manager face." Chu Nan's face turned completely dark, and he said in a low voice, "Don't regret what you said later." Regret? Wang Jun's disdain grew even stronger, and he said arrogantly, "If I regret it, I will lick your shoes clean. Do you really think you are a big shot? Get out of here now, don't force me to call security." Just at this moment Pan Ping brought in the brewed tea, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he was so scared that he couldn't even hold the cup in his hand, and his legs trembled. "Wang Jun! What are you doing?" Pan Ping roared angrily like an angry lion. Wang Jun was also startled by the unexpected voice. When he saw the manager, he showed joy on his face, but he didn't understand the situation in front of him. I actually thought that the manager was so angry because of Chu Nan, a stranger in the office. "Manager, you're finally back. This guy broke into your office with the intention of stealing something. I'm kicking him out right now." As soon as he finished speaking, Pan Ping kicked him and roared angrily. "If you want to die, don't take me with you." Chapter 37, Chu Nan. Why are you here? Pan Ping was both terrified and angry, and the cold sweat on his forehead was as big as beans. "I was only out for a short while and this happened. Is this guy an idiot? Anyone with a little bit of common sense would not think that someone could sneak into his office under so many eyes. Is Wang Jun's brain in a mess today?" Although he usually has high hopes for this kid, he absolutely cannot tolerate it since he offended Chu Nan this time. "Manager Pan, your employees are quite interesting. I think I'd better not stay any longer. If I sit here, I'm afraid I'll dirty your office." Chu Nan smiled jokingly. "Standing up means leaving." Pan Ping was even more panicked, and hurriedly stopped him, apologizing non-stop. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, it's my fault for not disciplining him properly, I'm going to let him go now." Wang Jun was still confused when he fell to the ground. Until he heard that the manager wanted to fire him, he begged for mercy. "Manager. Manager. You can't fire me. I am very dedicated to my work. If you fire me, how am I going to live?" Wang Ping almost knelt on the ground and kowtowed. He really didn't expect that this ordinary Chu Nan was actually the distinguished guest invited by the manager. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have dared to mock Chu Nan even if he had 10 times the courage. If he were fired, his life would be basically miserable as he had to pay back his car loan, mortgage, and the Rolex he bought in installments every month. Get lost. You still want to stay here after offending Mr. Chu? Get out of here right now. Security guard. Soon the security guard ran in, and Wang Jun was dragged out like a dog. Manager. Manager. Please just give me one more chance. Manager. The staff around also looked at each other in shock. What happened? Why was Wang Jun dragged away by the security guard? You know, Wang Jun and the manager usually have a good relationship. The two are even often seen eating together. Wang Jun's younger brother was also confused, and he quickly came forward and asked in panic, "Brother Wang, what's wrong with you? Why are you so embarrassed?" You have to know that he offended a lot of people here by relying on his relationship with Wang Jun. Wang Jun is an old employee of the company and has a special relationship with the manager, so no one wants to offend him. If something happened to Wang Jun, he wouldn't be able to stay here anymore. Wang Jun's eyes were dull, and he smiled miserably. He said weakly, "I was fired by the manager." Ah. The atmosphere in the office was a little tense. Both of them were silent, but Chu Nan's powerful aura made Pan Ping feel a little breathless. Pan Ping stood aside in fear, his back covered in cold sweat. At this moment, he didn't even dare to breathe. Chu Nan, who remained silent, sighed deeply. "Forget it, let's just leave it at that. Give me the rental reports of each business. Call." Pan Ping finally put down the heavy stone in his heart and hurriedly searched for the document in the pile of files. After about a minute, he handed the document to Chu Nan. "I looked at the rents, and most of them are around 500,000, with a few being between 600,000 and 700,000. The contracts of most of these people are about to expire. Moreover, the rent is paid on an annual basis, and this wave of rent collection will start at least 50 or 60 million yuan, or even more." If it were in the past, Chu Nan's heart would have been beating wildly with excitement, but now there was no fluctuation on his face, as if he had become numb. Now, the money is just a number in his eyes. Which of these people need to renew their lease? Chu Nan couldn't help but ask. Basically, the contracts of these people are about to expire, and the issue of renewal is the key now. "Most people renewed their leases," said Pan Ping. "How long will the lease be renewed for?" "Some want to renew their leases for 5 years, some for 3 years, and 2 for 1 year." Pan Ping handed the other set of information to Chu Nan. All of this contains information about people who rent office buildings. Some use them as companies, while others use them as entertainment venues. Chu Nan directly rejected the 2 one-year lease renewals. 1 year was too short a renewal period, and if they wanted to benefit both parties, the best way would be to renew the lease for a longer period of time, which would be beneficial to the development of both parties. Although Chu Nan is not short of money, he never does business at a loss. Some companies plan for long-term development and so they rent for a longer period of time. Contact these two who have rented for 1 year. I need to communicate with them about this issue. Chu Nan said slowly. Pan Ping quickly dialed the number of the two people. After answering the call, the two people stopped working and ran up. One of these two people is in the beverage business and the other one runs a small company. However, what is strange is that this small company does not plan to lease the property for a long time. In previous years, it has renewed its lease year by year. In less than 5 minutes, the two of them walked in. The moment one of them saw Chu Nan, his pupils shrank, and he looked incredulous and shouted in disbelief, "Chu Nan, why are you here?" Chapter 38, Lu Yashuan's Invitation. "Tang He? Why is it you?" Chu Nan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet someone from his previous workplace. But why is Tang He responsible for this lease renewal? It turns out that Mr. Tang knows Mr. Chu. Pan Ping was a little surprised. Tang He is the head of a branch company, and this lease renewal was done according to his ideas. Tang He smiled indifferently. Manager Pan may not know that Chu Nan was an employee of our company before, but was fired by the company's previous leader because of some previous conflicts. What? Mr. Chu has worked at Tang He's workplace. And he was removed? Pan Ping was incredulous. He knew what kind of person Chu Nan was. How could the owner of this office building, a mere head of a branch, dare to fire Chu Nan? Oh my God. The world has changed. Or maybe the previous head of this branch was too arrogant and dared to fire such a big shot. What a ruthless person. Tang He did not notice the expression on Pan Ping's face, but instead looked at Chu Nan in surprise. I haven't seen you for so long. Why do I feel like you've grown taller? Tang He looked doubtful about his life. Before, when the two of them stood together, they looked no different. But this time, Chu Nan was a head taller than him. If Chu Nan hadn't been wearing flat shoes, he would really suspect that the other person had put insoles in his shoes to increase his height. I've been taking a lot of supplements recently. Chu Nan smiled. Tang He was one of the few friends he had in his previous company. The two had a good relationship. When he first joined the company, Tang He often helped him. It turned out that after the fat guy was fired, Tang He was responsible for managing the branch company here. Of course, even Chu Nan did not expect that the people from the head office would actually let him be in charge of management. By the way, why are you here? Tang He asked puzzledly. However, before Chu Nan could speak, Pan Ping took the lead and said with a smile, Mr. Tang, don't you know? Mr. Chu is the owner of this office building. In other words, he is your landlord. Puff. Tang He, who had just taken a sip of water, couldn't hold it back and spit it out. He widened his eyes in disbelief and shouted in horror, "What did you say? This office building belongs to Chu Nan? How is this possible?" He knew what kind of person Chu Nan was. Since he graduated from college and joined the company, this guy had lived a very frugal life. Sometimes he was even reluctant to go to company dinners on a AA basis, and he was often bullied by his superiors. Even the commission that should have belonged to him went into his boss's pocket. If Chu Nan was really the owner of this office building, then why would he have endured it for so long? His eyes couldn't help but look towards Chu Nan, only to see Chu Nan looking at him and nodding. Hiss. Only then did he take a deep breath. All of this was real. Fuck. You're so awesome. Since you are the owner of this office building, why did you put up with that fat guy for so long? He can get out of here with just one word from you. Tang He didn't understand why Chu Nan had to put up with that fat guy since he had such strength. Chu Nan smiled helplessly. We only got this building recently, but who do you think was responsible for the sudden expulsion of that fat guy? Suddenly. Tang He understood when he saw the meaningful smile. No wonder that fat guy was fired without any warning. It turned out that it was Chu Nan who did it. You are such a hidden talent, kid. Tang He patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Chu Nan also smiled in response. However, the other person just sat aside with an awkward look on his face. Since they were acquaintances, he had no time to interrupt. Fortunately, they got to the point after a while. When they learned that it was a question of lease renewal, they both fell silent. 1 year is indeed a bit short for lease renewal. Tang He can report it to his superiors without any difficulty, but the other one looks unhappy. After a long silence, Tang He said in a deep voice, "That's no problem. I can report it to the higher-ups. The reason I renewed the lease for another year was because I didn't see the owner. But I didn't expect that the owner is you, so there's nothing to worry about. The head office originally planned to develop in this place for a long time, so it wouldn't be a big problem even if the lease was renewed for a longer period of time." Tang He solved the problem, but the other person was a little embarrassed. The man glanced at Chu Nan, sighed deeply and said, "If that's the case, then I won't renew the contract. I'll move out after the contract ends." This man had been hesitating whether to renew his lease. In recent years, the business in his store has been getting worse day by day, and there are fewer people coming than usual. The shipment volume and order volume have been declining in a curve compared to the past. This location is good and has a lot of traffic. He originally wanted to try it for another year, but now the other party's 1-year lease period is too short, and the rent may be increased, so he gave up the idea. Chu Nan did not try to persuade him to stay. Originally, this kind of cooperation would be beneficial to both parties in the long run. Although there would be no loss for him in the short term, he still needed to think from a long-term perspective. After that person left first, Tang He and Chu Nan chatted for a while and then returned to the company. "Mr. Chu, the rent will be deposited into your account within 3 days. The total amount is 89 million. Pan Pingla said slowly. Chu Nan nodded, not showing any emotion when he heard such a number. Pan Ping secretly sighed, he is worthy of being a big boss. There was no movement at all. After he left and went downstairs, a call came in on his cell phone. As soon as I answered the phone, I heard that familiar voice. "Hey, Chu Nan, do you have time today?" Lu Yashwan said nervously. "Yes, I have. In that case, why don't you come to my company to find me? I'll treat you to a meal as an apology." "Squad leader, you are too polite." "Actually, it was nothing. Didn't you apologize to me later? How can this be? Besides, we didn't have a good talk at that time. Why do I feel like you are so reluctant to see me?" Lu Yashwan said resentfully. Chu Nan quickly responded, "No. No. Since you, squad leader, have invited me so kindly, I won't be polite. Where is your company address?" After getting the company address, Lu Yashwan hung up the phone, and Chu Nan got on his car and headed to his destination. Chapter 39, Take Me With You at Night. Lu Yashwan works in the company's finance department. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, she stared at the time on the clock and packed up her things immediately when it was time to get off work. The people around looked at Lu Yashwan suspiciously, who was behaving strangely, and asked, "Sister Lu, why are you in such a hurry to leave today? You don't seem to be so anxious on weekdays." Lu Yashwan smiled sweetly and said shyly, "I have an appointment." The expressions on the faces of the colleagues around him changed slightly, and they smiled wickedly. Sister Lu actually also makes appointments with people, men or women? You know, there are quite a few people in this company who have a crush on Lu Yashwan. Most of these people have pursued her, but it seems that Lu Yashwan doesn't care about the daily necessities of life. The whole person was like an iceberg, and those people eventually gave up in frustration and disgrace. They never expected that Sister Lu, who was usually as cold as an iceberg, would actually act like a little girl. Could it be that Sister Lu already has someone she likes? Lu Yashwan's pretty face turned slightly red, and she said shyly, "A man." Hiss. The pupils of the colleagues around her shrank slightly. It was obvious from this look that the other person had already been taken. After Lu Yashwan packed up and left, everyone else began to discuss in low voices. Look at Sister Lu's expression. It's obvious that man probably holds a special place in her heart. I didn't expect that the beautiful lady in our company has already been taken. I wonder how many people in the subsidiary are going to be heartbroken now. But Manager Liang seems to be interested in Sister Lu as well. If he knew about this. The discussions gradually died down. Lu Yashwan walked out of the elevator with a sweet smile on her face. This was her first date with Chu Nan. But suddenly a figure blocked her way. When she saw the person in front of her, her face didn't look very good. Manager Liang's obscene smile gave Lu Yashwan a chill, but this guy actually thought he was very handsome and lifted his hair and handed a bouquet of flowers to the beauty in front of him. He said softly, "Yashwan, be my girlfriend. I have liked you for a long time. You should be able to see my sincerity." Lu Yashwan's brows were tightly furrowed. Manager Liang looked at her chest from time to time while showing his true feelings. It was really disgusting. After all, Lu Yashwan was the manager of the company, so she couldn't curse him. She could only politely refuse, "I'm sorry, Manager Liang, I already have a boyfriend, and my boyfriend will be here soon. Please don't bother me anymore." Boyfriend? Whether it was Manager Liang or other men in the company, everyone widened their eyes and suddenly had difficulty breathing. There are countless people in this company who are in love with Lu Yashwan and regard her as a goddess. They all have a secret crush on her in their hearts. But now, their goddess actually admitted to their faces that she has a boyfriend. Their hearts hurt so much. Damn it! Who on earth stole our goddess? 555555 My goddess is in love. I don't believe in love anymore. Mom, I'm heartbroken. Looks like I need my sister to comfort me today. Fuck. You scumbag. Have some shame. If you need someone, take me with you tonight. I have to say that there are quite a lot of talented people in this company, and each of them speaks nicely and interestingly. Manager Liang gave an ugly smile. "Yashwan, you are lying, right? You are embarrassed to reject me, so you lied to me that you have a boyfriend, right? It's okay, it's okay. I can wait until the day I can move you." Lu Yashwan felt more and more disgusted, and every time she saw that obscene look, she felt nauseous. Her tone became a little cold and she said slowly, "Manager Liang, I'm not kidding you. My boyfriend will be here soon. You should give these flowers to someone else." This domineering scene made many people take a deep breath. Manager Liang is a veteran in the company. Most new employees don't dare to offend him. In addition, some female new employees in the company have been harassed by him in the past. This guy is a real pervert. Manager Liang's face flushed and gradually became gloomy. Being rejected 3 or 5 times had worn out his patience. He didn't expect that this little girl would be so arrogant and not give him face several times, and even embarrass him in public. "Ha, I want to see what kind of person your boyfriend is." Manager Liang laughed coldly, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lu Yashwan was no longer as infatuated as before. Lu Yashwan was too lazy to pay attention to him. She took out her phone and called Chu Nan. "Hey, where have you been?" "Wait a moment, I'll be there soon. There's a bit of traffic at the last traffic light, please wait for me." "Well, I'll wait for you at the company gate." Her mood gradually improved when she heard Chu Nan's voice, but Manager Liang behind her had a terribly gloomy expression on his face. It was a man's voice. Moreover, he had never seen Lu Yashwan smile so sweetly because of someone. For a moment, jealousy burned in his heart. Who could actually win Lu Yashwan's favor? As for the others, when they heard the voice on the phone, they all lowered their heads in dejection, as if there were sounds of broken hearts. Their goddess was really abducted. Chapter 40, You Are Just a Toad. I'll want to see what your boyfriend looks like then. Manager Liang muttered to himself grimly. Not long after, a man in simple clothes riding a cool motorcycle parked his car at the door. When seeing this, Lu Yashwan's face was filled with a happy smile, and everyone who saw this scene cried out helplessly in their hearts that God was unfair. It would be fine if Lu Yashwan's boyfriend was better than them, but the man in front of her was not even as good as them. A cheap outfit, except for the motorcycle underneath, which is quite attractive, the rest is just ordinary. However, most of these people ignored Chunan's height and appearance. Whenever he stood there, the men passing by lowered their heads in shame. It's just jealousy after all. They didn't understand why their beloved goddess actually liked such an ordinary man. Looking at the sweet smile on that face, everyone felt a pain in their hearts. Before Chunan could react, Lu Yashwan walked up to him and took his arm. Such an action confused Chunan. What was going on? At this time, Liao Yashwan's pretty face was slightly red, which added a little more charm than usual and made people feel excited. As for Manager Liang, he looked at the two of them sinisterly, gritted his teeth, and clenched his fists. Lu Yashwan. Lu Yashwan. So in your eyes, this manager is not as good as a poor boy? At this moment, Manager Liang felt extremely humiliated, and he became even more furious when he saw the two people being intimate. He walked forward, suppressed the anger on his face, and said sarcastically, Yashwan, is this your boyfriend? Boyfriend? Chunan was also stunned. When did he become Lu Yashwan's boyfriend? Looking at Lu Yashwan's pleading eyes, he understood that it must be the obscene man in front of him who was harassing Lu Yashwan. Manager Liang, please don't call me so intimately. We are not that familiar with each other, so as to avoid causing my boyfriend to misunderstand. Lu Yashwan said in a cold tone. Her temperament was like a piece of 1,000-year-old ice. It was as if she was not the same person at all when she was with Chunan. Manager Liang sneered obscurely, looked at Chunan with disdain in his eyes, and said in a strange tone, I believe your boyfriend should not be so narrow-minded. He can't even tolerate a little opposite sex around him. It can only be said that he is not mature enough. Chunan stepped forward, looking down at Manager Liang in front of him, and raised his voice and said, Of course I am not so narrow-minded, of course, the premise is that she is a friend of the opposite sex, not a toad like you. Rely? Toad? Everyone around widened their eyes and looked at Chunan in disbelief. Oh shit. Are we going to start a war right away? The goddess boyfriend is also a ruthless man, but Manager Liang seems to have some connections in the underworld. I'm afraid that Manager Liang's boyfriend will be in danger after today. Manager Liang's expression froze. After a while, he roared angrily in frustration, You little bastard. Who the hell are you calling the toad? Whoever admits it will be told. Phew. Someone laughed out loud and quickly covered his mouth. Manager Liang glanced around coldly and suddenly sneered, Lu Yashwan, I thought your boyfriend was some kind of rubbish, but he's just this kind of trash? Cheap clothes and a broken motorcycle? In this flower city, people like this live the lowest level of life. You are really blind. At the same time, he shifted his gaze to Chunan and said disdainfully, Boy, do you think you can give her a future? If you know what's best for you, get out of here. I'll give you 100,000 yuan to leave Lu Yashwan. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Manager Liang threatened in a grim tone. Lu Yashwan's face turned completely dark, and she said coldly, Liang Chao. I call you manager because you are my boss. I know what kind of person my boyfriend is, but what kind of person are you? You have no right to judge my boyfriend. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're handsome? Rich? A lot of money? I'm sorry, you are not comparable to Chunan in any way. Even if all the men in the world were dead, even if I were blind, I would not fall in love with you. In my eyes, you are really like a toad. Finally, the once tough squad leader came back, and a smile appeared on Chunan's face. TSK. This familiar smell, this is the squad leader he knows. If Lu Yashwan just swallowed her anger like this, he would doubt whether the person in front of him was the class monitor he knew in college. Fierce? Everyone around was completely dumbfounded. They had never seen such a fierce Lu Yashwan before. They had never even thought that their goddess had such a side to her. It's really an eye-opener. You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. You. Liang Chao's face turned pale with anger and he pointed at Lu Yashwan in front of him with trembling fingers. He couldn't help but stretch out a palm and hit Lu Yashwan in the face. Bang! However, before he could deliver the slap, Shunan grabbed his hand, gave him a firm and gentle push, and the enormous force caused his center of gravity to shift and he fell to the ground. Chapter 41, Lu Yashuan's Concerns. Liang Chao fell to the ground and howled like a wolf. The people around looked at each other in shock. Although the goddess is strong, she is a company employee after all, and Liang Chao is the manager. If they fall out, will the goddess still be able to stay in the company? At once, more people had opinions about Shunan. In their opinion, Shunan had ruined Lu Yashuan's future, and her future days would probably be difficult. As a boyfriend, he doesn't even consider these things, which is really childish. How could a goddess fall in love with such a guy? In fact, these people are more jealous of Shunan. Ouch! How dare you push me? Just wait for me. Liang Chao covered his aching buttocks and screamed with a red face. It was so embarrassing that I was suppressed by a young boy. However, Shunan only responded with 2 words. Stupid. Then he got into the car without looking back. As for Lu Yashuan, she sat in the back seat and hugged Shunan's waist. Don't leave if you dare. Are you still a man? You wimp. But no matter how Liang Chao cursed, the two would not pay any attention to him. Watching the two of them leave, Liang Chao's eyes turned extremely resentful, and he whispered in a grim tone, Lu Yashuan, I will make you regret it. And that little jerk, I will make you see with your own eyes how I play with your woman. Then he made a phone call. Hey, brother Hu, I need a favor from you. After hanging up the phone, Liang Chao showed a sinister smile, and no one knew what he was planning. The two of them remained silent along the way, and only when they reached their destination did Lu Yashuan reveal a bitter smile. It seems like I won't be able to keep my job this time. Liang Chao is the manager of the company after all and has the right to fire her. Moreover, they have completely fallen out with each other now, so it would be easy for the other party to trick her. Because of that guy? Well, he is the manager of the company after all. Even if he doesn't fire me, the news will have a lot of impact on the company. Even if I don't want to leave, the company's top management probably won't agree. Lu Yashuan has been working here for more than a year, and she would be reluctant to leave him. Don't worry, you won't be fired. Shunan smiled. Lu Yashuan looked at him doubtfully and said, How can you be sure that I won't be fired? Shunan showed a meaningful smile and said, Leave it to me. After hearing this, Lu Yashuan couldn't help but feel a little moved, and secretly said in her heart, the straight man finally started to use his brain. The place Lu Yashuan agreed to meet was a high-end steak restaurant. A meal for these two people would probably cost her half a month's salary. It was impossible for her to not feel bad. But after all, it was her fault last time, and it was also his and Shunana's first date. When they arrived at the restaurant, the two sat down at the reserved seats. There didn't seem to be many people in the restaurant, but for a high-end steak restaurant like this, there were only a few reservations available each day. If it were an ordinary day, Lu Yashuan would just solve the problem with a simple meal of spicy hot pot. As soon as she sat down, Lu Yashuan couldn't help but ask curiously, You said you are a billionaire, worth billions, but you drive a motorcycle and wear simple clothes. Who would think you are a billionaire on the street? Shunan waved his hand and smiled, Billionaire, those are just empty titles. It's better to be low-key. It's much better to be free like I am now. And mine isn't a motorcycle, it's electric. Lu Yashuan widened her beautiful eyes and said in disbelief, Electric car? Are you kidding me? I've only seen this cool two-wheeler, and the sound it makes is just as loud as a sports car. You told me it's an electric car? It's not that she believes it, but everything is too unbelievable. Even if she tells it to others, they may not believe it. Seeing that Lu Yashuan didn't believe it, Shunan didn't say much. Anyway, this thing was not a product of this world, and it would be better to keep a low profile if it wasn't exposed. In the restaurant, several eyes were cast towards the two of them, and of course most of the eyes were focused on Lu Yashuan. Anyone who sees a stunning beauty like Lu Yashuan would be moved. Even in the car, when Shunan felt the softness and trembling of her back, he felt a surge of desire in his heart. Is this a human? Can you bear it? With the beautiful music in the restaurant, the atmosphere gradually became more lively. It has to be said that expensive places have their reasons for being expensive. Whether it is the atmosphere, the environment of the restaurant or the beef they claim to be worthy of such a price. You were so frugal in college. I didn't expect that you've changed so much after just a few years. Lu Yashuan's pretty face was slightly red, and she was obviously a little drunk from the red wine, but there seemed to be something strange in her tone, revealing a sense of inferiority. In fact, it is true. The current Chu Nan is too outstanding and worth billions. If it were the Chu Nan of the past, she might not have this feeling. Is Chu Nan really worthy of her now? Lu Yashuan asked herself this question, and felt even more worried. Chapter 42, Why not take something that's given away for free? Just at this moment, the waiter in the restaurant came up with a bottle of red wine. This bottle of red wine is very valuable, costing 2,000 to 3,000 yuan each. Lu Yashuan was also confused. It seemed that the two of them did not order any red wine, but why did the waiter walk towards them? Ma'am, your wine. The waiter placed the wine on the table politely. Lu Yashuan asked with a puzzled look on her face, Did you make a mistake? I don't think I asked for red wine. The waiter smiled and pointed to the well-dressed man at another table. He looked at Lu Yashuan and smiled appropriately. This wine is given to you by Master Li. Master Li said that fine wine should be paired with beautiful women. The corners of Chu Nan's mouth twitched slightly. Fine wine should be paired with a beautiful woman. Young man, you've watched too many cheesy videos. Lu Yashuan was a little embarrassed for a moment, and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I don't know him, why don't you send the wine back? The waiter was in a dilemma. This Mr. Li was of great influence. If this matter was not done, he would be in trouble too. Ma'am, Mr. Li means well, and he has already paid for the wine. Why don't you just accept it as a friend? The waitress' tone sounded pleading. This made Lu Yashuan feel a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything. Chu Nan on the side took the red wine and opened it directly with a corkscrew. Hey! What are you doing? Lu Yashuan said anxiously. Chu Nan chuckled and said nonchalantly, Just accept it if someone gives it to you out of kindness. If you don't accept it, this guy will probably get in trouble. After all, why not accept something that doesn't cost money? This is also a kind gesture from others, so just accept it for free. As he spoke, he waved towards Li Xiao's seat and said thank you. Why not want something that's given away for free? It was obvious that Mr. Li's expression turned ugly in an instant. He gave this red wine to the beautiful lady, not to such a little punk. Oh shit. Why would such a beautiful woman be with such a poor boy? Li Xiao lowered his head and his face was so dark that it seemed as if ink was about to drip out. Seeing this, Lu Yashuan had no choice but to accept it with pleasure. Not to mention that this high-end red wine tasted different. She glared at Chu Nan fiercely and whispered, Don't be so presumptuous next time. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The waiter on the side was a little dumbfounded. The boyfriend of this beautiful woman was really weird. Instead of getting angry when his girlfriend was flirted with by another man, he accepted the other man's kindness. Why on earth did this beauty fall for such a weirdo? With doubts and confusion in his heart, the waiter slowly walked away. Anyway, this matter was none of his business. He also successfully completed the task assigned to him by Li Xiao. Since he had already delivered it, it shouldn't be difficult for himself. It's all thanks to you, a beautiful lady. I guess Mr. Li has taken a fancy to you. You know what, this high-end red wine tastes different. Chu Nan didn't seem to care at all. Lu Yashuan was really angry and amused by what she saw, and in the end she could only sigh helplessly in her heart. When will this straight guy see through her thoughts? He doesn't really want me to confess to him actively, does he? Could it be that Chu Nan doesn't like this? Lu Yashuan is very confident about her figure and appearance, but why is it that in Chu Nan's eyes, her advantages seem to be non-existent? This situation made her a little disappointed. In fact, it is not like that, but Chu Nan does not have any other thoughts about Lu Yashuan at the moment, they are just old classmates. Of course, he didn't know that his old squad leader had been interested in him since college. If one day Lu Yashuan really confessed to Chu Nan in person, Chu Nan would probably be so scared that his jaw would drop to the ground. About half an hour later, the two of them had finished the bottle of wine. Chu Nan didn't have any problem because the genetic potion had transformed his body. Even if he drank hundreds of bottles of beer, he probably wouldn't get drunk. As for Lu Yashuan, her entire face was completely red, and her blurry eyes were so beautiful that no man could bear it. Only Chu Nan, this weirdo, didn't show any emotion at all. Otherwise, if Chu Nan had some reaction in the car before, I wonder if people would really have misunderstood him as having problems with his sexual orientation. Lu Yashuan lay on the table and seemed to be completely drunk, mumbling something. Chu Nan pushed Lu Yashuan, but she didn't seem to respond at all, which gave him a headache. It would be fine if Lu Yashuan was drunk, but the key point was that Chu Nan didn't know where she lived and had no way of sending her back. How about finding a hotel nearby and letting her sleep there for the night? Suddenly a figure slowly approached. Li Xiao looked at the drunk Lu Yashuan with fiery eyes, and the uncontrollable fire in his lower abdomen even made him react. Brother! Li Xiao hadn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, Chu Nan patted Li Xiao on the shoulder and spoke first. Brother, thank you for the red wine, it tastes really good, awesome. Generous. Chapter 43, Citibank Black Gold Card. The corner of Li Guangliang's mouth twitched. Where on earth did this weirdo come from? He had never seen such a weirdo before. Brother. Is this beauty your type? Someone flirted with your partner and you didn't react at all. You're welcome. Li Guangliang smiled awkwardly, then pulled Chu Nan aside and whispered, Brother, it's a waste for you to have a beautiful woman following you. Name a price and give this beauty to me. To be honest, Li Guangliang disliked Chu Nan in his heart, and even felt uncomfortable standing next to Chu Nan. You know, he normally wouldn't even look at people like this, and if it weren't for this beauty, he wouldn't even want to talk to Chu Nan. This. Not very good. Chu Nan said, pretending to be a little embarrassed. 200,000, I'll give you 200,000. Li Guangliang said in a deep voice. Hiss. Chu Nan took a breath and looked very excited. One has to admit that his acting skills were extraordinary. He really fooled Li Guangliang. Seeing Chu Nan's excitement, Li Guangliang felt even more contemptuous of him. It turned out that this country bumpkin was so excited just for 200,000 yuan. Brother, are you serious? Chu Nan said in disbelief. Of course, I can still afford a mere 200,000. Li Guangliang smiled proudly. Such a beauty is worth 200,000. You know, he has been to countless clubs and has never seen a top beauty like Lu Yashuan. If I could share the beauty of such a top-notch girl, my life would be perfect even if it were bad. However, what no one expected was that Chu Nan sneered and said coldly, as for your 200,000, I don't even look at your young master. Li Guangliang, who thought there was no problem, was suddenly dumbfounded. How come this guy suddenly became a different person? 200,000 is not worth your attention? Do you have that much money? 300,000, no more, I will give you 300,000. Li Guanliang's face was not very good. He thought that Chu Nan thought the money was too little. Although he is a rich second generation, his monthly living expenses are not much, and the 300,000 is already his bottom line. The waiter at the side reminded him with some concern, Sir, Mr. Li is the son of the chairman of Longting Construction Company. We should not offend such a person. This waiter is quite thoughtful. For a person like him, it would be easy for him to deal with an ordinary person. After the waiter revealed Li Guangliang's identity, Li Guangliang raised his head even more proudly. What is the market value of the Longting Group? Chu Nandan was not afraid, but asked calmly. Li Guangliang said with disdain, the market value of my company is more than 100 million, which is an astronomical figure that you can never imagine in your lifetime. I give you money to show my respect. You are not asking around to know my reputation. Phew. An unexpected scene happened, and Chu Nan couldn't help laughing out loud, and the waiter next to him was stunned. Big brother. What do you mean by laughing at this time? People like Li Xiao are not people we ordinary people can mess with. I thought it was a big company, but it's only worth 100 million. How dare a tiny company like this act so arrogant? Chu Nan's face was full of disdain. Everyone else in the restaurant, including the waiter and Li Guangliang, was dumbfounded. Is this person a fool? The market value of 100 million yuan was called a tiny piece of mosquito meat by him. What right does this guy have to say such arrogant words? This is 100 million. The other people in the restaurant are just senior executives of some companies. Their annual income is only 5 or 600,000. There are only a few who earn 1 million. 100 million is an astronomical figure that they cannot even imagine. Even your 100 million is not as much as the deposit in this bank card of mine. Chu Nan laughed coldly. You're fucking bullshit. Li Guangliang roared angrily. But when he saw the bank card in Chu Nan's hand, his whole body was shocked and his pupils kept shrinking, as if he had seen a ghost. This. Citibank Black Gold Card. Citibank's Black Gold Card is only available to those with personal deposits of over 100 million and annual income of over 100 million. Generally, those who can own this kind of card are basically the top upper-class people in Huacheng. Looking at the contemptuous smile in Shunan's eyes, Li Guangliang now understood that he was just a clown in the other's eyes from the beginning to the end. He would not mistake this bank card. The unique gold thread border pattern of Citibank was exactly the same as the one he and his father had the honor of meeting a big shot on. People around didn't understand why Li Guangliang had such an expression. It was because of that bank card. Some knowledgeable people fell silent when they saw this bank card. They lowered their heads and remained silent, with strange expressions on their faces. Oh, you have some vision. Now that you know that, why don't you get out of here? Shunan's voice was extremely cold. Li Guangliang left the restaurant quickly with a red face. Those who were watching the show were dumbfounded, looking at Li Guangliang, who fled in shame with question marks on their faces. Mr. Li escaped? Just because of that bank card? Only then did they realize how powerful this boy, whom they looked down upon, was. Many people had even been mocking him before. Jealous of Shunan, what does that bank card mean? Shunan ignored the dumbfounded looks of these people, and instead left the restaurant with Lu Yashuan on his back. After Shunan left, someone finally spoke up. The card just now is Citibank's black gold card. Only members with deposits of over 100 million are eligible to apply for it. Hiss. Almost at the same time, the whole restaurant was filled with the sound of air conditioning being turned off. The expressions on their faces were the same, full of shock and fear. Chapter 44, Brother, safety measures are important. Shunan carried Lu Yashuan on his back and walked out. It would have been fine if he was drunk, but these hands were still uncomfortable, touching him all over. Shunan was also helpless. Sister, I am also a man, you are breaking the rules. To be honest, he never expected that Lu Yashuan would change so much. From her appearance to her figure, Lu Yashuan actually looked pretty good in college, but she didn't know how to dress up carefully, so she looked ordinary in college. The most important thing is that Lu Yashuan had short hair when she was in college. The passers-by around looked at Shunan strangely, making him feel embarrassed. You know, there seems to be a bar nearby, and these people seem to suspect that Shunan is a corpse picker. Helpless Shunan had to quicken his pace to leave this place. Finally, he saw a hotel not far away and crossed the road to reach the hotel. As soon as he entered the hotel, the receptionist looked at Shunan with a smirk and said, "Brother, you are so lucky. You got such a beautiful lady. It's really a bargain for you." Shunan's mind was filled with black lines. Why were these people's heads filled with these things? Book a room. Shunan handed his ID card to the receptionist. The guy at the front desk gave a lewd smile. I understand. After everything was done, the guy at the front desk handed the room card to Shunan and secretly gave him something that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Shunan was even more speechless when he saw this thing. The man then said, "Brother, safety measures are very important." Shunan. He didn't want to say anything, so he carried Lu Yashuan on his back and walked towards the elevator. After entering the elevator, Shunan finally couldn't help but complain, "What kind of people did I meet today? This guy at the front desk seems to know too much. Could it be that there are quite a few people picking up corpses here?" In fact, this is true. Basically, most of the men who come every day will bring different women to the hotel every other day, and most of them are partying and getting drunk in the bar. Shunan checked into a large private room, and as soon as he entered the room, he threw Lu Yashuan on the bed. "Water. I want to drink some water." The drunk Lu Yashuan shouted weakly. Fortunately, there was mineral water in the hotel. He helped Lu Yashuan up, but she vomited it out as soon as he poured it into her mouth. After that, he kept retching, which scared Shunan so much that his face changed drastically. "Fuck! Don't vomit here." Shunan dragged Lu Yashuan into the bathroom in panic. As soon as she entered the bathroom, it was like a flood. The situation was completely out of control, and after about half a minute, the whole bathroom was filled with a strong stench, and Shunan's face was distorted. The most important thing is that some of it was stained on the corners of his clothes. "Oh my aunt! Can't you wait a little longer?" Shunan shouted helplessly. However, Lu Yashuan, who had already finished vomiting, had fallen into a deep sleep at this moment. Shunan, who was in great pain, could only reveal a bitter smile. He was fine, but Lu Yashuan's collar and chest were stained with filth, so Shunan couldn't just let her sleep on the bed like that. Then, the next morning, Lu Yashuan woke up in a daze and opened her sleepy eyes. Her head felt dizzy and her whole body ached. Looking at the unfamiliar environment, she was stunned for the first time. Who I am? Where am I? Where is this? However, she immediately felt that she seemed to be missing some clothes. She was only wearing a shirt. The most important thing was that her underwear was also missing, and a glimpse of spring light was revealed on her chest. Lu Yashwan's mind went blank and her screams echoed throughout the room. What's wrong? What's wrong? Shu Nan ran out of the bathroom in a panic. Now he had changed into a new set of clothes. When Lu Yashwan heard the sound, she immediately pulled up the quilt on the bed to cover the spring light on her chest. When she saw Chu Nan, her whole face turned red. Why was Chu Nan here? Yesterday? She only remembered that she seemed to be drunk and finally felt groggy. When she woke up, she found herself in the hotel. And all the clothes on my body? Thinking of this, Lu Yashwan's ears became even hotter, her pretty face became even redder, and she looked like she had a high fever. Shu Nan seemed to understand something and quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, I didn't change your clothes for you. I asked someone at the hotel to help you change them. She's a woman." Hearing this, a look of loss flashed across Lu Yashwan's face. Why did she feel so lost? After asking about what happened last night, Lu Yashwan found out and hid herself in the quilt. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. How could such a scene happen in front of Chu Nan? How should she face Chu Nan in the future? But she also had some resentment. This little man didn't even eat the meat that was right in front of him, and she was still expecting something to happen. Was she really that unattractive? However, Lu Yashwan didn't know that Chu Nan was filled with a foul odor at the time, so he had no time to think about anything else. Everyone who came in to clean wore a mask, and the sound of retching could be heard from the bathroom from time to time. Chu Nan had to ask the hotel staff to buy the clothes he was wearing. Afterwards, Chu Nan called the front desk and asked them to bring a cup of sobering tea and put it aside. Lu Yashwan poked her little head out from under the quilt, looking extremely cute. I'm sorry about last night. Lu Yashwan said somewhat embarrassedly. Chu Nan could only accept it with a helpless smile. He couldn't say anything to Lu Yashwan either. By noon, Lu Yashwan's clothes were completely dry. She went into the bathroom to change clothes, while Chu Nan lay on the bed. Chu Nan slept on the sofa all night yesterday, but he seemed to hear some of Lu Yashwan's talking in her sleep, and she kept repeating her own name. Could it be that this old squad leader has other thoughts about him? Chapter 45, Aston Martin. After changing clothes, Chu Nan sent Lu Yashwan downstairs to the company. Lu Yashwan sighed deeply as she watched Chu Nan walking away, then shook her head helplessly as she recalled what happened last night. What is this? She actually showed such an embarrassing look in front of Chu Nan. Fortunately, Chu Nan didn't care. But what puzzled her was, did Chu Nan really do nothing? Is there something wrong with this guy's habit? If Chu Nan knew what Lu Yashwan was thinking, he would probably slam her on the head. However, a sinister gaze was fixed on Lu Yashwan for a long time. Liang Chao looked at her with a gloomy expression, and a cold sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lu Yashwan, you can't escape from my palm, and that poor bastard, I will definitely play with your woman in front of you. After returning home, Chu Nan threw all his clothes to his maids and lay on the sofa, feeling comfortable. Host, Chu Nan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Current deposit, 150 million. Transportation, Lamborghini Venom, the electric car of the new era. Personal real estate, Sky Garden, Mountaintop Villa, office building. Personal property, Marriott Hotels. Whether to be married, no. Special skills, expert piano talent. Warehouse items, none. The rent from the office tenants had already been paid last night, and Chu Nan now had more than 100 million yuan in deposits in his bank card. Not long ago, Citibank also called him and informed him that he was eligible to apply to become a senior member of Citibank. Because of what happened in the morning, Chu Nan had not signed in. Then he clicked the sign in button. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the Aston Martin. His second luxury car has arrived. Although the Aston Martin is not as good as the Lamborghini Venezia, it is still a supercar, and in comparison, he likes the appearance of Aston Martin more. Anyway, no man will complain about having too many cars, especially supercars, just like no woman will ever complain about having too many clothes. Even if they buy the clothes and don't wear them and just put them in the closet, they will still be happy. Chu Nan didn't sleep well all night. He felt a little sleepy at the moment, so he went back to his room and had a good sleep. At noon, Shu Nan was woken up by an inexplicable phone call. Shu Nan, who was originally a little unhappy, saw the name on the phone, and the unhappy expression on his face disappeared. It was my mother calling. Hello. Mom, what's the matter with you calling me? Son, I saw on TV that a dating website has put your information up, so please don't let me down. Puff. Shu Nan, who was still drowsy, suddenly sat up from the bed, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Mom. You are my real mom. Why are you so anxious? I am still young. Why do I need a blind date? Shu Nan suddenly had a huge headache. It seemed that his parents were obsessed with having a grandson. It was because Erden next door got married early and had children, and his parents were extremely envious of him every day. This is why my parents are so anxious for me to get married. After hearing what Shu Nan said, her mother was unhappy. What do you mean you are still young? When your father and I were your age, you were already 2 years old. Mom, times are different now. How can our time be compared with your time? Shu Nan said helplessly. Anyway, I don't care. I've already given your information to that website. If someone contacts you later, you must go. If you like someone, take the initiative. Girls are more reserved. I'm waiting for your good news. Shu Nan was about to say something when the phone was hung up. He showed a helpless smile. It was not that he didn't want to fall in love, but there was really no one he liked at the moment. There are indeed a lot of girls around me. In this villa, there are girls everywhere except me, but there are only a few that make me feel moved. Zhou is indeed good, but Shu Nan has no idea about her. Xia Yingyue is also okay, but this girl is too naive and it might be too boring to get along with her. The only person whose personality I feel matches mine is Lu Yashuan. He also had some suspicion that his old squad leader had ill intentions towards him, because he kept repeating his name when he fell asleep last night. Shu Nan was lying on the sofa, feeling like an evil ghost was looking for him to kill him. However, Shu Nan was not sure. From his college days, he could not see that his old class teacher had any feelings for him. Shu Nan sighed helplessly. My mother has already acted first and reported to me later, so this is the only way things will continue. However, he did not have high expectations for blind dates. There were too many bad examples of blind dates on the internet that made Shu Nan feel a little scalp tingling. Chapter 46, Is this car more expensive than Mercedes-Benz and BMW? Boss, where are you planning to go so early in the morning? Zhou asked puzzledly. Shu Nan looked helpless and smiled bitterly. Blind date. Sudden. Zhou Ying's delicate body trembled suddenly, and she widened her eyes, with a barely perceptible panic flashing in her eyes. Boss. You're actually going on a blind date? This. Zhou Ying hid her strange emotions and said in disbelief, with your status as boss, you actually want to go on a blind date? After hearing this, Shu Nan felt even more helpless. It was his own mother's fault. He didn't know what was wrong with his mother, why she would post a blind date information on a blind date website. Just today, a girl contacted him and planned to meet him. Shu Nan had no choice but to agree. There's no other way. You have to listen to what I say. Shu Nan said helplessly. Zhou Ying was also speechless. You said there are so many girls in your family, can't you just like one of them? There is a beautiful girl right in front of me, but she actually goes out for a blind date. What is going on with this upset feeling in my heart? Zhou Ying asked a few questions casually and left. Shu Nan came to the parking lot and stared at the Aston Martin for a while, but finally chose the newly signed supercar. With a roar, the door of the underground garage slowly opened, and Shu Nan drove his supercar farther and farther away. The two met in a Starbucks, and of course it was the girl who took the initiative to propose it. Shu Nan planned to just say a few perfunctory words. After all, his mother didn't know the specific situation. As long as she knew that he came to meet her, that would be enough. When I entered the store, I saw a woman with a white face and some fat on her body, delicately touching up her makeup. Are you Qianqian? Shu Nan asked in disbelief. This person is totally different from the one in the photo. The woman in the photo is tall and thin, with a very slender figure. The information above also says that her height is 1.8 meters. But the person in front of him, in Shu Nan's opinion, is probably less than 1.6 meters tall, but weighs about 130 kilograms. This guy is definitely a photo liar. Qianqian was immediately attracted by Shu Nan's 1.85 meter height, but soon she couldn't help but frown, and a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. Turns out he's just a poor loser. Her purpose of coming to the blind date was to find a rich and honest man to take over, but this young man is good looking and his height suits her taste, so even if his conditions are not so good, she might not find him unacceptable. Since you are here, I will get straight to the point. We are all adults, and blind dates are for the purpose of getting married, so let's be realistic. Xianxian looked arrogant. Shu Nan was immediately amused. This guy didn't even look at himself, he acted like a soaring white swan. Could you please look in the mirror before you talk? This is not Shu Nan's discrimination, it is a problem of the other party's attitude. The arrogant man never looked at Shu Nan directly from beginning to end. Go ahead. Shu Nan didn't want to waste time, so he wanted to end this farce quickly. This dating website is too unreliable. For such a blind date, you should at least check whether the photo and the real person are exactly the same. Who would dare to come for a blind date in the future? Do you have a car? Xianxian asked proudly. Shu Nan threw the car keys directly on the table. Xianxian was also confused when she looked at the car keys. What kind of car was this? She had never seen it before. It didn't look like a BMW or a Mercedes-Benz. Is this car more expensive than Mercedes-Benz and BMW? Xianxian asked doubtfully. Shu Nan was really happy at this moment. It was the first time he saw an Aston Martin being compared with a Mercedes-Benz or BMW. About that. Shu Nan answered casually. Xianxian looked at Shu Nan with disgust and disdain. Looking at this car logo that I have never seen before, which niche brand dares to compare with Mercedes-Benz and BMW? Do you think you have no knowledge? However, this woman really doesn't know her own ignorance. This Aston Martin can buy dozens of Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Xianxian continued to ask, do you have a house? There are suites in the Sky Garden. Shu Nan replied calmly. Suddenly, Xianxian's expression finally changed subtly, and she looked at the man in front of her in some disbelief. Sky Garden? Isn't that the famous high-end residential area in the Flower City? Can Shu Nan, who is now in front of us, afford to buy a house there? You have to know that the people who live there are either rich or powerful, and the housing prices there are as high as 200,000 yuan per square meter, which is simply not affordable for ordinary people. Xianxian took out her cell phone, took a picture of Shu Nan's car keys and put it online for search. Suddenly, she took a deep breath and looked at Shu Nan with her eyes shining as if she had seen a treasure. The car key in Shu Nan's hand turned out to be a supercar. Oh shit. It turns out that the man in front of me is actually a rich second generation. Suddenly Xianxian felt that Shu Nan in front of her was more and more charming. But Shu Nan felt very uncomfortable. This gaze seemed like a hungry wolf seeing food. So how much savings do you have? Xianxian asked excitedly. More than 100 million. Hiss. Xianxian's breathing became rapid and her body couldn't help but tremble. More than 100 million. OMG. The young man in front of me is a super rich man. Opportunities never come again, she can't miss such a good opportunity. Handsome guy, I am very satisfied with your conditions. I agree. Xianxian was already fantasizing about her life as a rich woman. However, Shu Nan looked at him strangely and asked, what did you agree to? Xianxian was stunned for a moment, then said, I promise to be your girlfriend. When did I say I wanted you to be my girlfriend? That's not right. The script shouldn't be like this. Little brother, do you think there is something not good about me? Just tell me and I can change it. Xianxian emphasized her tone and changed it into a coquettish voice, revealing a pitiful look. Shu Nan almost vomited the breakfast he had this morning. The sound made the hairs on his body stand up. I'm sorry, I think there's nothing good about you, so I'm not interested in you. Shu Nan had a cold look on his face. After this experience, he felt that he never wanted to go on a blind date again. I asked my mom to contact the dating website when I got home and deleted my blind date post. What kind of monsters are these? Chapter 47, Lu Yashuan in danger. After getting in the car, Shu Nan quickly called his mother. Son, how's the blind date going? Hearing some expectation in his mother's tone, Shu Nan was even more speechless. My dear mother, please let your son go. You should contact the dating website and remove the dating post. Shu Nan smiled bitterly while hiding in the car. Mother Chu looked puzzled, the little girl is not good enough? That's not right. I think the little girl is pretty. Son, are you asking too much? I'm telling you, Our family is just an ordinary one. Don't always compare yourself with others. Chu's mother thought that Chu Nan had set too high standards and looked down on others, but this lecture really confused Chu Nan. Oh my dear mother. You don't know that she is completely two different people from the photo. She is 1.7 meters tall in the photo and 1.5 meters tall in reality. Her figure is completely different from the photo. You would not be satisfied if you saw her. Chu Nan said speechlessly. Is it really as weird as you say? Chu's mother was also stunned. Do girls nowadays use other people's photos for blind dates? This won't work, right? Since you are not satisfied with this one, I will find another one for you. There are so many blind dates anyway, there will always be one you like. Mother Chu did not seem to give up, and her words scared her son. My mother, please let me go. Your son is not bad looking and has good conditions. You two elders don't have to worry about your son not being able to find a wife. Chu Nan felt overwhelmed when he heard that his mother was still going to arrange a blind date for him. He had no choice but to think of a way to perfunctorily say, Mom, your son actually has someone he likes, so don't spend so much time on it. Aren't you causing trouble for your son? Do you have a crush on someone? Which girl? What's her family background? Do you know her well? Yes, we are college classmates. That's great. Then you have to work hard. I'm counting on you to give me a grandchild in the next 2 years. In that case, I won't cause any more trouble for you. I'll go contact them now. His mother hung up the phone as soon as she finished speaking, and Chu Nan in the car smiled bitterly. My own mother, how much does she want to hold her grandson? My dad is not in a hurry, but you are pushing him so hard. My mother is like this. If I don't bring a girlfriend home, she will not let me into the house someday. Why? I just don't understand why. Sometimes, things like this can't be rushed. It's all about fate. When fate arrives, everything will fall into place naturally. He should just enjoy his life for now. This month will soon be over, and he is looking forward to what kind of rewards the system's monthly sign-in will bring him. At this time, Chu Nan's cell phone rang again. It was Lu Yashwan who called, but after the call was connected, it was not Lu Yashwan's voice. Kid, you didn't expect it to be me. Manager Liang's gloomy voice came from the phone. Chu Nan's expression suddenly changed, and he said in a low voice, Why is it you? Where's Yashwan? Liang Chao smiled coldly, Of course your girlfriend is in my arms now. If you don't want her to get hurt, come to the Royal City KTV if you have the guts. I'll be waiting for you here. Of course, if you haven't reached your peak by then, don't blame me for being rude. Your girlfriend's skin is really smooth. Beep beep beep. Veins bulged on Chu Nan's forehead, and a suffocating aura spread in the car. He stepped on the accelerator without hesitation and drove towards the direction of Imperial City KTV. He didn't expect Liang Chao to be so bold. He underestimated this man's dark psychology. He hoped that nothing would happen to Lu Yashwan. If something did happen, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Inside the Imperial City KTV, Liang Chao looked at Lu Yashwan's round figure with aggressive eyes. He didn't pay close attention to her on weekdays, but now he realized that Lu Yashwan's figure was so hot. Suddenly, a small flame started to spread in his lower abdomen. But he quickly suppressed it, a sinister look flashed in his eyes, now is not the time, he must make that little jerk feel complete despair. Brother Hu, I'll leave that kid to you. Just cripple his limbs. Liang Chao said politely to the burly man sitting opposite him. A clear scar was visible on the sturdy man's face. This brother Hu had some reputation in the underworld. He had been in prison for several years a long time ago. After he was released, he made a name for himself in the underworld with his brutal means. Liang Chao spent a lot of money to find Brother Hu this time. Yeah. Brother Hu nodded, but his eyes were also looking at Lu Yashwan. Liang Chao's face turned ugly and his whole body tensed up. Could this guy also be interested in Lu Yashwan? Brother Liang, if you are done playing with this woman, how about lending her to me and my brothers to play with for a few days? Brother Hu's suffocating pressure spread. Liang Chao's face looked a little ugly, but he knew that the person in front of him was not someone he could offend. If he made Brother Hu unhappy, he would probably be the first one to be ruined before Chu Nan even arrived. He gave an ugly smile, since Brother Hu has spoken, then of course it's okay. Brother Hu nodded in satisfaction, his fiery eyes lingering on Lu Yashwan for a long time. Chapter 48, only a saint will accept your apology. About 10 minutes later, Chu Nan arrived at the Imperial City KTV. He called Lu Yashuan and said gloomily, "I'm here, where are you?" "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so quick. Come to box 402. I'll be waiting for you here." Liang Chao's joking voice came from the phone, making Chu Nan so angry that he gritted his teeth. "You bastard, I'm going to tear your mouth apart later." Chu Nan thought the elevator was too slow, so he ran up the stairs directly. After finding box 402, he pushed open the door and entered, and found that there were 7 or 8 people in the room who seemed to be waiting for him. On the sofa, Lu Yashuan seemed to have fallen into a coma. Seeing that Lu Yashuan's clothes were intact, Chu Nan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this bastard hadn't made a move yet. "I didn't expect you to be so brave, kid. Last time you made me lose face, this time I'm going to make you live a life worse than death," Liang Chao said with a hideous smile. Anyone who saw that gloomy face would feel creepy. "Brother Tiger, I'm counting on you." Brother Tiger snorted coldly and looked at Chu Nan with disdain. He was just a little kid. He took a puff of cigarette and said in a deep voice, "Boy, don't blame us. We are also paid to do this. Just let us cripple your limbs. This way, you can suffer less and we can save some time." The younger brothers in the room came over and surrounded Chu Nan, staring at him with hostility and fierce eyes. But Chu Nana was not afraid. Instead, he sneered, "What do you think you can do to me? Come on, you are just a bunch of chickens and dogs." Hearing this arrogant tone, Brother Tiger did not get angry but laughed grimly. "If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Let me see how capable you are. You actually dare to say such arrogant words in front of us." The younger brothers swarmed forward and suddenly smashed the iron bars in their hands towards Chu Nan's arm. However, in Chu Nan's eyes, these people's movements seemed to be slowed down several times, and his reaction nerves were even quicker, and he dodged them easily. Bang! This time the blow did not hit Chu Nan but hit the glass table. With a bang, the glass table shattered into pieces and glass fragments and shards scattered on the ground. Everyone here attacked with extreme cruelty, with every move aimed directly at the vital points. However, even with so many people here, they couldn't touch the corner of Chu Nan's clothes. In this small space, he was like a fish in water and no one could catch him. Seeing the opportunity, a fierce light flashed in Chu Nan's eyes. He grabbed the gangster holding the iron rod and directly grabbed the other's hand and kicked him. Boom! The powerful explosive force instantly kicked the gangster away, and he hit the wall heavily. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of the gangster's mouth, and he fainted. Seeing such a fierce scene, these people were stunned and kicked the man away. They had only seen such people in movies and didn't expect that there were really such people in real life. What kind of explosive power is needed to achieve this level? The younger brothers who were so aggressive before all took a step back, their pupils shrank, and they looked at Chu Nan in front of them with horror. "I thought he was an easy target, but I didn't expect him to be so ferocious." Even Brother Tiger didn't expect it. Brother Hu glared at Liang Chao angrily and decided to deal with this guy after this matter was over. Liang Chao was so frightened by the scene in front of him that his face turned pale. His younger brothers fell to the ground one by one, howling like ghosts. He had never expected that Chu Nan was so tough. The hostility on his face was completely different from the person he had seen before. "Boy, if you have some skills, why don't you give me a favor and let's just forget about this matter and be friends?" Brother Hu was also a smart man. This boy didn't even breathe heavily from beginning to end. Such a tough guy is rare in the underworld. I didn't expect that this seemingly pretty boy could be so ferocious. Chu Nan sneered disdainfully and sneered contemptuously, "Why? With such courage, it turns out that you are also a person who is afraid of the strong and is afraid of the weak." Brother Hu's face looked very ugly. Since he was released from prison, no one had dared to talk to him like this. "I didn't expect this guy to be so disrespectful." "In that case, don't blame him for being rude." Brother Hu took out a 3-meter-long machete from under his feet. The cold edge of the blade made people's hair stand on end. Chu Nan's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw this. "Ha, in that case, don't blame me for being merciless." Brother Hu grinned ferociously, revealing his big yellow teeth. Brother Hu swung at Chu Nan with a machete, but luckily Chu Nan had also undergone a transformation with genetic potion, and his reaction nerves were several times faster than those of ordinary people. He jumped up and actually jumped a distance of 3 meters, which stunned Brother Hu. "Is this something a human can do?" Only then did Brother Hu realize that he had been tricked by this kid Liang Chao. Shunan kicked out in the air, and the knife in Brother Hu's hand fell to the ground violently. His whole face was twisted together, and he flew backwards, with 3 or 4 yellow teeth falling out. Brother Hu covered his cheek, his mouth full of blood, and looked at Shunan in front of him in horror. Failure. Failure. This time, it's completely failed. Is this kid really a human being? If he used a little more force, he would have kicked his forehead to pieces. Now Brother Hu felt that all the bones on his face were broken, and his swollen face looked like a pig's head. Seeing Shunan approaching step by step, Liang Chao's face turned pale with fear. He never thought that he could not even defeat Brother Hu. Brother Chu, I was wrong. Let's talk it over. Look, Yashwan is fine. With a click, Liang Chao's face twisted and he let out a miserable wail. Shunan's face was icy cold, and his voice full of hostility was like the whisper of a devil. Only a saint would accept your apology, but I'm not a saint. Since you want to cripple my limbs, you should experience it yourself first. With waves of wailing, Brother Hu was lying on the ground, tensed his whole body, covered with icy coldness, and swallowed madly several times. Chapter 49, Lu Yashwan's thoughts were seen through? Liang Chao kept wailing and lay on the ground like a dead dog. At this moment, his eyes were lifeless, as if his entire soul had been sucked out of him. His arms and legs were crippled by Shunan. Brother Hu was lying on the ground, was trembling with fear. People who act without hesitation and with great determination are the most terrifying. He already regretted it. He should not have gotten involved in this matter, and now he is in trouble. If you dare to harass Yashwan again in the future, don't blame me for being rude. Shunan's cold eyes made people shudder. Liang Chao no longer has this idea. He has long been frightened by Shunan's methods. Even if he wants to take revenge today, he can't. If this gets out, I will be in trouble, and Brother Hu may not let me go. How could he have imagined that a seemingly ordinary boy could be so tough, and that his movements and reaction abilities were simply not something a normal person could do? Brother. Misunderstanding. This guy instigated us to do all this, and we did it for money. Brother Hu begged for mercy again and again, and almost kowtowed to Shunan. I thought he was going to be very successful in the business world, but I didn't expect that he would fall today. Shunan glanced around coldly, and the little brothers on the ground shuddered all over, fearing that Shunan would do something to them again. Fortunately, Shunan did not attack them. Instead, he carried Lu Yashwan out of the box. Because in Shunan's opinion, there was no point in taking action. That guy was right. It was not their fault that they were paid to do the job, and they had also learned a lesson. You know, he is a good citizen who abides by the law. After Shunan left, Brother Hu and his brothers surrounded Liang Chao. The ghostly howling like a pig being slaughtered reverberated throughout the box again. Lu Yashwan, who had been unconscious in the car, finally woke up and looked at Shunan beside her in disbelief. Shunan, why are you here? I remember I was in a KTV? Then. Hiss. As Lu Yashwan thought about it, her head started to hurt. She remembered that she seemed to drink a glass of water that Liang Chao handed to her. After drinking it, her head became dizzy and she didn't remember anything that happened afterwards. Hey, class monitor, you usually seem to be quite smart in school, but why do you seem so stupid now? Shunan looked helpless. Lu Yashwan glared at Shunan in anger. Who are you calling stupid? I haven't told you why you are here, and with this car? Only then did she notice that she was actually sitting in a supercar, with its luxurious interior, high-tech screen, and cool car logo. Lu Yashwan was quite knowledgeable and knew that the car was an Aston Martin. But she quickly recovered from her shock. It was not surprising that Shunan, a billionaire, drove a supercar. Afterwards, Shunan told Lu Yashwan the whole story. Lu Yashwan was so angry that she gnashed her teeth, and her face turned dark after hearing this. However, when she thought about it again, she still felt a little scared. What would have happened if Shunan hadn't come? She was afraid that her chastity would be lost. Looking at the man next to her, Lu Yashwan felt a sense of security for some reason. She felt even happier thinking that Shunan came to save her. It seems that this guy is not completely straight and can still be saved. Sure enough, there is a saying on the internet that is true: when a woman is with someone she likes, her IQ is basically negative. Anyone would probably come to save Lu Yashwan, and Shunan himself only came as a friend. Anyway, from now on this Liang guy shouldn't harass you anymore. Shu Nan said lightly. Liang Chao's limbs were broken and it would take at least half a year to recover. He has already asked someone to deal with it. It is estimated that it won't be long before Liang Chao will receive the news of his dismissal. After all, as the owner of the Marriott Hotel, everyone in Huacheng would give him some face, not to mention that Liang Chao's company could not even be compared with the Marriott Hotel, let alone. As long as Tang An makes a phone call, it's basically a sure thing. Lu Yashuan had a complicated expression. Shu Nan was so outstanding that it made her feel ashamed of herself. Was she really qualified to be with Shu Nan now? Moreover, the other party's attitude seems to be not in line with his own intentions. Why? Now she can only take one step at a time. She is not a person who gives up easily. Unless Shu Nan rejects her directly, she will not give up. However, Lu Yashuan also hated herself. Every time when she reached an important moment, she wanted to express her feelings to Shu Nan, but she just couldn't say it, as if there was a stone stuck in her throat. Gurgle gurgle. A funny voice was heard, and Lu Yashuan's pretty face turned as red as an apple. Shu Nan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lu Yashuan took out her little pink fist and hit Shu Nan, saying angrily, "Don't laugh. Don't laugh." Okay. I won't laugh. Afterwards, Shu Nan drove Lu Yashuan to a restaurant. Of course, a strange atmosphere spread in the car during the driving, and both Shu Nan and Lu Yashuan could clearly feel it. After getting off the car, Shu Nan looked at Lu Yashuan's back and sighed deeply. He noticed the fight in the car and the way Lu Yashuan looked at him. Could it be that she really has some special thoughts about me? Chapter 50. This guy does a lot of exercise at night. They arrived at a Chinese restaurant. If Shu Nan remembered correctly, this Chinese restaurant seemed to be an internet celebrity restaurant. The appearance of today's popular online stores is pretty good, but I don't know how the food in this store tastes. After ordering a few dishes casually, Lu Yashuan ran to some places where internet celebrities specially checked in and took photos like a little girl. After all, girls always want to take photos of some beautiful places as souvenirs. Shu Nan, come and take 2 pictures for me. Lu Yashuan shouted. Are you sure? My skills are not that good. Shu Nan looked at him doubtfully. This girl might not know her own photography skills. You know, her skills have angered countless people to death. It's okay. Even if the photo you take is ugly, I have such a good foundation. At worst, I can go back and Photoshop the picture. Lu Yashuan didn't care at all. After all, she was quite confident about her figure and appearance. She didn't believe that Shu Nan could make her look different no matter how many times he took the photos. In fact, Shu Nan did not disappoint Lu Yashuan. After seeing the photo, Lu Yashuan's face darkened and she gritted her teeth and said, You. How could you take such an ugly picture of me? Oh my god, the lighting is so dark and dim, and these legs. This height. Lu Yashuan, who was only 1.7 meters tall, was photographed by Shu Nan to look like someone who was only 1.5 meters tall. Most importantly, her skin is dark yellow and has no radiance at all. She now understood that Shu Nan might never be able to take up photography in this life. Shu Nan smiled awkwardly. You can Photoshop a picture, maybe it will work. To be honest, he felt that he was also a clumsy person. After seeing the photos, he felt that it was a bit too much. Lu Yashuan said angrily, It's possible to save this photo by photoshopping it, but if it were any other girl, she would have been pissed off to death by you. Shu Nan smiled meaningfully. Then why didn't you die of anger? Lu Yashuan's pretty face turned slightly red. She snorted without saying anything and did not answer Shu Nan's question. Shu Nan sighed secretly in his heart. Now it is almost certain that this old squad leader has some feelings for me, otherwise he would not be like this. But he didn't understand what was so special about him that the squad leader liked him. The squad leader's conditions were not bad, and it was impossible that he was doing it for his money. Before this, he recalled that Lu Yashuan took the initiative to add him, and she might have been interested in him during college. Silly Lu Yashuan seemed unaware that her thoughts had been seen through. Seeing Shu Nan looking at her, her whole face suddenly turned red and she lowered her head in silence. In fact, Lu Yashuan looks pretty good, so maybe she can be considered. However, Shu Nan is not someone who would easily fall in love, he has his own principles. We need to observe for a while longer. Soon the dishes for both of them were served. Shu Nan frowned after taking the first bite. It's not that the food was not tasty, but the standard of this restaurant was totally out of line with the price of the dishes. This is just an average restaurant outside, even worse than some small restaurants outside, except that the presentation is better looking. As for the taste and so on, there is no need to say more. It seems that these so-called internet celebrity stores cannot be trusted too much. Most customers will basically never come back to such stores after visiting them once. This is what they think. However, because internet celebrities come to promote from time to time, even if they are one-time customers, most of them come under the guise of the internet celebrities. Plus, internet celebrities have so many fans that most people just come to check in. Here comes another pair of internet celebrities. They are doing a live broadcast and start introducing themselves as soon as they enter the store. This group of internet celebrities consists of 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was tall and thin. His facial features were good, but he had serious dark circles under his eyes. Shunan guessed that the young man did a lot of exercise at night. As for the other one, her face was covered with heavy makeup and she looked a little seductive. The first 3 people came up and started praising the restaurant, talking about its decoration design and style, but they didn't say a word about the taste of the food. Soon the 3 of them found a place to sit down. When the waiter of the shop saw them, he hurried over with his head lowered and a humble attitude. These 3 people also acted arrogantly as if they were so noble. Some people saw that the 3 were internet celebrities and wanted to take photos with them. Soon more and more people gathered around. The only 2 people who remained unmoved were Chunan and Lu Yashwan. What? You don't want to go up and take a photo? Chunan said with a smile. After reluctantly eating the food on the table, Lu Yashwan said, I'm not interested in internet celebrities. What can I get from taking photos with them? Posting them on WeChat moments to show off? That's too childish. Indeed, what Lu Yashwan said makes sense. It seemed that because Chunan and Lu Yashwan were the only 2 people in the entire restaurant who did not come forward, they quickly attracted the attention of these 3 people. The man with dark circles under his eyes widened his eyes when he saw Lu Yashwan, and his fiery gaze kept looking at Lu Yashwan's beautiful figure. It's the best. He has been active in the nightlife scene for so many years but has never seen such a gorgeous girl. But the only thing that spoiled the mood was that, sitting opposite this girl was a poor loser wearing cheap clothes. There was no way he could compare with them at all. They are all dressed in trendy brands, and the shoes on their feet are the latest models worth thousands of dollars, which is enough to buy hundreds of pieces of clothing for that poor loser. Soon the man with dark circles under his eyes took the initiative to step forward. Chapter 51, Embroidery Needle. Watching the man with dark circles under his eyes moving forward, Chunan didn't care at all, but a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Such a character dares to provoke Lu Yashwan. You should know that Lu Yashwan's tough character has not changed at all, but sometimes she hides her tough character in front of Chunan. Beauty, can we meet each other? The man with dark circles under his eyes lifted his hair and threw a coquettish glance at Lu Yashwan. Lu Yashwan felt a chill all over her body and almost vomited out what she had just eaten. Where did this weird thing come from? It's too greasy. That's it? Still an internet celebrity? Not interested. Lu Yashwan's temperament like an ice goddess was revealed. The man with dark circles under his eyes stood there awkwardly. You know, he has the title of 100-man killer, otherwise he wouldn't have such deep dark circles under his eyes. Basically, he never fails when he approaches her. Could it be that this woman doesn't know that she is an internet celebrity? Well, I'm an internet celebrity. The dark circles under his eyes revealed his identity, and the sense of superiority that came naturally could be clearly felt. In his opinion, after he revealed his identity, even if she didn't want to pay attention to her, at least she wouldn't be so cold. However, Lu Yashwan's expression became even more disdainful, and her tone became even colder. Why? Are you special because you're an internet celebrity? Do I have to give you an award just because you're an internet celebrity? Don't stand in front of me and affect my appetite. With those obvious dark circles under your eyes, are you the kidney-deficient gentleman in the internet celebrity world? Phew. Chunan couldn't help but smile. This girl's tough personality and sweet mouth are still as strong as before. The man's face turned pale, fearing that he had been hit in a vital spot. Young people, there is nothing wrong with being moderate. Don't wait until middle age when you are left with nothing but tears in your eyes, alone in an empty room, feeling lonely. You little brat, what the hell are you laughing at? The man with dark circles under his eyes realized that Chunan was making fun of him, and he immediately became angry and embarrassed. Chunan didn't care and smiled meaningfully. Nothing, I just thought of something happy. What? Is it not okay? Suddenly, the internet celebrity was speechless, his face turning blue and red. He had never suffered such humiliation in all his years as an internet celebrity. Beauty, you look like a beautiful flower, why do you want to be with such a poor guy? It's useless for him to be nice to you now. Can he give you a car, a house? Can he give you everything you want? Don't be fooled by this kind of man. I've seen a lot of people like him. Beautiful girl, why don't you get together with us? We can help you become famous, and then you can become an internet celebrity like us. I don't know why this man has a special sense of superiority when he talks about being an internet celebrity. Both of them don't understand why the identity of an internet celebrity gives him such a great sense of superiority. Is he getting too cocky, or is Chu Nan's identity as a billionaire not exposed? He must be crazy to be showing off in front of a billionaire. You keep calling me an internet celebrity. You think you're so great because you're an internet celebrity. I'm telling you, I won't even look at a little brat like you who hasn't even grown all the hair yet and whose body is as weak as a person in his 50s or 60s. Looking at your weak face, I think you are just an embroidery needle. Finally, everyone around couldn't help but burst out laughing. This girl is good at metaphor. Embroidery needle? How dare she say that? The beauty is really tough. However, they also envy having such a top-notch woman. I'm afraid they would wake up laughing in their dreams. Embroidery needle. The man with dark circles under his eyes suddenly became angry and slapped Lu Yashwan in the face. Lu Yashwan was also frightened. She curled up into a ball and shivered like a little hedgehog. Chu Nan stood up suddenly, with a layer of coldness on his face. He grabbed the arm of the man with dark circles under his eyes, and flicked it lightly, and the man flew out. He fell heavily to the ground. Ouch! Ouch! How dare you do that? At this time, the internet celebrity who had come with the man with dark circles under his eyes finally came over with his mobile phone in his hand to record the scene. They threatened with a sneer, if you don't want to be all over the internet, just apologize to us honestly. After that, they kept saying something like Z was beaten up or something like that. ZE should be the name of this internet celebrity with dark circles under their eyes. After all, they are internet celebrities with millions of fans. As long as they cut the video and add the voice, they can put a big hat on Chu Nan. However, Chu Nan was not afraid of them at all. He took a step forward, and his incredible aura immediately crushed them. The three of them swallowed their saliva at the same time and took a step back in fear. The woman with the face of a snake-like internet celebrity said, "What do you want to do? Do you want to hit someone? Be good." The people around were stunned for a moment when they looked at Chu Nan. They didn't notice him when he was sitting, but they didn't expect that this man was so tall. Looking at his chest muscles and arms, he must be a martial artist. These people are not afraid of death. If they really anger the other party, they will probably be beaten to a pulp with their small bodies. A bunch of cowards. Chu Nan said coldly and left the restaurant with Lu Yashwan. As for the remaining internet celebrities, they stood there with sullen faces, gritting their teeth and looking at the two men's backs. "You two bastards, since you don't give us face, don't blame us for being rude." Chapter 52, Even if I am in front of him, I will kneel on the ground and call him dad. The next morning, several internet celebrities posted the short videos as expected. And they also made another story. ZE made friends and got beaten, and the voice in the dubbing was not Chu Nan's but someone else's. The comments below are all verbal abuse against Chu Nan. Our Z is so adorable, and the person who did that was so cruel. ZIB, the mothers are all on your side. Sisters, let's organize ourselves and kill that idiot. He looks so poor, but he dared to hit our Z. Let him see how powerful our Z support group is. In the company, ZE sneered as he looked at the unanimous comments below. Since you are poor and look down on me, then let me show you the influence of internet celebrities. His company is a media company, and it is because of the packaging of this company that he became an internet celebrity. However, he could never have imagined that his company was located in Chu Nan's office building on Red Beach, which meant that this media company was also one of Chu Nan's tenants. Sure enough, not long after, Pan Ping saw this video in the office. He widened his eyes in disbelief. "Isn't this Mr. Chu?" After seeing the caption below in Chu Nan's voice, his face suddenly turned dark. The voice of Chu Nan in the video was not his own, but was processed later. When he saw this person's account, his face became even gloomier. "Mitian Media, isn't this company one of the tenants here?" A small internet celebrity actually dared to play a prank on Mr. Chu and even put a hat on Mr. Chu's head. These people are really looking for death. Soon, Pan Ping called the boss of the media company, and within a minute, the boss came up happily. Soon a man with a big belly pushed open the door of the old office and asked breathlessly, "Manager Pan, what do you want from me?" Manager Pan snorted coldly. Suddenly the man's body shook violently. Why does Manager Pan have this attitude? It seems like I haven't offended him recently. Pan Ping handed the phone to Zhou Tong, who also looked at the video on the phone in confusion and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with this video, Manager Pan? What's the problem?" Pan Ping laughed coldly and asked seriously, "Is this internet celebrity under the name of your company?" Zhou Tong didn't understand either, and answered straightforwardly, "Yes, she is a relatively famous internet celebrity in our company." Looking at Zhou Tong's silly look, Pan Ping couldn't help but sigh and said sympathetically, "Old Zhou and I usually have a good relationship, but I'm afraid I can't protect you this time." Hearing Pan Ping's serious tone, Zhou Tong's body trembled violently, and he asked in a panic, "Manager Pan, what's wrong with this video, or did this brat offend you? If this brat offended you, I will let this brat come up and apologize to you right now." Pan Ping glanced at him coldly and said calmly, "If you only offended me, it would be fine, but do you know who the man in the video is?" "Who is it?" Zhou Tong's heart tightened. He didn't know why he had a bad feeling. "Mr. Chu, the owner of this office building, if you offend me, I may be able to forgive you for your sake, but if you offend Mr. Chu, even I can't save you." And this video was processed later, and it's obvious that it's trying to put the blame on Mr. Chu. You just wish him the best. Boom boom. Zhou Tong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was as pale as tinfoil, his legs were so weak that he almost fell to the ground. His heart was beating wildly, and Pan Ping's words just now kept echoing in his mind. Is the person in the video Mr. Chu? He is the owner of this office building. How dare the internet celebrity under his own company dare to offend such a big shot? He was just the owner of a small media company. He had no time to curry favor with such a big shot. Moreover, it was time to renew the lease. If something went wrong at this time, his company would most likely face bankruptcy. "Manager Pan, where is Mr. Chu now?" Zhou Tong asked tremblingly. Pan Ping shook his head. "I don't know where Mr. Chu is either. The most important thing for you now is to delete this video, then go to Mr. Chu to apologize and beg for his forgiveness. Otherwise, even the King of Heaven can't save you." The reason why he treated Zhou Tong like this was because he had received many benefits from him over the years. If it were someone else, he would have kicked him out long ago. Zhou Tong suddenly realized what was going on and quickly ran out of the office. As for the man called Ze, he was chatting with his 20 online friends and making an appointment to meet at a hotel. "Luo Hao! Luo Hao! You little bastard, get out here now." Everyone in the company was shocked and lowered their heads when they saw the angry Zhou Tong. They had been in the company for more than a year but had never seen the boss get so angry. "Boss, Luo Hao is in the lounge." Hearing that Luo Hao was still in the lounge, Zhou Tong became even more furious. "Rest. He dares to rest." When they arrived at the lounge, Zhou Tong kicked the door open with one foot, which really scared Luo Hao. Looking at his boss, he immediately showed a flattering smile. "Boss, what brings you here?" Bang! Without saying a word, Zhou Tong kicked Luo Hao in the stomach. Luo Hao curled up on the ground with a distorted face, looking at his angry boss in fear. "Boss, why did you kick me? I don't think I have offended you." Zhou Tong laughed coldly and said, "You didn't offend me, but you offended someone that even I don't dare to offend. Do you know who that person is in the short video you posted today? That's the owner of this office building. How dare you offend such a person? Even I have to kneel on the ground and call him daddy in front of him." Chapter 53, I don't want to see those three people again, do you understand? Luo Hao was stunned, his lifeless eyes widened. The owner of this office building? Even the boss has to call this person dad? That shabby-dressed kid actually has such a prominent background? Delete the video now and make the whole story public. Zhou Tong said angrily. Luo Hao's face turned pale all of a sudden, and he begged for mercy. "Boss, if this happens, everything will be ruined. Wouldn't all the efforts I made to improve the image of those fans be in vain?" Zhou Tong grabbed his collar and said viciously, "Your image is worthless. If you offend Mr. Chu, he can make me get out with just one word. Your image is worthless. If you keep talking nonsense to me, I will strip you naked and throw you on the street." And later you will come with me to apologize to Mr. Chu. You must get Mr. Chu's forgiveness, whether you kneel or use any other method. Luo Hao collapsed to the ground helplessly, his eyes dulled. He had completely understood that his career as an internet celebrity was completely over. Including the other two people in his team, all the works and status of their accounts are banned at the moment. As a company account, they have this right and it is clearly written in the contract. Moreover, the company had a firm grasp on the ugly things they did behind the scenes, and they dared not resist. After the video was deleted, many people were confused, but soon another apology video left Luo Hao's fans dumbfounded. What is a slap in the face? This is a slap in the face. He revealed the whole story, and all his female fans couldn't believe it and continued to support him. This is not true. Z baby, if you feel threatened, just blink. This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible, Z baby is not that kind of person, is all this planned? Z, are you being threatened? The above scoundrel is really disgusting. It is obvious that the man in the video is of high status. He might have offended the wrong person. Besides, his tone is not good to begin with. The dark circles under his eyes look exactly like Mr. Shinshu. Of course, a war of foul language broke out under the above comment. At this time, Chu Nan knew nothing about this matter, but soon Lu Yashuan sent the video to him. Lu Yashuan, Chun Nan, look, those guys really posted the video, and even made up a story saying that you bullied them. These people are too shameless. Chu Nan, who had not cared at all, looked unhappy after seeing the video. He didn't like unnecessary hats in the first place, and the video was processed later, so his original voice had been completely eliminated, and the voice speaking in the video was not his own. But the next moment, Lu Yashuan sent another message. Wait a minute, that guy sent another apology video. He has deleted the previous video. It's really weird. What on earth is this guy trying to do? The video was deleted? Posted another apology video? But just when he was wondering, Pan Ping called. Hello, Mr. Chu, sorry to bother you. It's okay, tell me what's going on. Chu Nan originally thought it was a problem with the tenant renewing the lease, but when he learned that Pan Ping was here to tell him the news about the short video, his expression became extremely strange. He didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence in the world. The man with dark circles under his eyes turned out to be an internet celebrity under one of the media companies in his office building, and he just happened to offend him, the big boss. Then this explains why he deleted the video. As for the fact that the two of them were on their way to apologize to him, Chu Nan didn't take it to heart at all. After the two hung up the phone. About half an hour later, Zhou Tong and Luo Hao finally arrived at the door of the villa. The two were completely dumbfounded when they saw this huge villa, and the maid outside the villa made Luo Hao even more excited. Such a large villa would cost at least hundreds of millions, and a super luxurious villa like a mountaintop villa might not be affordable without a certain status and identity. Zhou Tong was even more frightened at this time. Big shots like him were usually moody and unpredictable. Seeing such a luxurious villa, Zhou Tong felt even less confident and said viciously, "You little bastard, I'm really going to be killed by you this time." Ding dong. The maid in the villa quickly came over and asked in confusion, "Who are you looking for?" Zhou Tong immediately put on a flattering smile, "My lady, may I ask if Mr. Chu is home?" The maid immediately understood that the two men were here to see the boss. "Wait a moment, I'll check with the boss." Zhou Tong smiled and nodded quickly. It wasn't long before the door of the villa opened. When they saw Chu Nan, they trembled even more. Zhou Tong immediately stepped forward to apologize and said, "Mr. Chu, this is an apology gift for you. I am really sorry that my men have offended you." Then he kicked Luo Hao again. Luo Hao knelt down in front of Chu Nan, begging for mercy with a sad face. "Mr. Chu, I was blind and didn't know it was you. Please forgive me, I beg you to forgive me." Damn it! Bang! I'm guilty. Bang! As he said that, Luo Hao slapped himself a few times. You should know that Luo Hao himself has no special ability. He became a small internet celebrity mainly relying on his good looks. Before being packaged by the company, he was just a young man with nothing. If he stopped being an internet celebrity, Luo Hao really didn't know what he could do. After experiencing the huge profits made by internet celebrities, he simply looked down on working as a worker. Even if he wanted to find another company, no company would want him once they knew he had offended a big shot like Chu Nan. Really? I remember you said that yesterday? Didn't you want me to see how powerful internet celebrities are? Where did your previous arrogance go? Shu Nan said with a smile, looking at Luo Hao in front of him as if he was looking at a jumping clown. Luo Hao knelt on the ground and trembled. He was incoherent for a moment and didn't know what to say. If you have done something wrong, you must pay the price. Shu Nan seemed to have sentenced him to death. He turned to look at Zhou Tong and said coldly, I don't want to see those three people again. Do you understand? Yes. I understand. Zhou Tong nodded, then hesitated for a moment and asked cautiously, then Mr. Chu, about the renewal of the lease. Shu Nan glanced at him calmly and said, don't worry, I won't take my anger out on you. The lease renewal will be as planned. Take this person away. I don't want to see him. Under Chu Nan's judgment, Luo Hao was dragged out of the villa like a dead dog. At this time, his career was completely cut off. Perhaps no company would dare to sign him in the future. Moreover, there was a huge penalty for breach of contract in the contract. It was obvious that Luo Hao's future would be dark. Chapter 54, Yi Chen. Hurry up! Hurry up! Where's Yuri, Yasuo? Be happy. Looking at the death of his teammates, Shu Nan angrily cursed them as idiots. This teammate's Yasuo is not happy at all. He didn't even use E in front of the row of soldiers. Yasuo without E is not happy. I, happy wingman, cannot be without E even if the score is 0-20. Under the leadership of his teammates, Shu Nan's crystal exploded successfully. Fuck! What a bunch of idiots! Seeing the game end, Shu Nan suddenly felt that he had nothing to do. He had been bored at home these days and was tired of playing games or playing games with his maids. It seems that Shu Nan, who has become rich, has lost his goals. At this time, Shu Nan's cell phone rang. Hello, are you Mr. Chu? I am, who are you? Hello Mr. Chu, I am the president of the Piano Association. Because the international piano competition will start tomorrow, I need you to come to the Piano Association to handle some formalities. From the Piano Association? The old man who came to the door before seemed to be from the Piano Association. However, when he heard that the international piano competition would start tomorrow, his lazy eyes suddenly became bright. This might be a good way to pass the time. If Li Hongyi knew that in Shu Nan's eyes, the international piano competition was just a form of entertainment, I wonder if he would faint from anger. In the eyes of these people, the piano competition is sacred. I don't know how many people go there just to get the favor of Master Griffin. Of course Shu Nan didn't know who Master Griffin was, nor did he want to know. As long as it could bring him some fun, that was enough. After a brief understanding, Shu Nan hung up the phone, changed his clothes, and drove his Lamborghini to the Piano Association. The Piano Association is in a place called Rose Manor, which is rented by Li Hongyi and Mr. Zhong. However, with their status and position, it is not difficult to rent this manor. At this time, the place was already full of people, most of whom were outstanding pianists who had passed the screening and were qualified to participate in the piano competition. Of course, there are some people who have reached the required level, but have other purposes. For example, some female pianists want to get to know the rich second generation among them. There are quite a lot of luxury cars out there, such as Porsche, Jaguar, Maserati, and there are a wide variety of luxury cars out there. The most dazzling one was a young man named Yi Chen. He was 1.8 meters tall and extremely dazzling in a suit. His handsome face and gentlemanly manners immediately attracted most of the female pianists. Among the younger generation in Huacheng, Yi Chen is a prominent figure, an outstanding young man in Huacheng, and a prodigy in the piano circle. In the eyes of people here, he is the only one who has a chance of winning the championship this time. With Master Yi participating in the competition, I'm afraid we have no chance of winning. If Master Yi comes out, then the champion must be Master Yi. When Master Yi sang the song Falling Leaves, I don't know how many people were shocked. Even Master Zhong was impressed by Master Yi. Yi Chen did not take Feng Cheng's words seriously. He was not proud. On the contrary, he did not like people who flattered him. Those so-called beauties of heaven who approached him were just ordinary women in his eyes. Before this, he had asked Mr. Zhong whether there were any powerful people participating in the competition this time. Of course, he did not hold out any hope before this, because in his opinion, no one in the piano circle in Huacheng could match him. But what was unexpected was that he heard from Mr. Zhong about a young man whom even Mr. Zhong admired, which shocked Yi Chen. Such high praise for a young generation of Hall of Fame pianist actually came from Mr. Zhong's mouth. There are only a handful of Hall of Fame pianists in the entire world, perhaps no more than 10. And the one that Mr. Zhang mentioned is only in his 20s, which means he is the same age as himself. Chun Nan. Since you have received such high praise from Mr. Zhang, why are you so unknown in the entire circle? This is what makes Yi Chen feel most puzzled. This person's name is unknown in the entire upper-class circle and has never been heard of. When did such a person appear in Huacheng? Suddenly, at this moment, there was a commotion among the crowd. Fuck! Look at that car, isn't that a Lamborghini Veneno? It's a limited edition, top-of-the-line luxury car that only a few of them exist in the entire country. Hearing this, everyone looked outside, and sure enough, they were deeply attracted by the cool sound and the cool car model. What kind of car is the Lamborghini Veneno? It's a Lamborghini, right? I remember Lamborghini only costs a few million. Do you have to be so shocked? One of the ignorant people spoke casually. However, everyone around him sneered and looked at the man with contempt. An ordinary Lamborghini is indeed not worth our efforts, but this Lamborghini Veneno is a limited edition, priced at 80 million, and there are no more than 3 people in the country who own this car. Hiss. Some people who didn't understand before took a deep breath, and the person who had spoken so arrogantly before lowered his head in shame and left in a hurry. Could it be that the people in the car are also contestants in this piano competition? Those were gold diggers who came for the rich second generations, and their eyes were shining as they looked at the car. This is the real rich second generation. The luxury car worth 80 million is enough to kill all the young talents here in seconds. But when they saw the person getting out of the car, they were dumbfounded. Chapter 55, I'm Afraid of Pain. A simple white vest, casual shorts, and a pair of flip-flops on his feet. The most important thing is that the clothes on this man are all common street goods, and the flip-flops on his feet probably cost only a dozen yuan a pair. Everyone stood there in astonishment, staring blankly at the strangely dressed man. Everyone here takes dressing up seriously and wears suits and dresses, unlike the man in front of me. In an instant, these people's impression of Chu Nan dropped to the lowest point. Everyone's face looked unhappy. This person was simply insulting the Piano Association. He was dressed like this in such a serious and sacred place. Chu Nan took a quick glance at the manner and thought it was it. He dialed the number. Hey, Mr. Li, I'm here, but there are too many people here. Can you come pick me up? Convenient. Convenient, Mr. Chu, please wait a moment. The people around couldn't stand Chu Nan's arrogant look, and everyone had a look of disgust on their face. Who on earth is this person? He actually dresses like this in this kind of occasion. He has no gentlemanly manners at all. Could it be that this kind of person was also invited by Elder Zhong and Chairman Li? I doubt whether this guy can play the piano. His temperament is no different from that of a gangster. He's coming. He's coming. These people all had disdainful expressions on their faces, and they all made way for Chu Nan, as if they were disdainful of associating with him. The girls before also shook their heads in disappointment. Although they worship money, Chu Nan's image really did not arouse their interest. Although he could easily outshine these young wealthy men, it was too inappropriate to be dressed like this in such an occasion. However, there was one person in the crowd who was looking at Chu Nan with interest. That is Yi Chen. This was the first time he had met such an interesting person. He also had no good feelings towards the hypocritical people here. These people were just hypocrites on the surface. They were all so arrogant and self-righteous, thinking themselves superior to others, and some were fawning on him, which really made him feel sick. An old man from upstairs hurried down the stairs. The people around widened their eyes when they saw it. Oh shit. Isn't this President Li? Even Yi Chen was a little surprised. Mr. Li could be said to be a leading figure in their field, but why was he in such a hurry? Could it be that some important person is coming? The next scene made them completely dumbfounded. Li Hongyi held Chu Nan's hand and said with a smile, Mr. Chu, you are finally here. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Let's talk upstairs. The air froze in an instant, and the originally noisy scene became silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The expressions on their faces were all frozen, and their eyes were wide open as if their eyeballs were about to pop out. Did they see something wrong? Mr. Li came down in such a hurry just for such a young man, or the person they despised before, who they thought couldn't even play the piano? Chu Nan nodded naturally, as if all this was as it should be. Watching Mr. Li and Chu Nan walk up the stairs, they all stood there in a daze, their minds blank. Pa! A loud slap was heard. Why the hell did you hit me? The man who was hit shouted angrily, covering his burning penis. Does it hurt? Of course it hurts. Are you fucking crazy? Since you are in pain, then I am not dreaming. The man was speechless and roared, then why don't you hit yourself? I'm afraid of pain. The people around were speechless at the sight of these two strange people, but they still couldn't believe that the sloppily dressed man was actually invited up by Mr. Lee. And he seemed very polite, as if this person was of extraordinary status in Mr. Lee's mind. Mr. Lee. Even they all respected him very much and always treated him with humility. What's more, Mr. Lee was a first-class piano master. Although he was still some distance away from the Hall of Fame, he was not far behind. How many Hall of Fame pianists are there in the world today? But such an unattainable person in their eyes was actually treated like this by a junior. This was the most ridiculous thing in the world. What is the identity of that person? Even if Mr. Lee has a prominent family background, he would not do this, unless this person's piano skills have reached a level that even Mr. Lee would be amazed. Otherwise, even if the person has a prominent family background, Mr. Lee still won't fall for it. But is it really possible for someone of this age to achieve this? Even in this crowd, even Yi Chen, who was the only possible person, couldn't do this, and Yi Chen's identity was not simple. The prince of the Yi Group, worth tens of billions, is the leading enterprise in Huacheng. Such an identity is already extremely honorable. No one noticed the expression on Yi Chen's face at this time. Perhaps he understood why he was treated like this by Mr. Lee. Could it be the mysterious young man mentioned by Mr. Zhong? Is it Chu Nan? Chapter 56, 1 year. Who was that person just now? He is actually qualified to have elderly come down to greet him. Could this person have some monstrous origin? Impossible. Mr. Lee is not the kind of person who cares about family background. Unless this person's musical attainments are so great that even Mr. Lee himself admits he is inferior to him. This. Impossible? How old does this guy look? He is only in his 20s. Even if he has been practicing piano since he was born, he can't surpass Mr. Lee. Everyone shook their heads. If they were as good as Mr. Lee at this age, then they were just practicing the piano like dogs. No matter what, we'll see what's going on. I want to see what kind of person is capable of making elderly come to greet him personally. Most people don't have a very good impression of Chu Nan. They don't feel the same temperament in Chu Nan. But there was one person in the crowd who remained silent, and that was Yi Chen. He was basically certain that the man was Chu Nan. Such interesting people were really rare. But was this man really as exaggerated as Mr. Zhong said? If the rumor about a legendary pianist in his 20s were spread out, most people would probably just treat it as a joke, but since it was said by Mr. Zhong, the truth of the rumor is beyond doubt. Yi Chen smiled. He wanted to see what kind of ability this Chu Nan had to receive such high praise from Mr. Zhong. Nice to meet you again, Mr. Chu. Mr. Zhong smiled when he saw Chu Nan. As for the other old men, they also smiled and didn't care much about Chu Nan's clothes. They were just going through the motions this time. Who knew that those little bastards below would be so formal? Compared to them, they prefer Chu Nan's carefree personality, which is more friendly. Moreover, his achievements in playing the musical instrument are among the best. Wrong. It cannot be said that there are only a handful of them. I am afraid that there are basically no people in the whole country who can possess such superb piano skills as Chu Nan. Mr. Chu, how long have you been learning piano? Their main purpose this time was to record some information, and by the way, it was also a gathering for pianists in Huacheng to get to know each other. Less than a month. Chu Nan said casually without thinking too much at first. Puff. This scared the old men a lot. How is it possible to reach a top-level in just 1 month? Mr. Chu really loves to joke. For ordinary people, it is considered good if they can get started after practicing for a month. If they can reach this level after practicing for a month, they will swear that they will never touch the piano again in their life. Mr. Chu, you really like to joke. How is it possible in 1 month? Li Hongyi said with a smile. They didn't know that Chu Nan had only touched the piano twice since he acquired his talent, and had basically no practice. But there is no way around it. Expert-level talent is so terrifying that all the music theory knowledge is in Chu Nan's mind. Chu Nan then realized that he had exaggerated a bit, and thought for a while, about a year. 1 year. The atmosphere in the room froze in an instant, and the expressions on several people's faces froze in an instant, and they looked at Chunan as if they had seen a ghost. A look of shock appeared on Li Hongyi's face, and his hand holding the pen couldn't help shaking. 1 year's time was comparable to that of a top-level master. He once did not believe that there were evil spirits in this world. Until he met Chunan. All right. This is a real monster. He has reached this level in just 1 year. I am afraid Chunan is the only one in the world who can do this. No one in this younger generation can compare to Chunan. Mr. Chu, what was the name of the piece you played that day? Alive. What a life. In that tune, people are trying to survive under the pressure of today's society. What a great song to live. Mr. Chu, I have another question for you. When did you compose the song To Live? That day, the day when Mr. Zhong visited. Ahem, Mr. Chu really loves to joke. No, I'm not kidding. I just created it on that day. Hiss. Almost at the same time, their expressions were the same, with their eyes wide open and a look of disbelief on their faces. The song created that day took only a few minutes to compose. What kind of amazing talent is needed to achieve this? This song can even be called a classic of a generation. Even they alone cannot create such a song. Of course, the most important reason is that the people playing it are different. Even if they had the music score, they couldn't play it with the charm and liveliness of Chunan. Chunan's answer once again went beyond their understanding. Li Hongyi and Mr. Zhong looked at each other, and then they all smiled helplessly. Perhaps this is what is called a genius. They once did not believe that there really were such geniuses in the world. No matter how extraordinary the talent was, it was impossible to surpass their cognition. But the Chunan in front of them was such a person, refreshing their worldview time and time again. They were also extremely curious about Chunan's identity. He lived in a villa on the top of a mountain and had such superb piano skills, but why had he remained unknown all along? Chapter 57, Everyone Present is Garbage. Originally, Chunan thought that he was invited alone, but he didn't expect that it was actually a banquet. But since I'm here, and a few elderly people are trying to keep me, I might as well wait until the banquet is over before going back. After the banquet started, no one came up to talk to Chunan, and most people looked at him with contempt. Of course, most people were jealous that Chunan could be personally welcomed by President Li. Even they had never received such treatment. They didn't even understand why President Li allowed such a person to appear at the banquet. Chunan seemed out of place here, but he didn't care too much. If it weren't for the two elders' persuasion, he might not have stayed here. But let us not say the food here tastes pretty good. Chunan's eating manners were very casual, unlike other people who cared about their image and took small bites. If you wanted to eat, just eat as much as you wanted. Why be so hypocritical? If you act like a male chauvinist and are shy, people who don't know would think you came back from Thailand. Why can such a person attend a banquet on this occasion? Is this guy really a contestant like us? I don't see any artistic temperament in him at all. Do you think that President Li and Mr. Zhong were deceived? This shouldn't be possible, right? Who are the president and Mr. Zhong? How could they be deceived so easily? Moreover, these people are people who have come to visit and their strength has been tested, and the strength of those who can be here is unquestionable. But seeing Chunan's appearance, they really doubted whether this guy could play the piano. There is a piano in the middle of the hall. From time to time, someone would go up to play a song, and most of the people below would praise it. Li Hongyi and Mr. Zhong, who were upstairs, also smiled. There are quite a few outstanding young talents in Huacheng. But it's a bit too much for these 30-something old guys to steal the limelight from a few little brats. But doesn't Mr. Chu plan to go up and show off his strength? I think these people have a deep opinion of Mr. Chu. After a moment of silence, Li Hongyi said leisurely, maybe Mr. Chu doesn't care about these things at all. Old Zhong also fell silent. From his interactions with Chunan and his behavior at the banquet, Chunan had always been in a relaxed and contented state. He cared about everything around him, even the looks of those people. I'm afraid no one in today's young generation can compare with this mentality. Chunan was enjoying the delicious food alone, while the people around the piano were enjoying being watched by the crowd. Listening to the music, Chunan shook his head. The standard was there, but the emotions were too stiff, as if it was a song played by a machine. Such music may sound beautiful to outsiders, but to Chunan's ears it is no different from mechanical sounds. Wan Yu on the stage was originally enjoying the cheers of the crowd, but when his gaze shifted to one of them, his face gradually became gloomy. What did that person mean by shaking his head? He shook his head repeatedly after he finished playing. Could it be that his music was so unbearable to his ears? What qualifications does he have to attend this banquet? He even felt that Chu Nan's appearance was an insult to the banquet. He didn't understand why such a person could be personally greeted by Mr. Lee. And they are contestants of the same level as them. Hey! What do you mean by shaking your head just now? Are you dissatisfied with the performance just now? Wang Yu looked at Chu Nan with contempt. Everyone also looked over when they heard this. Oh! It turned out to be him? The people who were originally curious now had expressions of contempt and disgust on their faces. Is this guy really a pianist like them? This guy has been eating since the banquet started, and he is still eating now. Is he a big eater? Hey, did you hear Master Wang Yu talking to you? Someone nearby asked dissatisfiedly. But these people seem to be like air. Everyone's faces looked unhappy. What did this guy mean? Was he ignoring them? When Chu Nan finished the last piece of food in his hand, he glanced at Wang Yu indifferently. Well, your performance is really rubbish. The people who were originally talking were all stunned at this moment. What did he just say? Saying Wang Yu's performance was rubbish? You have to know that Wang Yu is a well-known piano master in Huacheng, respected by many people, although he is slightly inferior to Yichin present. But it's definitely not garbage level. How dare you? Do you know who Master Wang Yu is? How could someone like you appear at this banquet? How shameless! How arrogant! You are not worthy of being with us. Get out! Get out! Right! Get out! Wang Yu stood on the high platform and looked at Chu Nan arrogantly, as if he was looking at a tiny ant. How could a mere junior be so arrogant? At this age, who else could compare to him except Yi Chen? However, Chu Nan's eyes were deep and solemn. He glanced at the people in the venue and sighed deeply. I take back what I said before. Now I think all of you here are garbage. Chapter 58, This Kid is a Monster. The loud and clear sound echoed throughout the hall. When Chu Nan said this, his eyes were so natural, as if in his eyes the level of these people was indeed just garbage. You're the fucking rubbish. Your whole family is rubbish. You are a frog in a well, you don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Who do you think you are? Master Griffin? Even Master Griffin isn't as arrogant as you. You are a vulgar person, you are not worthy to be with us. Since you think our playing is rubbish, go up and play a song if you dare. If you play better than us, I will admit that I am rubbish. That's right, that's right. If you have the ability, speak with your strength. Everyone's eyes were on Chu Nan, who had now been pushed to the top of the wave. The faces of Mr. Zhong and Li Hongyi upstairs also looked a little strange. Isn't this Mr. Chu a little too arrogant? After hearing what Li Hongyi said, Mr. Zhong smiled and said, if you and I were as good as him at our age, we would probably be even more arrogant than him. 2. It is close to the hall level, or maybe Chu Nan has already reached the hall level. They are not clear about Chu Nan's true strength. It only took a few minutes to create the song to live, and he created a classic. No one knows how much truth there is in Chu Nan's words. Is it true or false? But he does have the power to be arrogant. Yi Chen's opinion of Chu Nan also changed. What right did he have to say this with such confidence? Why was he so arrogant? Did he really have such strength? They are right. Only those who have proven themselves with their strength are qualified. Chu Nan showed a mocking smile on his face. Today I will show you that there are always people who are better than you. I have the strength to shut your mouth. Everyone was so angry that they gnashed their teeth. If Chu Nan didn't have that ability, then they would definitely let him know why the flowers were so bright. Chu Nan walked to the piano, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Looking at the black and white piano keys, he closed his eyes and sorted out his thoughts. If you want to play it, just play it. Why are you pretending? Could it be that this guy can't play the piano at all? It's unlikely. All of us have been tested. I don't think this guy has the ability to do this. I'm afraid he doesn't even have the courage to play the piano now. Chu Nan didn't care about the ridicule from the crowd at all. He wanted to make those who lost admit their defeat sincerely. Technically, these people's level is so poor, it would be better to have a galloping, stormy tune. Finally, Chu Nan opened his eyes and smiled confidently. On the balcony, Elder Zhong and Li Hongyi both widened their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. Could it be that in such a short time, he had? When? The clear and powerful sound of the piano rang out. After that, 10 fingers danced on the piano keys, and the phantoms were so numerous that even the human eye could not follow them. Everyone looked horrified and looked towards Chunan. Looking at those 10 fingers that were too hard to see clearly, everyone felt their scalps tingling. How confident must he be in himself to be able to achieve such a speed of hands and change of melody? The mocking voices from before had disappeared without a trace. Everyone's face was filled with horror, their pupils kept twitching, and their faces turned red. As for the few people who had mocked Chunan before, they fled the venue in shame. If they continued to stay, they would be the only ones to be embarrassed. Wang Yu opened his mouth, and it seemed as if a stone was stuck in his throat. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he was so shocked that he couldn't recover for a long time. Is this the standard for this age? Just ask yourself, who at this age can reach such a level? No one in the world today can reach it. Even compared with Yi Chen and the man who was playing the song, the gap between the two is like a chasm that cannot be crossed. As the melody changes, the expressions on their faces change accordingly, and their emotions change along with the melody. Chunan, standing on the high platform, was rising like a dazzling star. Mr. Zhong and Li Hongyi's faces flushed, and the old lady's body, as sturdy as a pine or cypress, couldn't help but tremble. They were excited, thrilled, and even a little frightened. Artistic conception. Chunan performed a kind of artistic conception. Under the sound of the piano, it seemed as if all of their clothes were wet by the rain, and everyone below was immersed in it for a long time and unable to extricate themselves. Only the masters of the highest caliber can bring out the artistic conception, which is why there are so few of them. Even a beautiful piano can heal the pain in people's hearts. There is no doubt that Chunan in front of him has already reached the top level of piano playing. It's not just close to it, but the real top level of piano playing. 21 years old. They couldn't imagine how shocking it would be to the world if the news of this 21-year-old legendary pianist got out. The corners of Li Hongyi's mouth were bitter and a little decadent. This kid is a monster. Chapter 59, the so-called fingertip universe? The hall level is the threshold that many people dream of. Some people are even stuck at this threshold throughout their lives and cannot bring out this kind of artistic conception. If those old guys knew about this, I'm sure they would just bang their heads against the wall and die. Basically, none of the world's known Hall of Fame pianists have reached this level before the age of 40. These people dare not imagine being under 40, and they even think it is impossible for such a person to exist. But now such people have appeared. Not only is he under 40, but he has already reached the top level at the age of 21. Since Mr. Chu is at such a level, what is the point of him participating in the international competition this time? At his current level, he doesn't even need Master Griffin's guidance. For fame? It doesn't look like he is that kind of person. As long as Chunan proves his level, he will be invited by countless people to play the piano, and he may even become a world-famous figure overnight. The network of contacts of piano masters like this one is unimaginable. Today's Master Griffin has even played the piano for the queen of a certain country. Elder Zhong looked at Chunan and recalled the state that Chunan had always presented in their eyes. He said bitterly, perhaps in his eyes, this international competition is just a pastime. Pastime? Li Hongyi's heart suddenly shook. From the mentality that Chunan showed from beginning to end, it seemed that he didn't take this competition seriously at all. Thinking of this, Li Hongyi also shook his head and looked at the man below with a complicated expression. In his eyes, the World Series is just a pastime. Perhaps Chunan is the only person in the world who would treat a competition that everyone takes seriously as a pastime. Chunan was playing his own music on the stage with ecstasy, and seemed to be completely immersed in it. Everyone in the audience who had mocked Chunan before now blushed and turned pale, and Wang Yu even lowered his head in shame. There was only one thought in everyone's mind. Who is he? When did such a monster appear in Huacheng? However, if they knew that Chunan had only been learning the piano for more than a month, I wonder what expressions would appear on these people's faces. Such exquisite skills are no longer in the same field as them. Yi Chen looked a little strange, and looked at Chunan who was playing music on the stage with fear. Mr. Zhong was right. This is a dark horse, an unexpected monster. He was no longer on the same level as them. He had the honor of listening to a performance by a master of the highest caliber once, and the artistic conception was exactly the same as what Chunan was performing at this moment. Is he a master of the hall level? His voice was trembling a little, but he was almost certain in his heart that the person of the same age as him on the stage was already a top-notch pianist. The gap between them was like an insurmountable chasm. Even if Yi Chen was given another 3 or 4 years, he would not be able to reach Chu Nan's level. Yi Chen, who had always been proud, finally felt a sense of frustration and looked a little depressed. He originally thought that no one in Huacheng could compare to him. He was the only unique one with talent. Even Chu Nan, who was in the air before by old Zhong, would not have such a big difference. But this time, he accepted his defeat wholeheartedly and completely, without any complaints. He really wanted to know what Chu Nan had been through to become a world-class piano master at such a young age. At the end, the melody suddenly accelerated, and everyone looked at the phantom fingers and smiled bitterly. They lost completely, they are the real clowns. Chu Nan had already killed them in seconds. Even if they were given a few years, they might not be able to catch up. Perhaps in the other party's ears, the songs they played were just rubbish. Although Chu Nan is a little arrogant, others have the capital to be arrogant, and they are convinced. After the song was finished, Chu Nan glanced at the people around him. After seeing those deep eyes, everyone lowered their heads and their faces flushed. It seems that my level is a little bit ahead of yours, but this strength should be enough to kill you in seconds. Chu Nan said lightly. Is it a little bit or a billion bit? If it was just a little bit, looking at the subtle gap between Chu Nan's fingertips, everyone smiled bitterly. Maybe this is the fingertip universe? Even that little bit is a gap they cannot cross. Are you convinced or not? Chu Nan's aggressive tone did not arouse the disgust of the two elders upstairs. On the contrary, in the eyes of the two elders, these people had it all their own fault. From the moment Chu Nan stepped into the banquet, they saw through Chu Nan. These people considered themselves to be noble and disdained to communicate with Chu Nan, and even felt that his presence was a disgrace to the banquet. Clothes. Everyone said this word dejectedly, as if they had used up all their strength, and their bodies were shaking. As for those who admitted that they were trash, they had already left the scene in shame. Yu walked forward and used all his strength to finally apologize to Chu Nan. But Chu Nan just glanced at him indifferently and then left the banquet. There was nothing good to stay here. Chapter 60, Dad, do you believe there are evil spirits in this world? When the party was over, most people had left. The expressions on everyone's faces were extremely lonely. After suffering a blow from Chu Nan, the two elders were probably worried about the state of these people in the subsequent competitions. Mr. Li, Mr. Zhong. Yi Chen looked at the two men and greeted them respectfully before leaving. Xiao Yi, everyone has left, why aren't you leaving yet? Li Hongyi asked puzzledly. After the banquet, most people did not choose to stay. After greeting the two elders, they left one after another. After a moment of silence, Yi Chen asked, who exactly is Chu Nan? He is already a master-level player at such a young age. Why has no one in the entire Flower City heard of this person's name? The two elders also shook their heads. Elder Zhang said, we don't know who Mr. Chu is. Before this, we didn't expect that there would be such a person in Huacheng. However, Mr. Chu's identity may not be simple. He lives in a mountaintop villa in the Sky Garden. A mountaintop villa with a sky garden? Yi Chen's expression changed slightly, but he quickly recovered. It was not surprising that someone who could afford a Lamborghini Venom would live in that kind of place. But what is puzzling is that since Chu Nan has such strength, it stands to reason that he cannot be unknown in their circle. Could he be from another city? He couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. He had originally wanted to learn some news about Chu Nan from the two elders, but now it seemed that even the two elders didn't know Chu Nan very well. Xiao Yi, there is no need to be discouraged. You may become a hall-level master in the future. At least now you are a leader among your peers. Li Hongyi was afraid that Yi Chen would be devastated by the blow he suffered today, so he comforted him earnestly. Yi Chen is still a very good seedling. Even if he cannot become a hall-level master in the future, he can still become a first-class pianist like them. You two elders, there is no need to comfort me. Chu Nan is right. There are always people better than you. I was too narrow-minded before. Yi Chen said with a wry smile. The two of them also sighed. The gap between the two was indeed difficult to cross. It's getting late, I won't disturb you two anymore. Yi Chen said goodbye and left Rose Manor. After looking at Yi Chen's back, the two elders looked at each other, speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. They hoped that this kid Yi wouldn't suffer too much of a blow. After returning home, Yuan saw his son coming back and asked, "Did you see the two elders?" Yi Chen nodded, sat on the sofa in a daze, and looked up at the chandelier above his head. Yuan also noticed that something was wrong with his son and frowned. Strangeness. How come this kid was so absent-minded after visiting Rose Manor, as if he had lost his soul? It was the first time he saw his son look like this. Did something happen? Yuan asked with concern. Yi Chen sighed, looked at his father and asked, "Dad, what do you think of my achievements in the field of piano? You are very talented. At least no young talent in Huacheng can compare with you. Did you meet someone in Rose Manor?" Yiwen continued to ask. Could it be that there is someone in Huacheng who is more talented than his son? That shouldn't be possible, right? If it really existed, the news should have spread in the piano circle in Huacheng a long time ago. Yi Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, I have encountered a gap that I may not be able to overcome in this lifetime. A master pianist in his 20s, Dad, do you believe there are evildoers in this world?" Yiwen became even more agitated at this moment. He stood up directly, widened his eyes and looked incredulous. A legendary pianist in his 20s? Does this really exist in the world? A legendary pianist, such a famous master, has a very high status even in the whole world. Moreover, the youngest pianists in the world today, including those in the past, achieved this level after the age of 40. That is simply unimaginable in my 20s. Are you serious? Are there really such legendary pianists in their 20s? Yi Wen's voice was trembling. Of course, other people would feel the same way. Once such a thing is said, few people would believe it. The reason why Yi Wen believed it was because these words came from his own son's mouth. He brought out the artistic conception. Yi Chen said. Hiss. Yi Wen took a deep breath and sat down on the sofa. His eyes looked a little confused, just like Yi Chen's. Artistic conception. The artistic conception. Anyone who can play out the artistic conception is most likely a top-notch pianist. When did such a terrifying person appear in Huacheng? He had never heard of him before. He heard Chunan's name from his son, but he had no impression of this name at all. Moreover, the other party actually bought the mountaintop villa in the Sky Garden, which was enough to prove that the other party's status was not ordinary. But why has it remained silent all this time? Seeing his son's lifeless eyes, Yiwen felt distressed. In his eyes, his son was a child of destiny. At least no one in Huacheng could compare to him. In the field of piano, he was favored by countless people. But now that such a person has emerged, it has dealt a huge blow to his son. Chun Nan. It seems that there is no one with the surname Chu among the wealthy nobles today. Chapter 61, No Comparison, No Gap. After Chunan finished washing up, he said to Zhouing at the dining table, "You will go out with me later." Zhouing looked at him with some confusion. "Where are you going?" "Come with me to pick out some clothes. The international competition starts today, so we should dress a little more formally." Chunan was also a man who knew his limits. If he continued to look so casual when participating in the competition, it is estimated that gossip is inevitable. Of course, Chunan himself does not care about people gossiping about him behind his back. This time he is mainly representing the image of Huacheng and the country, so naturally he has to be a little more grand. Zhouing nodded. After packing up, Chunan drove out the Aston Martin. Zhouing widened her eyes. "When did you buy a car again?" "Not long ago." Chunan smiled casually. When he drove the Aston Martin out that day, it seemed that Zhouing was not at home and naturally didn't know about the car. Zhouing said oh and complained silently in her heart. It's great to have money. Of course, her salary is not bad now, 30,000 yuan a month. Even if she buys some things every month, she can save more than 20,000 yuan. Such a salary is something she never dared to imagine before. She was also very grateful to Chunan. Zhouing completed all the tasks in the villa very carefully. Soon after, the two arrived at Rongmall Plaza. After parking the car and entering the mall, there is an Armani on their left. Unless some petty bourgeoisie people, most people will not enter this store. As for the reason? That is why it is expensive. Of course, if it were the Chunan in the past, he would not necessarily enter such a store because he was poor and had no money, but now things are different from the past. Even if he wanted to buy all the suits in this store, he had the capital to do so. However, he was not stupid enough to buy so many suits. He didn't know much about suits, so he asked Zhouing to come out and accompany him. There are usually not many customers in this kind of store. In the empty shop, there are probably only 5 or 6 people looking at suits. However, clothes like this can cost thousands of dollars just for a shirt, so selling a few pieces a day is enough. Soon the saleslady came up and looked at the two of them politely, smiling and saying, "Excuse me, is there anything you two can do for me? Which suits are the more famous ones in your store? Please introduce them to us." Zhou said slowly. Upon hearing this, the salesgirl's eyes suddenly lit up. These two people seemed to be wealthy. Zhou was wearing all Chanel brand clothes and had an extraordinary temperament. The shopping guides had come into contact with people like her many times, and such people were generally not short of money. As for Chunan, who was dressed rather plainly, the shopping guide didn't see him clearly. One of the iron rules in their store is not to judge a book by its cover. You know, there are quite a few hidden wealthy people in Huacheng. Who can guarantee that others are just low-key? So even though Chunan's clothes looked like an ordinary person, the shopping guide still treated him as a customer in the store and did not look down on him at all. The shopping guide took them to a more upscale area where Western-style clothes were placed. She introduced the suits in detail to Chunan and Zhou, and they both nodded silently. Zhou Ying's eyes shifted to the suit on the left, and she slowly said, "Let's go with that one. Let's try it first." The shopping guide's face lit up with joy. After taking the dress off, he handed it to Zhou. She touched the material of the suit and nodded with satisfaction. "Why don't you try it first?" Zhou asked. Chunan had no objection. He took his suit and walked into the dressing room. About 2 minutes passed. When Chunan walked out of the changing room, almost everyone in the store focused their attention on him. Even Zhou widened her eyes. The figure and height of his boss are too perfect. When Chunan puts on the suit, his whole temperament becomes different. The shopping guide next to her also wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, her heart beating fast. These biceps, these pectoral muscles, and this bare waist. Oh my God! How can there be such a perfect man in this world? And with his height, he looks like a typical domineering president. A fat man's eyes lit up when he saw Chunan's suit and he said to his wife, "Honey, this suit looks good. How about I try it too?" This man's wife has been staring at Chunan with her beautiful eyes. This figure and these small pectoral muscles, I love them. But after hearing what her husband said, her face was full of contempt and disgust, and she said bluntly, "Why are you trying? You have the same body shape as others. You just eat all day long at home. If you continue like this, you will become a pig." The fat man's face flushed, and when he saw his wife's infatuated eyes, he suddenly felt green on his head. As the saying goes, there is no gap without comparison. Of course, it is not just this couple, several other couples also encountered the same situation. They looked at Chunan with envy and jealousy. I thought to myself, how nice it would be if I had a figure like this. After Zhou came back to her senses, she asked, "How do you feel?" Chunan looked in the mirror and said, "It looks good, but it's a little tight." He raised his hands and puffed out his chest muscles, outlining his explosive body more clearly. The shopping guide at the side was screaming in his heart that he couldn't stand it anymore. "Handsome guy, are you here to buy clothes or to show off your body? Who can resist this?" Zhou on the side couldn't bear it any longer. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Chunan, as if they were frozen at this moment. "Since you feel it's tight, why don't you try this one?" The shopping guide took out another suit that was similar. Chapter 62, Encounter with Qianxi Jia. After changing, Chunan moved around a bit, and it was obviously much more convenient than before. "Well, this one is pretty good." "Then this one?" Zhou asked. Chunan looked around in the mirror, took a look at the dress he was wearing before, and said, "Pack this one too." The shopping guide was overjoyed and looked a little excited. The total value of the two pieces of clothing was about 30,000 or 40,000 yuan. With the commission, he could get more than 1,000 yuan. After arriving at the checkout counter, the shopping guide began to breathe rapidly when he saw the black gold card that Chunan took out. She took the bank card with trembling hands, and after confirming that she had not made a mistake, she was extremely shocked. Citibank black gold card. As expected, she was not wrong. This young man in simple clothes was the real boss. Fortunately, she did not look down on him, otherwise her future in this life would most likely be ruined. After leaving Armani, the two of them strolled around casually and bought a pair of leather shoes that cost nearly 10,000 yuan. If it were in the past, Chunan would never have been willing to spend that much. But now this 10,000 yuan is like $1, not enough to cause any fluctuation in him. All these things, big and small, cost him nearly 100,000 yuan. It turns out that the happiness of being rich is so simple and unpretentious. More than 100,000 yuan is almost the annual income of some families in Huacheng. The gap between people is so huge. There was nowhere to stay after leaving the mall. He had to reach the venue in 2 hours. After sending Zhouing back, he drove towards the Blue Butterfly piano venue. This competition not only attracted pianists from Huacheng, but also famous pianists from all over the country and even from abroad. In the parking lot, luxurious cars are parked there, and there is a circle of security guards guarding the parking lot. There are also some powerful people gathered here. Most of the people who come here to watch are not ordinary people. As for some ordinary people, they just look up from the intersection, their faces full of envy and curiosity. This is the difference. Luxury cars drive past one after another. Mr. Li and Mr. Zhong at the entrance of the venue were also waiting anxiously. They looked around as if they were looking for someone. President, Mr. Zhong. Suddenly, someone called them in a respectful tone. It turns out to be Xiao Yi and Mr. Yi. Li Hongyi said with a smile. Yi Wen smiled and said, Uncle Li, you are too polite. You should just call me Xiao Wen. It's fine for outsiders to call me that, but it seems strange for you to call me that. Li Hongyi and Yi Wen have known each other for a long time. They met each other early because of family relationships. Mr. Li's status in Huacheng is not ordinary. Even Yi Wen is quite afraid of the power behind Mr. Li. In that case, I won't be polite. But since you and your son are here, why don't you go in? Li Hongyi asked puzzledly. Then who are you two waiting for? Yi Chen had actually guessed what the two elders were thinking, but he still asked meaningfully. Elder Zhong and Li Hongyi looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Young man Yi, you should have guessed it. The two of us are naturally waiting for Chu Nan. I didn't expect that this guy would be so slow to come. Chu Nan. Yi Wen narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that the two elders paid so much attention to this young man. He was a little curious about what this young man looked like and what kind of young man could have such a top-notch level at such an age. With such a level, what is the significance of participating in this international competition? It's impossible to become Master Griffin's student. If Master Griffin knew that there was a top-notch pianist in his 20s in Huacheng, I wonder what he would think and what kind of shocked expression he would show. I'm afraid that no one who came to the venue this time would have thought what a shocking scene they would experience, and they would never forget it in their lifetime. Boom, boom, boom. An Aston Martin drove in with a roar, and everyone just paid a little attention to it, and it didn't cause much commotion. After all, although a car like Aston Martin can be considered a luxury car, there are also quite a few luxury cars here. There are even luxury cars that are more expensive than Aston Martin. When Chu Nan got out of the car, he attracted the attention of the two elders. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Chu Nan coming. Because of yesterday's incident, many contestants were hit hard. Some of them applied to withdraw from the competition on the grounds of poor condition. There were originally nearly 200 contestants in Huacheng, but now there are less than 100 left. This is a particular headache for the two elders, but fortunately the protagonist this time is Chu Nan. They believe that as long as Chu Nan appears at this venue, the championship will be prepared for Chu Nan. As for the Hall of Fame pianists of the same age, they didn't believe that there would be another genius like Chu Nan in the world. It was basically impossible. Yi Wen looked at the young man in front of him curiously. Fresh appearance. Is this the Chu Nan that his son mentioned? This child. She exudes a unique temperament from head to toe. Not an ordinary person. We've been waiting for you, please go into the venue. Mr. Zhong said. Chu Nan nodded, and just as they were about to enter the venue, a familiar voice suddenly called Chu Nan. Chun Nan? Why are you here? Xian Sijia walked towards Chu Nan incredulously. Chapter 63, The Arrogant Chinese. Judging from Chu Nan's attire, he doesn't seem to be here to watch. Could he be a contestant? After thinking about it, it's impossible. Chu Nan had never even touched a piano in college. How could he be a contestant? Mr. Chu? Do you know this person? Li Hongyi asked doubtfully. Yes, classmate. Chu Nan looked at Xian Sijia and asked, why are you here again? Do I even need to ask? Of course I'm here to enjoy this international competition just like you. Xian Sijia said with a smile. Mr. Zhang stood up and asked tentatively, are you Qian Zhanghao's daughter? Qian Zhanghao? The director of the largest pharmaceutical company in Huacheng? Is the girl in front of me the daughter of Sifan Pharmaceutical? Who are you? Xian Sijia looked at the old man in front of her puzzledly. Does this man know her father? Mr. Zhong sighed, I didn't expect you to have grown so big. I remember I held you in my arms when I was a child. I wonder if you still remember that my last name is Zhong. Xian Sijia's pupils suddenly shrank, and she exclaimed, Could it be, you are Grandpa Zhong? Mr. Zhong nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect that the little girl still remembered him. Xian Zhanghao was his student back then. He didn't expect that his daughter has grown up now. Time flies so fast. Xian Sijia still clearly remembers that when she was a child, she had an old grandfather who loved her very much. She often saw her father communicating or scolding the old man when she was a child. Grandpa Zhong had been very good to her since she was a child, but later on, due to academic and company reasons, she went abroad for further studies, which lasted for 5 or 6 years. After she came back, she had forgotten about the old man. But I didn't expect to meet you here again. It's all fate. Xian Sijia took Zhong Lao's arm and said with a smile, Grandpa Zhong, I still remember you. You were the best to me when I was a child. Jia Jiao remembers you. Elder Zhong stroked the hair of the graceful girl in front of him and said with a smile, I haven't seen you since you went abroad. I didn't expect to meet you again in this occasion today. Xian Sijia lowered her head in shame. She didn't remember how good Grandpa Zhong was to her in the past, but she had forgotten it after leaving for a few years. If Grandpa Zhong hadn't mentioned it, she probably wouldn't have thought of it in the future. Okay, old man Zhong, if you want to chat, go inside and do it. We still have to go register Chunan. Li Hongyi said. Register? Register for what? Do the audience here need to register? Can't we just go to the auditorium if we have a ticket? Xian Sijia couldn't help but ask puzzledly. Mr. Zhong smiled and said, Silly girl, Mr. Chu is not a spectator, he is a contestant this time. What? Xian Sijia looked at Chunan blankly. This guy is actually a contestant? Can he play the piano? As this guy's classmate in college, he had never seen Chunan touch a piano. He only knew that Chunan was the president of the taekwondo club in college. As for the fact that he can play the piano, I'm afraid no one in the class would believe it. She suddenly found it difficult to see through this old classmate. From knowing that he was the owner of Marriott Hotel at the class reunion to now being a contestant, how much has this guy hidden? Was his ordinary appearance in college just a disguise? Mr. Zhong and Mr. Li took Yi-Chan and Chunan to register. When the two elders came back, they no longer saw Chunan and Yi-Chen. Xian Sijia hesitated for a long time, but couldn't help asking, Grandpa Zhong, can Chunan really play the piano? Of course, and the level is beyond ordinary people's imagination. Just wait and see, little girl, Mr. Chu will be the biggest dark horse in this game. Old Zhong was looking forward to what expressions Chunan and others would show. Since Mr. Zhong has such a high opinion of Chunan. This guy is hiding too much. How many secrets does this mysterious old classmate of mine hide? In a huge hall, contestants from all over the world gathered, each of them is a top-notch pianist. Chunan and Yi-Chen walked in together, and those who attended the banquet yesterday also came forward. Mr. Yi. Then he looked at Chunan a little embarrassedly and said respectfully, Mr. Chu. They were completely convinced by Chunan yesterday. This game was no longer important to them because Chunan appeared here. Once he comes to power, he will be the brightest planet. Chunan also greeted him. Since the other party had humbled himself, he was not the kind of person who liked to make things difficult for him. Chunan's attitude is that if you don't offend me, I won't offend others. If you come to provoke me, I'm sorry, but I will let you know what it means to be slapped in the face. We're all family here anyway, so why make things difficult for us? A person from the Pengzi country on the high platform had just finished playing a piece of music. He looked at the person below the stage with contempt and arrogance and said arrogantly, This is called performance. What you just played is only for 3-year-old children. With your level, you still participate in the competition. It seems that the level of your eastern country is just like this. My country, Pengzi, is the race that inherits excellent bloodline. Chapter 64, Master Griffin. The Chinese man sitting on the piano, his face shiny with grease, looked very arrogant. The person being mocked lowered his head and left the hall in shame. Chunan frowned. This is their territory. When will it be the turn of a Chinese person to act so arrogantly here? Who is this person, so arrogant? Shu Nan said lightly. Yi Chen said slowly, this man is Cui Zhengyu, who is the same age as us and is more advanced than me, but his attitude is really disgusting. What's wrong? Is there no one left? It seems that you guys are just like this? The winner of this competition must be me, so you just follow behind me and be my followers. Choi Young-woo's arrogant look made people grit their teeth in hatred. But there was nothing they could do as their level was indeed not as good as Choi Young-woo, and they had no way to refute it. Cui Zhengyu glanced around with disdain and snorted coldly. Seeing that no one refuted, his arrogance became even stronger. At this moment, a cold voice broke the frozen atmosphere. Oh? You said you are the winner this time? How about we make a bet? Shu Nan stood up and looked at the greasy Cui Zhengyu with a cold gaze. Suddenly, all eyes were drawn to him. Those who knew Chu Nan at yesterday's banquet were immediately excited. If it was him, the people from Pengzi country would not be a problem. Oh? Who are you? How do you want to fight? From the looks of it, you should be a contestant this time. Why don't you let everyone see your level first? Cui Zhengyu's tone revealed deep disdain. He didn't take Chu Nan seriously at all. It was as if he was looking at a tiny ant. But the one standing before him was not the ant he had imagined, but a giant dragon that he could never overcome. Chu Nan showed a provocative smile. I'm afraid you will run away with your tail between your legs after hearing this, so why don't we make a bet? If the winner of this competition is me, then you crawl out of here. If it's you, then I crawl out from here instead. You? Do you dare to bet? Everyone in the hall was stunned and gasped. Who is this guy? He is so arrogant. The stakes are too high. Is this guy so confident that he will definitely be the winner? If I were to crawl out of the venue, it would be a lifetime of shame. How shameless of you to say that. Since you want to die, don't blame me. I'm betting with you, but I have another request. If you lose, not only must you crawl out of the venue, but you must also kneel on the ground and call me Dad 3 times. Choi Young-woo said coldly. Dare to provoke him? Then you must bear the consequences. Okay, I promise you, but you too. Shu Nan said with a smile, as if this matter was insignificant to him, because he knew that this group of Chinese people had no chance of defeating him. Then let's wait and see. Choi Young-woo said coldly and returned to his lounge. Everyone in the hall knew that something interesting was about to happen. But does the person who challenged Choi Young-woo really have such strength? Is he just talking big? Those who didn't know Chu Nan naturally had no idea, but those around who were familiar with Chu Nan and had seen Chu Nan's strength all sneered. Arrogant fan, you will never know what a terrifying and evil person the person in front of you is. There is only one legendary pianist in his 20s in the world, Chu Nan. After a long time, the game finally began. The audience seats at the competition venue were already full. These people were undoubtedly well-known wealthy and powerful people in the upper circles of Huacheng. They would not miss this event. As the beautiful sound of a piano began to play, an old man walked onto the stage. Everyone's face changed. The contestants became very excited when they saw the old man's face turned red, even Mr. Zhong and Li Honi were no exception. This is a legend, a Hall of Fame pianist, the real man who organized this international competition. Master Griffin. When? A weird piano sound was heard. Almost everyone's expression changed at this moment, and they all looked at Master Griffin. As the tune reached its climax, everyone closed their eyes and immersed themselves in it. Pictures emerged in their minds one after another. This was the artistic conception. Picture after picture was painted in people's minds, and everyone's face flushed, enjoying this moment, relaxing all over and just wanting to immerse themselves in the music. The contestants in the waiting hall were all immersed in it. To them, Master Griffin was like a god. But among the crowd, there was only one person who kept his eyes open, as if Master Griffin's music had no effect on him. So this is the Hall of Fame pianist? Shu Nan said secretly in his heart. After listening to the performance of Master Griffin, a veteran and legendary pianist, he also discovered some of his own shortcomings. In just such a short period of time, Shu Nan's piano skills improved by leaps and bounds again. This is expert piano talent. Chapter 65, Just Wait and Call Me Dad. This is Master Griffin. I wish I could be as cool as Master Griffin someday. Don't dream. Master Griffin is a world-class pianist. You should know that there are only a few world-class pianists in the world. To become a world-class pianist requires extremely high talent. Only when you can play with such artistic conception can you be considered a world-class pianist. Most of the eyes around were full of admiration, respect, and excitement. The purpose of their trip was to attract the attention of Master Griffin. If they could get the attention of Master Griffin, perhaps they would be able to avoid many detours on the road to piano and gain experience that ordinary people could not get. After the performance, everyone was still not satisfied and couldn't help but sigh at the difference between a Hall of Fame pianist and an ordinary pianist. This kind of artistic conception is something that many people can never achieve in their lifetime. Sure enough, there is still some gap between Mr. Chu and Master Griffin. Master Griffin is more delicate. Li Hongyi sighed sincerely. Although both of them can bring out this kind of artistic conception, Chu Nan is still too young after all. Compared with these old-fashioned Hall of Fame figures who have been famous for a long time, he still needs some time to settle down. Grandpa Li, what are you talking about? There must be a gap between Chu Nan and Master Griffin. Griffin is a Hall of Famer. How can Chu Nan be compared with Master Griffin? Xian Sijia said as a matter of course. In fact, it is true in the eyes of others. Master Griffin is world-class, and no matter how talented Chu Nan is, he cannot be considered as a Hall of Famer in the eyes of outsiders. Mr. Zhang had always had a question, so he asked, "Girl, since you and Chu Nan were college classmates, why do you know so little about him? With Chu Nan's piano skills, he shouldn't be unknown in your school." Grandpa Zhang, you don't know that Chu Nan never touched a piano in college. He was just the president of the Taekwondo club in college. I'm afraid none of our college classmates knew that he could play the piano and at this level. Qian Sijia answered. Li Hongyi, Zhang Lao, and Yi Wen were dumbfounded. He had never touched a piano in college? Chu Nan had never touched a piano in the past 3 years? Could it be that Chu Nan's statement that he could reach this level in 1 year was not an exaggeration? Was it true? The two of them once again had a full understanding of Chu Nan's evil talent. Such a terrifying talent was simply unheard of. There are 3 judges below. These judges have participated in large and small competitions and have taken part in world-class competitions like this several times, so they are qualified to serve as judges. As for the one sitting in the seat of honor, it was naturally Master Griffin. His deep green eyes seemed to be able to touch people's hearts just by touching them. He closed his eyes, waiting for the contestant who could give him some surprises. Finally, the competition began. Undoubtedly, the players at the beginning were under the most pressure. They made frequent mistakes due to their insufficient on-the-spot performance. This was a test of one's mentality. Everyone would be nervous in such an event. They all came here for Master Griffin, and wanting to show off themselves and their skills too much would lead to mistakes. The first contestant was cruelly eliminated and left the stage dejectedly. People in the audience were pointing and talking. These people just wanted to watch the fun and make trouble. Their comments can even hurt people's hearts. After being eliminated, the contestant left the scene in disgrace. The contestants waiting in the hall were all tense. Everyone was very nervous and there was not a single moment for them to relax. But there was an outlier here. He sat leisurely on the sofa, enjoying the delicious food available in the hall, as if this event had nothing to do with him and he stayed out of it. Everyone around looked at Chu Nan suspiciously and was very puzzled by Chu Nan's behavior. This is the big brother of international competitions. Can you be a little more serious? You made a bet with others and you are so relaxed. Do you really think you have already won? The people nearby were also speechless, but it's good to have this mentality, at least you won't be nervous when you go on stage and can perform better. In fact, Chu Nan didn't take it seriously at all. After all, in his opinion, it was just a game for entertainment. Why should he care so much? Besides, he was not focused on the piano. After all, it was just for fun. Only Yi Chen and others knew why Chu Nan was so leisurely, because the other party was a Hall of Fame figure like Master Griffin. Who among those present could compare with Chu Nan? The cheers from outside the stage, the constant sound of pianos and the judges' comments put layers of pressure on the contestants. They were still a little uncomfortable facing the huge crowds. Choi Young-woo, who came out of the lounge, looked down upon the leisurely figure. I'm afraid this person is just bragging. No one will not be nervous when participating in such a large-scale event, unless this person has the strength to crush everyone else, or this person is just going through the motions for this event. In his opinion, Chu Nan belongs to the latter. I thought you could give me some surprises, but now it seems I overestimated you. It's not too late for you to withdraw your bet now. Cui Zhengyu said with disdain. On the contrary, Shunan seemed to ignore what he said before and grinned. No need, just wait to call me dad. Chapter 66, Choi Young-woo's Strength. You. Cui Zhengyu's face turned pale. He didn't expect Shunan to be so ungrateful. The people around him also shook their heads in disappointment. It seemed that this man was just bragging when he made a bet with Choi Young-woo. His pretense would probably be exposed once he got on the stage. You are shameless, so just wait for the fulfillment of your bet. Snort. Cui Zhengyu snorted coldly and returned to his locker room again. It was still too early for him to go on the court. Generally, the most talented players were arranged to play at the end. As for Shunan, he was even less anxious. He was even behind Cui Zhengyu. Once he came on stage, he would probably cause an unprecedented commotion in the entire venue. Yi Chen. Contestant Yi Chen, please come on stage. Finally, Yi Chen, who had been waiting for a long time, came on stage. Even he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and walked towards the stage. Young man Yi is on the court. Old Master Zhong said slowly. Yuan looked at himself under the spotlight, his eyes full of anticipation. Although he knew that the championship of this international competition had nothing to do with his son, he would always regard Yi Chen as his pride. When the sound of the piano rang out, and then 10 slender fingers danced on the keys, and the phantoms were dazzling. Everyone in the audience looked at the young man under the spotlight in disbelief. This young man was simply not on the same level as the previous ones, and he was still so young. Who is this person? I'm afraid there is no one like him among his peers? This level of performance is probably enough to rival some well-known pianists. This kid's future is limitless. It makes people wonder what kind of family can raise such an outstanding young person. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. I know who this person is. This is Yi Chen, the son of the chairman of Yi Group. Hiss. There was an uproar at the scene immediately. I didn't expect that the young man performing on the stage had such a shocking background. He was actually the prince of the Yi Group. Since it is such a family, it is not surprising. Since Yi Chen is here, is Mr. Yi also in the audience? Many people are looking for Yi Wen. It would be a good thing if they could make friends with such a big man. Several judges in the audience looked at Yi Chen, who was performing with great appreciation. They had not seen such an outstanding young man for a long time. With this level of skills, he may become a famous pianist in the future. Master Griffin, who had been closing his eyes, also opened his eyes. He only took a glance and then closed his eyes again, saying 2 words, not bad. It seems that there are still some good talents among these contestants. Although Yi Chen's strength is among the best among his peers, Master Griffin thinks he still has some shortcomings. However, it is already very good to have such a level. I hope there will be more players who can surprise him next time. He secretly memorized Yi Chen's name in his heart. After the performance, several judges gave Yi Chen a score of 9 points. None of the contestants who had gone on stage before had scored 9 points. Yi Chen glanced at Master Griffin and finally left the stage. He had also noticed the unusual fluctuations in Master Griffin before, but even so what? The winner this time was unquestionable, and they were all just Shunan's foil. Cui Zhengyu looked at Yi Chen solemnly. He didn't expect that there would be such a person among this group of people. His level is indeed extraordinary, but there is still a small gap between him and him. Seeing Yi Chen and Shunan sitting together, he suddenly felt unhappy. These two people are actually in the same group, but why would a person of this level have such an attitude towards an arrogant person? It seems that Yi Chen respects that person a lot more. Could it be that the boy really has the real talent? Thinking of this, he quickly dismissed his idea. He was just pretending with that lazy attitude, and he even doubted whether Shunan could play the piano. However, he didn't know that some people had thought so before, but what was the result? They were all slapped in the face. Of course, when Shunan comes on the court, Cui Zhengyu will be slapped in the face as well. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked at the leisurely Shunan. Shunan looked at him puzzledly. Why are you sighing? Yi Chen shook his head and said helplessly, I envy Mr. Chu's mentality. Everyone present is nervous, and only you can be so relaxed. Shunan curled his lips and said calmly, these people take the game too seriously. It's just a game, right? Just treat it as entertainment. Remove. Pastime. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth twitched slightly. In your eyes, is this kind of international competition just a pastime? Perhaps others would think Shunan was arrogant after hearing this, but Jichen knew that he had the capital to be so arrogant. Perhaps in Shunan's view, this was just a game. Mr. Choi Young-woo, please invite Mr. Choi Young-woo to the stage. After waiting for a long time, it was finally Choi Jang-woo's turn to go on stage. He looked at Shunan provocatively and said something. Boy, you will see the difference between you and me later. Shunan didn't pay any attention to him at all, instead he seemed to be ignored. Choi Young-woo gritted his teeth and said, wait until the game is over and see how long you can be arrogant. After Choi Young-woo came on stage, many of his little fans in the audience cheered and looked at their idol with stars in their eyes. Appa! Appa! It's time to go on stage. There was a hint of strangeness in the eyes of the judges. This contestant had an extraordinary temperament. Compared with the previous contestants, he exudes a sense of confidence. This player is worth looking forward to. When the graceful piano sounded, and as the sound of the piano changed, the whole song became lively and beautiful. His fingers played very quickly, and the horizontal and vertical transitions were dazzling. The judges below all widened their eyes, and the people in the audience also looked incredulous and asked about the origins of the person on the stage. The judges' faces flushed, and it was obvious that they were provoked by Choi Young-woo. The level of the contestant on the stage is not inferior to theirs, and in some aspects he is even better than them. This is just a show of skill. With such irregular beats, the music played is not disordered at all, and the changes in pitch can be controlled so perfectly. This contestant may be the biggest dark horse this time. Even Master Griffin was moved. He opened his eyes and watched the 10 slender fingers playing on the keys. Chapter 67, New Music 4 Seasons. If you play with a purpose, no matter how skilled you are, there will be flaws. This also means that if you continue to have this mentality, you will never reach the pinnacle of piano. However, as he can play such beautiful piano music at such a young age, Master Griffin has to admit that Choi Young-woo is a genius. He is even better than Yi Chen, whom he cared about before. In the backstage hall, the other contestants and the eliminated people were looking at Choi Young-woo on the stage with shock. Obviously, everyone's age is not much different, and the oldest here is only around 30 years old, but why is there such a big gap between their level and Choi Young-woo's? The winner this time is self-evident. It must be this group of Chinese people. He is just showing off his skills. Who among you here can do that? Everyone showed a bitter smile, which dealt another blow to their morale. They basically had no intention of dealing with such a monster anymore. Even Shunan was simply ignored by the others. No one took him seriously at all. In their eyes, Shunan was just a clown and a big talker. Gradually the performance came to an end and cheers were heard outside. Choi Young-woo enjoyed his moment and his attention shifted to Master Griffin. The other party was also looking at him, which made him feel even more elevated. The winner this time was self-evident. In his opinion, no one could match him. 3 judges, 2 gave 10 points, and 1 gave 9 points. Such high scores surprised everyone in the audience. This is the first contestant to get a perfect score since the beginning. It was already evening, 6 hours had passed since the start, and there were still nearly 30 contestants left. After Choi Jang-woo left the stage, he returned to the backstage hall. Looking at Shunan, who was still leisurely, he sneered and said contemptuously, I hope your words are as hard as your strength. Are you ready to fulfill the bet? Shunan smiled and said, I am not prepared to fulfill the bet, because I can't be the loser. A dead duck is still stubborn. Choi Jang-woo didn't want to waste time talking to Shunan. They would just fight and see who would win. However, there was no way this guy could defeat him. Most people were already feeling a little sleepy and were hoping that the competition would end soon. They really had no interest in the contestants coming up next. The gap between these people and Choi Young-woo was really too big, and under the influence of Choi Young-woo, most of them performed very poorly. Mr. Shunan, please come to the stage. After waiting for so long, it is finally Chunan's turn. Everyone in the hall focused their attention on Shunan. Is it finally his turn? I don't know if he has the ability to do that. Is he really just bragging? Look at how relaxed he is, not nervous at all. Does this guy really have the ability to defeat Choi Young-woo? Naturally, they knew nothing about Chunan's strength, and only Yi Chen had an intriguing smile on his face. Just wait. He will shock your eardrums. This international competition is prepared for him. As for the others, they are just his foils. When Shunan came on stage, People in the audience frowned when they saw his lazy look. Who is this person? Is he really a contestant? Could this guy have just woken up? He looks so dazed that he seems to be asleep. When Li Honi and Mr. Zhong saw Chu Nan coming on stage, excited smiles finally appeared on their faces. Mr. Chu finally came on stage. Yes, it all depends on his performance. He will definitely be the most unexpected dark horse here. Xian Sijia was confused and doubtful about Chu Nan's ability. This guy was actually valued so much by President Li and Grandpa Zhong. Was he really that capable? However, after Chu Nan sat on the stage, he did not start playing immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to organize his thoughts. The other audience members were puzzled. What is this guy doing? Could it be that he fell asleep on the stage? Some people were getting impatient, and voices of complaints gradually emerged. As for the people in the backstage hall, they were also a little disappointed with Chu Nan and shook their heads. It seemed that the guy was really bragging and they didn't even have the courage to press it. But only Master Griffin was deeply attracted by Chu Nan's temperament. His pupils contracted and he looked a little excited, but more of it was disbelief. He had only seen this kind of temperament in one type of person, and that was a Hall of Fame pianist. But the man on the stage is only in his 20s, why does he have this kind of temperament? Master Griffin couldn't believe it, and even didn't want to believe it, because such a thing was almost impossible to happen, but he was full of expectations for Chu Nan. The judges all noticed the strange expression on Master Griffin's face and found it incredible. Master Griffin actually looked at the players above with anticipation. Why is that? Finally, after several minutes, Chu Nan opened his eyes and blocked out all the complaints from the audience. His slender fingers finally fell. At this moment the entire venue was silent. Even Master Griffin kept widening his eyes and suddenly stood up. His face was filled with an expression as if he had seen a ghost and was deeply shocked. The reactions of everyone in the venue also changed. The moment Chu Nan pressed the piano key, the complaining voices disappeared. The spotlights were all focused on Chu Nan, his 10 slender fingers dancing on the piano keys like 10 girls. A kind of artistic conception arises spontaneously under Chu Nan's performance. Everyone closed their eyes, including Master Griffin. He had a peaceful face and a faint smile on his face, enjoying this moment. Accompanied by the soft music, pictures one after another emerged in people's minds. The rain falls quietly on the ground, the soil absorbs the rain and new buds grow beneath the soil. In the spring, when all things come back to life, all the sleeping plants and animals are slowly waking up. In their minds was a scene of spring quietly arriving, and with this picture, everyone's mouth was filled with a warm smile. But then the music changed again, as if spring had passed without anyone noticing, and the hot summer had arrived. The cicadas were chirping, and the scorching summer sun and the scorching heat waves seemed clearly visible in their eyes. Then with the arrival of autumn and winter, everyone's face changes. What Chu Nan played was not a piece of music, but a way for people to experience the changes of the 4 seasons at this moment. Just like the piece he played, it was called the 4 Seasons. Chapter 68, My dear son, you are so enthusiastic. Those who were not optimistic about Chu Nan before were now completely dumbfounded. They opened their eyes wide and their pupils constricted. He opened his mouth in shock and didn't know what to say. As for Choi Young-woo, his face was as pale as tinfoil. He took several steps back and fell to the ground. Artistic conception. This is the artistic conception. Only a top-notch pianist can create this artistic conception. How is this possible? He's a top-notch pianist? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. There can't be such a young top-notch pianist in the world. Illusion. This is all an illusion. Choi Young-woo seemed to have gone completely insane, sitting on the ground and talking nonsense. Shut up! Yi Chen shouted coldly. He still wanted to savor the song played by Chu Nan. This piece of music was more delicate than the one at the previous banquet, and it even made up for the shortcomings that Master Griffin had previously thought of. The music was profound and lively, touching people's hearts, without a trace of superficiality. Such progress was achieved in just one day. Or is this his true strength? This is already on the same level as Master Griffin. The entire venue was very quiet. Everyone closed their eyes and enjoyed the beautiful piano music. It was as if strands of silk were touching their skin. The wonderful feeling was indescribable. When it came to the winter part, everyone shivered, as if they had arrived in a cold winter, and many people curled up involuntarily. The picture in their minds was a scene of ice and snow, with pure white snowflakes falling. Of course, some people had pure smiles on their faces because Chunan changed the way he played in winter. The joy brought by winter also appeared in their minds, and the whole tune became cheerful. When finally, a piano key fell and the performance finally ended. They would never forget this performance that made them feel like they had experienced the entire 4 seasons in just a few minutes. Applause. Warm applause echoed throughout the venue, and countless people stood up to express their highest respect to Chunan. Master Griffin had tears falling from the corners of his eyes. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, stood up and bowed to Chunan, which was a recognition of Chunan's strength. In his opinion, Chunan is not just a junior, but a person who stands at the same top as himself. He was shocked, unbelievable, and even felt that the scene before his eyes was a little unreal. This international competition was really beyond his expectations. If the news of this legendary pianist in his 20s were to get out, the whole world would be shocked and there would be an unprecedented earthquake. How did he do it? Master Griffin looked at the mysterious man on the stage. The confident smile on his face was natural, a kind of confidence in his own strength. Finally, Chunan left the stage, and the whole venue was filled with cheers like a wave. Qian Sijia sat stupidly in the audience, her brows trembling, her heart already filled with turmoil. Chunan. He is actually a top-notch pianist. Grandpa Zhong, you already knew that Chunan had such a level. Qian Sijia said with a trembling voice. The two nodded at the same time, and Elder Zhong couldn't help but sigh. This time he even made up for the gap between him and Master Griffin, and truly became a figure of the same level as Master Griffin. This kid always brings unexpected surprises to people. Perhaps Chunan had never shown his true strength before. These people will never know that it was only after listening to Master Griffin's performance that they achieved such a qualitative leap. The people in the backstage watched Chunan slowly walk towards them, and they all stepped aside to make way for him, looking at him with admiration and respect. All eyes of envy, jealousy, and disbelief were focused on Chunan, looking at Cui Zhengyu, who was lying on the ground with lifeless eyes like a dead dog. Chunan looked at him coldly. Are you ready to fulfill your bet? Cui Zhengyu was shocked all over, his face flushed and he lowered his head in shame. Many people had gloating smiles on their faces. They had long been annoyed with this arrogant supporter. The reason why he had been so provocative before was because these people did not have the strength to refute. But now a person who is even more evil than him has appeared. This is simply a slap in the face. If Choi Young-woo fulfills this bet, I am afraid that his reputation in the entire piano world will plummet in the future. Cui Zhengyu uttered a few words with difficulty. Can you let me go? At this moment, he regretted it. If he had known earlier that Chunan had such strength, he would not have been so arrogant to make the bet. He might even not have participated in the competition. Do you regret it now? Chunan said with a joking smile. Cui Zhengyu's face flushed and he nodded silently. If he really fulfilled the bet, he would never be able to go out and see people in his life. If he crawled out of the venue, he would probably be the headline of the news the next day, and even his status would plummet after he returned home. It's too late to regret now. But I am a man of great character and I don't bear grudges. As for crawling out of the field, you don't have to do it. Just call me Dad 3 times and I will let you go. Chunan said lightly. Cui Zhengyu looked at Chunan with resentment, gnashing his teeth and saying, Do you really want to make things difficult for me like this? Chunan spread his hands to show his helplessness. How can you say I am making things difficult for you? Everyone around us knows about the bet between you and me. Was it you who proposed the latter part? What? Can't afford to play? What were you doing earlier? Of course, if you don't want this to happen, it will affect your image if it gets out. TSK. Cui Zhengyu stood up from the ground, looked at Chunan in front of him, and uttered a few words with difficulty through his teeth. Dad. 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 Stop. That's enough, my good son, you are too enthusiastic. Dad will remember it. Chunan said with a smile. Cui Zhengyu was so angry that his body was shaking. He said sinisterly, I will remember you. After saying this, Choi Young-woo went back to his lounge without looking back. He didn't want to stay in this place for a moment and went back to his hotel. Most of the people in the audience had already left, so the winner of the game was self-evident. There was no so-called award ceremony for this game. The next step was for Master Griffin to meet with the player alone. But since that player is also a Hall of Fame master, What is the point of participating in this competition? With such strength, it is impossible for him to become Master Griffin's apprentice. Chapter 69, It is impossible to work. Mr. Chu, congratulations. Congratulations. I didn't expect Mr. Chu to have such a hidden talent. Now your level is comparable to that of a veteran pianist of the highest caliber. Congratulations. The two elders, Xian Xijia and Yuan, all sent their blessings. But Chu Nan didn't feel anything, because in his opinion this match was just a game and didn't have much meaning. Now that this entertainment was over, he felt good overall. Next, he would return to his boring life. Even though Chu Nan had the wealth of a billionaire, his days were still very boring. He had Tangin at the hotel, Pan Ping at the office building, and an agency at the rental house, so he basically didn't need to worry about anything. Sudden. The door to the backstage hall was pushed open, and an old man walked in, followed by a 1.8-meter tall bodyguard. His muscular body had explosive power that could be clearly felt. Mr. Griffin. Except for Chu Nan, everyone else's expression changed and they shouted respectfully. Master Griffin smiled and said, "Hello everyone, there is no need to be so restrained, everyone please sit down." Everyone sat down. Master Griffin looked at the leisurely Chu Nan and was very interested in the young guy. After the game, I didn't feel any tension at all. Mr. Chu, you are the winner this time. I wonder what your wish is? Master Griffin asked curiously. In fact, he was also curious about Chu Nan's purpose in participating in this competition. To be honest, since he had such a level, he would never participate in such a competition. For someone of this level, this kind of competition is just a small fight. Once the famous masters and ancient families from the outside world know about Chu Nan, they will definitely send an invitation. By that time, Chu Nan's status will have grown by leaps and bounds. A young Hall of Fame pianist will have an extraordinary status in the whole world, especially in the eyes of some royal members. Chu Nan means even more to them. Wish? I don't have any wishes. Taking part in this competition is just a pastime. When the competition is over, it's over. Chu Nan answered casually. Master Griffin was not too surprised to hear such an answer. In his opinion, it was all reasonable. After all, a top-notch pianist had a different perspective. Mr. Chu was also a man of temperament. Master Griffin smiled politely. As for the people around, they all sighed deeply in their hearts when they heard the conversation between the two and Chu Nan's casual attitude. Only Chu Nan could have this mentality. If it were anyone else, they would have been too nervous to speak. Even Mr. Zhong and Li Hongyi respect Master Griffin. In their eyes, Master Griffin is their predecessor. None of them dared to speak to Master Griffin like that, but the two men talked like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. I don't know what the future holds for Mr. Chu. With your level, there will definitely be many people who will invite you in the future. Master Griffin said with a smile. However, Chu Nan's next answer was simply shocking. Development? There is no development. Piano is just a hobby for me. Chu Nan said indifferently. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Yi Chen even gave Chu Nan a thumbs up in his heart. Bro, you are awesome. Is piano just a hobby for you? Then for people like us who practice piano all year round, isn't it even less of a hobby than yours? Perhaps some people would think that Chu Nan was too arrogant to say such things. But the fact is that it is true. Chu Nan is not interested in piano, but he can't say that he likes it either. He can only cultivate it as a hobby. Want him to perform for someone? He didn't want to cause so much trouble by thinking too much. Hobbies and interests. Master Griffin was completely shocked by this answer. If one could achieve such a level just by doing it as a hobby, then why did they go to so much trouble to practice the piano? Their level is not as high as others who treat it as a hobby. Mr. Chu, are you kidding? Master Griffin smiled awkwardly. No, I'm serious. Piano is just a hobby. I like money more. It's impossible for me to work. I will never work for others in my life. If you ask me to play for others, isn't that equivalent to working? Chu Nan said as a matter of course. Work to earn a living. You actually regard such a sacred profession as piano playing as a part-time job. If Chu Nan was a young man without such level, Master Griffin would have cursed him long ago, but the person in front of him was Chu Nan. Now it seems that what the other party said is true, and Master Griffin finally showed a bitter smile. Hobbies and interests. Just for the sake of interest, I don't know how many people will look up to him. This is the first time that Master Griffin cannot see through such a mysterious man. After a few casual chats, both parties exchanged contact information, said goodbye, and left the venue. As time went by, Chunan's reputation in the circle grew, and many people even wanted to know who Chunan was and which family he was born into. But when those people investigated, they were also surprised. Chunan was actually from the mountaintop villa in the Sky Garden, which was a little unexpected for these people. It seems that Chunan's background is not simple. Later, rumors spread in the circle that Chunan would not engage in any professional activities in piano. For him, it was just a hobby. Chunan asked Mr. Zhong and President Li to help convey this message. As soon as the news spread, the piano community in the entire Flower City exploded, and they even doubted the authenticity of the rumor. It's just a hobby? It is this kind of hobby that has actually reached a height that everyone has only been able to imagine and admire so far. However, this news came from the mouths of President Li and Mr. Zhong, and the authenticity of this news is beyond doubt. Countless people in the circle have sad faces every day. What do you think is the reason why they learn piano? It is not as important as other people's interests and hobbies. No one could withstand such a blow. This was too depressing. Chunan didn't think much about it. As long as no one bothered him, it would be fine. Just let him enjoy his happy life. Everything in the circle has nothing to do with him. No matter what kind of shock it has nothing to do with me. Chapter 70, Brother, do you need a girlfriend? After the competition, Chunan acted as if nothing had happened and anything that happened afterwards was none of his business. Even Master Griffin often contacted him, asking him to pursue a career as a pianist, which would be a waste just to treat it as a hobby. But Chunan really didn't have any idea at all. After all, it was just a pastime. Today, Chunan has become a prominent figure in the celebrity circle, and the piece 4 seasons he played that day has long been widely circulated in the entire celebrity circle. Chunan's news was not only spreading in Huacheng, but also throughout the country and even abroad. Xia Yingyue was no longer preparing for the school exams, as she had taken a leave some time ago. Chunan was used to eating the breakfast she made, but no one else would eat it. The main thing is that it suits Chunan's taste. Helpless Chunan went out to look for food in the morning. As soon as you walk into the breakfast street, you can smell the aroma of meat, and wisps of steam waft out of every store. Most of them are students and office workers. This breakfast street has existed for a long time and is an old alley. Such tranquility could be broken at any time by a roaring sound of airwaves, and almost everyone on the street was startled. Fuck! Big bull! Oh my god, how can such a luxury car come to a place like this? Do these rich people also like to eat breakfast street food? Isn't it said that rich people dislike street vendors being dirty? Chunan drove his beloved car slowly forward. He had no obstructions on the road and basically all the cars that met him obediently made way for him. Finally, Chunan stopped at the intersection of a steamed dumpling restaurant. Fortunately, there was a parking space on the side of the street. After Chunan parked the car, he got out. Everyone exclaimed. The owner of this luxury car is so young. Is he the legendary rich second generation? Even cars like BMW and Audi are rare in this place, but now a big car has appeared. Judging from the situation, this car cannot be bought without several million. I guess most people think Chunan's car is an ordinary Lamborghini. Boss, I want 2 baskets of Xiaolong Bao. Okay, boss. The owner of this shop is very efficient. He wraps the buns and puts them on the steamer in almost no time. As for those people around him who were taking pictures of his car, Chunan had already gotten used to it. He just let them take pictures if they wanted. However, if he wanted to take a picture of Chunan himself, he would be scolded immediately. He said that he could take pictures of the car but not the people. Some white-collar women were eager to try and approach Chunan, but most of them just took a few steps, hesitated for a while, and finally left. Some people may just be too thin-skinned to even have the courage to approach and chat with someone. As for the following few, they were all rejected by Chunan. Are you kidding? He is not Teddy, why does he need so many women's contact information? Is it convenient for him to exercise at night? After the dumplings were served, Chunan tasted them. Not only did they taste good, but they were even more delicious when dipped in chili sauce. I learned from other customers that this bun shop has been open for 5 or 6 years. It is a time-honored brand here and basically all the customers here are repeat customers. I won tea stop coming back after eating there once. The owner of this restaurant has never changed and he is always nice to customers. These people also have some good feelings towards Chunan. This kind of close chat is no different from the rich second generations that are rumored on the internet. In fact, most of the rich second generations are approachable. Only the nouveau riche are so arrogant every day, thinking they are the best in the world. All the excellent families have received a good education. Of course, there are also a few freaks who have been spoiled and look fearless. At the same time, a woman on the street attracted everyone's attention. She was holding a selfie stick in her hand and saying something into the microphone while wearing headphones. Thanks to my brother Hey for the small truck. Thank you, big brother Hey. Brother Da Hey, you can send a private message to add my sister's prestige. All the brothers in the live broadcast room can add Luo Luo's prestige by brushing the truck now. If you are interested, you might as well do it quickly. It is obvious that this is an internet celebrity who is live streaming. Nowadays, live streaming on the street is a very common thing. However, this woman's appearance is indeed average, with a standard internet celebrity face. The cone-shaped face has a sharp chin that is a bit abnormal. Combined with the makeup and dress, her looks are still pretty good. No wonder so many people are willing to spend money. The comments were full of praise, and Luo Luo even revealed a proud smile like a white swan. Ha! Luo Luo suddenly noticed the Lamborghini on the street and her eyes widened immediately. Oh shit! How could such a luxury car appear here? It's really awesome. The comments in the live broadcast room went crazy instantly. Oh my god, it's a Lamborghini? Luo Luo, didn't you say that you live in an old neighborhood? How come there are such nice luxury cars here? This car probably costs several million, right? The guy above is talking about the Lamborghini that is usually on the market. This Lamborghini is a limited edition and costs over 80 million. Hiss. The barrage of comments fell silent for a moment, and even Luo Luo took a breath and her breathing became rapid. A luxury car worth more than 80 million, how rich must its owner be? I glanced at the people wearing fancy clothes at the street stalls, but most of them looked like ordinary people. Could this person be a low-key big shot who drove a luxury car? So Luo Luo relied on her beauty to find someone to ask. When the man saw the beautiful woman asking, he immediately became very enthusiastic and pointed at Chunan who was eating steamed dumplings. This man still wanted to show off his prestige, but Chunan ignored him and just turned around and left. The man turned pale and couldn't help cursing and left. Chunan had just finished eating the last steamed bun when a girl sat down next to him. Her eyes looked as if she had seen some gold, silver, and treasure. She said in a coquettish voice, "Little brother, do you need a girlfriend?" Chapter 71, The Anticipated Monthly Check-In. Little brother, do you need a girlfriend? Feel my clothes and see if I'm girlfriend material. Luo Luo's shy look coupled with her coquettish voice really confused Chunan. Even the barrage of comments exploded in an instant. It was obvious that their goddess had fallen for them. As for some of the trivial things in the barrage of comments, no one paid any attention to them anymore. What the hell? Are you suitable to be my girlfriend? Chunan looked around, wondering whose old lady this was. It looks okay from a distance, but if you get closer you can see the thick layer of loose powder on her face. If it weren't for the beauty filter, this look would have lost a lot of its beauty. Little brother, what are you looking at? Are you looking at me? Maybe I am your future girlfriend. Luo Luo said shyly again. Luo Luo is very confident about her beauty, and any man would be moved by her proactive attitude. Sister, please don't disgust me. I just finished my meal so early in the morning. Please don't make me eat again later. Chunan's mouth is well known. During his college years, countless people have been poisoned by his poisonous mouth. Big sister? Luo Luo was so confused that she didn't seem to realize that Chunan was calling her big sister. And was actually called disgusting. Could it be that this rich second generation is the legendary straight man? Can't you see that I am a living beauty? The people in the live broadcast room also laughed wildly when they saw this scene. I am dying of laughter. The anchor wanted to flirt with someone, but the other person ignored him and even thought he was disgusting. Do you think the anchor we see looks the same as the real anchor? You know, beauty filters are very powerful nowadays. Could it be that the anchor is not the same person as us after turning off the beauty filter? Otherwise, why would other little brothers say it's disgusting? Luo Luo doesn't pay attention to anything on the barrage. Hold on. She has to hold it in. For my brother's money. I have to hold back my anger for my little brother's sake. I can't be angry. Little brother, how can you talk like that? What did I do wrong? Luo Luo said pitifully. But others found it even more disgusting to see that Shu Nan didn't buy into this. He was a complete green tea. With this coquettish tone and this artificial expression, Shu Nan definitely couldn't be wrong. Sister, you did nothing wrong. I was wrong. I shouldn't be here. I'm leaving right now. Shu Nan was afraid that he would burst into tears, so he scanned the QR code and paid the money. Then he hurried back to his car and drove away. Luo Luo sat at the dining table with a confused look on her face. She took out a mirror with a look of doubt on her life and looked left and right, not missing any blind spots. Old lady? Is it really that ugly? Oh shit. Although my appearance is not the best, it is at least 80 points. It's great to be rich. Are all the rich blind? I'm not beautiful. I'm not beautiful. Hey! Do you think I'm ugly? Luo Luo asked a passerby angrily. The passerby was also frightened. The noodles he had just eaten were spat out by Luo Luo, and the noodles were sprayed all over Luo Luo's face. Yes. I'm sorry, the man said a little embarrassedly, but looking at Luo Luo's confused face he still wanted to laugh, and finally he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Luo Luo had a confused look on her face as the noodles stuck to her face slowly slid down. The scene looked even more comical and the people around her were laughing. Afterwards, Luo Luo fled out of Zhao Street in a panic. The live broadcast had been turned off long ago. How could she let the people in the live broadcast room see her in such a miserable state? After all, she cares about her image. After returning to the villa, he received a call from his mother. Hey, what's up, Mom? Son, your second grandfather will be turning 70 in a couple of days. Do you think you can come back? Second grandfather, 70th birthday? Shu Nan was a little stunned. How come his second grandfather was already 70 years old? Time passed too quickly. Thinking about it carefully, my second grandfather was quite good to me when I was a child. Although he always beat me the hardest when I did something wrong, he would buy me my favorite toys after beating me. Thinking back, it seems like I haven't been back for 2 or 3 years. If I have time, I will go back on second grandpa's birthday. Your second grandfather talks about you every day. It would be better if you bring a girlfriend back when you come back. That way, your second grandfather will be happier. How is things going between you and the girl you mentioned last time? Mother Chu was still a little expectant. Shu Nan smiled bitterly helplessly. All the development was fake. But after thinking about it, Lu Yashuan seemed to be a good person and it was not impossible to consider her. You haven't even started dating your son yet. You can't be impatient about this. You have to take it slow. When my father pursued you, would you have agreed right away? Shu Nan said with a sneer. Harmful. When your dad and I were together, we weren't as troublesome as you young people. When your dad and I were attracted to each other, he wrote a love letter to trick your mom. Now that I think about it, Mom seemed a little stupid. Shu Nan. All right. Your era was awesome. Son, you have to work hard. Mom is still looking forward to holding her grandson in her arms in 2 years. If you are really interested, hurry up and do it. Don't be afraid. Mother Chu encouraged her son. Okay, Mom, I get it. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Shu Nan leaned helplessly on the sofa with a melancholy look on his face. Forget it, I don't want to think too much about it. I'll just look forward to the monthly sign-in tomorrow. I wonder what kind of reward the system will give me. A month has finally passed. The items for this monthly sign-in reward should not be too bad, but if it is money, it would be a bit boring. Shu Nan is not short of money now, and hopes to be rewarded with something unexpected. Chapter 72, Monthly Sign-In, Reward Small Island. The next day, early morning. A new day has begun, and Shu Nan can't wait to know what kind of reward he will get for the monthly sign-in. Sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. This sign-in is a monthly sign-in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a small island. Please go and claim it within 1 month. The island map has been stored in the system warehouse. Please pay attention to the inspection. Puff. Shunan widened his eyes, his body trembled uncontrollably, his breathing became rapid, and he looked very excited. He had been completely shocked by the system's reward. A small island. A small island. An island that belongs to Shunan personally. In this life, Shunan never dared to imagine that he would actually own an island of his own. Sure enough, the monthly sign-in did not disappoint him. The value of a small island was far more than that cash. Of course, this also requires verification of the environment and geographical location of the island. If it is a deserted island, then the gain will outweigh the loss. If it is an island suitable for vacation like Hawaii, then he can be said to have made a huge profit. Awesome! Sure enough, the system's monthly sign-in did not disappoint him. As for the daily sign-in, it was downplayed because the daily sign-in was turned into the monthly sign-in. Originally, Shunan wanted to sign in twice a day and get 2 rewards, which would be great, but the system said, "Young man, your fantasy is very beautiful, how could this system leave such a loophole?" The island is not far from Hawaii Island, and there seem to be shipping routes to both islands. However, it seems that the island has not been fully developed yet. If it is carefully developed, it may become a resort island. If there is a route, Shunan will feel more at ease, at least it proves that this island is not a deserted island. At least some people still know about it, but because no one has developed it, few people go there. Of course, now that the island belongs to Shunan, things are very different. Ding-ling-ling. The cell phone rang. It was Tangan calling. "Hello, boss, the hotel needs you to come over to sign the contract with the previous seafood supplier. If it is convenient for you, can you come over today?" Tangan asked cautiously. The supplier in the office next door also had a look of confusion on his face. When he first met Tangan, he was not such a person. No matter which shareholder he was, Tangan would not have such a humble attitude. This supplier doesn't know that there is only one shareholder of Marriott Hotel now, and that is Shunan. How can a person who can acquire Marriott Hotel on his own not be treated with caution? "Well, I'll be there in a minute." After saying that, Shunan hung up the phone. Tangan in the office breathed a sigh of relief. The supplier beside him asked in confusion, "Why is Director Tang so nervous? Did your shareholders change?" "Yes, the person has changed. All the shares of the hotel have been bought by one person. Do you think I can be rude to such a big boss? One word from him could make me lose my job." In the past, some people might have been cautious, but now this boss's mood is unpredictable. How many people in the entire Flower City can afford to buy Marriott with this asset alone? The supplier was also dumbfounded. One person bought Marriott hotels, oh my god. What kind of strong strength is needed to achieve this? Marriott has a solid foundation, and why would the shareholders sell their shares in such a profitable hotel? The only explanation is that the other party's identity and background are extraordinary, otherwise it would not be acquired so easily. Marriott Hotel. Shunan drove his luxury car to the parking lot, parked the car and walked into the Marriott Hotel. The original welcoming staff had been replaced, but when they saw Shunan getting out of the car, some strange colors appeared in their eyes. He is young, rich, and handsome. Although his outfit is a bit mediocre, it does not prevent him from being rich. When Shunan just walked to the door, the two people were very enthusiastic, and Shunan was a little embarrassed. Afterwards, when Tangan came, he glared at the two of them. They were frightened and pale. When they saw Tangan posing in a humble manner, the two girls were even more stunned. Who is that young man? Even the boss is so polite to him. After arriving at the office, the supplier came forward enthusiastically and shook Shunan's hand. Boss Chu is such a handsome man. It's our first meeting. I hope you will take good care of me in the future. This supplier is indeed a veteran. Marriott Hotel is one of their big customers. Every time they sign a contract, it is for 1 year's supply. Hello. Shunan was also stunned, but still greeted politely. After taking a look at the contract, Shunan found out that this seafood supplier had been cooperating with Marriott Hotel for several years. After reviewing the contract and confirming that there were no problems with the price, he signed his name. Boss Chu, we hope to have a pleasant cooperation in the future. The supplier said with a smile. The heavy stone in his heart also fell. It's been a pleasure working with you. The two shook hands. After that, Tang arranged a private room on the top floor for Shunan, so Shunan stayed in the hotel for lunch. Chapter 73, You've eaten, you can watch me eat. After dinner, Shunan received a call from Chen Sijia. Sister, why are you calling me when you have nothing to do? Do you have nothing to do every day? Chu Nan was also speechless. Ever since the competition, the goddess image of Qian Sijia has disappeared and now she is like a curious baby. Chun Nan, let me treat you to a meal. Sister, I just ate. It's okay, I don't mind. You can watch me eat after you've eaten. If it doesn't work, I don't mind you having another meal. Maybe this girl didn't take her medicine today and is confused. Goodbye, don't take me with you if you have a seizure. I'm wondering why you want to ask me out every other day? Chu Nan expressed helplessness. Nothing, I just want to get to know you better. You have a deep understanding of me and you are still acting coquettish. I will smash your dog head with a hammer. What Chu Nan can't stand the most is this coquettish voice. He has goosebumps all over his body. Speak normally, I'm not going anyway, so don't waste your energy. Chu Nan said firmly. Is that so? Then I'll have no choice but to call you every few days to harass you. See you on the blacklist. The blacklist is useless. I don't lack phone numbers. If you block someone, just do this. Chu Nan. This girl really doesn't respond to any soft or hard tactics. If he had known this would happen, he would have never joined the competition. However, he was also a little curious about Qian Sijia's identity. Logically speaking, only powerful people can enter, so Qian Sijia's appearance in there means that his family background is not simple. As for how complicated it is, Chu Nan doesn't know. Okay, forget about the meal. Let's just arrange a place to meet. Don't harass me again after this. Chu Nan had no choice but to agree. In that case, let's meet at Shirley Street. Qian Sijia said with a smile. Well, it's okay, I'm hanging up. Hey, I'm such a beautiful woman asking you out, why are you in such a hurry to hang up? Are you doing something shameful? I just feel too tired to talk. That's it. I'll call you when we get to Shirley Street. Chu Nan hung up the phone without giving Qian Sijia a chance to speak. However, just after hanging up the phone, Lu Yashwan called. Chu Nan was a little puzzled. Could it be that his luck with love had come to him, and that his luck with love today was extraordinary? Is Chu Nan free tonight? Shall we have dinner together? I'm afraid I don't have time today. I have already made an appointment with someone else. Chu Nan said apologetically. Got an appointment? Lu Yashwan's heart was shaken. She smelled something wrong, so she asked nervously, who did you make an appointment with? A man or a woman? The woman, you also know her, Qian Sijia. Chu Nan said helplessly. Qian Sijia? Lu Yashwan's head suddenly started buzzing. Why did that beautiful girl ask Chu Nan out? Only then did he remember that at the class reunion, Qian Sijia stood on Chu Nan's side and spoke for Chu Nan. When did these two people become so familiar with each other? Even she and Qian Sijia hardly talked to each other during college. This woman was as arrogant as a white swan and ordinary people looked down on her. When did these two become so close? Could it be that they are more than just friends? Or? Lu Yashwan's little head started to wander, and then she said dejectedly, well, have fun. Beep beep. Chu Nan in the car smiled bitterly. The old squad leader started to have wild thoughts again. But when did this squad leader become interested in him? College days? If it was during college, how could Chu Nan feel that the class monitor was interested in him? The two of them would joke from time to time, but most of the time it was Lu Yashwan bullying him. There was no way out at that time. Lu Yashwan was the class monitor and had to succumb to his tyranny. Chu Nan stepped on the accelerator, and with a roar of air, he disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving behind a group of little fans. Shirley Street is a well-known internet celebrity street in Huacheng, where most of the food is sold. When the Aston Martin drove near Shirley Street, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Fuck! Aston Martin. How did this car get here? Did the owner take the wrong road? Does it mean that rich people now also like to eat snacks like us? What a cool sports car! I wonder what the guy in the car looks like. Chu Nan looked around for a while, found a parking space, parked the car and got out of the car. Suddenly, seeing that Chu Nan was good-looking, many people were ready to make a move, but when they were just about to step forward, Chun Nan, here. Suddenly, a young girl's voice called Chu Nan. When the women heard what was said, they immediately lowered their heads and walked away dejectedly. It turned out that others already had appointments with beautiful women, so they had no chance at all compared to a beauty like that. Some men stared blankly at the young woman in the white dress. Chapter 74, I am just an ordinary person. No wonder others look down on me. It turns out that the beauty has a date. With this figure and this figure, she is a perfect goddess. The white floral dress, snow-white shoulders and amazing long legs attracted everyone's attention. Coupled with her youthful appearance, she was definitely the dream goddess in the eyes of these people. It turns out that the goddesses are in the hands of these rich second generations. How can these people be qualified to touch the goddesses? So cruel. If looks could kill, Shunan would have died hundreds or thousands of times already. How about it? I put this on specially to see you. Xian Xijia showed a sweet smile, looking very charming. But in Shunan's eyes, this woman is a trouble. Well, it's pretty good, Shunan said casually. Xian Xijia's face turned pale with black lines on his face. This attitude was too perfunctory. If you want to be perfunctory, at least act like it. Your attitude is too perfunctory, Xian Xijia said with dissatisfaction, pouting. Stop talking nonsense. What on earth do you want from me? Shunan said helplessly. Xian Xijia hooked Shunan's arm and said with a smile, Of course I asked you to come out to accompany me shopping. Originally, Shunan wanted to pull his hand out. After all, he and Xian Xijia were not very familiar with each other. But Xian Xijia held it tightly, and if he wanted to pull it out, he would inevitably touch the pair of peaks. In order to avoid helplessness, Shunan had no choice but to accept it. The men around looked at Shunan with envy and jealousy, as he looked unhappy to be accompanied by such a beautiful woman. A full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man. Shunan also witnessed Xian Xijia's amazing appetite. Although she looked very petite, this girl never stopped eating along the way. Come, try one too. Xian Xijia handed Shunan an octopus ball. Sister, I've eaten a lot with you along the way, and I really can't eat anymore. You won't really just let me come out and accompany you shopping, which is so boring, right? Shunan really wanted to cry but had no tears. The people around looked at Shunan's reluctance and wished that they were the ones next to Xian Xijia. It was true that rich people were willful and they couldn't wait to pamper a goddess like this. I say, why are you so boring? You look so reluctant to go shopping with me. Is it because I'm ugly, or am I too ugly? Xian Xijia was also a little resentful. This guy is too straight. If he knew that there are so many people who want to ask her out on weekdays, but she doesn't like those people, it would be rare that she took the initiative to ask Shunan out. As a result, this guy looked reluctant. The other woman almost stumbled and fell to the ground, looking at Xian Xijia in surprise. Girl, if you are so ugly, how can we survive? You might as well find a place to smash your head and die. I just don't understand why a young lady like you would harass me for no reason. Shunan looked helpless. Harassment? Everyone around looked at Xian Xijia in disbelief. Xian Xijia's pretty face turned red, and she pulled Shunan directly to a place with few people, and glared at him with shame and anger. Why are you talking so loudly? You're making me look so embarrassed. Oh, are you still afraid of embarrassment? Just say whatever you want to say. Don't waste your time. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. As soon as Shunan took a step, he was pulled back. Xian Xijia looked into Shunan's eyes and slowly said, I have something to tell you. I'm just curious about what else you're hiding. You were an ordinary person in college, but how come you seem to have become a different person after a few years? The owner of Marriott Hotel is also a world-class pianist. You even know someone like Yi Chen. Shunan, you are really so curious. Shunan looked at the lovely person in front of him. His scorching gaze made Xian Xijia feel a little uncomfortable, and the blush that had faded away reappeared. Miss Chen, do you know that it's best for a woman not to be too curious about a man, otherwise it's easy to fall for him? After all, I'm just an ordinary person. Why are you so curious about me? Shunan spread his hands and said casually. An ordinary little person? You are worth billions and are one of the world's best pianists, yet you call yourself a little person. I don't know how many people you will offend if this gets out. Xian Xijia glanced at him and said unhappily. At this moment, a somewhat angry and jealous voice suddenly sounded. Jia Jia. Hearing this voice, Xian Xijia's brows couldn't help but frown and his face looked a little ugly. A young man dressed in designer clothes looked at the two of them with jealousy and anger, and at the same time looked at Chu Nan with a hint of resentment. Your acquaintance? Chu Nan asked doubtfully. Just an annoying follower. Qian Sijia pulled Chu Nan's hand and turned away without even looking at the man. Seeing this scene, Rongshan became even more angry. He didn't expect Qian Sijia to be so proactive towards a man. Who is this man? Rongshan directly blocked the two of them. Jia Jia. Who is he? Chapter 75, The Beauty is Here Again. Rongshan didn't know how long he had been pursuing Qian Sijia. He even admired Qian Sijia a few years ago. But now the other party is actually with a poor boy, which he cannot accept. What he could not accept the most was that Qian Sijia, who was like an iceberg in front of him on weekdays, took the initiative to hold the boy's hand. Does who he is have anything to do with you? I really didn't check the almanac before going out today, and I still meet you here. What bad luck! Qian Sijia said this bluntly, without giving the other party any face. Now it should be Chu Nan's turn to have a headache. It is obvious that the beauty is the trouble again, and he cannot avoid trouble again. If he had known this would happen, he should have rejected this girl directly. You! Rongshan's face turned blue and red, and he was speechless after being confronted by Qian Sijia. If you know what's good for you, let go of your dog hands. You and she are not from the same world. Do you know who she is? She is the daughter of the chairman of Sifan Pharmaceutical. There is no way that you two can be together. Rongshan threatened viciously. Since he couldn't do anything to Qian Sijia, what could he do to a poor boy? Chu Nan's face darkened. If you can't speak human language, I'll teach you. You're a dog that can't spit out ivory. Not to mention her, even I don't like you. Qian Si on the side chuckled and gave Chu Nan a thumbs up in front of Rongshan. Young Master Rong, aren't you relying on your grandfather? Without your grandfather, you are nothing. Others may not know, but don't think that I don't know that you have been messing around with other women. I don't have time to waste with you. If it weren't for the relationship between our two families, I really wouldn't want to bother with you. Qian Sijia said in a cold tone. Rongshan's face flushed, veins popped out on his forehead, and he said sinisterly, Jia Jia, even if you don't like me, uncle won't let you be with a poor boy. Suddenly, Qian Sijia's face suddenly turned cold, like solid ice, and she said coldly, you keep calling me a poor boy. What else can you do except judging people by their appearance? I really don't know how Grandpa Rong could have a grandson like you. The poor boy you mentioned is the owner of the Marriott Hotel. He is also the legendary pianist who is a big name in the piano circle. Isn't your grandfather looking for him? Now he is right in front of you. Rongshan stood there in a daze, with an expression of disbelief on his face. The owner of Marriott Hotel? Is he the pianist that Grandpa is looking for? How is this possible? The Marriott Hotel is no longer in the hands of a few shareholders. When did it become the property of a single person? As the only five-star hotel in the Flower City, the profits of the Marriott Hotel are unimaginable. The annual profit income is enough to exceed 100 million or even higher. The two of them ignored Rongshan's shocked look and walked straight past him. Rongshan turned around and grabbed Chu Nan's wrist. Suddenly, Chu Nan turned around, his eyes filled with hostility. Rongshan was so frightened that his face turned pale instantly and he immediately let go of his hand. Looking at the figure walking away, Rongshan's eyes gradually turned cold and he looked at Chu Nan with resentment. Qian Sijia must be lying. How could that guy be the legendary pianist his grandfather was looking for? Moreover, as far as he knew, the Marriott Hotel had always been managed by several shareholders, and there was an open owner of the hotel. Marriott Hotel is the asset of several people. Does this kid think he has the ability to acquire all the shares of Marriott Hotel? That's a price tag of billions, and even my grandfather would have to consider for a long time before making a decision. But when he walked out and saw Chu Nan and Qian Sijia get into the Aston Martin, he was stunned for a moment. This luxury car belongs to this guy? This. Could it be that Qian Sijia was not lying? At night, Lu Yashuan was restless in her room, covering herself with the quilt, with the images of Chu Nan and Qian Sijia in her mind. Could the two people from tonight still be outside? What is the relationship between these two people? It makes people curious. Could it be that Qian Sijia got ahead of her and gave Chu Nan to? Pooh. How could I have such wild thoughts? Lu Yashuan kept comforting herself. Looking at the number on the phone, I was hesitating whether to call and ask what was going on. I was naturally relieved when Chu Nan arrived home. What if Chu Nan didn't answer the call, or he was still out with Qian Xijia? Wouldn't that mean her heart would be broken? She wouldn't dare to face it. Forget it. If I don't make this call, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep all night. I want to die. I want to die. Lu Yashuan dialed Chu Nan's number. Hello? After hearing Chu Nan's voice, Lu Yashuan's heart was in her throat. She asked anxiously, "Have you returned home?" "Of course I'm going back. I'm on my way now." "Call." Lu Yashuan breathed a sigh of relief and finally felt relieved. "In that case, just drive carefully and I won't distract you. Bye." Beep beep. Chu Nan in the car smiled helplessly. This little girl might be afraid that there was some relationship between him and Qian Xijia. Why did she feel like she was being checked on? Could it be that he is also interested in Lu Yashuan? Chapter 76, Another Luxury Car, Rolls-Royce Phantom. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in and successfully obtaining the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Another luxury car. Chu Nan has become numb. There are only a few Rolls-Royce Phantoms in the country, and they are all owned by famous people. But it's better this way. There are too many rugged roads in their town. If you drive a sports car, the chassis is too low and there is a high chance of scratches. It would be nice to drive this Rolls-Royce back, but I still need to prepare some things before going back. After all, I haven't been home for so long, I can't go back empty-handed, and it's my second grandfather's birthday. Driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Chu Nan also went to the mall. About half an hour later, he came out pushing a cart with a box of ergotu, some supplements, and some famous liquors. My father is an alcoholic and has no interest in anything else, but this one. Afterwards, Chu Nan went to a store that specialized in selling jade articles. As soon as he entered the store, the salesperson came up to him enthusiastically. "Sir, what do you need to buy?" The salesperson asked enthusiastically. "Recommend me some better jade pendants and bracelets in your store," Chu Nan said lightly. At a quick glance, the cheapest ones are in the hundreds or thousands, while the most expensive ones are in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. As for jade, it still depends on the quality of the jade and the fineness of the carving. "Sir, you can take a look at our jade pendant. It is a bracelet made of emerald jade. The color is deep and there are no impurities. The most important thing is that the surface of the jade is very smooth and there is no flaw at all." The prices that the salesperson introduced to Chu Nan were basically within 10,000, because judging from Chu Nan's clothing and appearance, he might not have that much money. When the salesperson was about to introduce the next model, Chu Nan spoke up, "These jades are too cheap. Tell me about the ones above." Too cheap? The salesperson looked at him in surprise. Could it be that this handsome boy was a low-key rich second generation? Most of the jade pendants and bracelets listed were priced at tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. However, according to Chu Nan's request, the salesperson still gave him a detailed introduction. It must be said that the service attitude of this store is really good. After the introduction, the salesperson thought that Chu Nan wanted to take another look. "But I didn't expect. I want all these. Please swipe the card." Chu Nan handed over a black gold card. The salesperson widened his eyes and thought he was dazzled when he looked at the black gold card. There was a gold ring pattern and the bank's logo on it. It was a Citibank black gold card. OMG. It turns out that this young man is actually a wealthy man. The total price of these jade pendants and jade bracelets is 600,000, but the young man handed over his bank card generously without even blinking. The other people around were also shocked. The total price of these jade pieces was 600,000 yuan. If the commission was included, Chu could get a commission of nearly 20,000 yuan. The other colleagues looked at Chu with envy. However, when swiping the card, Chu took a deep breath after seeing the balance displayed on the bank card. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, 100 million, 100 million. Hiss. This guy is a billionaire. Under Chu's shocked gaze, Chu Nan walked out calmly. "Everyone has left and you are still watching. This order of yours is worth nearly 20,000 including the promotion. Congratulations," said a colleague next to him with envy. Duo, do you know what number I saw on the balance of that little brother's card just now?" Chu said blankly. "Balance? For a rich man like this, spending 600,000 yuan on something that looks like 60 bucks must be worth tens of millions. Duo thought for a while and said. Chu Chu turned her head, her eyes a little dazed, and said word by word, it's not tens of millions, it's hundreds of millions. This little brother has hundreds of millions in his bank card. Puff? Hundreds of millions? Duo was also confused. Then a burst of noise outside attracted their attention. A Rolls-Royce Phantom caused a commotion. When the two of them inadvertently saw the people in the car, both of their pupils shrank suddenly. That Rolls-Royce Phantom, the one in the car, is the young man from before. After returning home, he called Zhouing to come out for help. Zhouing looked at him in surprise. Why did you buy so many things? It's still a long way from the new year. Shunan said, I have to go home in a few days. My elders are having their birthdays, and I can't go back empty-handed. I'll trouble you for the few days I'm away. He was quite relieved about Zhouing. With her managing the villa, Shunan basically didn't have to worry about anything. When Zhouing heard this, she realized that this was the case. The two of them carried all the things in the trunk into the car, in large and small bags. Shunan called home and told them that he planned to go back tomorrow. His mother originally wanted to come out to pick him up, but he politely declined. Tell yourself that Mom drove back. His mother's train of thought was also quite strange. She was even worried that he had done something illegal outside, which made Shunan laugh and cry. Chapter 77, Reward for Divine Level Traditional Chinese Medicine Skills. When Shunan woke up in the morning, he suddenly remembered something. All the things he bought yesterday were going to be sent back to his hometown anyway, and he was going to drive this Rolls-Royce back. So what's the point of him moving out? Now he has to move back. Shunan patted his confused head speechlessly. Forget it, I'll let Zhouing help me later. The first thing to do every morning is to sign in. Host, Shunan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 70 kilograms. Current deposit, 108 million. Vehicles, Lamborghini, Venom, New Age electric car, Aston Martin, Rolls-Royce, Phantom. Personal property, Sky Garden, Mountaintop Villa. Personal assets, Marriott Hotel, Red Beach Office Building, Small Island, not claimed. Whether to be married, no. Special skills, expert piano talent. Warehouse items, none. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and be rewarded with God-level Chinese medicine skills. Shunan's whole body trembled violently, and a large amount of Chinese medicine knowledge, as well as lost acupuncture techniques and lost prescriptions, all flooded into his mind as if he had suddenly been enlightened. After it was over, Shunan felt that his brain was much more relaxed. Nice one. God-level Chinese medicine skills are rare. What are people most afraid of nowadays? Get ill. No matter how rich they are, these people don't want to get sick because some diseases are incurable. Some people spend their whole lives in mediocrity, but end up getting a serious illness that burns up all their life savings, and they're still not well again. The same is true for those big shots at the top and those people in the upper circles. In the second half of their lives, these people pay attention to their physical health. Moreover, my parents at home have some minor ailments from time to time. They always have back pain in the middle of the night, and my father gets a headache when it rains. This time when I go back, I can help them solve these minor ailments. Ding dong. Lu Yashuan sent herself a message saying good morning, and Shunan also replied. He didn't pay any more attention to it after that. He and Lu Yashuan talked a lot in the past 2 days, which did bring them closer. However, Shunan always felt that something was missing and their relationship could not develop further. Of course, Shunan was not in a hurry. If his mother hadn't urged him, he wouldn't want to taste the bitterness of love so early. Zhouing was called up early in the morning, and she also complained about Shunan. Shunan had no choice but to smile awkwardly. After the two of them moved yesterday's things back into the trunk of the car, Shunan drove away from the villa. This time when Shunan returns home, he plans to stay at home for 3 or 4 days. After coming out, he will go to the island to take a look at the environment. If it is worth developing, Shunan's net worth may double. The location of his villa was not far from the highway entrance. After driving for more than 10 kilometers, Shunan got on the highway. The drivers around him all took a detour. Even the toll collector was a little surprised for fear of encountering this car. It was really rare to see someone driving a Rolls-Royce on the highway, especially such a young guy. Because Shunan's car appeared on this highway, the cars behind him also slowed down, and those who wanted to overtake did not dare to speed up. Shunan's hometown is in Hangzhou. If he wants to take the highway to go back, it will probably take at least 4 or 5 hours to get home. It will probably be afternoon by the time he gets back. But Shunan didn't care. This Rolls-Royce was indeed a road bully. No car behind him dared to overtake him. Shunan's driving speed was still relatively steady at 120 km per hour. If I continue at this speed and reach the speed limit in the tunnel, I will probably have to slow down even more before I get home. Looking at the familiar environment and terrain around me, the last time I was on the highway was a few years ago. The surrounding mountains had disappeared, replaced by small houses. Of course, Shunan just took a glance. Being distracted on the highway is a big taboo. The accidents that have occurred on the highway in recent years have been quite bizarre, including changing lanes at will and driving in the opposite direction on the highway. Shunan felt his scalp tingling when he saw these news. He couldn't understand how these people passed the driving test in the first place. Could it be that they all got fake licenses? As for the consequences, they are naturally self-evident. It would be fine if no one is hurt, but the fear is that a series of accidents may happen accidentally, leading to tragedy for several families. Just as Shunan was concentrating on the road ahead, the small truck in front of him made his eyes shrink suddenly, and the door of the truck suddenly opened. The white foam box inside fell out, and Shunan slowed down the car to keep a distance from the truck. But a funny scene happened. After the foam box fell out, it bounced back, and this happened twice in a row. It was as if the foam box was saying, "I'm out again. I'm back again, what can you do to me?" Shunan honked the horn several times, overtook the car and shouted. The truck driver seemed to understand and stopped in the emergency lane nearby. Chapter 78, Shocked Parents. Shunan probably wouldn't believe that such a scene had already been recorded by the camera on the highway and posted on the internet, causing quite a stir. And my car also became the protagonist in that video. After that, Shunan never encountered such an accident again. Generally, such accidents have a very small chance of happening, and now he still feels happy when he thinks of the previous scene. After driving on the road for about 3 hours, Shunan's speed slowed down after passing through a tunnel. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After Shunan turned from the fork in the road, he saw the toll station in Hangzhou. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Shunan smiled. It would take about an hour to get to their town from the highway, and it would probably be past 4 o'clock by the time he got home. On the highway, Shunan's phone kept ringing. It was his mother calling. Just after getting off the highway, his mother called again. "Nanzi, have you arrived? Why didn't you answer the phone before?" Mother Chu said worriedly. Hearing his mother's caring tone, Shunan's heart warmed and he said, "I was on the highway before, so it was inconvenient for me to answer your call. I've already arrived in Hangzhou, and it will take about an hour to get home after I got off the highway. Then be careful on your way. Your dad just went to the lotus pond and caught some fish. He's waiting for you to come back and eat them together." "Got it, Mom." After hanging up the phone, Shunan rushed back home. The economy has developed rapidly in recent years, and Hangzhou has also developed rapidly. The familiar streets have been completely renewed, and some roads have also changed. If it weren't for the navigation, Shunan might not be able to find his way home. I don't know what the town is like now. Has it changed like the urban area? The road leading to the town used to be full of gravel. I don't know if it is still the same as before. After entering the city, Shunan drove along the national highway towards home. As he expected, the mountain road had been repaired and the gravel road had disappeared. You know, he had passed this gravel road when he took a bus before. The feeling is just like riding a bumper car. Your butt will feel numb after passing this road. Finally, after half an hour, Shunan saw the town he was familiar with. Of course, Shunan would definitely cause a commotion after entering the town. In a town like theirs, the entry of a car like an Audi or BMW would usually cause quite a stir. Not to mention Shunan's luxury car worth tens of millions, all the eyes at the street corner in the town were focused on it. Now is the information age, even if you haven't seen it in real life, you have at least seen it on the internet. Sure enough, someone in the crowd finally recognized him. "I've seen the little man logo on this car online. It seems to be called a Rolls-Royce. This car must be worth several million." Fuck. A car worth millions, is there anyone like this in our town? This car doesn't seem to be an ordinary Rolls-Royce. It seems to be of the Phantom series. This series of luxury cars seems to cost tens of millions. Hiss. Tens of millions. Everyone present was stunned. Millions were numbers they could not imagine, let alone the astronomical figure of tens of millions. Whose kid is this? He has worked hard outside and is driving this multi-million-dollar luxury car. His net worth must be hundreds of millions. I thought the Audi in the mayor's house was pretty cool, but who would have thought such a luxury car would appear in the town? Ha, the Audi in the mayor's house is nothing. It's just a little brother in front of this Rolls-Royce. Everyone in the town looked at the luxury car with envy. Which man doesn't love cars? And a luxury car at that? They dream of owning such a luxury car, but what these people are concerned about is whose child drove the car back. Father Chu looked at the luxury car with envy. I don't know how our Xiaonan is doing out there. I don't know how glorious it would be if he could drive a car like this back. Chu's mother patted his head in annoyance. What are you thinking about in broad daylight? Xiaonan is doing well, why do you have to compare yourself with others? It's good enough that you have a car now. I don't know how much money it would cost to maintain a car like this. Father Chu smiled naively, but when he saw the Rolls-Royce roll down its window, he widened his eyes and rubbed them for a while. I thought I had seen it wrong. Father Chu pointed at the car with a trembling voice. Old woman, do you think the person in the car looks like our Xiaonan? Chu's mother was speechless. Even if her son did well outside, it would only be 2 or 3 years before he could afford such a car. But when she shifted her gaze, the expression on her face was the same as Chu's father's, and she also rubbed her eyes. Gurgle. Both of them swallowed at the same time. The person in the car did look a lot like their son, but it couldn't be their own child. But in the next scene, the people in the car got off and shouted at them with a smile. Dad. Mom. Chapter 79, did you get that birdie vodka? Fuck. Isn't this the kid from the old Chu family? It seems like this kid has only been out for a few years, but he's already driving such a nice luxury car. What on earth is he doing out there? This isn't going to be anything illegal, is it? Humph, that's not necessarily true. After a few years out of the house, he can drive a luxury car worth tens of millions. What kind of job can make him money? In my opinion, this money is not earned cleanly. As expected, once you have money, you can't avoid gossip. Shunan also wants to keep a low profile, but his strength doesn't allow it. These people just say that it is he and his family who are enjoying life anyway, and in the final analysis these people are just envious and jealous. What's wrong, Mom and Dad? How come you don't recognize your son after not seeing him for so long? Shunan understood what was going on when he saw the confused looks on the two elders' faces. Father Chu stared at his son in a daze, then glanced at the luxury car behind him. Did what you said come true? What you say must be followed by what you do. Is this car really his son's? My son has tens of millions of assets after just a few years away from home? This seems a bit unreal and too dreamy. Xiaonan, is this car really yours? Chu's mother pointed at the car with trembling fingers, and suddenly felt that the scene in front of her was a little unreal. Yeah. Shunan nodded. Mother Chu pulled Shunan aside and whispered in his ear, Son, we are poor but not poor in spirit. Don't do anything illegal. Is your money legitimate? Shunan didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment and said, My dear mother, this money must have come from a legitimate source, so don't worry. Your son made money for you to enjoy. Otherwise, if your son's money was obtained illegally, how could he drive into the town so brazenly? This. Mom, my legs and feet are still shaking. This is too unreal. Shunan understood why his parents were so worried. His family had always been an ordinary family. A few $100,000 was a huge sum of money for them, let alone millions or tens of millions. They would need time to adapt. Mom and Dad, please stop standing there and get in the car. Shunan said with a smile. The two elders got into the car very carefully, fearing that they might break something. They were even more shocked by the luxurious decoration inside the car, especially the leather cushion under their buttocks, which was so comfortable to sit on. Under the gaze of everyone, Shunan and his family drove back. Someone sighed and said with envy, the Chu family has produced a dragon. It's even more lively when we get home. Is this the son of the old Chu family? What kind of car is this? Why have I never seen it before? It looks so bulky, but the logo on the car is pretty nice, and there's a little man on it. You ignorant woman, this car is a Rolls-Royce, worth millions. If I get hurt in the slightest, I won't be able to pay for it even if I sell you off. Ah, so expensive? Listening to the discussions of the neighbors around him, Father Chu straightened his back with a proud look on his face. They relied on their son's success in their life so that they could brag about it in front of outsiders. However, Chu's mother was a little embarrassed and hurried back home with the vegetables she bought outside. Dad, there are some things in the trunk. Let's move them in together. Chu Nan opened the trunk and, looking at the things piled up inside, Father Chu was a little confused. He thought that this amount of things would probably only be bought during festivals. You said you would come back, kid, so just come back. Why are you buying so many things? Save your money now. You will get married in the future. Chu Nan suddenly smiled bitterly. All right. Now my father has started to urge me, and I am afraid that my mother has been nagging him a lot. What are these things you bought? Father Chu took things out of the car one by one. Wow. Oh my goodness, there's erguotu too. You know your dad loves this. Now that I'm back, let's have a few drinks. No problem. Chu Nan said with a smile. After moving all the things out, they were all some famous liquors, supplements, and birds' nests, all valuable items. Father Chu looked at the wine in front of him and suddenly said, Xiaonan, do you have any little bird vodka, the one that's been very popular on the internet recently? My brothers said that the thing is good and powerful. Puff. What the hell? Isn't birdie vodka just a joke? Some people actually think it's a kind of alcohol? These friends of my dad are so unreliable. Seeing his son laughing all the time, Father Chu looked puzzled. Shunan didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Dad, that birdie vodka is not alcohol at all, it's a joke someone else made. Your friends who said they drank it are all lying to you. That birdie vodka is just something someone else made for fun in a video. Ah? No such wine? Are you saying that my buddies cheated me? Of course, that bird vodka is not alcohol at all. Shunan didn't expect that his father actually knew about bird vodka. When he thought of the video, he couldn't help but smile. These old guys are causing trouble. We'll settle the score with them later. Father Chu said angrily. Afterwards, the two of them took the things into the house one by one. Of course, the news that Chu Nan came back driving a Rolls-Royce spread throughout the surrounding area. Chapter 80, Warm Dinner. Watching the father and son moving in one thing after another, Chu's mother was stunned for a moment. Look at the packaging, there is erguatu and bird's nest. These things must cost a lot of money. Mother Chu felt distressed when she saw all these things. She couldn't help but complain, why did you buy so many things when you came back? They must cost a lot of money. You've worked so hard to earn so much money, save some money, you'll have to marry and raise children in the future. Chu Nan sighed helplessly. It's about getting married and having children again. Oh my God. Is this the only thing you remember? This bird's nest, this erguatu, what can I say about you? The more Chu's mother looked at it, the more distressed she felt. After all, they were all born in ordinary families and have never seen such good things. It is not easy for them to adapt to it in a short period of time. Seeing his mother's distressed look, Shunan smiled and said, Mom, don't be distressed. Aren't these things a gift to you two elders? You have worked hard for half your life. Now that your son has money, let you enjoy a peaceful life. After hearing what her son said, Chu's mother showed a gratified smile. Shunan has always been liked by their elders since he was a child, and even now is no exception. Father Chu also smiled, his son has really grown up. As Chunan said this, he took out all the jade bracelets and jade pendants he had bought before. Chu's mother's eyes widened immediately. So many jade pieces would probably cost a lot of money. Moreover, the luster of these jade pieces and the fineness of the carvings would probably make them very valuable. Mom, see if there's anything you like here? Try it on. This mutton fat jade pendant is very nice. Try it on. Shunan said as he put the jade pendant on his mother. You know what, it fits me pretty well when I wear it. Mom, look in the mirror. Shunan smiled with satisfaction. Chu's mother looked in the mirror and liked it at once, but she was a little uncomfortable wearing such an expensive thing around her neck. After all, she was used to being poor. Shunan, how much did you spend on these things? Shunan said indifferently, not much, just a few 100,000. Hundreds of thousands. Chu's mother stood there in a daze, and slapped Shunan several times. You prodigal son, who told you to spend so much money? You only need to buy a few jade articles. You're spending money lavishly when you just have some money. Faced with his mother's reproach, Shunan could only smile helplessly. My mother just feels bad that these hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent so casually. Is it true that money is no longer money after you become rich? After the family's greetings, when it was time to cook dinner, Shunan ran to the kitchen to help. Although the space in the kitchen was small, it seemed particularly warm. The family sat at the dining table, enjoying the taste of home. The father and son drank and chatted. However, because Shunan drank the genetic potion, it can be said that he can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Afterwards, his father fell completely drunk on the table. Mother Chu was a little surprised. When did her son have such a good alcohol tolerance? After a few glasses of ergwotu, his face didn't even turn red and he didn't feel drunk at all. After Chunan helped his father back to the room, only the mother and son were left. After Chunan came back, Chu's mother slowly said, "Xiaonan, you are rich now. Your parents are proud of you, but we can't spend money carelessly. We need to think about making more wealth. Forget about the time when mom urged you to get married. You are an adult now and you can make your own decisions." If she hadn't seen that her son was so rich now, maybe Chu's mother would still urge Chunan to find another girl like before, because before that, Chu's mother thought that their family's conditions were just average. As long as they find someone they like or their son likes her, they will hurry to get married. But now his son is not only rich, but also comes back driving a luxury car worth tens of millions. I guess my son wouldn't even look down on an ordinary girl. Now I think I was too anxious before. My son has grown up and has his own ideas. It doesn't matter if they have grandchildren a few years later. Anyway, they are not too old now and can still live another 10 or 20 years. I understand, Mom. Shunan said. You told Mom before that you have a girl you like. How is things going between you two now? If you have an idea, seize the opportunity. Don't be timid. When your father was pursuing me, he was as stubborn as a bull. But it was his perseverance that touched your mother. Think about how good it was back then. Chu's mother is a nostalgic person. She can't help but smile when she thinks back to the past. Mom, I understand all these principles. In this era, we can't fall in love the same way we did in your time. We can't be in a hurry. Shunan said slowly. Chu's mother also nodded and decided to worry less about her son's affairs in the future. As long as her son lived a good and happy life, that was enough. After that, the mother and son cleaned up the food on the table and went outside for a walk. Wherever they went, they would visit the neighbors who usually didn't say hello to them. They became enthusiastic all of a sudden. Chu's mother couldn't help but sigh. Normally, they were indifferent to her because they had no money, but now that her son had money, she had never seen them so enthusiastic. Some people have even started contacting Chu's mother privately to introduce their daughters to her, but Chu's mother has rejected them all. It would be fine if her son didn't have anyone he liked. Now that her son has found someone he likes, she, as a mother, cannot make a decision at will. She also understands that these people's sudden enthusiasm is because they are eyeing her son's wallet. Chapter 81, Why doesn't this kid look like you? The news that Chunan came back in a luxury car also spread all around. Early in the morning, the family heard a roaring noise downstairs. Chu's mother leaned her head out of the window and almost scared her. My goodness! There were more than a dozen people outside the iron gate of the house, and there was a larger group behind it. All of them were holding their mobile phones and taking pictures of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Each of them had an expression of envy on their faces, wondering how nice it would be if they could sit inside and experience it. Maybe we can discuss it with Lao Chua's family. Shunan in the room also felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he should have been more low-key. Why did he drive a luxury car back? He couldn't even have a good rest. Forget it, let us start with daily sign-in. Sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and you will be rewarded with a Rolex Gypsophila. Shunan took the watch out of the system warehouse and put it on his hand. It gave off an air of wealth at first sight. The watch was inlaid with sparkling little diamonds, which were so dazzling. This wave of signing in is worth it. It's a huge profit. The family was happily eating breakfast at the dining table. They didn't want to pay attention to the people outside. After breakfast, Chu's mother came out and looked at the people around her helplessly. Those people asked excitedly, Aunt Chu, can we go in and stand next to the car to take a picture? This Chu's mother was also a little embarrassed. Although she was her son's mother, the car belonged to her son, so she should ask her son. Ask Xiaonan. Thank you, Auntie. After entering the living room, Chu's mother said, Xiaonan, someone outside wants to take a photo with your car. You see, we are all neighbors, so why not? Shunan took the last dough stick in his hand and said, if they want to take pictures, let them take pictures, but. He paused in the middle of his words and walked out. It was okay to take pictures, but there were some things he had to make clear. Shunan said directly in front of everyone, you can take pictures together, but I have one thing to say. If the car is scratched or damaged during the photo shoot, you will be responsible. A small scratch on this car will cost 5 or 600,000. You should think carefully. Hiss. This statement shocked many people. How could the neighbors in the surrounding area have so much money of 5 or 600,000? Sure enough, when this statement was heard, many people began to back off. This is fine, but if they accidentally get scratched, they will have to pay for it and lose everything. Why? Forget it. Just take a photo of the car honestly, after all, the car belongs to someone else and not them. It's good enough if you take some photos and post them on your circle of friends to show off, so that everyone knows who the car belongs to. Most people just want to satisfy their vanity. Looking at the people leaving, a sly smile appeared on Shunan's lips. Suddenly, a person holding a child outside saw Shunan and shouted in surprise, Nanzi! Nanzi! Shunan heard the voice and looked over, and was a little surprised to see the familiar figure. Erden, long time no see. Erden is the man that Chu's mother mentioned before who got married early. Erden is not his real name. This is also what the neighbors and acquaintances call him. Moreover, they were very good playmates when they were young. Erden was not handsome. He was as dark as charcoal and his beard looked a little sloppy as he hadn't shaved for a long time. But the skin of the son he held in his arms was as white as snow. Even though they may not be good looking, their wives are famous for their beauty. Nanzi, I haven't seen you for so many years. You even drive a luxury car. I should have gone to the city with you back then. Maybe I could have had a bite of soup with you. Erden said while glancing at the Rolls-Royce from time to time. Shunan smiled, looked at the child in his arms and said, Is this your son? Erden said proudly, Of course, don't you think my baby is pretty? Handsome, very handsome. But why doesn't this kid look like you? Shunan also found something wrong. Looking left and right, it seemed that there was no single facial feature that looked like Erden. Especially Erden, his whole body is as black as charcoal, but his child's skin is as white as snow. I don't understand it either. Although he doesn't look like me, he looks like my wife. The eyes and nose are just like they were carved from the same mold. I was worried that my child would be as dark as me, but I didn't expect him to be as white as snow. My whole family is so happy. Erden smiled naively. This. Shunan smelled something bad. What's this child's blood type? Blood type? Let me think about it. This baby seems to be type O. So what are you and your wife's blood types? I'm blood type A, my wife is AB, what's wrong? Why are you asking about my blood type all of a sudden? Erden looked at him in confusion. Shunan's face looked a little ugly. It was impossible for people with blood type A and AB to give birth to people with blood type O, doesn't that mean this child? He patted Erden's shoulder heavily and said in a deep voice, Erden, go to the hospital to confirm the child's blood type when you have time. If it is type O, do a paternity test. Paternity test. Erden's expression suddenly turned ugly. Nanzi, what do you mean? Do you still think this child is not mine? I didn't say that. You should confirm the blood type first. Maybe you remembered the child's blood type wrong. Shunan said and walked back into the house. Erden looked at the child in his arms who did not look like him. Combined with Shunan's words, he didn't know why the more he looked at him, the more he felt something was wrong. This. Is there really a green patch on his head? Chapter 82, Departure. Shunan himself didn't dare to say frankly that the child was not Erden's. After all, it was just a suspicion. It was also possible that he remembered the child's blood type incorrectly. I hope he was just overthinking it. Erden is a very simple and honest person. As his childhood playmate, he just wants to remind him to prevent him from being foolish and getting cheated. Mom, where is my dad? Shunan walked around the room but didn't see any trace of his father. Mother Chu smiled and said, Your dad just went to visit some of his old friends. I guess he went there to show off. Shunan smiled when he heard this. Which son doesn't want to make his parents proud? His parents have been workers all their lives and it's time for them to enjoy themselves. However, my parents seem to be the kind of people who can't sit still. Even though they are retired now, they still go out to sell some fruits from time to time. The backyard of Chunan's house is full of vegetables, as well as some watermelons and other fruits. His parents have nothing to do at home, so they go out to earn some money. In fact, the combined pension of the two is enough to be 5,000 yuan a month, which is enough for the two elders to live on, but they just don't like to sit at home doing nothing all day. This is also the reason why Chu's mother is so anxious to have a grandson. Shunan thought about it and decided, why not open a fruit shop for his parents in the town? He thought about it and decided that it was not impossible. He would discuss it with his parents when the time came. Today is second grandpa's birthday. Mother Chu went to the vegetable garden to get some fresh vegetables to take over. Second grandpa lives at the entrance of the village on the other side of the town. It would take another hour to drive there. After my father came back from his friend's place, he took out a few bottles of mutai from the box. My second grandfather also loves drinking like his father, but he not only loves drinking but also smoking. However, he doesn't smoke the cigarettes available on the market. He uses a pipe and likes to put his own tobacco in it and smoke it one puff at a time. After Chu's father took out bottles of mutai, he looked at Chunan strangely and said, "When did you become so good at drinking? You didn't feel drunk at all after a few glasses of liquor. Your father gets dizzy after one drink." Shunan smiled indifferently. "Isn't this something you learned while working outside?" It would have been better if she hadn't said this, but once she said it, Mother Chu felt a little distressed. How much alcohol did this child have to drink outside to develop such a drinking capacity? Everything in front of her was probably caused by her son drinking one cup after another. Looking at his mother's distressed look, Shunan was also a little confused. What's wrong with my mother? Why is she suddenly looking at me with such a distressed look? Mother Chu stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, saying distressfully, "Nanzi, you are rich now, so drink less alcohol outside in the future. It's okay for you to be young now, but you shouldn't drink too much alcohol when you are older." After hearing what his mother said, Shunan was moved. It turned out that home was the best place. That is, only his parents think of him all the time. However, what he said just now was just a casual remark. The reason why Chunan and Bu Zue used genetic potions to change the genes in his body is that his physical fitness is now several times beyond that of ordinary people. Even the soldiers in the army probably don't have as good physical fitness as Chunan. After putting all the things in the trunk, Mr. and Mrs. Chu also entered the car carefully. There was a lot of space inside the car. But his parents knew that the car was valuable and were afraid of getting scratched. They thought that if it was scratched at all it would probably cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Seeing his parents so restrained, Shunan felt a little distressed. "Dad, Mom, you don't have to be so careful. This car is not that easy to scratch. This car is ours. Go easy on us. Fasten your seatbelts. Let's go." With a loud boom, the airwave gave Chu's father goosebumps all over his body, and the nervousness on his face turned into excitement. This kind of roar is what a car should be. Isn't this the sound that men are pursuing? The neighbors looked at Chunan's family with envy as they left, then looked at their own men and children inside silently. The gap between people is so huge. Old Chu's family lived an ordinary life before, but now his son drives a luxury car and his net worth is probably not ordinary. It won't be long before these two people will follow him to the city to enjoy a good life. The mountain road to my second grandfather's house is different from the road to the town. It is quite roundabout and there is a big turn after walking for a while. Shunan was fine, but he made his parents dizzy. Fortunately, the originally rugged mountain road was repaired. The mountain road was bumpy before, and coupled with a mountain road like this, it would be a living hell to go through it. Fortunately, after passing this circle of mountain roads, the road is no longer so winding. If it continued to go in circles like this, Shunan wouldn't care if his parents behind him would vomit. The two of them leaned against the car window with expressions of despair on their faces. Looking at the expressions on his parents' faces through the mirror, Shunan shook his head helplessly. This was the only way to get to his second grandfather's house, and he didn't want to take this road if possible. Chapter 83, Not expensive, just over 20 million. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Shunan and his family entered the village. Neither Mr. Chu nor Mrs. Chu dared to open the window, and all the eyes on the surrounding streets were focused on them. Driving this car is still too ostentatious, and Mr. and Mrs. Chu are still a little uncomfortable with it. Although second grandpa's village is not big, the road is not narrow. Shu Nan did not feel crowded when driving in. My second grandfather's house is in a small alley on another street, a courtyard house next to a small river. This courtyard house is an old house, but it does not look very old after years of maintenance. From the outside, compared with the other houses, my second grandfather's house looks like a wealthy family. There are several cars parked outside: Civic, BMW, Audi. Shu Nan's car was also parked on the side, and it was estimated that other relatives had already arrived. The other family next to them was also a little confused. Uncle Chu looked puzzled as to why this Rolls-Royce was parked at the gate of their yard. Could it be that the people in this car are from Lao Chu's family? This Rolls-Royce would cost at least millions or even tens of millions. Although he recognized it as a Rolls-Royce, Uncle Chu did not realize it was a phantom. Could it be the fourth brother's family? I had heard before that the fourth child opened a company in the county town, with an annual income of nearly 1 million, which made the whole family extremely envious. But you can't afford such a nice car even if you earn more than 1 million yuan a year, right? But when he saw Chu Nan's family getting out of the car, Uncle Chu widened his eyes, looking as if he had seen a ghost, and his chin dropped. Is it the boss's family? Old Chu and his family actually drive such a nice car? Second Uncle Chu's mind went blank for a moment. The family of his eldest brother was the worst off in the Chu family. The other brothers were all successful in their careers, but the eldest brother dropped out of school early and went out to work. Of course, the eldest brother also wanted to relieve the pressure on the family at that time. If he hadn't gone out to work, it is estimated that they would not be able to go to college and might not have achieved what they have today. Uncle Chu kept all these in mind and helped eldest brother's family a lot over the years, because eldest brother and sister-in-law had children relatively late and are now a little older. Now I live on my pension. Looking at Chu Nan sitting in the driver's seat, Uncle Chu was suddenly shocked. Could it be that this car belongs to his eldest nephew? Second brother. Father Chu noticed his younger brother who was in a daze not far away and shouted in surprise. Chu Nan took a look. It turned out to be my second uncle. This second uncle was very nice to him when he was a child, and was also pretty good to his whole family. Among the Chu family, Chu Nan had the worst impression of his fourth uncle's family. He always looked so arrogant, and he would be so proud of himself if he had a little money. His own father was even turned away when he tried to borrow some money from him. When Chu Nan learned about this incident at school, he was almost angry to death. Since then, Chu Nan rarely interacted with his fourth uncle's family. It is said that the fourth uncle's son seems to have opened a small company in the county town. I guess he will take advantage of this issue again. However, this time, Chu Nan's family is doomed to fail. Brother, long time no see. What car is this? Uncle Chu asked unconfidently, and his whole body felt dry in the mouth after he finished speaking. Father Chu showed a smug smile. You mean this car? This car belongs to Xiaonan. When second Uncle Chu heard this, he realized that, as he had expected, the car belonged to his eldest nephew. It seemed that his eldest nephew must be doing quite well in Huacheng. Such a luxury car is affordable to everyone. Even a family with an annual income of 1 million may not be able to afford it. Gulp. Uncle Chu swallowed and asked, how much is this car? This question also stunned Chu's father. He only knew that the car was very expensive, but he didn't know the specific price. This, you should ask Xiaonan, I don't know either. Dad Chu touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Mother Chu looked at Father Chu, who was grinning foolishly, and shouted angrily, all you do after getting off the car is chat. Why don't you come over and help? Come quickly and take out all the things and carry them in. Hearing Chu's mother shout, Chu's father ran over happily, and Uncle Chu followed. Sister-in-law, let me help you. Uncle Chu said with a smile. Thank you so much, second brother. Mother Chu said. It's okay, we're all family. Uncle Chu was also distracted when he looked at the things in the trunk. Maudai, bird's nest, and a host of other expensive supplements. These things would probably cost tens of thousands. Suddenly he noticed the Rolex on Chu Nan's hand, and he took a deep breath, his heart beating wildly. Rolex? It seems to be full of stars? I saw this watch online before and it cost millions. What on earth was his nephew doing in Flower City? He not only drove a Rolls-Royce, but also wore a Rolex. Second uncle. Chu Nan called politely. Uncle Chu came to Chunan and asked in a low voice, "Nephew, Uncle Chu has a question for you. Tell me honestly how much this car costs." "This car? It's not expensive, just over 20 million. Chapter 84, Fourth uncle and his family are here. Not expensive. Just over 20 million. Uncle Chu was also stunned. Chu's father and mother beside him were so scared that their legs went weak and they stared at Chunan with wide eyes. More than 20 million? This car costs more than 20 million? They originally thought that the car would cost at most a few million, and they didn't dare to think about anything more. More than 20 million is an astronomical figure that many families cannot even imagine in their lifetime. What on earth is my son doing in Huacheng that he can afford a luxury car worth more than 20 million yuan? As for Uncle Chu, there were only two words that kept echoing in his mind. How could these 20 million be so worthless in the mouth of his eldest nephew? He was also curious about what Chunan, who had been hanging around in Huacheng, was doing. Such earth-shaking changes had taken place in just a few years. It was like a dream. I guess no one in the Chu family had expected that the most awesome family wasn't the fourth brother's family, but the eldest brother's family who had always been inconspicuous. Uncle Chu doesn't like the fourth brother's family very much. The eldest brother dropped out of school to support their studies, but now the fourth brother turns his eyes away and doesn't recognize him. When the old family was in trouble, the eldest brother went to their house to ask for help, but the door was not opened and he was turned away. When Uncle Chu thinks about it now, he still feels itchy. My nephew has made great progress. A true dragon has appeared in our Chu family. Uncle, you are exaggerating. How could that be? You don't know that your fourth uncle and his family are so arrogant that they even hesitate to make time for your second grandfather's birthday. This guy Lao Si really forgot where his roots are. When his whole family comes later, you'll have to put a dent in their arrogance. Uncle Chu said through gritted teeth. Chunan raised his eyebrows, also somewhat displeased. They even have to refuse my second grandfather's birthday party. This family is hopeless. Outsiders may not know, but their own family members know that this family is a hands-off family and leaves most of the things to their employees. Moreover, the fourth child has always looked down on the eldest child's family, thinking that it was a waste to support Chunan to go to college, as he has already started a company with only a junior high school education. In the end, those college students still work for him. Chunan's family carried their things in and walked in. The other relatives also looked at them in surprise. It turned out to be the boss and his family. They were holding Mao Tai and Bird's Nest in their hands. When did this family become so wealthy? Did they win the lottery? Brother. Sister-in-law. Nanzi. Uncle San, who had just come out of the yard, also shouted in surprise and hurried over to help. Uncle Chu looked at Chunan, who was a head taller than him, in disbelief and said in surprise, "Shunan, I haven't seen you for a few years. You have grown taller again. Come on, give the things to Uncle San." No, you're too polite, Uncle San. I can do it. You have so many things in your hands, so I'll help you get some. Under the enthusiasm of his third uncle, Chunan had no choice but to compromise. His third uncle was good in everything except that he was too hospitable. After putting all the things in the storage room, my father and mother started chatting with several uncles and aunts. Now the only elder in the Chu family is the second grandfather. The great-grandfather passed away due to cancer a few years ago. Now the few members of the Chu family are only Chunan's family, as well as the second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle as families. My second uncle is a manager of a company and his annual income is about 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, which makes him a well-off family. As for my third uncle, he is an official in the village. Although his salary is not high, he lives a comfortable life in this village. Finally, there is my fourth uncle and his family. When third uncle and his family found out that Chunan and his family came in a Rolls Royce, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Everyone knows the situation of the eldest brother's family. The eldest brother gave birth to Chunan relatively late, and because he dropped out of school, he has been working as a worker in the factory. In comparison, the eldest brother's family had the worst life before. After knowing that Chunan was doing well in Huacheng, Uncle Chu smiled with relief. Their eldest brother had lived a hard life for half his life and it was time for him to enjoy some good life. However, they were all a little curious about what their nephew was doing in Huacheng. Such big changes had taken place in just a few years. Can you drive a luxury car worth tens of millions? I asked my eldest brother and sister-in-law, but they didn't know either. I must ask my eldest nephew what he is doing in Huacheng later. At this time, a Mercedes-Benz stopped outside. The woman in the car, who was dressed like a noblewoman, looked at the surrounding environment with disdain and said with a sneer, "No matter how this mountain valley changes, it still smells poor. I hope it ends soon. I don't want to stay in this place any longer." "Okay, just talk less. Everyone here is an acquaintance. I don't want them to look at me like an enemy as soon as I go in," Chu Jianshan said unhappily. The people who came were Uncle Chu's family. Uncle Chu's son Chui smiled and said, "Dad is right. After all, it's the old man's birthday. Mom, please give me some face." After hearing this, fourth aunt reluctantly said, "Okay, okay." Chuyi's face was full of confidence. The reason he came here this time was to satisfy his vanity, and also to show off in front of his uncle's family. But just as he was about to walk in, his eyes suddenly widened and he looked at the car at the gate of the yard in disbelief. Rolls-Royce? Chapter 85, I Believe in My Son. Inside the hall, everyone had already taken their seats. There were nearly 100 people sitting in the hall, but the birthday party had not yet begun. Most people didn't look very happy. The banquet should have started a long time ago, and they were all waiting for the fourth brother and his family. The old man sitting at the top was a little unhappy. "Old 4, are they coming?" "Old 2, give them a call and ask." Second Uncle Chu's face also looked very ugly. Today was second Uncle Chu's 70th birthday, and they were the only elderly people in the Chu family. The fourth brother's family is too ignorant of the rules. Ever since the fourth brother's son started his own company, they have become more and more arrogant and don't take their relatives seriously. "Uncle, don't worry, I'll make a phone call and ask." Just as Uncle Chu was about to make a phone call, he saw the fourth uncle and his family walk in. Especially the fourth son's wife, who covered her nose as if there was some foul smell, and was full of disgust. "Fourth brother, your family is a little too slow," Uncle Chu said unhappily. Chu Jianshan smiled awkwardly, picked up a glass of wine and said with a smile, "Second uncle, and all relatives and friends, this is my fault. I will drink this wine first as an apology to you." After he finished half the cup of erguitu in one breath, his face quickly turned red, he coughed twice, and looked at the old man sitting in the upper seat with a smile. "Uncle, is this okay?" It can be seen that Chu Hanshua, who was sitting on the table, still looked unhappy. Although Xiaoxi had apologized, it was just an act. In his eyes, he might not even be an elder. "Forget it, sit down." Chu Hanshua didn't say anything in the end. Today was a happy day, so he shouldn't make the atmosphere too awkward. Then the banquet began. Chu Jianshan took a sip of the wine, tasted it carefully and said, "What kind of wine is this?" "Erguo Tu," Uncle Chu said lightly. "Erguo Tu?" Chu Jianshan's expression changed slightly. Could it be that this Erguo Tu was bought by his second uncle? When did his second uncle become so generous? But what he found strange was that the eldest brother's family seemed a little different today, but he couldn't tell what was different. More confident? "Second grandpa, this is a birthday present for you. I wish you a long and healthy life." At this moment Chui handed over a small wooden box tied with a golden ribbon. "What's in it?" Chu Hanshua couldn't help but ask. Chui raised the corner of his mouth and said modestly, "It's not a valuable thing. I heard that second grandpa's health is not very good. This is just a ginseng root, which is only worth tens of thousands of yuan. Compared with your health, this little money is nothing." "Tens of thousands of dollars?" The other guests were also shocked. These people came from ordinary families, and they were reluctant to give things worth tens of thousands of dollars as birthday gifts. Although Chu Laoxi's family is not that well off, they are still quite generous. Enjoying the gazes of the people around him, Chui felt greatly satisfied. At the same time, he took the opportunity to talk about the topic and said to Chu Nan, "Brother Nan, since you have come back so rarely, you should have prepared a gift for second grandpa, right? Here it comes." Chu Nan had expected such a scene to happen. This family always likes to take advantage of other people's situations. "Second grandpa, do you have a pen and paper?" Chu Nan asked. Chu Hanshua was stunned, not understanding why Chu Nan wanted a pen and paper. "Have." Then he asked someone to fetch pen and paper from the room. Everyone in the hall focused their attention on him. No one understood what was going on. Even Chu's father and mother didn't know what their son was going to do. After Chunan finished writing, he handed the list over and continued, "Second grandfather, please ask someone to go to the pharmacy to get the herbs according to the prescription above. After taking them for 3 or 4 months, your blood pressure will drop." Prescription? Can Chunan also treat illnesses? Does this stuff work? Will it cause any problems if I eat it? Fourth aunt chuckled and said disdainfully, "If you can't afford a gift, just say so. Why are you playing tricks here? The old man's health is not good to begin with. What if something goes wrong with your prescription? Aunt 4, I seriously suspect that you didn't brush your teeth before going out. Why does the whole air stink as soon as you talk?" Chunan said without any consideration. "You little bastard, what did you say? Are there any rules?" Fourth aunt suddenly roared. Shuyi's face darkened, and he said gloomily, "Brother Nan, it's not nice for you to talk like that. When did you, a finance major, learn how to treat a disease? And do you have a medical qualification certificate? Do you have a medical license?" Shunan didn't know how many times he had heard this sentence on the internet. Shunan smiled coldly and said, "I don't have any, but I can guarantee that as long as second grandpa follows my prescription and drinks it for 3 or 4 months, his high blood pressure will never recur." The other people at the table shook their heads, and their eyes towards Chunan gradually turned cold. This is too much of an exaggeration. What kind of medicine can prevent a person's high blood pressure from ever recurring? Is it a miracle drug? Playing tricks. Fourth aunt was too lazy to argue, so she just said nothing more. "Brother, why don't you do anything about your Chunan making such a fuss?" Shu Jianshan said in a reproachful manner. "It seems to be saying, you guys haven't taken good care of your son, why don't you stop him?" However, Shu's father and mother spoke at the same time, and what they said was consistent, "I believe in my son." Chapter 86, It's just a small amount of money. For a moment, Shu Jianshan was speechless. It seemed that his eldest brother and his family had really changed. Why did they have so much confidence to believe in Chunan? And second uncle didn't he even get angry? This is what puzzled him the most. Could it be that his second uncle also believed the words of a junior like Chunan? Shu Hanshua looked at the prescription in his hand, then glanced at Chunan, who looked confident and said slowly, "Okay, Xiaonan, second grandpa believes in you." Suddenly, the people at other tables were in an uproar. The old man actually believed what this junior said? Isn't the old man really afraid of something happening after eating? Old Chu and his family seemed a little different today since they came in. It seems that those erguotu and bird's nests and other expensive supplements were all sent by Boss Chu and his family. This is unlikely. You all know the situation of Boss Chu's family. Those things cost at least tens of thousands. Shui was also confused. Second grandfather actually believed what Chunan said. Isn't this just senility? Don't worry, second grandpa. My prescription will cure any disease. You will understand after drinking it for a while. Shu Nan said with a smile. Shu Hanshue nodded. The reason why he believed Chunan was because Chunan's change was so great, it could be said to be an earth-shaking change. He originally thought that the most promising family was the fourth brother's family. But no one expected that Chunan could even drive a luxury car worth tens of millions. When he heard the news, he suspected that he had heard it wrong. The results turned out to be true. Compared to the arrogant and domineering family of the fourth brother, he prefers the simple and honest character of the Chu brothers' family. In this round of confrontation, the fourth brother and his family were at a disadvantage. The family, which was originally very happy, suddenly became like a war zone due to the arrival of the fourth child. Shu Hanshue also had some doubts, wondering if he shouldn't have invited the fourth brother and his family to come before. After a while of silence, Shui started to take advantage of the situation again. "Brother Nan, you have been in watching for so long, so you should be doing well, right? Why? Sometimes I really envy you. Even though I earn millions a year, I rarely have a day off." The dining table had become a battlefield for the two young men to fight. Fourth aunt looked arrogant and showed off her shiny gold bracelet by raising her hand. The aura of a nouveau riche is definitely there, not to mention that it's quite rustic. Well, you're right. I'm doing pretty well. At least I'm not like you who only makes $1 million a year and has expanded to this size. If it were any higher, wouldn't you be on par with the sun? Shu Nan's face remained calm from beginning to end, and he was not affected by his emotions at all. You are just a clown. I will slap you in the face and let you see why the flowers are so red. You. Shui was about to curse but swallowed it back. Considering the presence of his elders and other people, he had to endure it. Chu Jianshan also looked unhappy. Wasn't his nephew too arrogant? Only 1 million a year? He made it seem like he made millions or tens of millions a year. He had asked Chu Nan what he did before, but he worked in a company and could barely make over 10,000 a month with overtime. Can you compare with them like this? Chui showed an ugly smile, gritted his teeth and asked sinisterly, okay, I will have to rely on Brother Nan's influence to guide me in the future. I wonder if Brother Nan would be convenient to tell me which company you work for. Chui's question hit the nail on the head. Not only did he want to know, but everyone else also wanted to know what Chu Nan was doing in Huacheng. Even Chu Nan's parents looked at him curiously. Chu Nan said word by word, company? I don't work in the company. However, I do own a 5-star hotel, which only makes 100 or 200 million yuan a year, which is just a small amount of money and not worth mentioning. Suddenly, the people at the table were silent and stunned. Chu Nan's uncles, aunts, and second grandfather all had dazed expressions on their faces. Only Chui was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then laughed disdainfully. Chu Nan, I call you Brother Nan because of seniority. Do you really think you are the brother? How can you brag so much? A 5-star hotel? How dare you think that? 1 or 200 million a year. Didn't you sleep well last night? You're daydreaming here in broad daylight? Why don't you say that the Rolls-Royce outside is yours? It originally belonged to me. Chu Nan said calmly. It's shameful, fourth aunt scolded mercilessly. Chu Jianshan also sneered with disdain. It seemed that he was overthinking it. His eldest brother's family had indeed changed and had become mentally abnormal. However, the three of them did not notice that, except for their family, everyone else was looking at Chu Nan in shock, even his parents were no exception. Because only they know that what Chu Nan said might be true. Second brother, third brother, second uncle? You? Chu Jianshan looked at the shocked expressions of the others with a puzzled look on his face, and asked in confusion, you don't really think what he said is true? Uncle Chu let out a long sigh, and after coming to his senses, he glanced at Chu Jianshan who was completely unaware. Of course, we all believe that what Xiaonan said is true. And Xiaonan is right. The Rolls-Royce outside is indeed his. Chapter 87, The Birthday Banquet Ends. The Rolls-Royce outside belongs to Xiaonan. Since he can afford a luxury car worth tens of millions, can't he have a 5-star hotel outside? Uncle Chu's words pushed Chu Jianshan's family into a corner. A suffocating atmosphere gradually spread, and all the guests around were staring at this scene in a daze. Does the Rolls-Royce outside belong to Boss Chu and his family? That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and you can't buy it without 10 or 20 million. Does that mean what the son of Mr. Chu said is true? Hiss. Thinking of this, there were gasps throughout the living room, and they looked at Chu Nan in horror. An income of 1 or 200 million a year is an astronomical figure that many people cannot imagine. In other words, Chu Nan's current net worth is enough to reach hundreds of millions. As for Chu Laoxi's family, their annual income of 1 million is not even a fraction of that of the other party. This is impossible. Shu Yi's voice trembled and his eyes revealed fear. Suddenly he noticed the bright watch on Chu Nan's wrist. His pupils suddenly dilated and his whole body trembled. Rolex, Starry Sky. This watch costs millions, and judging from the workmanship and the dazzling light flashing from time to time from the diamonds inlaid on it, there is no doubt that this is not a high-end fake, but the real thing. Ear, is the watch on Chu Nan's hand very expensive? Fourth aunt asked unconfidently. That watch is equivalent to our family's annual income. Shui replied with a trembling voice. Fourth aunt was even more shocked when she heard this, and she stared at the gorgeous watch on Chu Nan's hand with wide eyes. This watch costs millions? What exactly happened to Boss Chua's son in Huacheng? How come he has changed so much after just a few years? Chu Jianshan's face turned red, and he felt the blood surging in his body. It seemed as if he was suffering from internal injuries. If there was a crack in the ground at this moment, he would have wanted to crawl into it right now. Uncle, brother, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do at the company, so my family and I will leave first. You guys can enjoy this meal. I will treat you all to a meal next time. Chu Jianshan left with his family in disgrace. He was self-aware enough. If he had stayed any longer, he would have lost all his face. Second Uncle Chu, third Uncle Chu, and his father looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Xiaonan, you did a good job. You finally killed off the fourth brother's family and made them look more powerful. You usually act so arrogant, but you were late for your second grandfather's birthday. You even forgot your last name when you achieved a little success. This time, with you here, I'm afraid the fourth brother's family won't dare to be so presumptuous again. Come on, Uncle Air will give you a toast. Shunan also smiled, picked up the glass and clinked it with his second uncle. Shu Hanshue felt complicated when he saw this scene. It seemed that the atmosphere had changed again after the fourth brother and his family left. Looking at the prescription in his hand, Shu Hanshue was still a little bit expectant, wondering if this prescription would really work. Because of his high blood pressure, he had to avoid many foods, and he often woke up in the middle of the night with palpitations. This problem of high blood pressure has troubled Shu Hanshue for several years. I hope what Xiaonan said is true. The atmosphere of the family returned to normal again. The aunts chatted with each other, Shunan chatted and drank with the uncles, and of course, many people came to toast Shunan specifically, wanting to make friends with him. After all, he is a billionaire. Some elders are already eager to introduce their daughters to Shunan. This is a walking goldmine. However, Shunan ignored these people and just clinked glasses with them out of courtesy. Seeing that Shunan didn't mean that, these people didn't bother themselves, but they still felt a little disappointed. An hour later, Father Chu, second Uncle Chu, and third Uncle Chu all waved their hands, their faces as red as monkey buttocks, and said drunkenly, "No more drinking, no more drinking." Hiccup, Xiaonan's alcohol tolerance is not normal. He drank these few glasses of erguotu without even a blush on his face. You really don't feel anything at all? Uncle Chu asked with a little disbelief. No. Shunan smiled. Uncle Chu also had a helpless look on his face. This was really bizarre. If it were an ordinary person, he would have collapsed to the ground after drinking these few glasses of liquor. Even someone with a good alcohol tolerance would probably feel it. But his nephew didn't even blush. He drank the wine just like he was drinking boiled water. The scene just now scared all of them. This kid actually finished a bottle of erguotu by himself. Look, is this something a human can do? Second Uncle Chu and third Uncle Chu also knew that they could not defeat their nephew, so they stopped trying to be tough and surrendered quickly. As for Chu Hanshue, he just drank a little casually. There was nothing he could do about his high blood pressure. Even if he was greedy, he still had to consider his own health. I hope Xiaonan's prescription is as magical as he said. The alcohol bug in his stomach is already thirsty and he can't bear it anymore. He can't even describe how he feels watching his juniors drinking. Then a large 6-layer cake was brought out, and after the cake was divided, most people left. The 70th birthday party was over, and as for the evening, it was the Chu family's home turf. Chapter 88, Second Uncle's Little Problem. After everyone has left, the people invited previously will clean up everywhere and then take away the table. Chu's mother looked around and didn't see Chunan, so she couldn't help asking, "Do you see Xiaonan people? How come the person disappeared in the blink of an eye?" Second aunt, who had just come out of the room, said with a smile, "Jingyao wants to see Chunan's car, and the two of them should be outside now." I see. Since second Uncle Chu and Shunan were together, Mother Chu didn't ask any more questions. Nanzi, this car is too luxurious. Your uncle never dreamed in his life that one day he would be sitting in such a luxurious car. This is all thanks to you, kid. Uncle Chu looked dizzy and burped loudly, sounding drunk. Feeling the luxurious interior of the car and the leather seats under the seats, it is so much more comfortable than the sofas that cost thousands of dollars at home. Second uncle, what you said is true. We are all one family. Shunan looked at his drunken second uncle with a helpless look on his face. This second uncle's alcohol tolerance is just so-so. He was forcing himself to drink at the dinner table before, mainly because he didn't want to lose to his junior in alcohol tolerance. In the end, they still couldn't drink as much as Chunan. Uncle Chu lay down for a while, then slowly sat up, his eyes dodging as he slowly said, "Nanzi, are you really good at treating illnesses? Kindness?" Shunan looked at his second uncle strangely. Why did his second uncle suddenly ask this? Was there something wrong with his body? I know a little bit. Uncle, are you not feeling well? Shunan asked with concern. After hearing what Shunan said, for some reason Uncle Chu felt a little embarrassed and acted like a shy little girl. Cough, cough, cough. Nanzi, please don't laugh at me after I tell you this. Looking at second Uncle Chu's appearance, Shunan probably knew what was wrong with his uncle. Most people with this problem would have it when they reach middle age. You know that I am getting older now. Because I was not restrained when I was young, I have some conflicts with your aunt in sex now. Look. Can you fix it? Uncle Chu's face was as hot as a big iron kettle. It was all over in just a few minutes. Even he himself found it hard to accept. This was about a man's dignity. Okay. Chu Nan said confidently. Really? Uncle Chu grabbed Chu Nan's wrist excitedly. Uncle, can you please not be so excited? Chu Nan was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. How long had this problem troubled his second uncle? Uncle Chu smiled awkwardly. How long will it take to solve this problem? Problems like these are minor. I'll prescribe a prescription for you when we get back. You just need to follow the prescription and drink it for a month. Eat less spicy food in your daily life, and you'll be back to your prime within a month. Chu Nan said with a smile. The god-level Chinese medicine skills are not just talk, even the minor ailments that middle-aged people may have can be easily solved. You want me to regain my vigor in just 1 month? Uncle Chu asked in disbelief. Of course. I am confident that my second grandfather's high blood pressure can be cured with the medicine in a few months. Not only can your minor illness recover, but it can also cure this number overnight. Chu Nan said, making the gesture of 7 with his hand. Hiss. Uncle Chu took a deep breath. 7 times? Even at his peak, this number was unimaginable. So, second uncle, don't worry. Chu Nan patted his second uncle's shoulder and said. You are worthy of being my eldest nephew. You are really outstanding. From now on, my second uncle's happy life depends on you. Uncle Chu laughed frivolously. After cleaning up, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Second grandpa usually had the habit of taking a nap. As for second uncle and third uncle, they were dizzy from drinking and soon found a room and fell asleep. Everyone else gathered in the yard playing mahjong. Chu Nan sat in the car and took out his cell phone. Only then did he realize that Lu Yashuan had sent him more than a dozen messages. Chun Nan, where are you? Hey! Are you still there, you bastard? I'm going to be angry if you ignore me again. Chu Nan, where are you? Get back to me when you see the message. The following series of messages were all from Lu Yashuan asking him where he was. Look, another message has been sent. Sorry, I just saw it now. Chu Nan quickly typed a few words and sent them out. As he expected, Lu Yashuan replied to him immediately. You finally showed up. If you hadn't shown up, I would have thought you were missing. Where have you been these past few days? You didn't even reply to my messages. I'm so worried. Chu Nan looked at the words on the screen and couldn't help but smile, then started typing again. I forgot to tell you before, my second grandfather is celebrating his 70th birthday. I'm already in Hangzhou. I'll be back in a few days. But why are you so anxious when I didn't reply to your message? Are you so anxious to see me? Chapter 89, One Shot, One Kid. When Luya in the room saw this string of messages, her face instantly turned red. Bah! You are dreaming. Oh? Really? Then why are you looking for me so urgently? Lu Yashuan was speechless when she saw the message on her phone. Could it be that this straight guy saw through what I was thinking? But why doesn't he take the initiative? Do you still want me to take the initiative? No. The straight man might suddenly come to his senses. Let's see if the straight man still can't see what she's thinking. There was no other way but Lu Yashuan had to confess on her own initiative. Anyway, I don't want to see you that much. But you must tell me when you come back. Why? Funny. Why didn't I realize Chu Nan was so despicable before? Lu Yashuan was almost going crazy, pouting and gritting her teeth. If Chu Nan was in front of her, she would have scolded Chu Nan to death. Why so many whys? You have 100,000 whys. You can talk about it or not. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go to work, pouting. Originally, Lu Yashuan was going to take a day off today, but unfortunately, a colleague from the finance department took a few days off due to family matters, so Lu Yashuan had to help out for a while. The company will arrange for her to rest in the next few days. Go. Chu Nan responded with 2 sentences and stopped looking at his phone. He walked around and thought that the last time he was in this place was 5 or 6 years ago. He hasn't been to this village since he went to college. Although the village is small, it has everything you need. There are even some small entertainment venues such as internet cafes, tea houses, and mahjong rooms, and there is also a small primary school in the village for people to study. Sometimes you can hear the groans of vendors on the street. Sometimes it is quite comfortable to live in your hometown in the countryside, away from the hustle and bustle of the city, and enjoy the tranquility of the village. But maybe Chunan has no interest in the village now. After all, he is still young and wants to have some fun. Maybe he will have such an idea when he is old. I came to the small river where I often played with my friends when I was a child. The river used to be crystal clear, but now it is not as clear as it used to be. This is also affected by the life and development of the village. There were several children by the river, each holding a pole in his hand with a small piece of meat tied to the rope. After a while, they caught something red. It's a lobster. The moment they saw the lobsters coming up, smiles like blooming flowers appeared on the faces of the children. Chunan also revealed a faint smile, thinking back to when he was a kid. He also loved fishing for lobsters with his friends. His childhood was indeed the best memory, without any pressure. Some people are eager to grow up and to get away from their parents' care, but they don't know that when you are a child, the easiest time in your life is the time before you enter society. No need to think about anything, no pressure, no worries, just study hard. Every person in Huachang is under tremendous pressure like a mountain. Otherwise, even if Chunan had the system, the situation would not be much better now. Maybe nothing could be the same today. After walking around for a while, Chunan felt that it was boring, so he went back to the car and opened the currently popular mobile game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Chunan likes to play this game to kill time when he has nothing to do. Of course, although it was just entertainment time, Chunan's skills were not bad. In just 1 week, he had reached the level of a super ace. As for the clothes in the mall, he basically just looked at them. Although there are some nice looking clothes, you failed to optimize it for a shooting game and made it look like a dress-up game. Opening game. Chunan landed at the airport, which is the place with the most people. Chunan landed at Building C and picked up a submachine gun on the roof. Day. Chunan took out his Uzi and fired a burst of shots, and the people on the same floor as him fell down instantly. Then the opponent also picked up the gun, and Chunan's health was instantly reduced by half. He did not panic but jumped directly from the roof and lost a little blood. When he heard footsteps inside the building, he did not choose to go downstairs, but waited patiently like a hunting lion. Finally, the footsteps were getting closer and closer to him, and a figure suddenly appeared in the window. Chunan shot and knocked the other person down. The other person had no time to react at all due to the sudden attack. Chunan fought and mended the wound, and after quickly licking the bag, he moved upstairs and filled a first aid kit. Tap tap tap. The footsteps of 2 people were heard downstairs. These 2 people might be a pair with the person Chunan had just eliminated. The person upstairs might have been helped up as well. Chunan hid in a room at the entrance of the building, holding the bomb in his hand, and threw it out in an instant when there were only a few seconds left. With a bang, the screen showed that someone was knocked down by a grenade. Chunan was not in a hurry to make up for it. He hid behind the window and listened patiently to the footsteps. The footsteps were heard for a while and then disappeared. This person should be helping his teammates. Chunan jumped out of the window and just saw the 2 of them. A wave of M4 gunfire swept through the area, directly eliminating the 2 men. Fuck, it's so fucking fat, an 8x scope, a 98K, and a sniper silencer. After Chunan licked the bag with a smile, he ran to another building with a wider view. He just happened to see a man running in the airport by the window, picking up a 98K and aiming at the other person's head. Bang! Headshot. Shit. He was shot in the head, must he be cheating? The man who was knocked down cursed angrily. Teammate number 1, Building C, there is a silenced 98K in Building C. The teammate hiding in the bushes spoke on the microphone, but the moment he finished speaking, there was another mute sound and he was also shot in the head. Oh shit? Can this be seen? Chunan felt secretly happy holding the 98K. He likes the feeling of headshot with 98K, 1 shot per kid. Chapter 90, I don't play games with noobs. Bang. The 2 people who fell were instantly killed by Chunan. Teammates number 1 and number 4 hid behind a building and shivered. Damn, this guy is not an immortal, right? Every shot is a headshot. Let's smoke and go. Number 4 said calmly. Both of them agreed and threw the only 2 cigarettes in their hands away, successfully finishing the smoking. Shu Nan didn't just stand there stupidly. This time he was playing alone in a 4-person team. He was like this all the time, and under the change of the genetic potion, even his reaction ability in the game had undergone tremendous changes. Shu Nan was preparing to move to the high tower, but just after he left Building C, he heard gunshots. Someone was already lying in ambush on the high tower. 1/3 of his health was taken away, and there was still a large bag left in his backpack, which contained bandages and energy drinks. Shu Nan listened carefully to the movements around him, and was temporarily relieved when he didn't hear any footsteps. The team from the airport had not come over yet, so he could deal with the 2 people on the tower first. His current position is completely blocked. If he shows his head now, he will definitely be captured by the opponent. Shu Nan controlled the character to lie on the ground and silently move position. High-level players compete with each other in terms of awareness and body skills. Since they like to fight so much, let them do it. Anyway, from this angle, the people on the platform can't see him moving. When Shu Nan reached the side, he squatted down, looked out his head and saw the 2 people's position, then he took out his 98K and shot them in the head. I don't know if it was because the guy panicked when his teammates reached the platform. He originally wanted to throw a smoke bomb but accidentally threw a fragmentation grenade. The guy just ignored his teammates and ran down the stairs on the platform. Shu Nan seized the opportunity and shot him in the head again. He was originally confused, but when he saw the fragmentation grenade explode on the platform, he suddenly did not know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that the other party made an operational error. After killing that person, there seemed to be no sound in the airport, but Shu Nan couldn't be sure if there was anyone else. The position of the 2 boxes above was not very good, and if he licked them, he would easily become a target. Shu Nan no longer considered the box on the platform and planned to lick the 2 dead people in the previous team. Shu Nan touched it carefully. After throwing out a smoke cloud, Shu Nan went to loot the bag with peace of mind. After looting the bag, he drove a jeep and left the airport. This circle was heading towards G-port. Shu Nan drove across the bridge. Fortunately, there was no one holding up the bridge. Otherwise, even if Shu Nan was very powerful, it would be useless against a group of people on the bridge. The car will be blown up in a few minutes. Shu Nan drove to Town G and circled around the area. The doors of all the houses had been opened, so there was most likely someone in Town G. Sure enough, there was a sign of footsteps on the map. There was someone on top of the red building. After Shu Nan parked the car, he took a bomb in his hand and threw it up. Bang! The first mine seemed to have missed. Shu Nan threw another instant explosive bomb, and sure enough, the opponent was hit by the explosion. Shu Nan did not go to the Gonglu immediately. He listened carefully to the footsteps and found only 2 footsteps above, so he let go and woke up. I switched to the first-person perspective, took out the M4 and rushed up, and sure enough, the opponent was hiding next to the stairs. After the confrontation, Shu Nan eliminated 2 opponents with a little blood. TSK. Level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, medical kit, adrenaline, grip. One of the good fellows is richer than the other. After Shu Nan licked the bag, he heard the roar of an airplane above his head and looked up. An airdrop hit your face? After looking at the circle and seeing that it still had 3 minutes to shrink, Shu Nan decided to squat here for a while. After the airdrop landed, Shu Nan was not in a hurry to pick it up. He planned to catch some fish. After a while, the sound of a car was heard behind him. Shu Nan leaned against the window and watched a pink Maserati speeding towards him. He had already prepared for an unexpected move. The Maserati gradually approached and seemed to be about to stop at the building next to Shu Nan. After predicting the direction where the Maserati was coming from, Shu Nan instantly threw the grenade in his hand out. The people in the car heard a bang before they got out, and were immediately frightened. Then 4 people were eliminated. Hang. Definitely hang. What the hell? What kind of operation is this? I was in the car and you took me away in a moment? So damn awesome? The 2 men were also furious. Their team had 2 girls and they said before the game started that they would win the game with the girls, but they were eliminated before the circle was even halfway reduced. This is so damn embarrassing. Shu Nan's voice was all on, and the 2 girls turned on all the voice and spoke. Wow, this little brother is awesome, can you guide us? Brother, this move of yours is so cool. I want to have a deep discussion with you about the game. The 2 men's faces turned green after hearing this. Shu Nan got goosebumps all over his body. It was that coquettish voice again. He turned on all microphones and said something lightly. I don't play games with noobs. After saying that, Shunan simply turned off the voice. Two girls in pajamas in the female college dormitory looked confused. Straight man. A true straight man of steel. Before, when these two heard that they were girls, they licked them in all kinds of ways. If it weren't for their good skills in the past, they would not have teamed up with this loser guy. Shunan licked some stuff casually and went to lick the airdrop. It turned out that he was lucky. There was a gun in the airdrop. This gun was a good thing. Chapter 91, Zon Mother Hunter, come if you have a mother. The circle is going to be brushed. The poison circle has already spread to G-Port and the school. Shunan's position is already outside the poison circle. Fortunately, the car still has some oil, so he should be able to enter the circle. He is now a very rich man and belongs to SF Express. If someone kills him, it will be a great fortune. Shunan drove into the circle, occasionally shifting his gaze to see if there was anyone on the surrounding hills. Shunan came to the housing area, and all the doors inside were open. As soon as he stopped the car, there were footsteps coming from the house upstairs. Shunan hid behind the fence and waited quietly. It seemed that if Shunan didn't move, the other party would not move either. The footsteps sounded like there were 3 people. Shunan was not in a hurry. The most taboo thing for a solo player is to rush to the power building alone. At this time, he needs to make more use of grenades. I took a look at the backpack and saw 5 grenades, which was enough. He threw a mine from outside the door, intending to test the opponent. As soon as the mine was thrown. Wow, I didn't expect that one person would be knocked down by the explosion. Shunan made instant explosive bombs. When he was ready to throw a bomb in the house, he would go outside and throw it upstairs. Another mine went up, but no one was hit. However, the other party seemed a little panicked, and all his steps were exposed. Tread. It seemed like someone jumped down from the building. Shunan guessed that the fallen person should have been helped up. The sound of the footsteps jumping down from the upstairs did not seem to be jumping on the ground. From the location where the sound was heard, Shunan slowly approached and found that there was no one outside. With a smile on his lips, he fired at the upper edge the moment he opened the door. The person jumping on the edge fell to the ground instantly after a wave of shooting. Grass. You can even know this guy must have used a perspective hack. You damn grandson of a grass mudhorse, you were such a damn fool, you cheated for a while and your whole family went to the crematorium, I hope your parents die soon. Zon Mother Hunter, come if you have a mother. The man directly turned on the Zon mode, but Shunan didn't turn on all the microphones at all, so he had no idea what the man said. Shunan was not in a hurry to make up for it. Instead, he moved into the house and waited patiently for the prey to take the bait. He had already prepared a bomb in his hand and threw it out. There was a bang sound and it seemed that the explosion did not hit anyone, but the 2 people had already jumped down. Shunan changed his position and fired another wave of shots, hitting another person. The man seemed to be panicked, and in a flustered manner, he actually planned to rush out and fight with Shunan. The result was naturally self-evident. Shunan had cover while the other party rushed out directly. Day. Another team was wiped out, but the gunshots here seemed to have attracted other people. Shunan picked up a few mines and some bullets and ran to the roof. There were indeed people at the school. Shunan saw someone running out of the school, took out his 98K, and shot him. But this time Shunan didn't shoot the head, but hit the body. The opponent's flustered and sly movement made Shunan laugh and cry. He picked up the dog Zabby and sprayed it with the red dot. ABA was knocked down. The other teammates set off a smokescreen, and another one held a gun and kept aiming at Shunan. A few waves of shots reduced some of Shunan's health. There's something. After applying 2 bandages and drinking an energy drink, Shunan looked at the circle. The circle was on his side, and those people must be trying to escape the poison. And there was no car on the road, so he just had to wait patiently. However, Shunan also threw 2 cigarettes to prevent someone from stealing his ass from behind. The other side also started to block the smoke. Shunan took out his 98K and found a person running from the school to the road. He shot him in the head with another 98K. This time, Shunan attacked and made up for the lost targets simultaneously. Another wave of red dot shooting came, and the circle came over. There were bursts of gunfire from behind Shunan, and there was someone behind him. However, since he has already started fighting with other teams, he must deal with the team from the school, otherwise he will be in a difficult situation if he is attacked from both sides. Bang! Day. Another member of the school team was eliminated, and as for the other one, he hid in a small house on the street, and Chu Nan had no way to deal with him for the time being. After coming down from the roof, a group of people really ran out from the top of the hill. It's a full team. Chu Nan's heart sank. He still had 3 grenades in his hand and he had to make good use of them. A wave of probing gunfire caught the opponent off guard again, but this time no one was knocked down. The opponent must be seriously injured as he was hiding behind a tree. After a few smokescreens, this group of people had already arrived at the floor above Chu Nan's. Several waves of grenades were thrown up. Chu Nan ran around everywhere, but only one grenade took away half of his blood. The circle has been refreshed again. This is already the final circle. Apart from this full team, there is only that other person left. After these people fired a wave of mines, they confirmed that there was only one footstep upstairs and prepared to go downstairs. However, they did not know that Chu Nan already had the mines in his hands. A quick explosive bomb was thrown down, and the double explosion knocked down 2 people directly. Chu Nan jumped to the edge of the eaves. These people hid in the house on the 2nd floor to pull people away. Chu Nan squatted on the edge of the eaves and knocked down another person directly. He killed those 3 people directly, and the other one jumped out of the house and shot Chu Nan several times, but he was just a little bit short of losing blood and was eliminated. A full team was wiped out again. After looting a bunch of bags, Chu Nan also replaced his 98K with a 6-fold fully equipped M4. When I reached the rooftop, the door of the small house was already open, so the other party might no longer be there. I adjusted the 6-fold scope to 3-fold and took a look around. Finally, the man showed a little bit of his body and lay on the ground beside a tree, and Chu Nan fired a wave of shots with his M4. Eat chicken. Chapter 92. I'll give you a few injections tomorrow morning and you'll be fine. After playing for a while, Chu Nan didn't feel like playing anymore. I glanced at the time and it was only 4 o'clock. I returned to the yard and saw several ants playing mahjong, while my father and uncles were still sleeping soundly. Nanzi. Suddenly Chu Hanshua called out to Chu Nan and waved his hand. Chu Nan walked into the room puzzled and asked, "Second grandpa, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Nanzi, you are not young anymore. Now that you have a successful career, it's time to consider getting married," Chu Hanshua said with a smile. But Chu Nan was petrified on the spot. I thought my mother was the only one in my family who was urging me to get married, but why is my second grandfather so anxious too? He is not young anymore, he is already 70 years old. This age is already considered advanced. Chu Hanshua doesn't have any wishes. He just wants the Chu family to live a good life and to hug his great-grandson during his lifetime. "Second grandpa, I thought mom was the only one in my family who urged me to get married, but now even you." Chu Nan smiled bitterly. "Nanzi, when your great-grandfather was your age, your uncle and your father were already 2 or 3 years old. You are not young anymore, and it is time to consider marriage. I have some old friends whose granddaughters are pretty good looking. How about you meet them?" Chu Hanshua said slowly. "Why?" Chu Nan sighed in his heart. "This kind of thing cannot be rushed. Second grandpa, this kind of thing can't be rushed, and I already have someone I like, so please don't rush me," Chu Nan said heavily. "Oh? Do you have a crush on someone? How is things going?" Chu Hanshua's eyes lit up and he asked curiously. "They are all college classmates and are quite familiar with each other. There is no need to rush this matter. Your grandson should know his limits." Chu Nan's tone was quite helpless. It seems like if he doesn't bring a girlfriend back next year, his family will probably force him to go on a blind date. "In that case, I won't rush you. I don't understand much about you young people's affairs. But if you like it, don't be timid. My Chu family cannot be a place for cowards," Chu Hanshua said solemnly. "Got it, second grandpa." Chu Nan shook his head as he left the room. In the evening, the whole family sat together, except for the 4th child's family, but no one really cared. The impression that Lao Si has left on people in recent years is really bad, especially his wife. He is a complete snob and never looks at the whole family with a straight face. Unless someone earns more than him, his sharp and mean expression will be clearly shown on his face. "Nanzi, what's the name of that 5-star hotel under your name? I'll go and have a look when I go to Huacheng on a business trip someday." Uncle Chu took a sip of wine and started chatting. Marriott. Uncle, why are you still on a business trip? If you come to Huacheng, your nephew will promise to take you to eat and drink well. Good boy, your uncle's love for you when you were a child was not in vain. You are now a successful person. Our Chu family is proud of you. I wish those boys in my family were as successful as you. Uncle Chu looked like he was very disappointed with his children, but even though he said that, he didn't have any big opinions about his own children. As long as they lived a good life, that was enough. As for matters at home, they don't need to worry about them. At his age, he can still work for a few more years. Their parents are also very charming, and they are proud of their son's success. Don't be arrogant or impatient. If the fourth brother and his family had the same mentality as Nanzi, they wouldn't be such bad people. Humph, they don't take us relatives seriously after they made a little money. I still remember how the fourth brother turned my eldest brother away. My eldest brother was one of the best students in the school. If he hadn't dropped out of school for us, he might have achieved extraordinary results now. Don't talk about it anymore. These are all old things. Why bring them up? After Mr. Chu spoke, everyone stopped talking. After finishing the meal, the remaining cakes were taken out and everyone helped themselves to a little bit and almost finished it. Chu Hanshue didn't dare to eat this thing because he had high blood pressure and couldn't touch it. After eating, the family took a walk outside for a while. However, not long after walking, Third Aunt's face turned pale and she seemed to be in pain. After returning home, Third Aunt covered her head with her hands, feeling a splitting headache. No one knew what was going on, so they went to the room to make a packet of medicine. But after drinking it, there was still no effect and it only gave me an even worse headache. How about I try it? Chu Nan said at this time. Uncle Chu slapped his forehead, he almost forgot about this. Doesn't he, his eldest nephew, know how to treat illnesses? Based on the knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine in his mind, Chu Nan pressed several acupuncture points on Third Aunt's body, and gradually Third Aunt's complexion relaxed. Aunt San, is this an old problem of yours? Chu Nan said. Aunt San looked at Chu Nan with some surprise and nodded, yes, it's an old problem. Uncle Chu looked at Auntie with concern and asked, Nanzi, you can treat illnesses, right? Do you think there is a way to cure Auntie's illness? Unexpectedly, Chu Nan answered straightforwardly, no problem. I'll give you a few injections tomorrow morning and you'll be fine. Chapter 93, First Acupuncture. How many injections? Everyone else was also shocked by Chu Nan's words. Nanzi, are you talking about acupuncture? Asked Uncle Chu. Chu Nan nodded. Aunt San's problem is easy to cure. It's because she has too much cold in her body for many years, and she gets headaches from time to time. I guess you have more than just a headache, Auntie? You must feel weak every time it rains, right? Third Aunt nodded quickly. He had never had headaches before. It was only in the past few months that the headaches started. Ever since his head started hurting, he couldn't sleep well at night. Nanzi, there won't be any accidents during the acupuncture, right? Uncle Chu was still a little worried. No, it will only take a few minutes. After the acupuncture, I will prescribe some medicine for Aunt San. The disease will be cured within 2 days. Both Chu's father and mother looked at their son strangely. After all, he was the child they had raised for more than 10 years, so why did they suddenly feel that they didn't know Chu Nan very well? When did my son learn medical skills? After Third Aunt's headache was cured, several aunts started playing mahjong again. They joined their father, second uncle, third uncle, and second grandfather at a table. The whole family happily played mahjong. Chu Nan was watching from the side. Time passed slowly. He had to say that his mother was very lucky. She had already won several $1,000s, while his aunts were still losing. But over there, my father seemed to be in a bad situation. He lost several $100s. They were losing and winning at the same time, just like a couple. No, not like. It is what it is. After playing mahjong, they all felt a little sleepy, so they washed up and returned to the room. Chu Nan lay on the bed, chatted with Lu Yashwan for a few words, and then fell asleep. The next morning, Chu Nan signed in and went out. The item he signed in for this time was a Cartier watch worth over $1 million. He placed the watch in the system warehouse and did not take it out. Originally, he was going to give it to Chu's father. After all, it was useless for him to have so many watches. It was impossible for him to wear one on each hand. If he wore it outside, even if he was rich, others would think he was a lunatic. However, Shu Nan estimated that even if his father gave it to him, he would not take it out. After all, it was more than 1 million yuan, and Shu's father and mother had never come into contact with such a huge amount of money in their lives. Shu Nan drove for half an hour to the town and attracted the attention of people on the street as usual. They were all taking pictures left and right with their phones. Either post on Moments or post on TikTok. Seeing a traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy, Shu Nan stopped. Hiss, the owner of this luxury car is so young, whose child is this? This car must be worth several million, right? He's so young and he can drive a luxury car. It would be great if this was my son. I wonder if this guy has a girlfriend. Maybe I can introduce her to you. Shu Nan didn't care at all about the sighing sounds around him. The salesperson in the store was also very enthusiastic and smiled flatteringly. Excuse me, gentlemen, do you want to get medicine or see a doctor? I don't prescribe medicine or treat illnesses. Do you have any silver needles for acupuncture? Shu Nan said directly. The man was stunned for a moment. Are you here to buy silver needles? This is not common. I usually prescribe medicine and see patients, but this is the first time I have seen someone buying silver needles. Yes, please wait a moment. The salesperson ran upstairs, took out a few wooden boxes, opened them and placed silver needles of varying thicknesses inside. These are the only few silver needles we have in our store, but the price is a bit expensive, said the salesperson with a smile. Money is a small problem for Shu Nan. Shu Nan looked around and picked out a few silver needles, and also got some medicine. These medicines were for third aunt to drink. Since he was out, he got the medicine as well. After everything was ready, Shu Nan left the store. The man who got the medicine looked at Shu Nan with envy as he drove away in his Rolls-Royce. After returning, everyone woke up. Uncle Chu looked at him and said, Nanzi, where did you go so early? Shu Nan raised the medicine bag in his hand and said, Look, I went to the town this morning to see if there were any silver needles and got some medicine. Now everything is ready. After hearing Shu Nan's words, Uncle Chu was somewhat moved. Nanzi, thank you, Uncle. Oh, we're all family, why are you thanking me? Uncle, you're being too polite. You should make this medicine for Auntie every day at noon for a week. I guarantee it will cure her illness. So shall we start now? Uncle Chu continued to ask. If you don't mind, we can start now. Shu Nan looked at third aunt, who said she had no objection. They found a room and revealed her snow-white back. Shu Nan inserted needles into the acupuncture points one by one. Third aunt frowned. It wasn't that she felt any pain, but it felt like ants were crawling on her body and it was a little itchy. Silver needles were inserted into third aunt's back. After a while, her whole body turned red, sweat appeared on her forehead and back, and she felt a little weak. Nanzi, why am I so sleepy? Aunt San couldn't help asking. Don't worry, Auntie. It's normal to feel a little tired and sleepy. It will be fine soon. Just bear with it. Shu Nan explained. After a while, Shu Nan pulled out the needles one by one. After going out, Uncle Chu couldn't help but ask, How is it? Shu Nan made an okay gesture, which made his uncle feel relieved. Chapter 94, Roadhog. Aunt San changed her clothes and came out. How is it? Uncle Chu asked with concern. Third aunt smiled, and her face looked much rosier than before. Nanzi is indeed quite capable. After receiving this injection, I feel much more relaxed. My normally stiff joints are no longer so stiff anymore. Nanzi, when did you learn this medical skill? Aunt San couldn't help but ask. She now feels that she is in a completely different state than before, and her mind is much clearer. Shu Nan casually said, I met an old Chinese doctor in Huacheng before and learned a little bit from him. These are just small tricks and not worth mentioning. You think such a small trick can cure high blood pressure? Third aunt glared at him unhappily. Shu Nan touched his head and smiled. When Mr. and Mrs. Chu saw the scene, they also smiled with relief. Their son was getting better and better. After breakfast, the family chatted for a while, and Uncle Chu and the others exchanged a few words of greeting and prepared to go back. Because the couple only took a day and a half off, they had to rush back to work at noon. Second brother, be careful on the road. Got it, big brother. Shu Nan walked over and quietly gave the prescription he wrote to his second uncle. Uncle, this is your prescription. Just drink it for a month after you go back and you will be fine. Chu Nan secretly handed the prescription to his uncle. The second uncle showed a lewd smile. Nancy, thank you, second uncle. After my second uncle and his family left, this place seemed a lot quieter. My third uncle and aunt lived with my second grandfather and his family, and they were the couple who took care of my second grandfather on weekdays. After lunch, Chu Nan and his family planned to leave. After saying goodbye to his second grandfather and the others, Chu Nan drove his parents back to town. Nanzi, when do you plan to go back? Asked Father Chu. Go back. Chu Nan thought for a while and decided that he certainly couldn't stay here for too long. All the procedures for the island, visas and passport systems were issued in a unified way. The island must be claimed within 1 month, otherwise the reward would be invalid. Maybe in 2 days. Chu Nan smiled. Father Chu said oh and said nothing more. His mother was sleeping soundly in the car. The driving was fine along the way. After about half an hour, we reached a bend. Chu Nan's face suddenly changed and he slammed on the brakes. An arrogant old man who looked to be in his 60s was blocking the road, his nose almost reaching the sky, but it seemed that the old man was also frightened. Mr. and Mrs. Chu were also shocked by the brakes. Why is there an old man on this nice road? Nancy, should we go down and take a look? Chu Ma asked with some concern. Chu Nan narrowed his eyes and understood something when he saw the old man's look. He didn't expect that he had only heard of such things, but he would actually encounter them today. This old man is obviously a road bully. Road bullies are people who specifically stop you on the road and collect tolls from you. If you don't pay, they will refuse to leave. Looking at the old man's arrogant appearance, it seems that he often does such things. Seeing that it was Chu Nan getting out of the car, the old man's eyes lit up. Such a young man driving a luxury car, he must blackmail him more this time. He said arrogantly, "How do you drive? Don't you have eyes? If you go faster, my old bones will be broken into pieces." Did I bump into it? Chu Nan said calmly. The old man was confused at this moment. Why doesn't this kid follow the routine? In a situation like this, shouldn't he greet each other first? It's okay if you didn't hit me. I told you I have a heart disease and you scared me. My heart hurts so much now. You have to give me some compensation. The old man covered his chest with his hands and showed a painful expression. Chu Nan sneered and said, "Your acting is quite realistic. Why don't you act in a TV series? What does it have to do with me? This is a highway. If you were standing in the middle of the road, who else would you hit? And you had a heart attack? I think you had a heart attack because you were too evil-minded, right? Don't waste your time here. Get out of the way. You want money? No way. You little bastard, I've been here for so many years and I've never seen anyone as arrogant as you. What can you do if I just won't move out of the way? If you have the guts, just run the fucking over me." The old man was shaking with anger and roared angrily. "Okay, that's what you said." Chu Nan returned to the car and slowly stepped on the accelerator to get closer. Chu's father and mother in the car were terrified and shouted, "Nancy, what are you doing? Stop now and don't be impulsive. Let's go down and talk to the old man." "Mom and Dad, it's useless to reason with this kind of person. I know my limits with your son. This kind of person is easily fooled by soft words and afraid of hard ones. If you scare him, he will give in." Seeing the car slowly approaching, the old man started to panic. Could this guy really want to run over him? The old man finally couldn't stand the pressure and quickly ran to the side. Chu Nan in the car immediately laughed out loud, stepped on the accelerator and left. The old man was so angry that he threw his cane to the ground and said with gritted teeth, "Damn it! You drive such a nice luxury car, what's wrong with giving an old man like me some money? I hope you go bankrupt soon, little bastard." Chapter 95, Anti-Japanese Drama. I've only heard of such things before, but I didn't expect it to happen to us. How can there still be such people nowadays? They have good hands and feet, can find a job and live a normal life. Mother Chu sighed. "Mom, don't expect people like this to work. They are just used to being lazy. That old man might be a repeat offender. Judging from his tone, I don't know how many people have been blackmailed by him." Mother Chu shook her head to express her incomprehension, then continued to close her eyes and fell asleep after a while. Because it was still half an hour before he got home, Dad Chu felt a little sleepy and closed his eyes and fell asleep. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Nan and his family arrived home. Although the house is not big, the sense of belonging is still comfortable at home. Dad Chu went to the vegetable garden to pick some vegetables. Sitting on the sofa, Chunan massaged his mother and found that there seemed to be something wrong with Chu's mother's shoulders. Mom, are your shoulders always sore? Sometimes you feel too weak to lift them up. Mother Chu was stunned for a moment. What Chunan said was right. She did have some problem with her shoulder. Sometimes it would become numb in the middle of the night. At first she just thought it was a minor problem, but as time went on, her shoulders became more and more sore, and sometimes it was difficult for her to lift things. Yes, my shoulders are always sore. It may be because of my age, Mother Chu said indifferently. As people get older, their resistance weakens and they always have some minor ailments. Mom, please bear with it, Chunan suddenly said. Mother Chu still hadn't figured out what this meant. With a crack, Chunan pressed the shoulder hard, causing a sound that made one's scalp tingle and bones break. Hiss. Mother Chu widened her eyes and took a breath of cold air. Boy, are you going to break your mother's shoulder? Would you feel more relaxed if you move around a bit first? Chunan said with a smile. Mother Chu raised her shoulders and moved them casually twice, a hint of joy flashing across her face. It is much more comfortable than before, and there is no more soreness or swelling. I will give you 2 more injections later and your problem will be basically cured. Please lift less heavy objects in normal times. Your shoulders are suffering from overstrain, Chunan said with concern. My parents are in good health and have never had any problems. But now as they get older they need to take care of themselves, and my father is a worker so he sometimes suffers from back pain. This is also what Chunan is worried about. He must solve his father's illness before returning this time. Chu's mother was bored, so she turned on the TV and switched to a channel. The plot played on TV was about the feuds among wealthy families. The male protagonist was a famous wealthy man, but because of eating the forbidden fruit, he fell in love with a girl from an ordinary family, and his whole family opposed it desperately. But the hero and the heroine insisted on being together and getting married, and in the end it was revealed that the heroine was pregnant. The man's family refused to acknowledge that the child was theirs, and asked the heroine to beat the child. They also threatened that if the man insisted on being with the heroine, they would cancel his qualification as heir. As soon as these words came out, the male protagonist hesitated. Is it worth giving up hundreds of millions of assets for a girl from an ordinary family? In the end, the hero made the choice to abandon the heroine. The heroine was heartbroken and the vows they made to each other reappeared in her eyes. In the end, she walked towards the sea and decided to leave with her child. In the blink of an eye, the story comes to 3 years later. At this time, the heroine is already the chairman of a listed company and has a lovely child, who is the child of the hero. The heroine took this step just to take revenge on the hero, and then designed a trap step by step to lure the hero into the trap. The corners of Chunan's mouth twitched. What kind of ridiculous plot is this? How did he become the CEO of a listed company in the blink of an eye? Let me explain the process of this transition. The key point is that even though the plot is so outrageous, my mother watched it with great interest. Chunan went upstairs without paying attention to the TV series and played a few games on his mobile phone. Time passed quickly and it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the blink of an eye. After going downstairs, my mother was already preparing dinner in the kitchen, and my father was leaning on the sofa, watching TV with great interest. Okay. Just fight like this and fight as hard as you can. My goodness, what a lot of strength this takes. Seeing his father watching TV and clapping excitedly, he took a look and was stunned. He could tear the Japanese apart with bare hands, climb walls, and fly over rooftops, and what's even more outrageous is that he could even dodge bullets. This is definitely a magical anti-Japanese drama. This is even more outrageous than the family feuds among the rich that my mom watched. This drama, Dad, is too outrageous. It's not edifying at all. Chunan couldn't help but complain. Who knew that his father became more and more pleased as he watched, and said a few words that left Chunan speechless. Of course I know it's outrageous. I'm not stupid, but a great drama is a great drama. I feel good watching them kill the devils. And if you look at the logic, it's pretty good. Chunan was speechless after hearing this. It seemed that there was some truth in it. Chapter 96, Special Reward, any part grows 5 centimeters. Chunan went to the kitchen to help, while his father was watching the drama with great interest. Soon the family's dinner was on the table. Dad, Mom, do you want to consider living in the city? Chunan suddenly said. Now that I have money, I can let my parents move to the city to enjoy a good life. But what is surprising is that my parents don't seem to have that idea. Your father and I are used to living in this town. Life in the city may not be suitable for us. We are living well here. I usually chat with my neighbors, grow vegetables and fruits, and my life is quite comfortable. Seeing that his parents had no such intention, Shunan stopped mentioning the matter. How about I open a fruit shop for you too in this town, and you can buy and sell fruits, some vegetables when you have nothing to do? Shunan said this. My parents' faces changed slightly. They were indeed a little tempted, but the price of owning a store in this town was not cheap. That's fine, but it's not cheap to run this store. Mother Chu is a money-thirsty person. Shunan smiled and said, Mom, do you think your son is still short of money now? You can open this fruit shop if you want to, and you can close it when you are free. Anyway, it is just for fun. The parents hesitated for a while, and Chu's mother moved her lips and said, in this case, let's do as you say. We will save the money we earn. If you need money one day, the family can help you. Mom, you don't need to save the money earned from this fruit shop. Just buy whatever you want. Your son is not short of money now. There are more than 100 million in this card. Shunan said as he took out the black gold card. 100 million? This really scared Mr. and Mrs. Chu. Nanzi, are you saying that you have more than 100 million yuan in this card? Father Chu asked in a trembling voice. Shunan nodded. The parents of the two elders were blank and stunned for a long time. 100 million is such a huge astronomical figure, and millions are a huge sum of money in the eyes of the two elders. That more than 100 million is an astronomical figure that they cannot imagine. After finishing the meal, his parents remained silent. It seemed that they needed some time to digest this huge news. After the family walked around for an hour, they returned home and Shunan said, Mom, I'll help you with the needle later. Acupuncture? Why are you giving your mother an acupuncture? Are you not feeling well, old lady? Dad Chu suddenly became anxious and looked at Mom Chu worriedly. Mother Chu felt warm in her heart, but she still looked at him unhappily. You know my old shoulder problem. Your son knows medical skills now. He said that 2 injections can solve it. It's not a serious illness. Why are you so worried? It turned out to be a shoulder problem. Father Chu smiled naively. Afterwards, Shunan picked up the silver needles and pricked them into several acupuncture points on Chuma's back, and then combined them with massage techniques. During this process, Chuma didn't feel anything. I even felt a little comfortable. After a few minutes, the acupuncture was over. After this injection, I feel younger. Mother Chu couldn't help but sigh. Mom, just be careful not to lift too many heavy objects. It basically won't recur. Shunan reminded. Mother Chu nodded and planned to take a shower. Her whole body had been hot during the acupuncture process and now she was sticky with sweat. Afterwards, Shunan wanted to check on his father. He pressed left and right and asked where it hurt. Shunan's face did not look very good. There is a high possibility that there is a problem with the lumbar spine in this area. If it is not treated in time, it is easy to become paralyzed. Shunan could only solve the problem through massage and acupuncture, and reminded his father to bend over less often. If he needed to pick up something, it was best to squat. He wrote a prescription and told his father to pay attention and take some medicine. It's not serious now and can be treated. After Chu's mother finished taking a shower, Chu's father left again, and then the two elders watched TV downstairs. After taking a shower, Shunan went upstairs and played a few games. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. He felt a little sleepy and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning. Host, Shunan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Current deposit, 105 million. Vehicles, Lamborghini, Venom, New Age electric car, Aston Martin, Rolls-Royce, Phantom. Personal properties, Sky Garden, Mountaintop Villa, 10 school district houses on Yushui Road. Personal properties, Marriott Hotel, Red Beach Office Building. Whether to be married, no. Special skills, expert-level piano talent, God-level traditional Chinese medicine skills. Warehouse items, none. Sign in. The first thing to do every morning is to sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a special reward. This reward will increase the host's body position by 5 centimeters. Kindness? Shu Nan widened his eyes. The system had this kind of reward. Only children make choices. This kind of reward is of course the most important part of oneself, and a height of 185 centimeters is enough. As his thoughts turned, he felt a certain part of his body expanding. Feeling the length that was different from before, a smile appeared on Shu Nan's lips. Chapter 97. No matter how grown up he is still a child in my eyes. This reward is more real than money. After breakfast, Shu Nan walked around the town and visited several shops. As for this store, he can't choose one that is too far away or in a bad location. Anyway, he is not short of money, as long as his parents are happy. I casually looked at several shops on the intersection. 2 of them sold clothes, and 1 sold fruits, but the shop selling clothes had a larger space. Is your boss here? Shu Nan asked the people who were buying clothes. The man pointed at the man sitting at the cash register and picking his feet, and Shu Nan walked over. If it was someone else, the boss might not pay attention, but the person who came was Shu Nan. The boss immediately put on a fawning look, like a dog. The news that Shu Nan came back in a luxury car spread far and wide, not to mention that the boss saw Shu Nan get out of the car with his own eyes. Isn't this Shu Nan? Why are you here to look at the clothes? Wang Huang enthusiastically stood on Shu Nan's side. Uncle Wang, I'm not here to look at clothes. I want to discuss something with you. Shu Nan took a look at the surrounding environment and was quite satisfied. Wang Huang was stunned. This kid drives a luxury car worth tens of millions. What else could he do with him? What is it? Name a price and sell this store to me. Shu Nan said. Selling a store? This kid Shu Nan wants to buy his store? This is a great feeling. Wang Huang was extremely happy. The business in the store was already bad right now and he had been trying to find a way to solve the problem. This was clearly a timely help. But Wang Huang was still a little curious, so he asked, why do you want this store? With your wealth, there is no need to open a store in this town, right? Shu Nan waved his hand and said, I don't want to open this shop. I'm selling it to my parents. They are idle at home and have nothing to do. I plan to sell it to them and open a fruit shop to sell fruits and vegetables. Oh, so that's it. Wang Huang understood as soon as he heard it. You named the price. Shu Nan also wanted to resolve the matter so that he could go back. Wang Huang was silent for a while, and then he made a price in his mind, 200,000. If you give me 200,000, this store will be yours. 200,000? Shu Nan was a little surprised. The price of 200,000 was just 1 month's rent at most in Huacheng. It is impossible to buy a store, but the price of 200,000 is already very high in this town. Okay, 200,000. Uncle Wang, give me your bank card number and I will transfer the money to you now. Shu Nan said slowly. When Wang Huang received the text message of the account arrival, his hand holding the phone was shaking a little. These 200,000 yuan are a huge sum of money for their family, as their annual income is only tens of thousands of yuan. After confirming some formalities, Wang Huang had people take back all the clothes in the store. He already had a truck for transporting goods, and after more than 2 hours of hard work, the clothes in the store were finally taken away. The people nearby were confused when they saw this and asked, why did you move all the clothes out, La Wang? Are you not doing business anymore? Wang Huang chuckled and said, I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm selling this shop to Lao Chu's son. Sold? Isn't the son of the old Chu family the rich kid who came back recently? It is said that he was driving a luxury car at that time. Other people are different from us. They can transfer these 200,000 without blinking an eye. Old Chu has given birth to a good child in this life. Wang Huang sighed with some envy. If this was his child, he would wake up laughing every day. Although the store has been emptied, it still needs to be cleaned up and the interior needs to be renovated. Of course, Shu Nan doesn't need to do these things. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Shu Nan just found a few people and they cleaned the store spotlessly in no time. After that, I found a few decorators to do some simple renovations inside the store. Shu Nan contacted several fruit suppliers and asked for some seeds. After discussing for a while, Shu Nan called his parents over. This supplier has been introducing the product to Shu Nan and his friends enthusiastically. After Chu's father and mother felt there was no problem, the two sides reached a cooperation agreement and then got some fruit seeds. Dad and Mom Chu planned to plant it. After returning home and having lunch, Shu Nan took out another bank card. Dad, Mom, there is 3 million in this bank card, keep it for your use. Hiss. 3 million. Mother Chu quickly said, this is too much. Your father and I don't need it. Let's just forget it. Shunan directly placed the bank card in Chuma's hand and said with a smile, you can't use this money now, but you may need it in the future. I'm keeping this money for you in case of emergency. Besides, your fruit shop also has expenses. You and your father are both old, so it's better to hire 2 people to help you. Anyway, you should just keep it. After hearing Chunan's words, Chu's mother felt that there was some truth in it, and after Chunan's repeated persuasion, Chu's mother finally accepted the bank card. After the shop was renovated and everything inside was ready, Shunan told his parents that he was ready to go back. Mr. and Mrs. Chu watched Shunan go away reluctantly, and a tear flowed from the corner of their eyes. Father Chu patted Mother Chu's shoulder and said solemnly, go in. Your son is old enough to take care of himself. No matter how much he grows up, he is still a child in my eyes. Chu's mother said with some sadness. She finally returned to the house only after she could no longer see the shadow of Chunan's car. Chapter 98. Do you have someone you like? It took about 30 minutes for Chunan to enter the city. Before getting on the highway, Chunan sent a message to Lu Yashuan, telling her that he was on his way back. I'm afraid Chunan would never have thought that after Lu Yashuan received his message, she made a goose-like cackling sound in the office. At that time, everyone in the office thought that there was a goose in the company. After getting on the highway, Chunan no longer looked at his phone and concentrated on driving. After leaving Hangzhou, Chunan stopped at a service area and bought some food. Looking at the 4 or 5 buses and the huge crowds of people in the service area, Chunan didn't plan to stay for long. Now is a good season for traveling, no wonder there are so many people in the service area. After eating, Chunan continued on his way. Time passed slowly and Chunan didn't know how much time had passed before he finally arrived at Huacheng. After driving for about half an hour, when Chunan got off the highway, Lu Yashuan happened to call him. Chunnan, where have you been? I've already arrived at Flower City. Lu Yashuan was overjoyed when she heard that Chunan had arrived in Huacheng. Since you're in Huacheng, why don't you come to my company and we'll go eat hei de leo tonight? Sure. Okay, that's settled then. I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Chunan drove towards Lu Yashuan's company. Lu Yashuan was waiting patiently downstairs in the company, with happiness written all over her face. She looked like a little wife waiting for her husband. Sister Lu, it's already time to get off work and you're still not leaving. Who are you waiting for here? A colleague who just came down from upstairs couldn't help but ask. Lu Yashuan smiled sweetly, waiting for friends. Friend? The person who made our great Miss Lu wait is probably not an ordinary friend, right? The other colleagues all started to make a noise. After saying this, a blush gradually appeared on Lu Yashuan's face. What are you talking about? We are just ordinary friends. A few people chuckled. Male? Kindness. Oh, just an ordinary boyfriend. Several people sighed for a long time and looked at each other, as if to say, we all understand. Oh, you guys. Lu Yashuan stomped her feet in shame and anger, her face as red as a ripe peach. Just at this moment a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove over. What the hell? Rolls-Royce Phantom, this is a luxury car worth more than 20 million, how come it is downstairs of our company? What a cool luxury car. The Flying Goddess logo on it is so charming. Our boss may not even be able to afford a luxury car worth more than 20 million, right? Everyone looked over with envy, and what was even more surprising was that a young man who looked to be no more than 20 years old got out of the car. I didn't expect that the owner of this luxury car worth more than 20 million yuan is so young. Hey! Wait, something is wrong. Why is it coming towards them? Why are you still standing there? Let's go. Chunan said with a smile. Lu Yashuan's colleagues all widened their eyes and their jaws dropped in shock. Oh shit. Could this person be the friend Lu Yashuan mentioned? Damn, he is young, rich, tall, handsome, and successful. Looking at Lu Yashuan's shy look, it seems that the relationship between the two of them is extraordinary. Then, I'll go first? After saying goodbye to her colleagues, Lu Yashuan got into Chunan's car. Looking at the departing figure, these people finally came to their senses and exploded. Oh my god, I didn't expect Sister Lu's boyfriend to be so tall, rich, and handsome. He's really a well-hidden talent. No wonder Sister Lu is not tempted by those suitors in the company. It turns out that she has already found someone she loves. But why does Sister Lu come to work so hard in the company when she has such a boyfriend? If it were me, I would never come to this crappy company and stay at home as a rich wife. This is what makes Lu Yashwan different from these people. Lu Yashwan is not a person who is willing to live in comfort. She does not want to be just a woman like a vase. Why did you change the car again? Lu Yashwan couldn't help but ask. Shunan smiled and said, I have too much money and nowhere to spend it, so I have to buy a car. After hearing this, Lu Yashwan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. You damn rich man, I work so hard for a month and barely make over 10,000, which is probably not even a fraction of what you make. Shunan chuckled, even a small fraction of his money might be worth more than 10,000 yuan. Soon the two arrived at a Haidilao restaurant. After Chunan parked the car, the two took the elevator up together. Welcome. How many people are there? 2. Okay, please follow me over here. The enthusiastic waiter helped them find a seat. You two can order food by scanning the code. Shunan nodded, scanned the code, ordered some dishes, and the pot was served quickly. I have to say that the service at Haidilao is quite good. People come to Haidilao for the service. The waiters keep refilling water before you even finish your drink. He would only leave after Chunan spoke. How are uncle and auntie in good health? Lu Yashwan was the first to break the silent atmosphere. I'm in good health, but I feel too bored at home. But now I shouldn't be. I bought a shop in town for them to run as a fruit shop. That's nice, but why do you look so sad? Melancholy? Is there? Of course, it's written all over my face. Shunan took out his cell phone doubtfully, it seemed like that was the case. The most common thing my family asked me to do when I went back this time was to bring a girlfriend back home. Not only did my mom urge me to do this, but I didn't expect that my second grandfather was also urging me to find a partner. When Lu Yashwan heard this, her heart suddenly trembled and her heart beat faster. Has Chunan's family started urging him to find a partner? She secretly glanced at Chunan. His handsome face and deep eyes were the most attractive. I don't know if Chunan understood her thoughts or not. Was it just a coincidence or was he joking last time? So do you have someone you like? As soon as she said this, Lu Yashwan regretted it. What if Chunan said that he had someone he liked? Ah! Why are you asking this question yourself? Chunan looked at him for a while, and was silent for a while, like, well, not really, but I have a little impression of him. Lu Yashwan's body trembled on the spot. Chunan actually had a crush on someone. Could that person be her? Or Qian Si Jia? Chapter 99, Chunan takes the initiative for the first time. No. It's just a good impression. Chunan also made it clear that he doesn't like her. But she really wanted to know who the person Chunan was fond of was. I'm afraid Lu Yashwan herself doesn't know that the person she has a crush on is herself. Lu Yashwan, feeling depressed, stared at the hot pot in a daze. This little girl is sulking. Chunan is a person who takes relationships seriously. He won't fall in love with someone so easily. He has a crush on Lu Yashwan only because he thinks she is worth a try. As for whether it is suitable for this, it remains to be seen. As for the relationship between the two, it's a little more than friends, but if you want to say there's ambiguity, it seems like there is, but it also seems like there isn't. When the waiter brought all the dishes, Lu Yashwan seemed to have lost the mood to eat, and everything she ate tasted bitter. Eat some beef. Shunan picked up a piece of beef and put it in Lu Yashwan's bowl. Lu Yashwan widened her eyes, looking incredulous. Oh my god. Shunan actually took the initiative to pick up food for me. Am I dreaming? Could it be that this straight man has really come to his senses? Or maybe the person he was referring to as someone he had a crush on was me? Girls. She would always have wild thoughts because of some subtle actions. Lu Yashwan's pretty face turned slightly red and the depressed mood disappeared from her face. At this moment, everything she ate tasted delicious. Shunan sees you sitting around doing nothing every day. Don't you need to manage the businesses under your name? Lu Yashwan asked curiously. In fact, he saw in TV dramas that although those rich people are rich, they need to look at various contracts and plans every day, and basically their working hours are no less than those ordinary employees. But Chunan is different. He gives people the impression that he has nothing to do every day. No, I'm just responsible for collecting the money. There is a person in charge in the hotel, and basically all matters are handled by him, unless there are some matters that require my signature. Shu Nan is the kind of person who likes to sit and wait for the harvest. As for hotel management, he doesn't need to worry about it at all. As long as nothing serious happens, he rarely gets involved in hotel affairs. Damn capitalism. Lu Yashwan pouted and complained. In fact, that was because of Chu Nan's current industry. He had no company under his name. A hotel was not as complicated as a company. Chu Nan could just be the boss behind the scenes. Expect hundreds of millions in profits every year. Many people's eyes were focused on the table where the two were sitting, because Lu Yashwan was so beautiful, and they were filled with envy and jealousy. If looks could kill, Chu Nan would have died hundreds or thousands of times already. But after looking at the other person's handsome face, I looked at myself. All right. The other party is a little handsome. This damn appearance. Half an hour after eating, Lu Yashwan's belly was bulging and the buttons of her skirt seemed to be about to burst. I can't eat anymore. I really can't eat anymore. Lu Yashwan finished the last bit of food in the bowl and waved her hand. She touched her bulging belly and a blush appeared on her face. When did she become so hungry? She even behaved like this in front of Chu Nan. Wouldn't my image as a lady be ruined? Lu Yashwan would never have thought that in Chu Nan's eyes, she did not have the image of a lady at all. In Chu Nan's heart, being tough and a tomboy was in line with Lu Yashwan's personality. After Lu Yashwan finished her meal, Chu Nan never stopped eating. After about 20 minutes, all the food on the table was gone. The people around were also shocked by Chu Nan's amazing appetite. Is this guy a big eater? The half of the food left on the table was eaten by him alone. It was at least enough for 3 people. Are you full? Lu Yashwan asked tentatively. Chu Nan wiped his mouth and estimated, probably 80% full, but it's enough. 8/10 full. Big brother. Do you know how much you need to eat to feel 80% full? How does your stomach work? These people were stunned by Chu Nan's words and gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. You really can eat. Lu Yashwan couldn't help but sigh. Chu Nan smiled. Ever since the genetic potion transformed his body, his appetite has increased 5 or 6 times. Zhouing and the other maids were shocked by how much he ate. After paying the bill, Chu Nan sent Lu Yashwan back home. After returning home, Chu Nan took a nice bath, opened his phone and watched Douyin for a while. Ha! Greasy. There is a video that has been very popular recently. It is about eating jelly and drinking Pocari Sweat, and then some cheesy love words. It may be greasy, but it's tasty enough to suit my taste. After clicking the thumbs up button, Chu Nan took a look at the visa and a series of island procedure documents on the bedside table. He couldn't wait to know what his island looked like. He decided to set off in 2 days. There were still 2 weeks left before the deadline set by the system. After playing a game, it was already 10:30. Chu Nan felt sleepy and fell asleep. Chapter 100, Who is bragging? Sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the green-orange bar. Please come and claim it within 3 days. Green-orange bar? The good guy directly gave him another property. If they remembered correctly, the green-orange bar was a relatively famous bar in the city center. This bar is in a good location near other entertainment venues and is said to have considerable income. The bar industry can actually be considered highly profitable. The system is good in every way, except that the procedure for receiving it can be modified. Chu Nan couldn't help but complain. In order to prevent the host from becoming lazy, this system will never change this program. Host, forget it. This is clearly a case of taking advantage of others. Chu Nan's mind was suddenly filled with black lines. Wow, this system has learned to offend people. Chu Nan had no choice but to go out for a trip. When we arrived at the door of Qingju Bar, we found an extra file in the system warehouse, which should contain documents about the equity of Qingju Bar. This is considered a successful receipt. Soon Chu Nan received a call. The other party asked cautiously. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chu? I am. Chu Nan responded indifferently. This call is probably from the manager of Qingju Bar. The manager was also shocked. In the previous second, he received news that the Qingju Bar was acquired by a mysterious person. The acquisition of Qingju Bar would cost at least tens of millions. The profit of Qingju Bar is pretty good, making about 20 to 30 million a year. Hello, Mr. Chu, from now on, the Qingju Bar is your property. When can you come over to take a look? Shu Nan could clearly hear that the other party was a little nervous. I'm at the door of the bar now. The manager's eyes widened and his hand almost dropped the phone. You're right outside the bar. Then I'll pick you up now. Kindness. Manager Chang ran out in a hurry, and the other employees looked at the hurried manager in a daze with a look of confusion on their faces. Who is the manager going to meet in such a hurry? At the same time, Shu Nan was waiting patiently at the door of the bar. Ha! Chun Nan, why are you here? At this time, a man slowly walked towards Shu Nan. Shu Nan looked back, but for a moment he couldn't remember who it was. However, this person gave him a sense of familiarity. It seemed like he had seen this mean face somewhere before. What? Don't you recognize me? It's been a while since we last met. You rented a house in my house for a year or two. After the man said this, Shu Nan remembered who it was. It's you. Shu Nan glanced at him indifferently. This man is the son of the previous landlord. The two of them don't have much in common, but this man seems to have an inexplicable sense of superiority. He simply looks down on people who work outside, but he himself does not have a job now and lives at home all day long relying on his parents, and basically all the rent collected is in his hands. What's with that look? Li Hao immediately became unhappy. Don't look at me. Do you think we are very familiar with each other? Shu Nan said lightly. Li Hao was stunned for a moment. Are he familiar with Shu Nan? Of course they were not familiar with each other. He and the other party had not spoken a few words to each other, and there were some conflicts between them. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so tough after just a few months of not seeing each other. But are you still renting a house now? Oh, people like you are only worthy of renting a house in Huacheng. It will probably take you half your life to buy a house in Huacheng. My monthly pocket money is higher than your salary. This is the gap between us. Li Hao's cold and hot sarcasm seemed to have no effect. Shu Nan glanced at him and said disdainfully, Li Hao, this is the first time I've seen someone as shameless as you. You talk about living off your parents in such a refreshing and refined way. Indeed, we are not from the same world. You. Li Hao was furious and snorted coldly, it's hard to talk to an outsider like you. You want to go into the Qingju Bar? You can't afford it here. But you can beg me. The manager of the Qingju Bar and I are brothers. As long as you beg me, I will ask them to give you a discount. Oh? The manager is your brother? That's right. Li Hao raised his chin proudly. I'm sorry, but you're probably going to be disappointed. This entire bar belongs to me, and the manager you're talking about is just an employee under me. Shu Nan said calmly. Li Hao was stunned for a moment, and soon he burst into mocking laughter. Chun Nan. Shu Nan, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so long, you become not only arrogant, but you're also really good at blowing. Why don't you blow a balloon up into the sky? Why don't you look in the mirror? Do you know how much profit this Qingju Bar makes in a year? 20 to 30 million. This is a number you would never dare to imagine in your lifetime. The price of acquiring the Qingju Bar is even higher, at 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. Just you? Can you come up with 70 or 80 million? Shu Nan's cold voice rang out, if you keep talking nonsense, I will tear your mouth apart. Faced with Shu Nan's cold words, Li Hao suddenly became timid. It seemed that Shu Nan was quite good at fighting. When a few thugs threatened him, he managed to beat off 5 of them by himself. Humph. Li Hao snorted coldly, but his eyes lit up the next second. Isn't that Manager Chang? Brother Wei. Brother Wei. Li Hao ran over flatteringly. Chang Wei looked around and suddenly saw Chu Nan's figure, and hurried over. Brother Wei, it's me, I'm Li Hao, we drank together that day. Li Hao stood in front of Chang Wei. Suddenly, Chang Wei got angry. Who on earth was this idiot who was preventing him from seeing Mr. Chu? Get out of here. I don't even know this Li Hao. Chang Wei kicked Li Hao, causing him to fall flat on his face. Seeing this scene, Shu Nan laughed. He just said that he and the manager were brothers, but now he was kicked into a pulp by the other party. Who is bragging here? Chapter 101, 100 million seems not enough. Ouch. Brother Wei, what are you doing? Li Hao covered his bruised butt and couldn't help complaining. But the next second he was completely stunned. Boss, you should have informed me before you came so that I could send someone to pick you up. Why bother making the trip? Chang Wei had a fawning smile on his face, just like a dog licking his lips. He lowered his head in front of Chu Nan like a little brother. Oh shit. Is he dazzled? Is this still the brother Wei he knows? Why did he become like a bootlicker in front of Chu Nan? Brother Wei, did you recognize the wrong person? He is just an employee of a small company. How could he be the owner of your bar? Brother Wei must have recognized the wrong person. If Chu Nan was the owner of Qingju Bar, he would have tried to curry favor with him a long time ago. Chang Wei kicked him again and roared angrily, "Worker? I am Mr. Chu's worker? Who the hell are you? You keep calling me Brother Wei. Do I know you?" "Brother Wei, we just had a drink together 2 days ago." Li Hao covered his stomach, looking extremely aggrieved. Chang Wei sneered and glared at him fiercely. "There are so many people who have had drinks with me, who the hell do you think you are? Get out of the way now, and don't get in Mr. Chu's way here." "Mr. Chu, I will chase this guy away now." Chang Wei smiled flatteringly at the young man in front of him. "Why don't you get out of here right now? Do you really want to take on a tough guy?" Chang Wei threatened in a cold voice. Li Hao was so scared that he ran away crawling. He couldn't understand when Chu Nan became the owner of the Qingju Bar. Fuck it. Rich second generation is rich second generation, why are you pretending to be poor? If I knew you were the owner of the Green Orange Bar, I would try to curry your favor. Li Hao regretted it very much. If he had known earlier, he would not have made his relationship with Chu Nan so stiff. If he had known earlier that Chu Nan was the owner of Qingju Bar, he would have been willing to be Chu Nan's liquor. It's too late now. It is noon now, not night, and there are only a few people in the bar. As for large-scale disco scenes, they can only be seen at night. Boss, would you like to have a couple of drinks? Chang Wei said with a flattering smile. Chu Nan shook his head. I drove the car. Since they had already started the car, Chang Wei didn't say much and simply introduced the environment inside the bar to Chu Nan. The entire bar was decorated in a youthful style. The color combinations are all colors that reflect the liveliness of young people. The bar has 2 areas. One area is for people to drink, which is relatively quiet. The other area is for dancing and partying. After a while, Chang Wei called all the employees in the store to gather together. They looked at Chang Wei with confusion, not knowing what the manager wanted them to do at this time. Chang Wei coughed twice and said seriously, "This is Mr. Chu. Qingju Bar is now owned by Mr. Chu, which means Mr. Chu will be your boss from now on." Hiss. The employees all widened their eyes and looked at the young man standing next to the manager in disbelief. Them? A new boss? Still a young boss. Many female employees in the store were flirting with Chu Nan, but Chu Nan simply ignored them. Although these people are good-looking, Chu Nan has no interest in them at all. Compared with Lu Yaxuan and Zhou, these people are not even a little bit inferior. Chang Wei just wanted these employees to get to know Chu Nan. He was worried that some fool would offend Chu Nan. If such a thing really happened, his position as a manager would be over. This is also because Chu Nan dresses too low-key. You are a rich man, but you dress like an ordinary person on the street. The clothes you wear are probably from a department store and only cost a few dozen yuan each. No one would think that Chu Nan was a rich man. Then Chu Nan followed Chang Wei to the office. Chang Wei was not in a hurry to sit down. Instead, he poured a cup of tea for Chu Nan and stood aside. Boss, are you satisfied with the environment and atmosphere in our store? Yeah, not bad. In fact, Chu Nan didn't know much about the bar industry, so he could just say something perfunctorily. After all, he was the boss. What else could Chang Wei, as the manager, say? However, Chang Wei was so nervous that his whole body was tense. This boss might be difficult to deal with. Generally, bosses who don't talk much are difficult to deal with. This new boss only said 3 words and didn't give any comments on the bar as a whole. Could it be that there is something about the bar that the owner is not happy with? However, he didn't know that Chu Nan himself had such a personality. He didn't understand the bar industry at all. As long as it could make money, it was a good industry in his eyes. If you don't understand, then just say less. Chang Wei took out a folder and handed it to Chu Nan cautiously. Boss, here is our bar's profit for this quarter. Shu Nan flipped through the document. Good. At least it's better than the financial statements made by Tangen. Tangen, who was far away at the Marriott Hotel, was sorting out documents when he suddenly sneezed and touched his nose. Who is talking about me behind my back? Poor Tangen was shot even when he was lying down. Call. Chang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he said this, his heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. In that case, the Qingju bar will be handed over to you. This quarter's profit will be credited to this card number. Shu Nan said lightly. Yes. Then I'm leaving. Goodbye, boss. Chang Wei finally couldn't help but collapse on the sofa. He became even more afraid of this young boss. This boss was not an ordinary person. I thought a young boss would be easier to deal with, but I didn't expect him to be so calm from beginning to end. He is so calm that it's a little scary. People like him who are intimidating without getting angry and whose emotions are hard to understand are the most terrifying because it's impossible to guess what they are thinking. Since when has there been a young master named Chuan Huacheng? Shu Nan, who had just left the bar, received a money transfer text message. 10 million. Now it can no longer arouse much emotion in Shu Nan. But just now he suddenly thought of a problem, that is, he needs money to develop the island. In comparison, the funds consumed for island development would be terrifyingly huge. Shu Nan touched his nose. 10 million seems not enough. Chapter 102, TikTok anchor, Yeezy Big Eater. If you want to build a holiday island, the amount of money required is unimaginable. It would be a bit too much for Shu Nan to develop an island by himself, but he believed that if the island was developed, countless people would contact him as the owner of the island. Host, Shu Nan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Current deposit, 113.5 million new Taiwan dollars. Vehicles, Lamborghini, Venom, New Age electric car, Aston Martin, Rolls-Royce, Phantom. Personal properties, Sky Garden, Mountaintop Villa, 10 school district houses on Yushui Road. Personal properties, Marriott Hotel, Red Beach Office Building, Green Orange Bar. Whether to be married, no. Special skills, expert level piano talent, god level traditional Chinese medicine skills. Warehouse items, none. It was noontime and Shu Nan hadn't eaten lunch yet. He looked around and luckily there was a snack street here. When Shu Nan arrived at the snack street, he found a barbecue stall and ordered 100 skewers of barbecue. The owner of the barbecue restaurant looked at Shu Nan in confusion and said, "Young man, how many people are you going to serve this many orders for?" "I'm alone," Shu Nan said with a smile. "One person? Eat 100 skewers?" The people around also looked at Shu Nan in surprise. The barbecue here is not skewers. Most people can't finish more than 20 skewers. Even those who can eat a lot can only eat 30 skewers at most. These 100 skewers are enough for 4 or 5 people. Can you finish all these 100 skewers by yourself? How about I grill 20 skewers for you first? 100 skewers was really too much. The most gluttonous person he had ever seen could only eat 50 skewers. No, just 100. Seeing that Shu Nan was so determined to order 100 skewers, the boss didn't say much. Everyone around looked at Shu Nan strangely. Can one person really finish these 100 skewers? It's not that they look down on Shu Nan, but they really haven't seen anyone who can eat so much. Could it be that this person is a big eater? After a while, Yi Zi, a big eater anchor on Douyin, came to the barbecue restaurant. "Boss, give me 100 skewers of barbecue." "You can grill as much food as you want, as long as you have enough for 100 skewers." Hiss. Everyone around was extremely surprised. How come they met two big eaters that day? "Young man, you want 100 skewers too?" The barbecue restaurant owner asked doubtfully. "Of course, but what do you think, boss? Did someone order 100 skewers of barbecue?" Yi Zi asked puzzledly. "Yes, the young man sitting over there ordered 100 skewers just like you. I hope you can finish them and don't waste them." It doesn't matter whether it's money or not, the barbecue restaurant owner doesn't care at all. He opened a barbecue shop just to experience life, even though he is not particularly rich. But at least there are 10 buildings to collect rent from. In this small snack street, no one would have thought that the owner of this barbecue restaurant was actually a hidden rich man. "Don't worry, boss. I'm a big eater. Look, this is my Douyin account, Yeezy Big Eater. I'm broadcasting live. Yeezy said, gesturing to the phone. When the boss heard it was Douyin, he felt relieved. Since he was a big eater, he should be able to finish 100 skewers. Yeezy also curiously sat next to Chunan and couldn't help asking, "Brother, are you a big eater too?" Chunan glanced at Yeezy indifferently and said 2 words in a cold voice, "No." Yeezy sat there with an awkward look on her face. She had originally wanted to chat with this brother, but she had not expected him to be so aloof. It seemed that this brother was not good at dealing with people. Since the other party has no interest, forget it. I could have started a live broadcast to compete with this person to see who can eat 100 skewers of barbecue faster, but now it seems I'd better forget it. Half an hour later, Shunan's 100 skewers of barbecue were ready. He took a bottle of fatty happy water and drank it while eating. After all, barbecue is relatively dry, so you still need to drink something. The eyes of the people around were also focused on Chunan. They were all curious whether Chunan could eat these 100 skewers of barbecue. But gradually everyone widened their eyes. Chunan ate one string after another without stopping at all. In just 10 minutes, Chunan ate more than 50 skewers, but his eating speed did not slow down at all. Oh my god, is this guy's stomach a bottomless pit? He's already eaten 50 skewers and he still doesn't feel anything. This guy must be a big eater, but isn't he afraid of getting angry if he eats 100 skewers by himself? I used to think that big eaters were all fake eaters, but after seeing this guy, I believed it. This is not a human stomach at all. Getting angry? Chunan raised his eyebrows. His physical body now is not comparable to that of ordinary people, and this kind of minor problem is impossible to occur to him. Yeezy standing by was also stunned. Although he could eat, it would take him at least 2 hours to finish 100 skewers. It was impossible for him to maintain the same eating speed as Chunan. Doesn't this guy need to digest the food he eats? Yeezy originally thought that she was a big eater, but compared with Chunan, her big eater was nothing. About 10 minutes later, all the 100 skewers of barbecue on Shunan's table were gone. Chunan drank the rest of the fatty happy water, hesitated for a moment and shouted again. "Boss, another 100 skewers." Chapter 103, Do you think I'll be short of money? What? Another 100 skewers? Everyone widened their eyes, their eye sockets bulged out, and stared at Chunan in a daze. Brother, haven't 100 skewers of barbecue filled your stomach yet? Are you still human? Does food need to be digested? How strong is your digestive system? At this time, many people already thought that Chunan's stomach was not human. If it were someone else, these 100 skewers would have burst long ago. This guy is not full yet? Yeezy's barrage has gone crazy. Fuck, this guy is still not full after eating 100 skewers. Is he a human being? This little brother looks handsome, but I didn't expect him to be such a big eater. If anyone lives with this little brother, wouldn't their family be bankrupt? I used to think Yeezy was a big eater, until I saw this little brother. Yeezy is nothing. Yeezy was stunned with shock. Is this handsome guy serious? Even 100 skewers was his limit. If he finished eating these 100 skewers, he would probably be so full that he wouldn't want to eat anything else. This, young man, can you really eat more? The boss was a little worried about Chunan's health. One cannot eat too much barbecue, and most people's stomachs would be full if they ate so much. It's still eatable. Boss, I'll only eat these 100 skewers. The 100 skewers just now were only 4/10 full at most, and Chunan would be hungry soon. All right. The boss was also skeptical and grilled another 100 skewers for Chunan. What if this young man gets sick from eating it? Some people who had already finished eating were reluctant to leave. They wanted to see if Chunan could finish all 100 skewers. After the skewers were grilled, Chunan did not disappoint them. He drank another bottle of fatty happy water alone, and everyone around was completely stunned. Chunan's eating speed was the same as before, and there was no slowdown at all. This string of skewers is like a snack in his mouth. He eats one string of skewers and drinks a bottle of Coke. Isn't he full? This is really edible. If this is a normal meal, how much food would it take? Wouldn't the whole family go bankrupt? The little brother is so handsome, even when he is eating he is so charming. Handsome guy. Eat. I am willing to call you the strongest. At this time, Yeezy's barrage was like crazy. Fuck. Is this guy the reincarnation of Tao Tai? This is the first time I've met someone who eats so much. I'm afraid Yi Zi will have to admit defeat this time. With this eating speed, how many days has it been since you last had a meal? Host, can you consider cooperating with him? He is also a big eater. If you two work together, you might become a big hit on the internet. When Yi Zi saw this comment, her eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Why didn't he think of this idea? Two big eaters are enough to attract everyone's attention. Wait until the guy finishes eating and go up to him and ask him. If the two of you reach a cooperation, your income will increase rapidly. Another half an hour passed, and Shunan successfully finished 100 skewers of barbecue. Awesome! Brother! You can even participate in a big eating competition. A big brother at another table gave Shunan a thumbs up in admiration. Thank you. Shunan responded politely. Phew. Some people couldn't help laughing out loud. This guy is quite funny. You ate all of these 200 skewers. You are amazing. I have never seen anyone who can eat 200 skewers by himself in all the time I have run the shop. Are you okay? Although the boss was surprised, he was still worried that Shunan would have an adverse reaction from eating so much barbecue at one time. Shunan smiled and shook his head. It's okay, I'm fine, boss, your cooking skills are very good, I will come often. Next time you come, I'll give you a discount, said the boss with a smile. Okay, I'll trouble you next time. Shunan turned around and prepared to leave, but was suddenly stopped by Yi Zi. He frowned and wondered why this little internet celebrity was stopping him. Brother, I have something I want to discuss with you. What's up? Look, you're a big eater and so am I. I'm also a little internet celebrity. If we work together, it will definitely become a hot topic. Besides, big eaters like you are so rare. This is a rare opportunity to make money. Yi Zi gave a flattering smile. Ways to make money? Collaborate on live streaming? Shunan is not interested in that. Not interested. Shunan walked past Yi Zi. Yi Zi hurriedly said, Brother, live streaming can make a lot of money, are you sure you don't want to consider it? Shunan smiled, took out the car key from his pocket and pressed the key. The two headlights of the Lamborghini in the distance flashed. Do you think I'm short of money? The scene was very quiet, and everyone seemed to be frozen in place, with horror written all over their faces. Yi Zi was frozen in place, as if he had been struck by lightning. Even the boss was a little surprised. When Shunan left, the scene was in an uproar. Oh my god! Does that Lamborghini belong to this guy? Oh my god, we are actually having dinner with such a rich man. This guy is too low-key. A Lamborghini would cost at least several million, right? I should have asked for his WeChat before. He looks so handsome when he eats barbecue. Brothers, I just searched and found that the car is a Lamborghini Venom, worth more than 80 million. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath. It was unheard of to drive a car worth more than 80 million yuan to eat barbecue in the snack street. Their outlook on life and values were impacted. Yi Zi came back to her senses and smiled bitterly. No wonder he doesn't like it. How can he be interested in the money earned from live streaming when he drives a luxury car worth more than 80 million yuan? A luxury car worth 80 million, I want to sit in it too. Chapter 104, a banquet specially held by merchants. Shunan stopped at an intersection and looked at his ringing cell phone. It turned out to be Pan Ping calling. Hello. Boss, are you available to answer the phone? It was inconvenient just now, but it is convenient now. These words really frightened Pan Ping so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Did he just disturb his boss? The thought of this made me feel a little scared. After all, the owner of this office building belongs to Chunan, and he is just an employee under Chunan, who can make him get out with just one word. Although he looks so glorious on the surface, he dare not be negligent in front of Chunan. It's like this, boss. Today, the merchants here are jointly holding a banquet in the banquet hall downstairs. I would like to invite you to come and let the merchants here get to know you. I don't know. Is it convenient for you? A banquet held by merchants? Why hold a banquet when there is nothing to do? In fact, this was also because the merchants had received the news that the owner behind the office building had appeared, and they jointly held this banquet mainly because they wanted to get to know Chunan. After all, it is on the other party's territory. If we establish a good relationship, it will be easier to negotiate the rent. Banquet. Shunan thought for a while. Okay, what time in the evening? Boss, do you need me to send someone to pick you up at 7 p.m.? No need, I'm driving, so that's it, I'm hanging up if nothing else. Beep. Pan Ping in the office smiled bitterly and shook his head. This boss didn't give him a chance to speak. After he walked out, all the merchants came up to him and asked nervously, "How is Manager Pan?" "What did your boss say?" "You are lucky. The boss has time today. You should prepare well." When they heard that Chu Nan was coming, every merchant's face was filled with joy, and Tang He showed a faint smile. He and Chu Nan are old friends and are quite familiar with each other, but if Chu Nan wants to come, he will stay here with him at night. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Chu Nan arrived at the Red Beach. Pan Ping and a group of merchants were waiting anxiously outside, and were stunned for a moment when they suddenly saw the cool Lamborghini. It looks like a Lamborghini, Venom. You mean the supercar worth over 80 million? Yes. There are only a handful of people in the country who own this car. It is very rare. Do you think the boss that Manager Pan mentioned is the owner of this car? Everyone's eyes narrowed slightly. Since the other party could buy this office building, then this luxury car worth 80 million should not be a big deal. The merchants in Pan Ping were also somewhat expectant, because he was not sure whether the car was Chu Nan's, because the last time Chu Nan came here he drove a motorcycle. After Chu Nan got off the car, Pan Ping jogged over. "Boss, you're here," Pan Ping said with a flattering smile. "Kindness." As soon as we walked over, all the merchants started talking at once and smiled ingratiatingly. "Hello, Mr. Chu, I am a merchant of Yanhua Financial Company." "Hello, Mr. Chu, I am a merchant of Tianqing Entertainment Company." "Hello, Mr. Chu." "Hello, Mr. Chu." These merchants all greeted me at once, and their enthusiasm was a little hard to accept. These people all want to please Chu Nan and attract Chu Nan's attention. They just want to have a good relationship with Chu Nan. Everyone made way for Chu Nan and extended their hands to invite him to walk into the banquet hall. Chu Nan looked around, as if looking for someone, and finally he saw Tang He at a drinking table. "Brother Tang, I didn't expect you to be here too," Chu Nan said with some surprise. Tang He smiled and said, "This banquet was held for you, and you are the owner of this office building now. You can be considered my immediate superior." "Brother Tang, you are exaggerating." Looking at the two of them talking and laughing, the other merchants were puzzled. Since when did Tang He and Mr. Chu become so close? "Manager Pan, what is the relationship between Tang He and Mr. Chu? They seem to have an unusual relationship." They were all very curious as to why Tang He could chat so casually with Mr. Chu. Could it be that the two of them had known each other for a long time? The boss used to be an employee of Tang He's company. Tang He had always taken good care of the boss, so the relationship between the boss and Tang He was like that of friends. Pan Ping said calmly. "What? Was Mr. Chu an employee of Tang He Company before?" They were shocked by the news. A man who owned an office building actually worked for the business company under them. No one would believe it if they told others about it. Of course, after hearing that Chu Nan was fired by his previous manager, their outlook on life and values were greatly impacted. That manager probably wanted to go to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Sure enough, not long after that manager fired Chu Nan, he was dismissed and replaced by the current Tang He. So envious. These people felt like they were about to turn into sour grapes. It would have been great if they were the ones sitting there talking to Mr. Chu. However, this party will not only include employees from these merchants, but most of them are female employees. They want to seduce Chu Nan with beauty. No matter who you are, as long as you are a man, you will have that desire. She is the most beautiful girl with the best figure in their company. If Chu Nan is not interested, there is nothing they can do. They can only say that Mr. Chu is too difficult to make friends with. Chapter 105, You Want to Kill Your Boss? These people kept flattering and trying to please him just to build a good relationship with him so that they could borrow money from him when they had rental issues or company problems in the future. But Chu Nan had no interest in these people, so he just answered them casually and continued chatting with Tang He. The people who were humiliated were very upset. Mr. Chu was too difficult to talk to as he refused to eat anything. Hong Huang called one of his female employees over. "Yan Li, you should take the initiative to contact Mr. Chu later. Mr. Chu is young, rich, and drives a luxury car worth tens of millions. If you seize this opportunity, it is not impossible for you to become a phoenix from a sparrow flying up a tree." Yan nodded and looked at Chu Nan with shining eyes. I even muttered to myself, I'm not stupid. How could I let go of such a young and rich man? After all, Yan has dated more than 10 guys. She knows these men's psychology very well and she is confident in her charm. Since you left, the company's planners have changed several times. As the general manager of the branch, it's really a headache for me. Tang He shook his head helplessly. How did you deal with the planning cases sent by the company these times? Chu Nan couldn't help but ask. I can do it by myself. Tang He drank the wine in the glass dejectedly. All the people from the previous company stood in the distance and watched this scene with complicated expressions. I never thought that Chu Nan was actually the owner of this office building. He worked so hard in the company and suffered so much suppression from Joe Paopi. Who would have thought that he had such strength? Those colleagues couldn't help but sigh, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Why didn't they take the initiative to establish a good relationship with Chu Nan in the first place? Given the relationship between Mr. Tang and Chu Nan, if Mr. Tang encounters difficulties and asks Chu Nan for help in the future, Chu Nan might help him. Those female employees were also filled with regret. If something had happened between them and Chu Nan at the beginning, they might have been enjoying themselves somewhere else now because of Chu Nan's help. Chu Nan was just a newcomer in the company before, and basically no one except Tang He had ever given Chu Nan a good look. They handed their documents to Chu Nan to handle, and asked Chu Nan for help with their matters. Only then did they suddenly remember a sentence. You ignored me in the past, but now you can't afford me. This is the situation facing them now. Yan had already taken the initiative. She slowly approached Chu Nan, handed him a wine glass and said with a smile, Hello, Mr. Chu, I am the financial advisor of Yanrong Financial Company. Something? Chu Nan frowned. What he hated most was someone interrupting him when he was chatting. Yan was stunned for a moment. This kind of reaction was not right. But then I thought about it, maybe they are rich people with special personalities. Yan showed an elegant smile on her face. Nothing, I just think that you are handsome and talented, Mr. Chu, and you can buy an office building at such a young age, so I just want to get to know you. Wow, he started praising the three companies right away. If other people heard what Yan said, they might have reacted, but Chu Nan was not moved at all. Instead, he glanced at her indifferently and a cold voice came out. Do you need to tell me about this? It's obvious that he's young and rich. Who here can tell? And you interrupted me, which is the most annoying thing I do. Wait until your intelligence returns to normal before you try to pick up girls like others. Chu Nan turned around and switched positions with Tang He. Chu Nan would not be interested in a woman like Yan at all. Yan was indeed good looking, at least 85 points in appearance. If she dressed up well and changed out of her work clothes, she might be considered a goddess in public. But from the moment Yan walked over, Chu Nan smelled a scent of debauchery. There was a sense of coquettishness in her bones. It would be of no benefit for him to make friends with such a woman. These people still need to be warned. Later, Pan Ping will tell these merchants to stop playing tricks in front of him. He is not that kind of person at all. As long as they pay the rent on time and don't default on it, Chu Nan will consider giving this person some small benefits. Yan stood there stupidly, looking a little messy. I thought my appearance and figure were enough to attract Chu Nan's attention, but I never expected that this scene would be met with such indifference. After all, she is considered a beauty outside, and there are no less than 50 dogs on WeChat who actively lick her every day. Yan, who is used to this kind of life, found it difficult to accept such a scene. Does this boss have some weird quirk and doesn't like women? All of a sudden, many chilling images emerged in Yan mind. Because of this thought, the conversation between the two grown men suddenly became sour. Hong Huan looked at Yan and asked hurriedly, How is it? Yan said in a low voice, Boss Hong, does Mr. Chu have a quirk and dislike women? I have no reaction at all in front of him. Snap. As soon as she said this, Yan was slapped in the face. The confused Yan covered her red and swollen face with a bewildered look. What nonsense are you talking about? I think you are drunk and have lost your mind. Get back here. Yan felt extremely aggrieved all of a sudden. Didn't you ask me to seduce Mr. Chu? I'm just doubting and not really sure. The people around looked at Yan who was leaving and gave Hong Huang a strange look. What happened between these two people? After the banquet ended, all the merchants left disappointed, except Tang He, who left with a bright smile on his face. Pan Ping, tell these people to worry less in the future. Tell them to pay the rent honestly and on time. I won't make it too difficult for them and will even give them some small benefits as appropriate. Shunan said slowly. Yes. Boss, how about I take you home? Pan Ping said with a flattering smile. Have you been drinking? Pan Ping. I drank it. You sent me back after drinking. Do you want to kill your boss? Faced with Chunan's rebuke, Pan Ping was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Forget it, don't worry about it. I'll call a designated driver later. Shunan opened the designated driver app and called one at random. Although Chunan was fine, he would be in trouble if he was caught in a drunk driving check and found out that there was alcohol in his body. He is a person who doesn't like trouble, so just in case, he decided to call a designated driver. Chapter 106, Sir, I don't dare to drive this car. About 5 or 6 minutes passed. His cell phone rang. Hello, sir, I'm your designated driver. Where are you? I'm in the office building across from you, just come over. Shunan had already seen the man on the other side who was talking on the phone. After the man crossed the road, he apologized a little sheepishly. I'm so sorry, sir. Fine. Do you have your driver's license? Shunan asked. The designated driver took out his driver's license, and Shunan felt relieved after taking a look at it. Here are the car keys. Go drive. Shunan handed over the car keys. After the designated driver took the car keys, he was confused. What kind of car is this? Why does it seem like he has never seen it before? No matter what, as long as it is a car, there is nothing he can't drive. He pressed the car key gently. DD. Oh shit. The designated driver was completely dumbfounded, watching the two headlights flash. This cool leap, with a blade-like shape, this car is like a messenger in the night, this is a supercar. The designated driver felt like crying but had no tears, and his legs kept shaking. Damn, if it was any other sedan it would be fine, but he has never driven this supercar. If it gets scratched even a little bit, he won't be able to afford the compensation. Why are you standing there? Drive. Shunan looked at the stunned driver in confusion. Although this is not the first or second time I've been shocked, but you were the designated driver I called and you were here to take me home. The driver's voice was trembling, and he said with tears in his eyes, Sir, I don't dare to drive this car. Although he also wants to drive a supercar, if it gets scratched on the road, it will cost millions. He can't afford to pay it back even if it means he loses everything he has. It's okay, don't worry. If you're scared, you can drive slower. I'm not in a hurry. Chunan said indifferently. This. After hearing Chunan's words, the designated driver was eager to try it. This was a supercar. It was probably the only chance he had in his life to experience it. Should he really not give it a try? After hesitating for a while, the designated driver gritted his teeth. Oh shit. Done. After opening the car door and getting in, the designated driver was shocked by the luxurious interior at first, and his hands were shaking with excitement. He stroked the steering wheel, savoring it carefully. Is this a supercar? Love it. After Chunan got in the car, he stepped on the accelerator. Boom. The blast instantly ignited the driver's adrenaline. Which man would not love such a sound? Along the way, although the designated driver was very excited, he still drove carefully, maintained a speed of 70 miles per hour, and gave way to all vehicles on the road. They had never seen a supercar drive so slowly. Could it be that the owner of this car is a novice? It took about half an hour before Chunan finally arrived home. Thank you for your hard work. After paying the money, Chunan gave the designated driver a tip of 500 yuan. The driver was extremely happy and thanked Chunan repeatedly. Then Chunan drove the car into the garage. The designated driver took a reluctant look at the villa. What a big villa! When can I live in it? After thinking about it, the designated driver shook his head. What was he daydreaming about so late at night? It would be good enough if he could buy a suite in Huacheng. After returning home, Shunan saw Zhouing seem to be busy with something, so he asked, What are you fiddling with on the computer in broad daylight? Zhouing rubbed her dizzy head and said helplessly, Thesis. Paper? Didn't T. Zhouing graduate a long time ago? It turned out that the paper Zhouing wrote was not her own, but her brother's. Her brother was about to graduate from college and had asked her for help several times because of his paper. At first Zhouing refused, But who would have thought that her weird brother told his parents that his parents wanted to call her, so Joing had to help for the sake of his parents' face. After this help, his brother just stopped doing anything and handed the paper over to Joing. After hearing this, Shunan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. How could Joing have such a weird brother? Poor Joing was busy until 1 o'clock in the morning before going to bed. When Shunan woke up the next morning, he signed in again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving the reward of 1976 Romane Conti. Wine. Shunan was quite knowledgeable. Romane Conti was one of the world's top red wines and was basically sold through auctions. He checked the price online. Wow, this bottle of wine costs 300,000. It is indeed the world's top red wine. Of course, Shunan was not in a hurry to taste it but put it in the cabinet. He was not in a hurry to taste it, as he had more important things to do now, which was to see with his own eyes the island he had been looking forward to for a long time. The flight leaves at noon, and it's already past 9 o'clock, so it's just the right time for Shunan to go out. He booked a first-class ticket which cost more than 9,000 yuan, but now this amount of money was just a small amount in Shunan's eyes. When we arrived at the airport, the economy class aisle was already full of people, but there was no one in the first-class cabin. A first-class ticket costs 9,000 yuan, which is not affordable for most families. Shunan walked through the first-class cabin and boarded the plane without any obstruction. Now Shunan was the only one in the entire first-class cabin. Shunan was enjoying the first-class service and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is the power of money. Chapter 107, Don't Move. You will kill her. Shunan bought a plane ticket to Hawaii. After arriving in Hawaii, Shunan still had to take another boat to reach his island. It takes about 5 hours to get from the Flower City to Hawaii. Shunan leaned against the soft seat, and soon the flight attendant brought a glass of orange juice and placed it on the table. The quality of the stewardesses on this plane is quite good. Each of them has fair eyebrows and a pair of big, lively eyes. The most important thing is that each of them has a good figure. Sisterly, I can take the role, but I won't act in scenes that are too hard or too tiring. Tell them to prepare a double. The last time we filmed, that shabby director insisted on having me do it and he broke my hand. I'm going to film a movie, not to get into trouble. You need to make this clear to the director. The young man with makeup came to the first-class cabin with his nose raised to the sky. He took off his shoes without paying any attention to Shunan around him. That strange smell gradually spread. Shunan's brows were tightly locked, and he said in a bad tone, "Brother, can you put on your shoes? They smell a bit." The man was immediately unhappy when he heard this, and said arrogantly, "What does it have to do with you if I take off my shoes? Is there a rule here that prohibits taking off shoes? Do you know who I am? If you come to manage me, be careful or you'll get into trouble." He was also wondering, is there anyone who doesn't recognize him these days? Now he is a popular young star on the internet, a super V with millions of fans on Weibo and countless crazy fans. Someone once criticized him under his comments. He was exposed by his own fans, who came to his house and forced him to move. He also didn't expect his fans to be so awesome. But the current him is completely different from the one who appeared in front of the screen. Now he is like a little gangster on the street, with an arrogant and domineering look. Even his fans probably would not have thought that their idol had such a side. Sisterly is his agent. Sisterly is also a worldly person. Generally, people who can sit in the first class are not ordinary people. Suddenly, she noticed the watch on Shunan's hand. He took a deep breath. Rolls-Royce full of stars. This is a watch worth millions. Although Yuan Wu is currently a little famous on the internet and a big V on Weibo with tens of millions of followers, he is just a newly crowned traffic star. The person who can wear this watch definitely has a special status. I don't know who you are, and I'm not interested in knowing who you are. If you have any self-awareness and manners, I think you should put on your shoes. There was no sign of concession in Shunan's tone. From the conversation just now, the man in front of him is most likely a star, but he should be a traffic star, which can be heard from the conversation just now. Just as Yuan Wu was about to start cursing, he was stopped by Sisterly. "Sisterly, why are you stopping me?" Yuan Wu asked unhappily. Sisterly said something in his ear, and Yuan Wu's expression gradually relaxed, but he still had no good feelings towards Shunan, and even felt a little disgusted. "You're a troublesome guy. For Sisterly's sake, I won't bother with you." Sisterly is right. He is in his rising period now. If some bad news comes out, his life may come to an end. Yuan Wu obediently put on his shoes, put on headphones, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Xu Nan checked on the internet and found that the arrogant person next to him was indeed a celebrity. However, the more he looked down, the more contemptuous his expression became. Damn, this is totally destructive to my worldview. When acting in a play, he couldn't go to the airport himself. All the professional actions were done by a stand-in. He only said a few words and he also revealed that he couldn't even remember his lines. What is even more shocking is that he complained online just because he had a few scratches, and there was a group of women comforting him, saying that the director was not good and that there were problems with the quality of the equipment. Isn't it normal to get injured while filming? It's just a scratch on the hand, not a serious injury. Making a fuss about it is clearly just to attract attention to yourself. Xu Nan couldn't bear to watch anymore after seeing this. No wonder he was so arrogant. It turns out he is a popular star who has risen recently. The entertainment circle now is different from before. Those who became famous in the entertainment circle back then were all talented. However, the atmosphere in the current entertainment industry is completely different from what it was before. With the explosion of traffic stars, everyone only looks at their appearance but ignores their acting skills. This is a great tragedy in the entertainment industry. Nowadays, there are very few rookies who can shoulder such a heavy responsibility. After lunch, Xu Nan closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. 5 hours later, Xu Nan finally arrived at Hawaii Island. After getting off the plane, he felt the cool sea breeze blowing towards him. But in just this brief moment, there was a commotion among the crowd. Jia Jia, Jia Jia. What's wrong with you, Jia Jia? A young woman looked at her child with a pale face and worry. The little girl, who looked no more than 6 or 7 years old, was as pale as tinfoil. The curve of her chest rose and fell in a strange way, and she was gasping for breath as if she couldn't breathe. The young woman didn't understand why this happened. The plane was fine, so how could it suddenly have problems? Someone come and help me. Save my child. The young woman shouted without hesitation. Is there anyone who is a doctor? Come and help me. Beauty, why don't we put the child in a cool place first? The child can't stand the scorching sun. The young woman thought it made sense, and just as she was about to pick up the little girl, a strong voice came from the crowd. Don't move. You'll kill her. Chapter 108, but Chinese medicine is no less effective than Western medicine. It was like a thunderclap exploding among the crowd. The beautiful young woman was so frightened that her whole body stiffened. She didn't know what to do for a moment and was about to cry. Everyone looked over when they heard what was said, and became even more confused as they saw Xu Nan slowly walking towards them. Isn't this the young man who walked through the first-class aisle earlier? Could it be that he is a doctor? Little brother, are you a doctor? Someone couldn't help but ask. I am not. Wow. The whole audience was in an uproar. You're not a doctor, what are you talking about here? Do you think we are joking now? You are rich but immoral. Can you take responsibility for delaying the rescue of this little girl? Facing the accusations of the crowd, Xu Nan remained indifferent. Instead, he glanced at them and said, Who says that if you are not a doctor, you can't save people? I know a little bit of medical skills. If you pick her up now, you will hurt her instead. The young woman seemed to see hope, and hurriedly begged for help. Handsome boy, please save my daughter. Since you know what's wrong with her, you must find a way. Don't worry, your daughter will be fine with me here. Although Xu Nan said this, his face was still a little solemn. Seeing that the little girl's chest was rising and falling abnormally, she was almost unable to breathe. If this was not treated, it would be too late. Suddenly someone in the crowd said something coldly. You looked at me for a long time but didn't say anything. Could it be that you were pretending? If you don't know how to read, don't waste their time. Time is life. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Xu Nan turned around and glanced at them coldly, saying in a cold voice, Stop talking nonsense and shut your mouth. You. The man's face turned red with anger, he clenched his fists and snorted coldly. I want to see how you save this little girl. Xu Nan deduced that there was a high probability that the little girl had pneumothorax. Pneumothorax refers to the state of gas accumulation caused by the entry of gas into the pleural cavity, which is called pneumothorax because the air entering the chest cavity will increase the pressure in the pleural cavity, thereby compressing the lung tissue and causing it to collapse. Even people who do not have lung disease may suddenly develop such symptoms. Chunan took out the silver needle from his bag. Fortunately, the silver needle had been kept in his bag before. When the people around saw the silver needle, they were shocked. What are you going to do? It's so obvious, don't you understand? I need an injection. Wow. Suddenly the eyes of the people around changed instantly. Fuck. After all this time, it turns out he's a Chinese medicine doctor. Chinese medicine is just fancy tricks. How can it be used to treat illnesses? Chinese medicine can treat minor illnesses, but this kind of disease still needs to be treated by Western medicine. After all this time, it turns out that he is just a junior Chinese medicine practitioner. Isn't this a waste of everyone's time? Traditional Chinese medicine is just fancy tricks, it can't treat serious illnesses, it's rubbish. All the doubts about traditional Chinese medicine have aroused Chunan's dissatisfaction. You are a bunch of frogs in a well. It is so sad that you have criticized the traditional Chinese medicine handed down by our ancestors in such a bad way. Chunan turned his head and looked at the beautiful young woman again. It's all up to you. If you don't want to, then I won't give you the acupuncture. The young woman began to hesitate and asked tentatively, are you sure? 100%. Boast. Someone snorted with disdain. The young woman gritted her teeth, a firm look flashed in her eyes. Okay. I believe you. Chunan smiled and pierced the acupuncture points according to his memory. During the process, the little girl kept sweating and her skin turned blood red. Such a change made the beautiful young woman's nerves tense. However, as the little girl's breathing gradually stabilized, the rise and fall of her chest returned to normal, and the little girl's face gradually regained its color. After Chunan put away the silver needle, he said, there is no danger anymore, but I suggest you go to the hospital. Let her go out less and rest more recently. The young woman held Chunan's hand tightly, crying tears of joy, and almost knelt in front of Chunan to thank him repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. Thank you for saving my daughter. Snap, snap, snap. There was warm applause all around. I have really broadened my horizons. This experience has really made me realize the magic of Chinese medicine again. After a few injections, the little girl is back to normal. What about those people who doubted Chinese medicine before? Stand up now. Why aren't you talking? Are you all dumb? Chunan smiled and said, it's okay, as long as the child is okay. He turned around and looked around, then spoke in a loud voice. Traditional Chinese medicine is not just fancy tricks. It is the cultural heritage of our great country with a history of 5,000 years, and traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down for thousands of years. Since some people still think that traditional Chinese medicine is just fancy tricks, are all the ancients who believed in traditional Chinese medicine dead? I want everyone to know that Western medicine has its advantages, and Chinese medicine has its advantages as well. But Chinese medicine is in no way inferior to Western medicine. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, countless people felt their blood boiling, and excitement appeared on their faces instantly. At this moment, their emotions were ignited. That's right. That's right. Traditional Chinese medicine is not inferior to Western medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine is not just fancy tricks. If anyone ever says that Chinese medicine is just fancy talk again, I will be the first to disagree with him. Traditional Chinese medicine has been questioned for so long, has someone finally stood up? In this boiling crowd, Chunan left quietly, and no one even noticed. Chapter 109, Opening a Coconut with Bare Hands. Sir, please wait. The young woman, wearing high heels, took difficult steps to catch up with Chunan. She was wearing high heels, so it was difficult for her to run, not to mention that she was holding a child in her arms, which made it even more difficult. After taking a breath, she said, Sir, thank you for saving Jia Jia. I wonder if I can have dinner with you. Chunan looked at the young woman carefully for a while. She was dressed gorgeously, all her clothes were famous brands, and the bag she carried was Chanel. Judging from her clothes, this young woman was not a simple person, she was a wealthy person. As for how rich you are, that's definitely not as rich as me. He is the man who owns an entire island. There are only a handful of people who can buy an entire island. Even the richest man in the country would not be stupid enough to rent an island. The price of an entire island is at least tens of billions, including the subsequent procedures and documents, which are very troublesome. However, Chu Nan is different. Once he successfully obtains all the documents and procedures for the island, there will be no trouble at all. The system will take care of it all. I'm very sorry, I have something else to do. Chu Nan politely refused. The young woman was very beautiful and had a great figure, but Chu Nan was not yet to the point where he was horny. If it were someone else, he would probably be eager to agree to have dinner with a beautiful young woman. Ah! Why don't you leave me your contact information? You saved Jia and I don't know how to repay you. Call me if you have any trouble. The young woman was a little disappointed, but she quickly got rid of her mood and took out a business card and handed it to Chu Nan. Vice President of Tianyu Media and Entertainment Company, Ltd. Chu Nan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the young woman in front of him was actually the vice president of a media and entertainment company. Tianyu Media Entertainment. This company looks familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. That's right. Isn't that guy in the first-class cabin on the plane the newcomer from Tianyu Media Entertainment? What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet that boy's boss here. I guess this young woman was not on the same plane as Chu Nan. Afterwards, Chu Nan also left a contact number for the other party. After saying goodbye, the two walked out of the airport from different channels. As soon as you step out of the airport, you can feel the scorching temperature and the constant sea breeze, not to mention the feeling of ice and fire. Chu Nan came to the port and found a yacht. He paid the money and asked someone to take him there. The man driving the boat was called Lao Shi, who was a Chinese like Chu Nan and came to Hawaii to work. Little brother, why are you going to that island? I heard that the island has been abandoned for a long time and no one has developed it. Lao Shi couldn't help asking. In Lao Shi's opinion, the geographical location of this island is very good. Many mail search ships and business ships will pass by this island on this route. Unfortunately, this island is a deserted island and no one has developed it. There are also wild animals in the jungle, such as snakes and wild boars. Most people would not choose to go to this island. Lao Shi, do you believe me when I say this island is mine? A smile appeared at the corner of Chu Nan's mouth. The old man was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. It was obvious that he didn't believe it. Buy an island? That was not something he dared to think about at all. The price of an island was at least tens of billions, but the young man in front of him looked to be only in his early 20s. He had never heard of anyone at such an age having assets worth tens of billions. In Lao Shi's ears, it was just a joke. The two chatted along the way and soon arrived at the island. Ding, congratulations to the host for logging into the island and claiming it successfully. All the relevant certificates and procedures for the island are stored in the system warehouse. Please check them in time. From now on, this island belongs to him. The island is not far from Hawaii Island, and it only takes an hour and a half to get there. On the beach, you can see groups of coconut trees with big, round coconuts growing on them. Little brother, do you want to go to the island? Lao Shi looked a little worried and seemed a little afraid of facing this deserted island. There are a lot of wild animals on this island, including poisonous snakes and wild boars, which are very dangerous. Chu Nan just smiled faintly after hearing this. He didn't care about wild boars, poisonous snakes, or anything like that. He was a man who had been transformed by genetic potions. If he punched with all his strength, the force would be enough to kill a wild boar. As for poisonous snakes, they could only be encountered deep in the jungle. Chu Nan was just wandering on the edge of the beach. It is estimated that it won't be long before people know that this island belongs to me. By then, I am afraid that many people will contact me and ask for cooperation in developing this island. It's okay, I'll just stroll around here. Don't worry too much, Lao Shi. If there are wild boars, I will protect you. Chu Nan grinned. Hearing that Chu Nan was walking around the edge, Lao Shi breathed a sigh of relief. After anchoring the boat, he also followed him onto the beach. This was also his first time to visit this island. Not to mention that the scenery on the island was quite beautiful, but the next scene stunned Lao Shi. Chu Nan was a little curious about the taste of the coconuts on the island, so he climbed up the tree and picked 2 coconuts without saying a word. Even an experienced hand might not be as fast as Chu Nan. Old Shi was about to say something when he saw Chu Nan's palm smashing down like a sickle. With a crack sound, the coconut was actually smashed open by Chu Nan. The juicy coconut slowly flowed out from the crack. Chu Nan handed the coconut to Lao Shi and said with a smile, Lao Shi, this is yours. Lauscher stood there stupidly, his whole body stiff as a wooden stake, his eyes revealing deep shock. Chapter 110, Carpenter Lane. I've heard of people opening a durian with bare hands. But this is the first time I have seen someone open a coconut with bare hands. He knocked on the coconut shell, and it made a clang 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 sound. It was harder than a brick. Crack, another sound, and another coconut cracked open. Chu Nan drank the coconut water as if nothing had happened. Looking at Chu Nan's hands, and then looking at my own hands, are his hands made of iron? If it were him, I'm afraid that if it cracked, it would not be a coconut anymore, and his whole body would probably crack in pain. You're awesome, little brother. Are your hands okay after opening a coconut with your bare hands? Lauscher asked with some concern. Chu Nan shook his head and said with a smile, "It's okay. It's just a coconut. What's the problem? It's just a coconut. Okay, you're awesome. This island is really nice. If it is developed, it will probably become a resort." After returning, because there was no signal on the island before, Chu Nan's cell phone kept buzzing after returning to Hawaii Island. Hello. Hello, is this Mr. Chu? Well, who are you? Hello, Mr. Chu, I'm Carpenter Ryan. I'm contacting you to discuss the development of the island under your name. Can I meet you? Oh. Carpenter? Seems to be a foreigner. I didn't expect someone to come to me so soon. I don't know how much capital the other party has. They can't eat this big piece of cake. Well, I'll wait for you at the Peninsula Hotel in Hawaii. Okay, Mr. Chu, I look forward to meeting you. After hanging up the phone, Chu Nan returned to the Peninsula Hotel. The Peninsula Hotel is a luxury hotel with a long history and culture in the world. It is very expensive and not affordable for ordinary people. The price for one night is as high as tens of thousands of yuan. The hotel also has a high-end buffet, but the ingredients and meals there are very expensive if you buy them outside. Chu Nan hadn't eaten anything since he got off the plane, so he was indeed a little hungry now. Chu Nan picked up some cooked food and a few small cakes and found a place to sit down. Suddenly a person came over and was a little surprised when he saw Chu Nan. Why are you here? Yuan Wu was surprised at the man who had opposed him on the plane. Could it be that this man also stayed at the Peninsula Hotel? Can he afford the expensive price of the Peninsula Hotel? You can be here, why can't I? Chu Nan responded indifferently. Seeing that the other party didn't take him seriously at all, Yuan Wu's face immediately darkened. Oh shit. Why are you being so arrogant? If this wasn't a public place, Yuan Wu would have started cursing. Xiao Yuan, why are you here? Can't I let you go with me to see President Du? Hurry up, don't waste time here. Sister Li also looked at Chu Nan in surprise. She didn't expect to meet him here. At the same time, she was also glad that Yuan Wu did not have further conflicts with the other party on the plane. People who can stay at the Peninsula Hotel are of extraordinary status. Yuan Wu became famous too early, he is arrogant and has a low profile. Arrogant people like him are most likely to offend some people. This is also why the company sent the most stable Sister Li to be Yuan Wu's agent. Yuan Wu snorted coldly and walked away with his nose turned up. After arriving in Hawaii, Sister Li told him that a big shot from the company was also on the island of Hawaii and he was the company's vice president. Vice president. Not to mention that Yuan Wu is very popular on the internet. In the eyes of ordinary people, he may be a star who is highly praised by everyone, but in the eyes of real big shots, he is just a small role. The company's vice president can ban him with just one word. If he can make friends with the vice president, he will be on the verge of success. Chu Nan didn't care about this little episode. The so-called big shot might be the beautiful young woman, Du Rulin. After Yuan Wu walked into the room, he was stunned for a moment, staring at Du Rulin with his eyes. So beautiful. A perfect figure, a devilish face, and a charming young woman. Is this the vice president that Sister Li was talking about? Love it. Mr. Du, this is a rising star named Yuan Wu. Sister Li gave Yuan Wu a look. After Yuan Wu came back to his senses, he smiled flatteringly and shouted, Boss Du. Kindness. Du Rulin responded indifferently, and the atmosphere became a little awkward afterwards. She has never cared much about these traffic stars in the company. If it weren't for the decision made by the higher-ups, she wouldn't want to have any contact with these traffic stars at all. Because of the decision made by the higher-ups, the entire company's morale plummeted. Although she was the vice president, she did not own many shares and did not have much say. Fortunately, the people under his command have clean backgrounds and good abilities, and are now well-known figures in the entertainment industry. Moreover, she was also aware of some of Yuan Wu's bad deeds, a grown man who sought comfort online just because he had a little scratch on his hand. Naturally, Du Rulin had no good feelings towards Yuan Wu. Chapter 111, You're responsible for your own actions. Yuan Wu followed behind Sister Li and Du Rulin with an unhappy look on his face. MD. This old woman is so arrogant. Isn't she just a vice president? This figure and this posture reveal a sense of coquettishness. It is possible that the position of this vice president was obtained through some improper means. Grass. One day, I will ride on your head. Du Rulin learned some of Yuan Wu's business from Sister Li, and she despised Yuan Wu even more. You have to leave the stage after only a few minutes of acting, and even have to use a stunt double to do the difficult moves. Is this the quality an actor should have? The company must change. This kind of culture will ruin the company. Although the profits brought to them by traffic stars were indeed huge in the early stage, as time goes by, the popularity of these traffic stars can only last for 2 or 3 years at most. Moreover, only some small directors who want to make money will agree to such requests. Some well-known domestic directors will not cooperate with their company at all. Du Rulin came to the buffet restaurant. Ha! Seeing that familiar figure, Du Rulin's face showed joy. I didn't expect that this gentleman was also at the Peninsula Hotel. This is really fate. Sister Li also noticed the expression on Mr. Du's face, and wondered who Mr. Du saw that made him look like that. Walk forward. Du Rulin sat down opposite Chu Nan and showed an elegant smile. Mr. Chu, we meet again. Mr. Du. Chu Nan responded politely. Yuan Wu widened his eyes, and it took him a long time to react to the situation. How so? How come this guy knows President Du? It seems that the relationship between them is unusual. This is unreasonable. The current situation was completely beyond Yuan Wu's expectations. Could it be that this guy is also one of the executives of their company? Thinking of this, Yuan Wu suddenly felt a chill all over his body. If this was true, then his career would be over. Having offended the company's senior executives, he would probably be banned permanently. Sister Li never expected that someone she had only met once was actually a friend of Mr. Du, and that Mr. Du actually took the initiative to shake hands and have a polite conversation with her. Mr. Chu, are you coming to Hawaii Island for vacation? Mr. Du asked curiously. This young man, who looked to be in his early 20s, possessed supernatural medical skills, yet he was calm and composed without being arrogant. He rarely saw young people like him. No. I'm here to see the island that I own, and I'm here at this hotel to wait for someone I'm supposed to meet. Chu Nan said with a smile. What? An island under your name? Du Rulin and the other 3 were shocked by Chu Nan's words. Could it be that Chu Nan had a private island on this sea? OMG. Isn't this too scary? The price of a private island is estimated to be tens of billions, and it is absolutely impossible to swallow such a huge thing without a certain background. Is he bragging? Or is it true? Yuan Wu stood there and muttered quietly. There is also an island. What a boast. He thought that no one would hear him if he whispered, but the restaurant was a bit noisy and there was beautiful classical music, even though he thought the sound was low. But in fact, his voice is loud enough for outsiders to hear. Xiao Yuan. Sister Li pushed Yuan Wu. Only then did Yuan Wu notice Du Rulin's gaze. The moment he was met with that cold gaze, he felt as if he was in an ice cellar. Xiao Li announced that any cooperation with Yuan Wu will be terminated and banned from the entire internet. Boom boom. Yuan Wu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His face turned pale instantly and he collapsed to the ground weakly. Sister Li covered her forehead with her hands, looking like she had a headache. She played a good hand so badly. She was really a bad teammate. Boss Du. Boss Du. Please forgive me this time. I was bewildered for a moment and I don't know why I said such a thing. Please, President Du. Please don't ban me. Yuan Wu cried and begged for mercy, but Du Rulin was not moved at all. Mr. Chu, please help me plead for mercy. You are a magnanimous person. I apologize to you for what happened on the plane before. It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything, but after he knew that Yuan Wu had offended Chu Nan on the plane, his face became even colder. Chu Nan just ignored him. You will suffer the consequences if you do evil, and Yuanwu is a very obvious example. Yuanwu's face was ashen, like a dead dog, his eyes were lifeless and had lost their original brilliance. Once he is banned, all the people he has offended before will come after him one by one, and by then his life will probably be worse than that of a stray dog on the street. Afterwards, Yuanwu was dragged out by people from the Peninsula Hotel. The membership card Yuanwu used was the company's membership card, and Du Rulin, as the vice president, had the right to revoke it. Poor Yuanwu was thrown out of the hotel like that. Time passed quickly, and the two chatted for about half an hour before returning to their respective rooms. In the evening, Xu Nan and Lu Yashuan chatted for a while and then played games. The little girl didn't know she was in Hawaii yet. If he told her now, Lu Yashuan would explode. At 5 o'clock in the morning, a private plane slowly landed at the airport and arrived in Hawaii. Carpenter Ryan arrived in Hawaii, breathed in the fresh air, and smiled faintly. "Young master, do you need to contact Mr. Chu now?" The blond old man at the side asked respectfully. "No, it's too early. This Mr. Chu was able to take over this island quietly. My carpenter family has been fighting for this island for several years. I didn't expect that it would be snatched away by Mr. Chu so easily. I'm a little curious about what kind of person this Mr. Chu is." Chapter 112, Obtain the Reward of Bajiquan Grandmaster Level. Ding, congratulations on signing in successfully, and receiving the reward of Bajiquan, Grandmaster Level. Boom. It was like a revelation that I suddenly realized about Bajiquan's movements, attacks, and some terrifying killing moves. Bajiquan does not belong to the category of traditional martial arts, but rather ancient martial arts. Bajiquan has a long history, and its movements generally pursue a style that is tough, unpretentious, and swift, with extremely strong explosive power. Combined with Chu Nan's physical fitness, the power of the Bajiquan he displayed might be able to penetrate a steel plate. Bajiquan is a pretty good technique. If I continue like this, I'll become a master of ancient martial arts. Chu Nan muttered to himself. After washing up, he received a call from Carpenter Lane. "Hello Mr. Chu, I'm already at the Peninsula Hotel, which room are you in?" "Presidential room 001201. Not long after I hung up the phone, I heard a knock on the door. When Chu Nan opened the door, he saw a foreigner who was the same height as himself with a blond old man standing next to him. "Mr. Chu, this is a small gift for us as we are meeting for the first time. Please accept it as a token of my respect." Carpenter Ryan took out a painting and unfolded it carefully. At the same time, the blond old man who followed Carpenter Lane had all his nerves tense up, a little cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he was extremely terrified. Who exactly is this Mr. Chu? Just standing there he looks like a sleeping lion, with terrifying power sleeping in his body. They all underestimated Mr. Chu. The painting shows a row of villages, fertile fields with weeping willows, winding rivers on the ridges of the fields, and boats crossing bridges. Farmers are planting rice in paddy fields, fishermen are casting nets to catch fish, boats are moored on the shore or rowing with oars or carrying bags on their shoulders, and the people are bustling about, creating a prosperous scene, and the large seal below is even more eye-catching. Tang Yin. Farming in Jiangnan. Is this an authentic work of Tang Bohu? One of the four great talents of the Ming dynasty, he was also a great calligrapher and a famous painter in ancient times. An authentic work of Tang Bohu could even fetch hundreds of millions of yuan at auction. The price of this painting is at least 70 or 80 million, or even higher, close to hundreds of millions. Chu Nan did not expect that the other party would give him such a precious gift right away. It seems that the development of the island is particularly important in the other party's eyes. He was not worried that the painting was fake. Since the other party had the courage to swallow this piece of cake, he would definitely not use a fake painting to fool him. "Please come in. Mr. Ryan gave me such a precious gift right away. I am flattered." Chu Nan said politely. "Mr. Chu, you are joking. Since this island belongs to you, I believe this painting means nothing to you." Carpenter Ryan smiled with narrowed eyes. As he walked in, the blond old man whispered in his ear. "Master, this Mr. Chu is not simple. If we talk about strength, perhaps I am not as good as him." "You're not as good as him?" Carpenter Ryan seemed to have heard something shocking. His pupils contracted violently and he looked at Chu Nan with eyes full of deep fear. Perhaps others are not clear about the identity of the blond old man, but as the heir of the Carpenter family, Ryan knows clearly how terrifying the strength of the old man in front of him is. "I don't know how much effort my father put into recruiting this old man. Even the world's top special forces soldiers are like the unbridgeable gap between adults and children in front of this blonde old man. At least the blonde old man is not afraid even if he is attacked by 10 of the world's top special forces, and can even kill them. But how could he not be shocked to hear such words from the mouth of the blonde old man? Is this Mr. Chu really so terrifying? Who is he? As expected, the person who could snatch things from his carpenter family was definitely not an ordinary person. More importantly, when he investigated Chu Nan's background, the information he obtained turned out to be that he was from an ordinary family. This absolutely cannot be the other party's real information. There is definitely a terrifying force supporting Chu Nan, which is even not inferior to their carpenter family. The carpenter family is one of the world's top chaebol families today. The carpenter family has a history of 100 years. Its groups and companies cover the globe, and their industries can be seen in the world's prosperous centers. Excuse me for asking, which faction does Mr. Chu belong to? Carpenter Ryan asked tentatively. As for the blonde old man at the side, he did not relax at all. If Mr. Chu really attacked them, even he might not be sure of his success. He could only barely protect the young master from leaving. Oh. Maybe you misunderstood. I don't have any power behind me. I only represent myself. Moreover, this island belongs to me personally. No other power is involved. If Mr. Ryan is sincere in cooperating, I will naturally welcome it. If Mr. Ryan has other ideas, please go back. When Chu Nan said this, his tone became a little cold. No power at all? Ryan couldn't be sure, because after their investigation, they found that the island seemed to have belonged to Chu Nan out of thin air, and as for other things, they didn't find any information at all. Chapter 113, Top Luxury Enjoyment. I'm sorry for being rude. Ryan said apologetically. If Mr. Chu does not have any support from any force behind him, then he is too terrifying. Even with the power of the carpenter family, they were unable to investigate the true background of the other party and only found out the industries under Chu Nan's name. As for other information about Chu Nan, including the flow of funds for the acquisition of the hotel, they were unable to find out. This may also be the system's way of protecting Chu Nan's privacy. In that case, Mr. Ryan, why don't you talk about how to develop it? I wonder if Mr. Ryan has the ability to take on this big cake. Chu Nan said with a condescending tone, crossing his legs, looking like a superior. The blonde old man at the side sighed in his heart. It has been such a long time since anyone dared to act like this in the carpenter family. Mr. Chu, you're joking. There is no cake in this world that my carpenter family can't eat. Ryan was full of confidence. But a puzzled expression appeared on Chu Nan's face. Could it be that Carpenter's family is very powerful? Seeing Chu Nan's puzzled expression, Ryan also felt strange. Could it be that Mr. Chu didn't know about their carpenter family? Mr. Chu, don't you know the carpenter family? Ryan was a little puzzled. Chu Nan shook his head. He really didn't know the carpenter family. Could it be that this family was very famous? Ryan was also stunned. He finally understood why the other party dared to snatch the island from their carpenter family. Others didn't even know about this family at all. However, this also made Ryan feel that Chu Nan in front of him was more interesting. From 7 to 9 in the morning, the two discussed the issue of island development. Ryan said that after reaching a cooperation with Chu Nan, they will make every effort to develop and create a resort island that is more high-end and beautiful than Hawaii. Not only that, they will also pay Chu Nan $100 million every year. They will also give Chu Nan shares in the industry. When the island development is completed, they will give Chu Nan 50% of the shares in the island's industries. How can Chu Nan refuse such lucrative profits? The $100 million alone is a sky-high price, and coupled with 50% of the shares of all industries, the profits are unimaginable. As the owner of the island, Chu Nan is the person with the most power on this island. I wonder what name you want to give this island, Mr. Chu? Ryan asked. Since a resort island is being built, the name of the island is naturally indispensable. As the owner of the island, Chu Nan is naturally the one who should solve the problem of naming. The name of the island. Chu Nan stroked his chin and thought for a while. He wanted to build a resort island that was more luxurious than Hawaii Island, allowing those people to experience paradise-like services, and targeting high-class consumer groups. Paradise Island, let's call it Paradise Island. Chu Nan smiled. Paradise Island. Ryan's eyes lit up. This was a paradise on Earth that belonged to the world, the elegant Paradise Island. In this case, just leave the island development to us. If Mr. Chu has any questions later, please call me directly. Ryan left a private number. The two sides shook hands, and Ryan invited Chu Nan to have lunch together. Chu Nan did not refuse. The Peninsula Hotel has 3 types of memberships. One is the ordinary member, which is the most common. The other is the senior member, and the highest level is the black gold member. There are only a few people in the world who can own this membership card, and those who own the black gold membership card are all from the world's top chaebol ancient families. When Ryan took out the black gold membership card, the whole hotel became tense. What? You said someone has a black gold membership card. The person in charge of the Peninsula Hotel ran downstairs in a hurry with a look of horror on his face. When I saw the black gold membership card in Ryan's hand, I felt like the world was spinning and my head was buzzing. Sir, I'm the person in charge here. Please follow me upstairs. The person in charge took the black gold membership card with trepidation, and became even more nervous after confirming that it was genuine. Generally, people who own this card are from top chaebol families, and they dare not neglect such people. Arriving at the upper floors of the Peninsula Hotel, all the excellent orchestras in the hotel gathered here at this moment. The moment Chu Nan and his friends stepped in, classical music started playing. The luxurious decoration and crystal chandeliers are even more eye-catching. The dining utensils of all the people on the upper floor are of royal grade, which ordinary people cannot enjoy at all. Above your head is a large screen that looks like the starry sky. The entire top of your head is made up of a huge screen. The theme is called Brilliant Starry Sky. Even in the daytime, you can feel like you are in the starry sky. Soon, various precious dishes were placed on the table one after another. Top quality foie gras, white truffles known as diamonds in the kitchen, top quality sturgeon caviar. Various top quality ingredients were placed on the table one after another. Chu Nan enjoyed these delicacies. Such top-level luxury made him feel like he was sublimating. It turns out that top-notch ingredients are different. If you ask me how I feel, it is full of the smell of money, with classical music and high-end ingredients. The price of these ingredients for lunch alone is close to 1 million. A whole meal costs close to 1 million. This is the life that real capital experiences. Chapter 114, Is Their Family Famous? After eating, Ryan and Chu Nan went downstairs together and happened to meet Du Rulin. Du Rulin was also shocked when she saw Chu Nan coming down from the top level. The upper floors of the Peninsula Hotel are for the use of black gold members. Those who possess this kind of membership card have top influence in the world. Could it be that Chu Nan is a member of a top chaebol family? Thinking of what Chu Nan had said before about an island, she now believed Chu Nan's words more and more. If Chu Nan was the one with the black gold membership card, then owning an island was nothing. Mr. Chu. Du Rulin took the initiative to walk up and say hello. Ryan raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised that there was such a stunning woman in this hotel. Mr. Chu, is he your friend? Ryan said with a smile. I guess so. We met once. Chu Nan responded politely. Du Rulin smiled and said with a noble lady's temperament, this gentleman may not know that Mr. Chu is my savior. Savior? This made Ryan curious about the story between the two. Ma'am, what do you mean? Could it be that Mr. Chu saved you when you were in danger? Ryan's every move was very gentlemanly, and the girls around him looked like they were crazy about him. What a handsome foreigner. He is tall and handsome. Is the suit he is wearing custom made? Why have I never seen the logo of this brand? But the little brother next to him is not bad either. He is also very elegant. It wasn't me he saved, it was my daughter he saved. My daughter had a pneumothorax when she got off the plane yesterday. Thanks to Mr. Chu for his medical skills, he saved my daughter. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Du Rulin still feels a little scared when she thinks about that time. What would she do if Chu Nan was not there that day? What would happen if no one reminded her not to move her daughter at will? Du Rulin couldn't imagine it, because Jia Jia's position in her heart was more important than herself. Mr. Chu, do you know medicine? Ryan looked surprised. This Mr. Chu is so mysterious. Not only does he know medical skills, he also has terrifying strength and mysterious methods that are hard to understand. He is so frightening. This kind of person can only be befriended and cannot be offended, because you have no idea how powerful his background is. There are not many people who can make him afraid, but the only one who can give him a feeling of being unfathomable is Chu Nan. The other party has a natural self-confidence from beginning to end, which cannot be revealed without sufficient confidence. They are just minor fights and not worth mentioning. Chu Nan smiled faintly. After that, they chatted for a while, and Ryan said that he had to leave first because he had something to do. The family would fully cooperate with the matters on the island and provide a lot of financial support. After Ryan left, Rulin finally couldn't help asking, "Mr. Chu, who exactly is Mr. Ryan?" "All his clothes are custom made, and the fabrics are top-notch in the world." "I don't know either, but he comes from a family called Carpenter." "Do you know this family?" Chu Nan had never asked before what Ryan Carpenter represented. Whoosh! Rulin stood up suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened, not caring about her ladylike demeanor, and shouted in disbelief. "The Carpenter family? You said Mr. Ryan is from the Carpenter family? What's wrong? Is their family very famous?" Chu Nan asked in confusion. "Ah." Rulin's eyes revealed awe for the Carpenter family. Perhaps most people didn't know, but Rulin still had some understanding of it. The Carpenter family is one of the world's top ancient chaebol families, with its businesses covering the entire world. Such a family has a huge influence in the world. What is even more frightening is that the total value of the Carpenter family's industries is as high as hundreds of billions of dollars, making them richer than Bill Gates on the Forbes list. In fact, these chaebol families don't care about the Forbes rankings at all, because they don't even bother to be on the list. These chaebol families have a different kind of arrogance. They are the ones closest to the top of the pyramid. When Chu Nan learned that the Carpenter family was so terrifying, he was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Ryan's background to be so powerful, and that the blonde old man was different from ordinary people. His whole body seemed to reveal a cold temperament. Perhaps it was the legendary murderous intent? Of course, the person who was even more shocked was Rulin. She never thought that Chu Nan would know someone from the Carpenter family. She could not get in touch with such a person. But today I actually chatted with him for a while. "Chu Nan. Who are you?" Rulin looked at the man in front of her who was like a mist. For the first time, she was eager to know everything about the man, but this was just out of curiosity about Chu Nan, and she had no other special ideas. She already has a daughter and a happy family, so naturally she wouldn't have any other ideas. It's just that when did such a person appear in the country? But no news has come out. After hanging out in Hawaii for 2 days, Chu Nan was ready to go back, even though he had a good experience in Hawaii and the service in the hotel was amazing. But there is a saying that goes, no matter how comfortable the environment is, it is not as cozy as Chu Nan's own villa. Chapter 115, Mr. Chu is also a top-notch pianist. The endless piano music in the Carpenter family echoed throughout the villa that was like a palace. It is more like a castle than a palace. The heavily fortified villa is filled with bodyguards in uniform suits. They stand there like an invisible wall and no one can escape their sight. A Bentley drove in slowly, the servants in the villa hurriedly opened the door, and the bodyguards at the door saluted solemnly. The performance in the villa gradually came to an end. Only an old man was savoring this sacred performance. About 3 or 4 minutes after the performance ended, the old man came back to his senses. Carpenter Clive said sincerely, "Mr. Griffin's performance is still memorable." Griffin smiled and said, "It's an honor to play for you." Although Griffin is a legendary pianist and has some status in the world, compared with a family like the Carpenter family, his proud piano skills are nothing. Even a legendary pianist has someone to please, and the Carpenter family is no exception. Even Griffin wants to befriend the world's top chaebol family. I heard that Mr. Griffin met a top-notch pianist in Dragon Country. Is that true? Clive's temperament as a long-time superior was revealed. Carpenter Clive, Ryan's father, is the current ruler of the Carpenter family. As long as he stamps his feet, the whole world will shake, and even countless companies will perish in the waves because of his words. It is indeed true, Mr. Clive, you cannot imagine how young this legendary pianist from Dragon Country is. In fact, I still feel it is a dream experience. Griffin is still shocked when he recalls what happened at that time. Oh? How young? Clive asked curiously. Griffin took a deep breath and uttered a few words heavily. He is just a top-notch pianist in his early 20s. Mr. Clive, have you ever heard of him? What? Early 20s? Griffin was sure he was not mistaken, a top-notch pianist in his early 20s. Since the art of piano was born, no one has ever reached top-notch level before the age of 40. Mr. Griffin, are you sure you are not kidding? Clive still couldn't believe it. Such news was undoubtedly a bombshell exploding in his ears. Every Hall of Fame pianist is extremely valuable in any era. Looking around the world today, there are only 10 Hall of Fame pianists. This is enough to show how difficult it is to reach such a level. But for a top-level pianist in his early 20s, this was unheard of and enough to shock people. Unless one has been practicing piano since the womb, it is simply impossible. But is it possible to practice piano since the womb? Mr. Clive, do you think I'm kidding you? In fact, I couldn't believe it at first. If I were at the scene or someone else told me, I would do the same as you. This legendary pianist is not only young, but his level is equal to or even higher than mine. Hiss. Clive couldn't help but take a breath when he heard this. His level was even higher than Griffin's. What kind of monster is this legendary pianist from Longwa? Where is he now? Has he been invited by other families? Clive continued to ask. He had some ideas and wanted to hire this young pianist. I want to see with my own eyes what kind of person this young pianist is. Hearing this, Griffin shook his head, sighed deeply, and smiled bitterly. Mr. Clive, the other party has not been invited by any family. In fact, this young, legendary pianist said that piano is just a hobby for him. Puff. If Clive was drinking water at this time, he would probably spit it out. Hobbies? You regard the top level as a hobby? Did the other party really say that? Clive asked in shock. Griffin nodded. Clive, who was sitting on the sofa, was silent, with an expression of doubt about his life. It turns out that the Hall of Fame level is just a hobby. If this gets out, it will be a blow to many pianists. The Hall of Fame level is what all pianists pursue. They love the piano and aspire to reach such a level, but some of them may never reach the top level in their entire life. This young man is really interesting. At this time, the door of the villa was pushed open, and Ryan came back. Father, Master Griffin. Ryan bowed respectfully to Master Griffin. Ryan, have you seen Mr. Chu? Clive said slowly with a gleam in his eyes. After meeting my father, he agreed with our opinion and gave us full authority to carry out the development. Very good. What do you think of Mr. Chu? Clive was silent at this time, and said in a heavy tone, Father, this Mr. Chu may not be as simple as we thought. Oh? What's so difficult about it? Mr. George said personally that Mr. Chu's strength is not inferior to his, and even makes Mr. George feel depressed. The George that Clive mentioned is the blonde old man. What? Even George is so afraid of this Mr. Chu? Yes, Father. Clive fell silent again. He had taken great pains to recruit George, and he knew George's strength best. Since even George gave such an evaluation, it seems that Mr. Chu is not simple. Last name Chu. For some reason, Griffin felt that this had something to do with Chu Nan, and he muttered in a possessed manner, could it be Chu Nan? Kindness? Clive on the side looked at Griffin in surprise and asked, Mr. Griffin, do you know this Mr. Chu? Ah. Griffin was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he swallowed his saliva and said stiffly, could it be that the Mr. Chu mentioned by Mr. Clive and Ryan is Chu Nan? Ryan pulled out a photo and handed it to Griffin. Griffin's pupils shrank when he saw the familiar face in the photo. It's Chu Nan, yes, this is Chu Nan. Mr. Griffin, who exactly is this Chu Nan? Why are you so excited? Do you know his true identity? Ryan asked, confused. Griffin looked at Clive solemnly and said in a deep voice, Mr. Clive, the young pianist I told you about before is the Mr. Chu you were talking about. Boom. Ryan's head was buzzing and the expression on his face froze in an instant. Mr. Chu. And he is also a top-notch pianist? Chapter 116, only a few billion per year. Is it the same person? Clive still couldn't believe that the Mr. Chu he cared about was actually the legendary pianist mentioned by Griffin. Yes, Mr. Clive, the person in the photo is Chu Nan, the young, top-notch pianist I met in Longwa. Silence. Both Clive and Ryan were in a state of confusion. This matter was a bit too ridiculous. Chu Nan was like a mysterious fog, making it hard to figure out who he was. No one expected that the legendary pianist that Griffin mentioned was actually the one who snatched the island away from their family. Moreover, no information about this person could be found except his family background and the properties under his name. Even this island seemed to be inexplicably under Chu Nan's name. Clive smiled. It had been a long time since he had been so interested in someone. If they remembered correctly, the last time he was interested was George. Ryan, I'm looking forward to meeting Mr. Chu. Clive smiled meaningfully. Ryan was also surprised to see the smile on his father's face. His father rarely smiled like this, and such a smile showed that his father attached great importance to this person. Father, do you want to arrange for Mr. Chu to meet you? Ryan took the initiative to speak. Clive shook his head. Although he was looking forward to meeting Chu Nan, he decided to wait for now. Ahem. Clive coughed violently twice, looked at the blood on his hand and gave a pale smile. His health was getting worse day by day. Father. Ryan's face changed drastically and he moved forward worriedly. Your body. My father's health is getting worse day by day. His face is pale and bloodless, and his head is completely bald without a single hair. He has bone cancer, a terrifying cancer, and it's in the late stages. The doctor said my father only had 3 months to live, and after that even God couldn't save him. It's okay, it's just a little blood. Although Clive said this, his eyes still revealed despair. Griffin felt unhappy when he saw this scene. Clive was the leader of the Carpenter family. His fall would inevitably lead to a reshuffle of the entire family's power. Moreover, Clive's child, Ryan, is still not fully grown and has not established his prestige in the family. His foundation is still too weak. This is what Clive was worried about. Over the years, there were more and more people in the family who were dissatisfied with him, but they had no way to deal with Clive. They are waiting for the day when Clive dies. By that time, the entire Carpenter family will probably be faced with an unprecedented storm. Dad, let's get the doctors to check you out. Ryan looked at his father in front of him with grief. The feeling of helplessness made him feel like a waste. Clive stroked Ryan's hair and said in the tone of an elder, "Kid, it's useless. The cancer cells have spread to my brain. There is no cure. The only thing that worries me is Ryan. Your wings are not yet fully grown, and those guys are bound to attack you." Ryan's body couldn't help but tremble, and he clenched his hands tightly. He was indifferent to the pain of his nails digging into his flesh. There is really no hope. Cancer, especially in the late stages, means any hope is basically gone. No. There is still hope. There is one more person who might have a solution. Father. Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu might have a way. He knows medical skills, he is so amazing, he must have a way. It seemed that Ryan saw the last straw. He didn't know why he believed Chu Nan at this time. Could it be because the woman said before that Chu Nan knew medical skills? Of course, it's more because they can't see through Chu Nan. Chu Nan seems to be shrouded in a layer of fog. The more difficult it is to see through a person, the more fearful he is. He also knows medical skills? Clive was stunned. Ryan told Clive everything he knew. Clive's expression was extremely complicated. What kind of environment could produce such an outstanding young man who was not only a world-class pianist but also a medical practitioner, and who made George give him such a high evaluation? But, is Chinese medicine really reliable? The miraculous medical skills of traditional Chinese medicine are regarded as a product of the times in the eyes of Western medicine. Although Clive has some doubts about traditional Chinese medicine, he does not think so. Longwei is a mysterious country with a history of 5,000 years. Some of its mysteries are beyond their understanding. Traditional Chinese medicine has been passed down in Longwei for thousands of years. Father, no matter whether he is reliable or not, at least there may be hope. Ryan didn't have much confidence because he didn't know Chu Nan. Then, let's give it a try, maybe there is hope. Clive still longed to live. No one could face death calmly. The reason why he was calm was because he knew that there was no hope for him. If he could live, he would rather live a miserable life. Chu Nan had just got off the plane at this time. The first-class cabin was extremely comfortable without anyone disturbing him, so he felt that his money was not wasted. Chun Nan, is that you? As soon as he walked out of the airport, a man in a suit and glasses looked at him with some surprise. It's me, Lee Bowen. Lee Bowen? What a familiar name. Isn't this his high school classmate? If you look closely, he really looks a bit like him. Long time no see. Chu Nan responded politely. Yes, it's been a long time. We haven't seen each other for 5 or 6 years since we graduated from high school. But there's something wrong with your head. How come you've grown so tall? Looking at Chu Nan's height, Lee Bowen's tone was a little jealous. Shu Nan was also a celebrity in high school. I wonder how many girls had a crush on him. Most of the boys in the class were very jealous of him. I've been eating better in recent years. Shu Nan smiled. Oh. A short while passed. Chun Nan, where do you work now? Li Bowen changed the subject and spoke again. No work. No job? Li Bowen's attitude towards Chu Nan suddenly changed, and he looked at him with disgust and contempt. I never expected that the once famous figure on campus would become like this now. However, Chu Nan's next sentence left Li Bowen speechless. Although I don't have a job, I own a 5-star hotel, 10 houses, an office building, and an undeveloped island. I make about $1 billion a year. Chapter 117, Luxury Cars and Beauties. 5-star hotel? 10 houses and an office building? What's even more outrageous is that Chu Nan actually said he has an island? Are you crazy? I didn't expect that the person who was once a big shot in high school would now be in such a disgraceful state. Huh, Chu Nan, I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect you to become like this. Are you just a braggart? Li Bowen showed a sneer on his face, and kept his distance from Chu Nan with disdain and contempt. Maybe Chu Nan's brain is not in good condition now. What if he suddenly falls ill and hurts him? Bragging? I'm just telling the truth. Chu Nan still blurted out calmly, in this day and age, no one will believe you even if you tell the truth. You're daydreaming, Chu Nan, are you crazy? If Teacher Gao knew what you look like now, he would be so disappointed. Li Bowen used a scolding tone all the time. Chu Nan shook his head and just walked out of the airport silently. Seeing that Chu Nan ignored him, Li Bowen snorted coldly and opened the class group from high school. Guess who I met when I just got off the plane? Who did you meet? Li Bowen is now considered to be doing relatively well among his high school classmates. He works in a listed company and has even reached a senior level with an annual salary of more than 1 million. I don't know how many people in the group he is ahead of. As soon as he opened his mouth, many people were naturally curious. Chun Nan. Chun Nan? Oh my god. You actually met him. He was a famous figure in school. How is he doing now? Li Bowen sneered and replied in the group. Don't mention it. You would never imagine that Chu Nan doesn't even have a job now. He even has some mental problems. Do you know what he told me? Say what? He said he had a 5-star hotel, 10 rental properties, and an office building. What's even more outrageous is that he actually said he owned an island. You guys think this is either crazy or mentally ill. Everyone in the group showed surprised expressions. Is he daydreaming? Why doesn't he just say he's a billionaire? Oh, I didn't expect Chu Nan to end up like this. Not only does he have no job, but he also has mental problems. The one who is doing the best among us right now should be Bowen. How can there be such a big difference between us? I will have to rely on Bowen more in the future. Yes. Bowen now earns $1 million a year and works for a big company. If you become rich in the future, don't forget to take us with you. Li Bowen, who was praised by everyone, suddenly felt like he was floating on air. He had worked so hard for so long just to feel praised. No problem, we're all classmates, so if you're free, I'll treat everyone to a meal. Thank you, Brother Bowen. Outside the airport, Li Bowen just walked out of the airport, glanced at his watch and waited for the company's car to pick him up. But in the blink of an eye, he saw Chu Nan not far away, and he seemed to be waiting for a car. Seeing this, Li Bowen showed a disdainful smile. This guy must be using Didi. It's so sad that the two people are not from the same world at all. At the same time, at this moment, a Rolls-Royce with a Flying Goddess logo appeared in everyone's eyes, causing a brief commotion. Oh my god. Look, it's a Rolls-Royce. Fuck, this car logo, this color, this shape is too domineering. This car costs several million, right? Brother, you are too narrow-minded. If it were an ordinary Rolls-Royce, it would indeed cost several million, but this car is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It costs 20 million. What? More than 20 million. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at the luxury car with envy. They would be willing to do anything if they could experience the feeling of driving this luxury car. Li Bowen looked at the Rolls-Royce with envy. Even though he had an annual salary of 1 million, it was impossible for him to drive a luxury car worth more than 20 million without certain assets. Moreover, this car is not an ordinary car. It is a limited edition one. No matter how rich you are, you cannot buy it without strong background. Hey! The car actually stopped. Could it be that this car is here to pick someone up? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Rolls-Royce, and no one knew who this Rolls-Royce was here to pick up. Hey! Look, someone's passing by. Fuck, this car isn't coming to pick up this kid, is it? The people who were standing next to Chu Nan before all had an incredible expression on their faces. Chu Nan? What did he do in the past? Could it be that this car is here to pick him up? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. However, the next moment, a stunning beauty got out of the Rolls-Royce, causing everyone's breathing to quicken. A white shirt, a black suit, a tightly wrapped miniskirt, and a pair of slender and delicate long legs and black stockings make her even more attractive. I don't know who swallowed the liquid and stared at those long beautiful legs. MD. This is so beautiful, she is simply a fairy. Even Lee Bowen was moved for a moment. But the next scene made everyone drop their jaws. The stunning beauty sat on the passenger seat, while Chu Nan walked to the side and sat in the driver's seat. This. Lee Bowen was petrified instantly, his whole body stiffened in place. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking he was seeing things. When he looked clearly again, it was still Chu Nan in the car. This 20 million luxury car is here to pick up Chu Nan? And the car is likely to belong to Chu Nan himself? Thinking of this, Lee Bowen's hair stood on end instantly. If this was the case, then everything Chu Nan had said before. It's all true. Does he really own a 5-star hotel, 10 houses, and an island? Regret, endless regret, no matter what Chu Nan said was true or false, but there is no doubt that Chu Nan is definitely not simple. He can drive a luxury car worth 20 million. Such people are not something people of his level can get in touch with. I'm a fucking idiot. Lee Bowen suddenly felt that there was something wrong with his brain. He refused to believe what others said even though it was true. Now, not only did he offend Chu Nan, but he also missed an opportunity to rise to prominence. Luxury cars and beautiful women, these are what they dream of. Chapter 118, The Carpenter Family's Forever Friends. What on earth are you going to do in Hawaii this time? Are you going there for tourism? In the car, Jo Ing, who had been silent all the time, suddenly asked. Chu Nan smiled and said, "Of course not. I have an island over there and I am discussing island development with someone." What did you say? You said you have an island? As soon as these words were spoken, Jo Ing screamed in horror. Damn it! She had always heard of people buying islands, or seen it on TV. How come she had never met someone who actually owned an island in real life? Yeah, what's wrong? It's just an island, and it hasn't been developed yet. There's nothing to be surprised about. Chu Nan's expression was calm. It seemed that an island became worthless in his mouth. It would cost at least tens of billions to buy an island. Jo Ing was already in a state of disarray, her eyes seemed to have lost their luster, and she stared blankly ahead. It's just an island. Brother, if you spread this out to other people, I don't know how many people would be scared to death. Since he met Chu Nan, his outlook on life and values have been refreshed time and time again. What makes him curious is where Chu Nan's money comes from. It seemed that Chu Nan had nothing to do at home and occasionally went out for a walk, but there didn't seem to be anything to do. So the question is, where does Chu Nan's money come from? All she knows about is a Marriott hotel, and she has no idea about Chu Nan's other industries. In fact, Chu Nan's annual income is already 300 to 400 million yuan, including the rent of Marriott Hotel, Qingju Bar, and office buildings, each of which is a huge amount. Jo Ing was stunned for a moment when she saw the man in front of her who was like a mist. But soon Chu Nan's phone rang. Please help me take it, Chu Nan said. Jo Ing answered the phone, and standard fluent English immediately came out from the other end of the phone. Foreigner? Fortunately, Jo Ying's English level is pretty good. She passed the level 6 exam during college, so there should be no problem if it comes to communication. Hello. Ryan in the villa was stunned for a moment, looked at the phone number and thought he had dialed the wrong number. Chu Nan glanced at the name. Ryan? Why was he calling him at this time? Hello, is Mr. Chu here? Ryan asked politely. He's driving right now, so it's inconvenient for him to answer the phone. Just tell me what you want to say. This. Forget it, Mr. Chu, it's not convenient for you to answer the phone now. I'll call you later and won't bother you anymore. Beep beep beep. Jo Ing was suddenly confused. Why did they have to avoid her about something? What does this foreigner mean? Who is this foreigner? Do you have foreign friends? Zhou asked puzzledly. He's not a friend, but a partner at most. He is fully responsible for the development of the island this time. Xu Nan said lightly. Island development? You mean he took on the entire island development project by himself? Not really. He still has the support of his family. But it doesn't matter. I don't need to worry about this matter. I just need to wait for the payment. Puff. Is this any different from a project where one person takes over the entire island? Who is this foreigner? How could he take such a big piece of cake? The most important thing is that he has the strength. The funds needed for island development are unimaginable. Especially offshore development is more expensive. After returning home, Xu Nan took the initiative to call Ryan back. Ryan, what do you want from me? Mr. Chu, I would like you to treat my father. See a doctor? Xu Nan frowned. With the strength of the Carpenter family, is there any disease that they can't cure? I'm afraid they can probably invite the world's top celebrity doctors. Yes, my father has cancer, bone cancer. It's already in the advanced stage. The doctor said that my father only has less than 3 months left. They are powerless to help him. Mr. Chu, you have medical skills. Do you have any suggestions? Bone cancer, or in the late stage? Ryan overestimated his abilities. Although he had god-level Chinese medicine skills, late-stage bone cancer was basically a death sentence. Cancer itself was the most difficult disease to cure in the world, let alone in the late stages. Do you really think he is a god? Ryan, I'm sorry, if it's advanced bone cancer, it's basically impossible to treat it. Ryan's heart sank when he heard this, and he staggered back a few steps. Even Mr. Chu couldn't do anything. But. Ryan shouted excitedly, Mr. Chu, but what? Although I can't cure your father's cancer, I can delay the spread of his cancer cells and allow him to live a few more years. I need to see your father's condition before I can confirm the details. There is help. There is help. Hope. This is hope. Even if the cancer cannot be cured, living a few more years would be enough. It is an incurable disease and there are less than 3 months left, but I learned from Xu Nan that it can be extended for a few more years. These few years were enough for Ryan to gain a firm foothold in the Carpenter family. Mr. Chu, are you telling the truth? Ryan's voice trembled a little. Anyone would be so excited. Well, I still need to confirm the specific situation. You can ask your father to come to Longhua. I will be waiting for you there. If outsiders knew Xu Nan's tone, they would be shocked. Let the leader of the Carpenter family come to him in person? Only Xu Nan was so arrogant and dared to speak to the Carpenter family like this. Yes. I understand, Mr. Chu. I will definitely bring my father to find you. May I ask where you live, Mr. Chu? The mountaintop villa in the Sky Garden. After hanging up the phone, Ryan excitedly found his father. Clive still asked with some trepidation, what does Mr. Chu say? Is there any possibility? Father. There is hope. There is hope. Mr. Chu said that although it cannot be cured, it can at least slow down the spread of your cancer cells and allow you to live a few more years. What? Clive stood up excitedly, coughing a few times, his body shaking uncontrollably. Live a few more years. Could he live a few more years? Who on earth is this Xu Nan? How could he have such great abilities? Clive took a deep breath and looked at his child seriously. Ryan, if Mr. Chu really delays my illness this time, then he will be our Carpenter family's eternal friend, and our Carpenter family will be his strongest backing. Chapter 119, Commercial Street Freehold. At this time, Xu Nan had no idea that the Carpenter family would undergo a series of earth-shaking changes because of him. The first thing Xu Nan did when he got home was to lie down on the bed and fall into a deep sleep. When it was time for dinner, Zhou called Xu Nan up. After going downstairs and sitting at the dining table, Xu Nan looked around and saw that there was no one around and couldn't help but ask, have Xia Yingyue and the others not returned yet? No, Xia Yingyue is about to graduate and has to work on her thesis. As for the others, one has already resigned, and the other two have asked for a few days off due to family matters. Zhou said slowly. I see. Xu Nan responded and started eating. Xu Nan had no habit of chatting at the table, and soon the two of them finished all the food on the table. Although Zhou Ying's cooking skills are also good, Shunan still prefers the food cooked by Xia Yingyue. Shunan's taste is heavier, and Xia Yingyue's dishes are also heavier, but Zhou Ying's taste is lighter. But overall, Zhou Ying's cooking skills are not bad. Boss, can I ask you a favor? Zhou Ying was hesitant as if she wanted to say something. What's the matter? Shunan looked at her puzzledly. That. Can you be my boyfriend? Shunan widened his eyes and almost spit out the water he had just drunk. No. I mean, can you pretend to be my boyfriend tomorrow, because my mom arranged a blind date for me, so I want you to go with me tomorrow and pretend to be my boyfriend. Zhou Ying's voice became smaller and smaller, and the blush on her face gradually spread to her ears. I see. If you don't want to go on a blind date, just say so. Why make me pretend to be your boyfriend? Shunan was also confused. It's not like you can't refuse a blind date. If you don't like it, you don't have to go. No, the person for this blind date is the son of my mom's best friend. If I refuse, my mom will be embarrassed. Zhou Ying said helplessly. It seems difficult to refuse now. Anyway, I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I will accompany Zhou Ying. Okay, I promise you, you clean up the dishes on the table first, I'm going upstairs. Shunan said and ran upstairs, leaving Zhou Ying stunned. The next day. Host, Shunan. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Current deposit, 150 million. Vehicles, Lamborghini, Venom, New Age electric car, Aston Martin, Rolls-Royce, Phantom. Personal properties, Sky Garden, Mountaintop Villa, Yushui Road School District House. Personal properties, Marriott Hotel, Red Beach Office Building, Green Orange Bar. Name of island, Paradise Island. Whether to be married, no. Special skills, expert level piano talent, god level Chinese medicine skills, Bajiquan, Grandmaster. Warehouse items, none. It's time for the part we look forward to every day. Sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the permanent ownership of Sisui Commercial Street. Oh shit. Awesome. Sisui Commercial Street is the largest commercial street in the entire Flower City. It includes shops and office buildings, and there are all kinds of famous brands. It is said that the monthly rent for shops on Sisui Street has reached 200,000. Soon Chunan's cell phone rang again. Hello, is this Mr. Chu? Yes, I am. Hello, Mr. Chu, I am the general manager of the management company of Sisui Commercial Street. I would like to ask when it would be convenient for you to come and discuss the follow-up procedures for the transfer of ownership of the commercial street with us. When are you available? Kindness. If I have time later, I will go over there. I will contact you before I go. If I don't have time, I will go over tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Chu. After saying that, Shunan hung up the phone. The manager's office of a property company in an office building on Sisui Street. Gao Tianxiao's forehead was covered with beads of cold sweat the size of beans. He only came back to his senses after looking at the information on the computer. If you tell others that such a huge commercial street as Sisui Street was actually acquired by one person, I'm afraid no one would believe it. But that's the fact, and to be honest, he couldn't believe it when he received the news. This is the largest commercial street in Huacheng. If it is to be acquired, it would cost at least tens of billions. Looking at the young face in the information, Gao Tianxiao fell silent. I hope this new boss is easy to get along with. Shunan and Zhou Ying arrived at the blind date location. Are you sure you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if your mother knew about this when we met? If your mother knew you lied to her, wouldn't she be mad at you? Facing Chunan's questioning, Zhou Ying felt a headache. Anyway, don't worry about it for now. Just keep it a secret for as long as you can. Then you can pretend to be my boyfriend. Shunan shook his head helplessly. Blind dates were really a devilish experience. After his previous blind date experience, he never wanted to go on a blind date again. Chapter 120, Asking for Trouble. The two entered the coffee shop. Do you know who that person is? Shunan suddenly asked. I've seen the photos. Zhou Ying glanced at the people sitting in the coffee shop, and her eyes suddenly stopped at a certain position. There. When Gao looked at Zhou Ying's photo on his phone with an obscene smile on his face, muttering to himself. I didn't expect that Aunt Li's daughter is so beautiful. Her figure and appearance are both top-notch. Such an excellent woman is perfect to be my wife. However, he did not notice that Zhou Ying was already behind him. Looking at the obscene smile on Wen Gaoyang's face, he felt even more disgusted. The son of my mother's best friend actually showed such an obscene smile when looking at my photo. OMG. I absolutely don't want to be with someone like this. Hello, you are Gao Yang, right? Zhou Ying still smiled politely, but her tone was a little cold. I am. When Gao Yang was stunned immediately, staring at Zhou Ying, he was stunned at this moment. Aunt Li's daughter is even prettier than in the photo. Mother! I will marry no one else but this woman. Bang, bang, bang. When Gao Yang's heart was beating wildly, and he was so excited that he even ignored Chu Nan beside him. Why? Why is my heart beating so fast? Is this the feeling of being moved? Zhou Ying looked at that perverted smile and got goosebumps all over her body. This nightmare-like blind date experience should end sooner rather than later. If the other party wasn't the son of her mother's best friend, she would have left long ago. You are even more beautiful than in the photo. When Gao Yang praised with infatuation. Normally, Zhou Ying would feel happy when others praised her, but why did she not feel happy at all when Gao Yang praised her? She even felt annoyed. Perhaps it was because when Gao Yang gave her a very bad first impression. Suddenly, Chu Nan sat down next to Zhou Ying. Suddenly, when Gao Yang was stunned. Brother, are you sitting in the wrong seat? I'm on a blind date. Before Chu Nan could speak, Zhou Ying took his arm and said coldly, he is not sitting wrong. He is my boyfriend. Boom boom. A bolt from the blue suddenly struck Wen Gaoyang. He looked stiffly at the arm that Zhou Ying was holding around Chu Nan. Love breaks down at this moment. Boyfriend? Is this your boyfriend? Then why did Aunt Li say that you have never been in a relationship? Wen Gaoyang felt heartbroken. His heart ached so much. He looked at Chu Nan opposite him with resentment. Why is this person Zhou Ying's boyfriend? Although he is quite handsome, in today's society you can't make a living just by relying on your looks. Money and status are the most important things. Zhou Ying is still young, maybe she has been deceived, he still has a chance. I'm really sorry. I haven't told my mother about my relationship yet, so you made this trip in vain. Zhou Ying still felt a little guilty. After all, this matter was hers. Not only did you waste the other party's time, but also made them make a wasted trip. It's okay. This is because I didn't ask clearly at the time. Even if the blind date doesn't work out, we can just be friends. When Gao Yang forced a smile. Although he had a smile on his face, he cursed Chu Nan countless times in his heart. He was firm in his thinking that Zhou Ying must have been bewitched by the appearance of the boy in front of her. He wants to let Zhou Ying know that having good looks alone is useless in society. At this moment, Zhou Ying's impression of Wen Gaoyang was not so bad anymore. She didn't expect this man to be so open-minded. But the next second, when Gao Yang took the initiative to talk to Chu Nan. Brother, what kind of job are you doing now? No work. What? No job? Even though he didn't have a job, he was able to hook up with Zhou Ying. Just as he guessed, Zhou Ying was deceived by this guy. Brother, you can't be without a job. Although my salary is not high, I still make 300,000 or 500,000 yuan a year and have time to travel. Although the work is tiring, my life is still acceptable. And how can you take care of Zhou Ying if you don't have a job? How about this, you come to my company and I'll give you a position as a sales assistant. Although the salary isn't high, it's still around 5 or 6,000 a month. Wen Gaoyang seemed very generous, but both Chu Nan and Zhou Ying could hear his targeted tone. Suddenly, Zhou Ying's favorability towards Wen Gaoyang dropped sharply. He was another person who looked down on Chu Nan. Chu Nan was right that he didn't work. That's because others don't need to work at all and they are at the top. No, I don't need a job. Don't need a job? Wen Gaoyang was delighted. He didn't expect that Chu Nan was so unmotivated. He must let Zhou Ying see Chu Nan's true face and let her know that she is the truly excellent one. Brother, I'm not saying anything, but at our age, we shouldn't think about relying on our parents. Our families are not having a good time either. There's nothing wrong with going out to work. Wen Gaoyang gave Chu Nan a lecture. Chu Nan felt helpless. He didn't want to make things difficult for you, but if you insisted on making things difficult for yourself, there was nothing he could do. Who says that if you don't have a job, you won't have income? I have an office building, a shopping street, a 5-star hotel, and with an annual income of several hundred million, do you think I still need to work? Chapter 121. Did you listen? Did people say that? What? More than a billion? This is just Chu Nan's rough estimate. If the subsequent development of Paradise Island is completed, he will probably make nearly 3 billion yuan a year. 3 billion. What a terrifying number. For ordinary people, this is an astronomical figure and unimaginable wealth. Brother, you are bragging too much. It's not shameful to be unemployed. What's shameful is to pretend to be rich. How can you take care of Zhou Ying like this? Zhou Ying, now you see the true face of this guy, right? He is a complete liar. He can even say such a ridiculous thing. He can't give you a future. After when Gao Yang fell out with Chu Nan, he belittled Chu Nan and said he was worthless. He kept saying that the other party was lying, and the disdain in his eyes was revealed without any concealment. I don't know if this person is stupid or has low EQ. He didn't even notice that Zhou Ying's face was as cold as ice. In Wen Gaoyang's opinion, he had a sure win. He did not expect that Zhou Ying's boyfriend was so ignorant. Idiot, let's go. Zhou Ying didn't want to stay any longer, so she took Chu Nan's hand and left the coffee shop. Huh? That's not right. This was different from what he had imagined. He had thought that Zhou Ying would leave in disgust after seeing the man's true face. But what kind of picture is this, of them walking away holding hands? When Gao Yang hurriedly chased after him, but he was stunned the next second. In an instant, he was stunned when he saw Chu Nan and Zhou Ying get into the Lamborghini. Who I am? Where am I? Why am I here? Especially since Chu Nan was sitting in the main driving seat, which meant that the car was his? The words Chu Nan said directly kept appearing in his mind. Immediately, when Gao Yang was stunned, he finally understood why the plot did not develop in the direction he expected. It turned out that what Zhou Ying's boyfriend said was true, but there was a possibility of exaggeration. But the fact that he can afford a luxury car like Lamborghini also proves Chu Nan's strength. Lamborghini Venom, a sports car worth hundreds of millions, I didn't expect it to appear here. Puff. Hearing what others said, when Gao Yang was so frightened that he staggered and stared at the luxury car driving away in amazement. A luxury car worth hundreds of millions? Is this Lamborghini really that expensive? He searched on the internet, took a deep breath, and stood there in a daze. It really is a luxury car worth more than 80 million. When Gao Yang smiled bitterly. It turned out that he was the clown in the end, who actually tried to provoke a billionaire. He is the one who doesn't know his place. Sorry to trouble you, boss. Zhou Ying said a little embarrassedly. He didn't expect Wen Gaoyang to be such a person. He should have turned around and left when the other party was looking at his photo and grinning foolishly. It's okay. Chu Nan seemed to be used to it. There were many cases like this where others showed off in front of him. But what is the final result? I have slapped myself in the face, so it is better to be low-key. It would be nice if everyone was as low-key as me. If people outside heard this, they would probably drown him in a pile of spit. How can you talk to me about being low-key while driving a luxury car worth hundreds of millions? Did you hear what people said? Soon Chu Nan arrived at Surabaya Commercial Street. Boss, what are we doing here? Rent collection. Collect rent? Does Chu Nan have other businesses in Sisui Street? How many properties does he have under his name? Sisui Street is the largest commercial street in the Flower City. The price of a shop there is 5 to 6 million yuan, and the monthly rent is as high as hundreds of thousands or even 200,000 yuan. It was not clear how many shops Nan had in Sisui Commercial Street, so Zhou Ying asked, Boss, how many shops do you have in Sisui Commercial Street? Shop? There is no shop. Chu Nan said. No shops? Zhou Ying was stunned for a moment. If there are no shops, why are you collecting rent in the commercial street? I don't have any shops, but this whole street belongs to me. Isn't it normal for me to come here to collect rent? Looking at the puzzled expression on Zhou Ying's face, Chu Nan explained again. After hearing this, Zhou Ying's heart suddenly skipped a beat and she stood there in a daze. The entire Surabaya Commercial Street belongs to him? Sisui Commercial Street, as the largest commercial street, has countless shops worth billions. If you want to acquire all of them, it would cost more than 10 billion. A commercial street worth tens of billions of dollars turned out to be so bland and boring in Chu Nan's mouth. What is wrong with this world? Following Chu Nan, he was shocked speechless again and again, and each time it impacted his 3 views. After arriving at the management company, Gao Tianxiao had been waiting at the door for a long time, and all the employees of the management company were standing at the door. Gao Tianxiao took a trot and jogged along the way, his face smiling as brightly as a chrysanthemum. "Welcome, Mr. Chu." "Please come in, Mr. Chu." "Welcome, Mr. Chu." The employees gathered outside all shouted a warm welcome. Chapter 142, Brother, are you too confident? Is this their new boss? So young. And the girl next to him, with her curvy figure, is goddess level just by looking at her face. Wow, this is unbelievable. If you don't feel this way, you're not a man. And how rich is this new boss? When the general manager told them that Surabaya Street had been completely acquired by one person, they were all stunned. That's more than 10 billion. Just buy it? And more than $1 billion is a figure they can't even imagine. How much is their monthly salary? Some cost 4 or 5,000, some cost 7 or 8,000, and the highest is just over 10,000. Originally, some female employees wanted to show off when Chu Nan arrived. If they were chosen by him, they would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. But the moment they saw Zhou Ying, the thoughts in their hearts were wiped out. They also think that they are good looking, although not the best but above average. However, the gap is starkly obvious when compared to Zhou Ying. Standing in front of Zhou Ying, all of them pale in comparison and look almost indistinguishable from passers-by. "Mr. Chu, please come in." Gao Tianxiao took Chu Nan into the office. Immediately, discussions started outside. "I thought our new boss was a middle-aged man with a big belly, but I didn't expect him to be so young. Did you see the beauty next to the new boss? She's absolutely stunning. She's prettier than the actresses on TV. Yes, we actually met the legendary super-rich man. I thought he only existed in novels. Others spend billions and billions without blinking an eye, but what about us? We are still struggling to make a living. Sometimes it is better to have a good family." Everyone was silent for a while, and suddenly the atmosphere in the entire office area became strange. In the office, Gao Tian smiled and said, "Mr. Chu, this should be your lover, she is so beautiful." Facing Gao Tianxiao's praise, Zhou Ying's pretty face instantly turned red and she shyly retorted, "Manager Gao, you are wrong, Chu Nan is my boss, and I am his housekeeper." "Housekeeper? Butler, if you take care of me, then I will become your real home. You know, he went out a lot when he was young. People who have been to this age know that it is not easy to control desires. What's more, she is a stunning beauty. I have to say that Mr. Chu really knows how to have fun. He even found such a stunning beauty for his housekeeper." Sorry, I was rude." Gao Tianxiao apologized. Zhou Ying sat obediently aside, occasionally stealing glances at Chu Nan, and sighed helplessly in her heart. Could it be that she was so unattractive that even Chu Nan was not moved, or was it that he was not interested in women at all? But this was impossible, otherwise he would not have wanted a beautiful housekeeper and maid. "Mr. Chu, this is the document for the transfer of ownership, and please take a look at these financial information." Gao Tianxiao handed the document to Chu Nan. Chu Nan glanced at it casually and said calmly, "Not bad. Have all the rents of these merchants been paid?" "All are handed in. Except for the salaries that need to be paid to employees, we will deposit the remaining rent into your account." "Yes, Mr. Chu, these merchants don't know you yet. Would you like to arrange a meeting for you?" Gao Tianxiao said after hesitating for a while. "No need. I will leave all the affairs of the commercial street to you. Do your job well and I won't treat you unfairly." Chu Nan patted Gao Tianxiao's shoulder. As time went by, Chu Nan increasingly had the aura of a superior, and was like a completely different person compared to when he first obtained the system. "Okay, I understand. I will transfer the full rent to your account later," Gao Tianxiao said respectfully. After a brief chat, Chu Nan left the company, and the female employees watched him leave reluctantly. I sighed in my heart. It's a pity that such an outstanding young man is already taken, and he is such a top-notch beauty. If Zhou Ying wasn't so stunning that they couldn't compete with her, otherwise, if it was just someone with ordinary looks, they would rather give it a try. It was already noon, and Chu Nan and Zhou Ying were a little hungry, so they found a nicely decorated hotel and walked in. However, as soon as he entered, he seemed to attract the attention of someone inside. "Chu Nan is actually here?" Chun Nan? Someone inside suddenly called him. Han Hongfei had never expected that he would meet such a prominent figure in his class here. Chu Nan is now a well-known bragging expert in the class. Some people even joke that Chu Nan is born to be a braggart. Long time no see. Chu Nan greeted politely. Han Hongfei was also attracted by Zhou, who was standing next to Chu Nan. He didn't expect that although Chu Nan loved to brag, he was quite good at picking up girls. He could even pick up such a beautiful girl. Such a top-notch girl was seduced by Chu Nan? I guess he was just bragging in front of the girl again. The girl probably knew nothing and was deceived by Chu Nan. I didn't expect to see you here. Are you here for dinner? Kindness. That's great. I'm a member of this hotel. I'll ask them to give you some discounts later. No, I don't need that little money. Suddenly, Han Hongfei frowned and sneered with disdain. Aren't you short of that little bit of money? Are you going to say again that you have millions or that you are a billionaire? Chu Nan was also helpless. Why did he keep running into his high school classmates these past few days? And why did they have to show off in front of him? In fact, for the sake of his high school classmates, he really didn't want to embarrass these people, but there was nothing he could do since these guys liked to find trouble and thought Chu Nan was a soft persimmon. In this situation, he really wants to say, "Brother, are you too confident?" Just when Han Hongfei was about to say something, a middle-aged man came out of the toilet. When he saw Chu Nan, he widened his eyes with an incredible expression. He hurried over. Chapter 123, Are the people inside killing pigs? Mr. Chu, I didn't expect you to be here too. The middle-aged man stood respectfully in front of Chu Nan, but from the expression on his face he seemed a little frightened. Uncle? Why did you come out? And what's going on with Mr. Chu? Han Hongfei was also stunned, as if he realized something was wrong. Mr. Chu? Is he calling Chu Nan? That shouldn't be possible, right? Didn't Li Bowen say that Chu Nan didn't have a job? And he loves to brag, he couldn't be so bored as to post a fake message in the group. Who are you? Chu Nan felt that the person in front of him seemed familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere, but he couldn't remember clearly for a moment. Mr. Chu, I'm from Red Beach Feiyu Technology Company, Limited. I greeted you at the banquet that day. Han Hongfei's uncle had a flattering smile on his face, but his nephew was confused. Is this still the uncle he knows? Why did his uncle call Chu Nan Mr. Chu? At this moment, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that Li Bowen was lying to them? Chu Nan is not an unemployed vagrant at all, otherwise his uncle would not have behaved like this. This time he and his uncle came to meet the company's partners. Han Hongfei has had a good relationship with his uncle since he was a child, and this time he was brought out to see the world. But he didn't expect to meet Chu Nan here, and such an unexpected situation would happen. It seemed that the person in front of him was indeed present on the day of the banquet, but the so-called greeting seemed to be just greeting everyone at the door. But Chu Nan didn't pay much attention to it. On the contrary, except for Tang He, he only had a brief chat with the other people. As for those who asked for contact information, he asked all the companies and store managers to find Pan Ping. Yeah, I remember. Chu Nan nodded. Han Hongfei on the side seemed to not understand what was going on, so he asked. Uncle, why do you call Chu Nan Mr. Chu? Who is he? Han Hongfei's uncle looked at him in surprise. Do you know Mr. Chu? Yes, he and I were classmates in high school. High school classmates? Han Hongfei's uncle showed an incredible expression. It turned out that his nephew was a high school classmate of Mr. Chu. This was something he never expected. At the same time, he was also a little excited. Since his nephew and Chu Nan were high school classmates, if he had any difficulties in the future, he could ask his nephew to talk to Mr. Chu. You also know that your uncle's company is renting the space, and your classmate, Mr. Chu, is the owner of that office building. Do you understand what I mean? After listening to his uncle's answer. For a moment, Han Hongfei was dumbfounded, his thoughts flying in a mess, and he turned his head stiffly to look at Chu Nan. The office building rented by his uncle turned out to be Chu Nan. Not only that, what his uncle just mentioned was not just one office, but a building. Chu Nan has an entire office building. Thinking back to what Li Bowen said, Han Hongfei even wanted to kill him. Li Bowen is just talking nonsense. What Chu Nan said is true. He really has an office building. As for whether the other things were true or false, he didn't care. That office building was worth nearly 1 billion yuan. No one in the entire high school could compare to Chunan. I have to have dinner with someone else, so I won't chat with you. Chunan greeted politely and asked the waiter to take him and Zhouing upstairs. Han Hongfei returned to the box but still hadn't come back to his senses. Because the partner of Han Hongfei's uncle's company left early, there were only 2 of them in the box. Hongfei, my uncle will be relying on you from now on. If he has any difficulties in the future, you have to speak well of Mr. Chu on his behalf. Han Hongfei's uncle's face was full of joy. He was so happy. This was a complete surprise. Something that was almost impossible actually happened to him. Han Hongfei was about to cry. If he had known Chunan was so awesome, why did he pretend to be so awesome? The other party must have seen through his intention. This damn Li Bowen is going to kill me. What's wrong with you? Why do you have that expression? Don't you want to tell me that you have offended Mr. Chu? Han Hongfei's uncle noticed that there was something wrong with his nephew's face, and his face suddenly turned dark. If his nephew really offended Mr. Chu, he might be implicated as well. He knew very well that Mr. Chu was definitely not that simple. Even the Lamborghini Venom top luxury car was driven out, so his status is probably unimaginable. Faced with his uncle's questioning, Han Hongfei was speechless for a while. As for whether he offended Chunan, it didn't seem like he did. He just wanted to show off in front of Chunan. There was no other way. Han Hongfei had to tell his uncle what had just happened. After hearing this, his uncle couldn't hold his breath and pulled out his belt. You little bastard, I can't kill you. Is there something wrong with his nephew's brain? Mr. Chu is worth hundreds of millions, but he still cares about those few dollars? It is no exaggeration to say that if Mr. Chu was willing, it would be easy for him to acquire this hotel. Afterwards, screams like a pig being slaughtered echoed in the box. The people outside also looked at the box where Han Hongfei and the others were in confusion, wondering why there was a pig slaughtering sound. Are the people inside killing pigs? Chapter 124, Li Bowen has left the group chat. After finishing his meal, Chunan just came down from upstairs. Then I saw Han Feiyu's uncle and Han Hongfei waiting at the entrance of the corridor. Han Hongfei's uncle led Han Hongfei to bow his head and apologize to Chunan. I am really sorry for what happened to Mr. Chu before because I am ignorant of his nephew. Snap. Han Hongfei's head was buzzing. The force of the slap his uncle gave him on the back of the head almost made his brains pop out. Han Hongfei said humbly, I'm sorry Chunan, I was wrong before. Chunan was also a little confused. Wasn't he just Han Hongfei showing off in front of him? He didn't care about it himself. He was used to such things. He didn't expect that Han Hongfei's uncle would take this matter so seriously. In fact, anyone would do the same. Chunan was the owner of the office building, and no one except Tang He spoke to him at the banquet. This makes many people think that Chunan is difficult to get along with and has a weird temper. But these people think too much. Chunan simply feels it is troublesome. If there is any problem, he can just ask Pan Ping to solve it. Why contact him? It's okay. This little thing is not worth my concern. Chunan said lightly. Hearing this, Han Hongfei's uncle breathed a sigh of relief and quickly went to the cashier to settle Chunan's bill. Afterwards, the two watched Chunan and Zhouing leave. When Han Hongfei saw Chunan's Lamborghini Venom, he was stunned on the spot. He knew this car best. It was a top-of-the-line supercar worth nearly 100 million yuan, and Chunan actually drove such a luxury car. MD. Li Bowen. You not only deceived me, but also deceived everyone in the class. I must expose you. Within the class group. Are you fucking interesting? The people inside were all confused when they saw the news. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Classmates, Li Bowen is a liar, and Chunan is not an unemployed person at all. What? Did Li Bowen deceive them? Is this impossible? There are quite a few people in the group who are Li Bowen's bootlickers, and the reason is naturally that Li Bowen is doing well. At Han Hongfei, what kind of car does Chunan drive? Don't keep us in suspense. That's unlikely. Li Bowen wouldn't be so bored as to deliberately lie to us, right? At Han Hongfei, did you see the wrong person? Afterwards, some of the bootlickers made comments that made Han Hongfei laugh out of anger. Lamborghini Venom, a luxury car worth nearly 100 million yuan, and Chunan also has an office building in the center of Huacheng. Others, Shunan, don't really have to work, that's because they don't need to at all. Wow! The group immediately exploded. Shunan drives a luxury car worth nearly 100 million yuan, and also owns an office building? How is this possible? They, his high school classmates, knew very well that Shunan's family background was very ordinary, even worse than theirs, but how come he had become someone they could not reach after just a few years of not seeing him? All of a sudden, everyone in the class group became popular. Li Bowen had ed them all, and the Zon mode was activated in the class group. All kinds of swear words were directed at Li Bowen. Then a series of prompts followed, causing everyone to stop firing. Li Bowen has left the group chat. Li Bowen's face was dark in the office. Damn, how could Han Hongfei meet Shunan, and actually see Shunan driving a Lamborghini, Venom? Doesn't that mean Shunan has more than one luxury car? Thinking of this, Li Bowen felt like crying. It would have been great if he had not belittled Shunan in the first place. Wouldn't it be nice to follow Shunan? They already have beautiful women in luxury cars, so maybe they all live in villas. When Shunan returned home, he received information about the deposit into his bank card. Another 300 million, it's just too good to be true. Afterwards, I don't know where Ryan got a WeChat account from, but he actually applied to add Shunan as a friend. The two then talked about some issues related to island development, and then about some of his father's symptoms. Shunan estimated that the problem should be solved. If he wanted to suppress the cancer cells, he would need some medicinal herbs, and then he would have to go to a larger Chinese medicine store. Time passed quickly, and in the evening Lu Yashuan sent a message to Shunan after get off work. Big Pig Hoof, are you there? Big Pig's Hoof? Several black lines appeared on Shunan's forehead. What Big Pig's Hoof? I think you are the pig's hoof. What do you want from me? Pa! How can my slender legs look like pig's trotters? They clearly look like yours. Lu Yashuan in the boudoir pouted her lips, looking a little angry. Does this guy really not know what the big pig's hoof means? He has hinted so obviously, but this straight guy has not noticed it yet. TSK, I didn't expect the monitor to have a narcissistic side. That's called confidence. My body is made of real materials. Shunan couldn't help but roll his eyes across the screen. All right, my monitor, just tell me what you want to say. There was silence for nearly a minute after the message was sent. That is, can you accompany me to a dinner party tomorrow? My best friend is back and wants to treat me to a meal. Your best friend invited you to dinner, why did you bring me along? Oh my. Others go with their boyfriends. It would be so awkward for me to go alone. I see. What time tomorrow? Tomorrow at noon. Okay. Seeing that Shunan agreed, Lu Yashuan smiled like a flower. After that, the two chatted briefly for a few more sentences, and it was 10 o'clock in the evening. They were both sleepy, so they sent each other good night and fell asleep. Chapter 125, Reward 5% of Yi Group S shares. Ouch. Shunan woke up in a somewhat special way this morning. He cried out in pain and rolled off the bed. It's strange. It hasn't happened in years. This time, I actually fell off the bed. Shunan touched his numb butt and didn't care much. Turn on the system. The daily sign-in has begun. Sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and receiving a 5% stake in Yi Group as a reward. Yi Group? Shunan was stunned. Isn't that Ji Chen's group? I didn't expect that the reward this time would be 5% of the shares of Yi Group. Unexpectedly, by some strange combination of circumstances, I got involved with the Yi family again. In the Yi Group's conference room, all the company's top executives gathered here. Yi Wen's face looked very ugly. Just now he learned a piece of news that 5% of their Yi Group S shares were suddenly acquired by a mysterious person. 5% of the Yi Group's shares is worth more than 10 billion, and they don't even know who acquired the Yi Group's shares. Such an unexpected event was enough to make all the senior executives of the Yi Group nervous. Suddenly, Yi Wen's secretary rushed in. How's the investigation going? Yi Wen asked solemnly. The secretary gasped for breath and spoke after a while. We found out that the chairman of the board of directors bought the shares from a man named Shunan. It was as if a bolt from the blue fell on Yi Wen, and he widened his eyes and let out an incredible roar. What did you say? The person who bought the shares is called Shunan? The secretary was frightened by Yi Wen's sudden roar and trembled all over, responding tremblingly. Yes, Chairman, the 5% of shares you asked me to investigate were indeed acquired by a Mr. Chunan. Yi Wen sat down on the chair. All the senior executives didn't understand why Yi Wen had such an expression when he heard this name. Who is this person named Chunan? He actually had the ability to acquire shares of their Yi Group. Could it be him? Yi Wen's mind was in a mess, and the young man who was like a dazzling star appeared in his mind. Is there any information? Have. The secretary handed over the information. Yi Wen opened the information and looked at the familiar young man in the photo. His pupils suddenly dilated and then contracted infinitely. Even his breathing quickened a lot. It's really him. It was really the Chunan he knew. After the competition, he had secretly investigated Chunan. It was strange to say that apart from his family background in the industries in Huacheng, he could not find out anything else. He comes from an ordinary family, but owns an industry like Marriott Hotels. How did he make the leap from an ordinary person to this level? Let's end this meeting, Yi Wen said with a sigh. A number of senior executives and several shareholders expressed their confusion. Chairman, why is this? You know, the change of equity is a top priority for the company, but now Yi Wen lets everyone go away so easily? Aren't we going to discuss how to deal with this new shareholder? No need to discuss, I know this new shareholder, let's all go back, Yi Wen said slowly. After everyone left, Yi Wen was left alone in the conference room, muttering softly. When did this guy set his sights on the company's shares? Let Chen'er contact him to find out the bottom of the matter. I hope that there won't be any major changes in the company because of him. It is basically impossible to say that you are not worried. The replacement of shareholders is a top priority for any company. Not to mention the huge leading enterprise like Yi Group. Yi Wenba called Yi Chen. Hello? Chen'er, there is something you need to go do. Wow! What a cool car! Is this a supercar? How did this car appear in our neighborhood? I don't know if the people in the car are handsome or not. Aston Martin, a luxury car worth millions. Everyone took a deep breath when they heard this. Millions. Those were numbers they dared not even think about. The men around them were looking at the luxury cars in front of them with great envy. When will they be able to experience what it feels like to sit in a supercar? Chunan in the car was already used to it, and he had already arrived downstairs of Lu Yashuan's house. Soon Lu Yashuan came downstairs, and her appearance once again caused a burst of exclamations. Wow! Look! It's a goddess! Fuck! There are such beautiful girls in this place? Why didn't I notice it before? Beauty! Do you want to add me on WeChat? When these people saw Lu Yashuan getting on the car, their faces suddenly fell. Another moment of heartbreak, those damn rich people. Why do goddesses like rich men and don't even look at us interesting souls? The eyes of those girls who had originally planned to strike up a conversation gradually dimmed. They had no chance with such girls. Buzz! Along with the sound of the roaring engine, this supercar that everyone envied disappeared from their sight. Chapter 126, This is the worst car in my garage. Can't you be more low-key when you go out? Lu Yashuan also felt some pain. She estimated that she would become a celebrity when she returned this time. The main reason is that Chunan's car is too high profile. Chunan said helplessly, this is already the worst car in my garage. Lu Yashuan was suddenly speechless. Listen. Is this human language? Sure enough, she doesn't understand the world of rich people. Chunan swore that he really wasn't trying to show off. The Aston Martin was only worth a few million, while the other two cars were both worth tens of millions. He drives this car quietly enough. Where are we going? Chunan asked. Your Marriott Hotel. Lu Yashuan was also wondering why her best friend would book a room at the Marriott Hotel. The Marriott Hotel is a 5-star hotel, and a meal there is worth half a month's salary for her. Chunan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would go to his hotel to eat. Marriott Hotel, a man and a woman just arrived at the door. Sehan, when will your best friend arrive? It's almost noon and I haven't seen anyone yet. Ma Haoran said impatiently. Yashuan said he will be here soon, why don't we go in first? Lu Sihan said. Okay, let's go in first and ask her to call us when she arrives. The two walked into the box they had booked earlier. Maharan didn't want to come, but his girlfriend forced him to come. How could I, who was having dinner with your girlfriend's best friends, make do with them? He had seen photos of his girlfriend's best friend. That appearance is not even on the same level as my boyfriend's. However, the photo he saw was of Liu Yashwan in college, and no one could tell that the current Liu Yashwan was the same person as in the past. Soon, not long after, Shunan and Liu Yashwan arrived at the Marriott Hotel. As soon as they entered the door, the two receptionists covered their mouths, a little surprised, and then respectfully called out, "Boss." "Well, don't notify your President Tang for now. I'll come over to have dinner with him," Shunan said lightly. "Yes." Liu Yashwan followed behind Shunan and couldn't help but mutter, "Why do you treat people like you're visiting incognito as soon as you get here? There's nothing I can do. I'm their boss." Shunan spread his hands as if he was still helpless. This tone really makes people feel that Shunan deserves a beating. The hotel lobby manager was also surprised to see Shunan. Just as he was about to run over, he was scolded by Shunan. The door opened for the two people who were waiting. Liu Yashwan smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sihan, I'm sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road and I was late." Liu Sihan was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, his eyes suddenly widened with an incredible expression, and he screamed in horror. "Are you Yashwan?" "Yes." Liu Yashwan was already used to this reaction, not to mention that she hadn't seen this best friend for several years. "Naturally, I didn't know that she had changed so much." "Oh my god. You are totally different from before. You've become so beautiful now." Liu Sihan looked at her best friend whom she hadn't seen for a long time with envy on her face, feeling mixed emotions. Maharan stared at Liu Yashwan blankly. "Is this my girlfriend's best friend?" This was totally not the same person in the photo, and he also knew that it was a photo of Liu Yashwan during her college years. But this change is too big. The photos from college were completely unremarkable, just an ordinary person, but now Liu Yashwan is definitely a goddess. Gurgle. Maharan couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his pair of fiery eyes looked at Liu Yashwan secretly. Now he somewhat regretted being with Liu Sihan so early. If Liu Sihan were thinking like her boyfriend, she would probably grab his hair and beat him up. Liu Sihan looked at Shunan and smiled, "Is this your boyfriend?" "Hello, I'm Yashwan's best friend, Liu Sihan." Shunan glanced at Liu Yashwan, whose pretty face was slightly red and who had remained silent, and smiled, "Shunan." A jealous gaze was fixed on Shunan, and Maharan was burning with jealousy. Such a perfect girl actually already has a boyfriend. Grass. But then he looked at Shunan's outfit and smiled with disdain. He is probably a poor boy because he is wearing those cheap clothes. However, Maharan had no idea that what Shunan was wearing was not some cheap stuff, he just didn't know the value of it. What Shunan was wearing was a custom-made piece by Versace, which cost between 150,000 and 200,000 yuan. Although it looks ordinary, it is worth a lot of money. Soon, after they chatted for a while, the dishes were served, and Maharan, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke. "Brother, what do you do now?" "Kindness?" What a familiar scene. Liu Yashwan couldn't help but turn her gaze away. There seems to be something wrong with Sihan's boyfriend. No work. Ah? No job? Even Liu Sihan was a little surprised. She whispered in Liu Yashwan's ear, "Does your boyfriend really not have a job?" Liu Yashwan looked embarrassed when she heard the word boyfriend. I can't explain it to you right away, but he really doesn't have a job." Suddenly, Liu Sihan's impression of Shunan was reduced by more than half. A man in his 20s who doesn't even have a job and is either lazy or has no ambition is not suitable to be with Yashwan. No job? Maharan was delighted, thinking that Shunan couldn't find a job, and acted very generously. "Brother, if you can't find a job, you can come to my department and try. I'm a supervisor in the sales department of Yi Group after all. I have some connections and can arrange for you to work there." Yi Group? This is really a coincidence. Maharan would never have thought that his attempt at showing off would actually end up being directed at the group's major shareholder. He would probably regret it to death when he finds out. Not interested. Chapter 127, Mr. Chu? Not interested? Liu Sihan's brows were tightly furrowed together. She wondered if Yashwan's boyfriend was somewhat incompetent. "Since you are the head of Yi Group, don't you know that a big event happened in Yi Group today?" Shunan looked at Maharan and said slowly. "Event? Ma Haoran was stunned. Although he is the head of the sales department, it is not a very high position, and he is not qualified to know about matters such as equity changes. Big news? Where did you get the news? I haven't heard of it before. Ma Haoran thought to himself, is this guy trying to change the subject? Forget it if you don't know. Shunan also realized that the equity changes were probably only known to the top management. As for some department heads, their status is not high enough. Ma Haoran looked at Shunan unhappily. He hated it most when people kept things in suspense in front of him. This guy talks as if he is from Yi Group. He has no job, but he has such a condescending attitude. I guess you heard this gossip from somewhere. Nothing major has happened in the group recently. But brother, you don't have a job, how do you live? Collecting rent. Shunan responded indifferently. Collect rent? Could it be that he is a second-generation real estate developer? Lu Sihan's expression gradually relaxed. Yashwan said that she couldn't explain it clearly at the moment. Is this it? However, as a second-generation rich man, he is probably supported by his family's foundation. She would still look down on the kind of people who just eat and wait for death. Just at this moment, Shunan's cell phone rang. It's Yi Chen calling. Brother Chu, where are you? I have something to talk to you about. Yi Chen's attitude was very polite. When he learned that Shunan had acquired shares of their family group, he was completely confused. His father asked him to find out the details first to see what Shunan's purpose was in acquiring the shares. Is it about shares? Shunan said lightly. Yes. Shares? What shares? Ma Haoran and Lu Sihan were also surprised. Could it be that Shunan had another company? If this is really the case, it seems that there is nothing wrong with others not working. Since they have their own company, why should they be a small employee under you? Lu Sihan looked at Shunan thoughtfully. It seems that Yashwan's boyfriend is not ordinary. After knowing that Shunan was at the Marriott Hotel, Yi Chen hung up the phone and went out. Ma Haoran seemed to be unwilling to give up, so he asked, Brother, you have another company? Which company is it? Shunan glanced at Ma Haoran and said, Aren't you asking for trouble by asking this question? This is clearly pushing yourself into the fire step by step. You are from Yes Group, right? Shunan said. Yeah, what's wrong? Ma Haoran looked at him puzzledly, not understanding why he asked that. If that's the case, then you can call me Mr. Chu. Shunan smiled elegantly. Everything seemed so ordinary in his eyes, not enough to move him. Puff. Ma Haoran seemed to have heard something unbelievable. What did he mean? Did he mean that the shares he held belonged to Yi Group? Stop kidding. Just 1% of the Yi Group S shares is worth hundreds of millions. Moreover, the equity of Yi Group has not changed for a long time. He has met several shareholders in the group, but he has never met Shunan. Brother, isn't this a bit too much of a joke? Do you know how expensive the shares of Yes Group are? I have worked in Yes Group for several years, and I have basically met all the shareholders in the group, but I have never met you. Ma Haoran showed a sarcastic smile, as if he was mocking Shunan for not knowing his own limitations. Lu Sihan also shook her head in disappointment. Yashwan, let's go home after this meal. Your boyfriend is too unreliable to say such big words. She knew the Yi Group well. As the largest enterprise in Huacheng and the only group in Huacheng worth tens of billions, Yi Group's businesses cover almost the entire Huacheng. Yashwan's boyfriend actually said that he has shares in Yi Group. This is ridiculous. Lu Yashwan was also a little embarrassed. She didn't know whether what Shunan said was true or not, because she didn't know how many industries Shunan had. It might be true. Lu Yashwan muttered softly. Lu Sihan patted her head speechlessly. Have you become stupid from falling in love? You believe such things. She even suspected that Shunan had given her best friend some kind of magic potion, and that someone actually believed such words. Believe it or not, you will know when the people arrive. Shunan didn't want to argue anymore, and his every move revealed unparalleled confidence. Looking at Shunan's confident look, Ma Haoran thought it was true for a moment. But then I thought about it and realized that this was basically impossible. I'm afraid Shunan did this to delay time. He wants to see who will come later. Time passed slowly and about 20 minutes passed. Finally, the door was pushed open. The moment he saw this man, Ma Haoran stood up suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Master Yi. The person who came in was actually young Master Yi, doesn't he that mean? Ma Haoren uttered two words for some unknown reason. Director Chu? Chapter 128, just think of it as a panic because of the extra money. Mr. Chu? Lu Sihan covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes widened as big as copper bells, and she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Could it be that Yashuan's boyfriend is really a shareholder of Yi Group? Maybe Lu Sihan doesn't know who Yi Chen is, but Ma Haoren definitely knows who Yi Chen is. The chairman's son, the young master of the Yi Group, and the future heir to the Yi Group. Who are you? Yi Chen looked at Ma Haoren puzzledly. Ma Haoren responded in panic, Master Yi, I am Ma Haoren, the head of the sales department. Oh. When he heard that it was the sales manager, he immediately lost interest. Although the sales manager had a small status in their group, that was all. Please sit down. Chu Nan said with a smile. Yi Chen sat next to Chu Nan without any hesitation. At this moment, Ma Haoren's back was completely wet, and he felt very uncomfortable sitting on the chair. There is no need to verify Chu Nan's words. He never imagined that his girlfriend's best friend's boyfriend was actually a shareholder of their group. What do you think this is? The key point is that others have said it before, but he simply didn't believe it. Things like changing shareholders should have been notified to every department long ago. Ma Haoren couldn't help feeling a little scared. If Chu Nan pursued the matter further, he would probably have to give up his position as sales manager to someone else. You might even lose your job. Now he wanted to slap his previous self twice. Let you show off. Let you be arrogant. Okay now. Something happened. Who exactly is your boyfriend, Yashuan? He can even buy up shares of Yi Group, which is worth more than tens of billions. Lu Sihan whispered beside her. The shock in his eyes still hadn't subsided. This slap in the face came too unexpectedly. I didn't expect that everything I just said was true. This. Maybe he's richer. Even Lu Yashuan was extremely surprised. The Yi Group owns shares in the Marriott Hotel and even other industries. How much has Chu Nan hidden over the years? No one knows this. The longer you spend with Chu Nan, the more you will understand how terrifying he is. You simply cannot see through this man, because being with him is like a bottomless pit. On the surface, one might think that what he showed was all of him, but in fact, it was only the tip of the iceberg. Even Yi Chen thought so. If it were before, he would never have thought that Chu Nan had the ability to acquire 5% of the shares of their Yi Group. Brother Chu, it's been a few months since we last met. I didn't expect to meet you under this circumstance this time. Yi Chen's tone revealed helplessness. What's the big deal? You came here just for the equity issue. Chu Nan said indifferently. Yi Chen sighed, looked at Chu Nan meaningfully, and said nervously, Brother Chu, why did you buy the shares of the group? For what? There's no reason. Just think of it as having too much money and having nothing to do, so just buy some shares. Chu Nan said casually. Do you have nothing to do so you can buy some shares? Such an answer left Yi Chen speechless. It seems that billions of dollars are just like throwing away water in your eyes, and you just buy some shares casually. The three people standing by were even more shocked when they heard this. They feel bad when spending thousands of dollars, but others spend billions without blinking an eye. The gap between people is too big. Originally, Lu Sihan felt that her boyfriend was already good enough, but when compared with Chu Nan, the difference was like that between a sparrow and a phoenix. Looking at her best friend standing beside her, she was even more envious. After learning that Yi Chen was the young master of the Yi Group, he was so shocked that he became as stiff as a wooden stake. This. Brother Chu, you won't interfere with some company decisions, right? Won't. I will not manage the group's affairs after acquiring the shares. You can do whatever you want as long as I get my dividends every year. Hearing this, Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He and his father were worried that after Chu Nan became the group's new shareholder, he would arbitrarily change the company's rules. However, he felt relieved when he heard that Chu Nan only wanted money. However, logically speaking, Chu Nan should not be short of money. Could it be that he was really bored? This brother Chu was really hard to understand. After that, the atmosphere at the dinner became extremely awkward, especially Ma Haoren, who didn't even dare to breathe. He picked up his dishes carefully and ate his food cautiously. As soon as Yi Chen started to use his chopsticks, he would retract his hand. Seeing her boyfriend being so cowardly, Lu Sihan couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Although it is inevitable to feel a little nervous, others are not devils and they won't worry to this extent. After finishing the meal in fear, Ma Haoren didn't want to stay for a moment and pulled Lu Sihan to go back. Why are you in such a hurry? Look at how cowardly you are now. That's because you don't know. One is the young master and the other is a director. What do you want me to do? I can't compete with them for food. My dear aunt, let's go first. Master Yi and Director Chu still have things to discuss. You. Lu Sihan stomped her feet in anger, turned around and walked away by herself. Hey! Sihan! Sihan! Wait for me. Chu Nan and Lu Yashuan looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Chapter 129, I am only worthy of being a lemon. After sending Lu Yashuan back, Chu Nan came to Yi Group again. Yi's Group is located in the west of the city, and it takes half an hour to get to Yi's Group from here. However, because Chu Nan was driving a luxury car, he had a smooth journey without wasting time. It took half an hour to reach Yi Group. Hello, sir, please show me your ID. The security guard at the gate was a veteran. He saluted Chu Nan and asked for relevant documents. Chu Nan handed the certificate that Yi Chen had given him to the security guard. Suddenly, the security guard's face changed instantly. Looking at the face of the young man in front of me, I couldn't believe it. This person is actually a shareholder of their Yi Group. Oh my god. This is too young. Mr. Chu, here's your ID. The security guard handed the ID back to Chu Nan. After watching Chu Nan driving into the parking lot, he couldn't help but mutter something. When did such a young director appear in the group? I have never seen one before. In fact, most people in the group don't know about the news of the equity change. Only the senior management and a few shareholders know about it. They will not pass the news on without meeting Chu Nan in person. After parking the car, Chu Nan called Yi Chen. Yi Chen hurriedly took the elevator out from the top floor, and the people at the front desk recognized him. He was even more surprised to see Yi Chen in such a hurry. Who did Master Yi rush out to meet? Could it be? Master Yi is in love? Impossible. How could Yi Xiao, who was so outstanding, be in love? Those female colleagues who had been fantasizing before were immediately furious. They were still dreaming of becoming rich wives. Brother Chu. Yi Chen lowered his posture and called out respectfully. All the employees in the group's lobby were stunned, with expressions of horror on their faces. What did they hear? The young master actually called the young man brother, and he seemed very respectful. Yi Chen is the heir of the Yi Group, and there are only a handful of people in Huacheng who can make the young master show this attitude. Who is that person? Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Yi Chen and Chu Nan got into the elevator side by side. Everyone was curious about this strange young man and wanted to find out what was going on. The man who can be called brother by young Master Yi might be a rich and powerful young master from some other place. Lu Tsueru murmured softly. Lu Tsueru was a woman who was determined to become a wealthy wife. She looked down on ordinary men, especially those who were hanged outside. They were worthless in her eyes. She had originally set her sights on Yi Chen, but she had no chance to get close to him and had no idea where to start. But now she seemed to be able to change her target. In her opinion, the strange man must be a young master of a wealthy family, and she might be able to start with this target. When they arrived at the conference room, the group's senior executives and several shareholders were all gathered there. They were all surprised when they saw Chu Nan. They didn't expect that the new shareholder was so young. It seemed that no one in their circle had ever seen Chu Nan. Where on earth did such a mysterious young man come from? Not only were they curious, even Yi Wen was curious about what kind of environment could cultivate such outstanding young people. He still couldn't forget the song The Four Seasons that Chu Nan played that day. Thinking back on it now made him feel mixed emotions. Mr. Chu, please take a seat. All these shareholders stood up and made room for Chu Nan. They sat down only after Chu Nan sat down. This is Mr. Chu Nan, the new shareholder of Yi Group. I asked everyone to come here so that you can meet the new shareholder. Yi Wen's temperament as the chairman was revealed when he sat on the upper seat. Chu Nan looked relaxed, he just came here for formality. Mr. Chu, I'm Su XX. Mr. Chu, I'm Bai XX. Several shareholders also took the initiative to shake hands with Chu Nan, wanting to get to know this mysterious young man. After that, we discussed some internal matters of the group and popularized some rules of the group as well as some rights as shareholders. Chu Nan also remembered them all. About half an hour later, the meeting finally ended. The news about the equity can be communicated now. Yi Wen's secretary sent an email to notify all departments. After the news was passed on to each department, there was a commotion. What? There's a new shareholder in the group? The new shareholder is only in his 20s? Oh my god, where did this rich man come from? Another one who was the same age as Master Yi. Could he be another young master from a wealthy family? I guess so. Otherwise, how could they have the money to buy shares in our group? Although it's only 5%, it's still worth more than $1 billion. It's sour. I am only worthy of being a sour person. Lu Tsueru, who was working at the front desk of the lobby, had her beautiful eyes filled with shock and she covered her mouth with her hands. He was actually the new shareholder of the group. No wonder young Master Yi respected him so much. She was now basically certain that this new shareholder must be the son of a wealthy family. Lu Tsueru decided that she would change her target and conquer the new shareholder to become a wealthy wife. Chapter 130, Asthma. In the afternoon, Yi Wen invited Chu Nan to have dinner at Ye's house. Chu Nan couldn't refuse, so he agreed. When he arrived at the Yi family, Chu Nan took a quick look at the villa. The Yi family's villa had 3 floors, one less floor than Chu Nan's villa. However, the overall appearance of the Yi family villa is very good. You can see many flowers and plants when you walk into the yard of the villa. There are also some valuable plants, and 2 golden retrievers playing football in the spacious backyard. Once you enter the villa, you can see several housekeepers and cleaning ladies. Master. The butler called respectfully. This is Mr. Chu. Ask someone to prepare dinner. We have guests at home. Yi Wen said lightly. Yes. The housekeeper looked at him in surprise. It was rare for the master to invite someone to dinner at home, especially a young man. Hubby, you're back. Yi Chen's mother walked down the stairs. Yi Chen's mother has taken good care of herself. Although she is in her 40s, she looks like a young woman in her 30s. Even the years cannot hide her stunning appearance when she was young. Are there guests at home? Who is this? Li Xiujuan was stunned for a moment, then asked. This is Chu Nan, the new shareholder of the group. Weren't you curious about that legendary pianist I've been talking about? He is. What? Are you the legendary pianist? Li Xiujuan even used the word you. It can be seen that she was very excited. She stepped forward and held Chu Nan's hand. This enthusiastic attitude really made Chu Nan a little confused. It turns out that Li Xiujuan is also a piano lover, but her piano talent is hard to describe, and she is still just an apprentice. This also proves that she has basically no talent in the piano, so if she can't practice the piano, then just stop. After the competition ended that day, Yi Wen specially played the recording of the competition for her. From that moment on she fell in love with the 4 seasons, and she always wanted to meet this young, legendary pianist. However, Chu Nan later told Mr. Li and Mr. Zhong to release the news and asked those people to stop bothering him. After that, the matter was left unresolved. The reason why she didn't go to that competition was because she had health problems. Before that, Li Xiujuan was recuperating in the hospital. Recently discharged from hospital. Mr. Chu, can you play the same song you performed in the competition last time? Li Xiujuan asked with some anticipation. Chu Nan smiled and said, Auntie, you can just call me Xiao Chu. If you want to listen, I can play it for you live. Really? Thank you for your help then. Li Xiujuan was a little excited. She had always wanted to listen to the music played by Chu Nan live. There is a valuable piano in the hall. The moment Chu Nan sat down at the piano, his whole person changed all of a sudden, and the unique temperament of a master of the highest level was revealed in him. When? As the sound of the piano rang out, both the cleaning lady and the housekeeper stopped what they were doing, and Yi Wen, who had just walked out of the corridor, also stood there. I dare not disturb this outstanding performance. The sound of the piano echoed continuously throughout the hall, and it seemed as if there were notes in front of their eyes. They enjoyed the music as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. This is the mysterious thing about Hall of Fame pianists. They can stimulate people's emotions and even activate some cells in the human body. Some people even experienced a change in their mood after listening to the performance of a world-class pianist and their minor health ailments never recurred. the performance gradually came to an end. After the last lingering piano sound ended, everyone had not yet come back to their senses. It was not until 3 or 5 minutes later that they opened their eyes. Li Xiaojuan's eyes were red and swollen, and 2 tears fell from the corners of her eyes. She had no regrets in her life for being able to hear such a performance. Even the cleaning aunties and housekeepers felt the same way. It was another immersive experience, and Yu Wen and his son Yichen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Xu Nan is truly an amazing character. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Li Xiaojuan, who had originally looked fine, suddenly looked much worse. She gasped for breath and covered her chest as if she couldn't breathe. Oh no! Mom's illness has come back again. Dad, get the medicine. Yi Chen shouted anxiously. Xu Nan's expression changed slightly when he saw this. This is asthma? Soon Yi Wen took out the medicine. What's going on? Why isn't it working? After taking the medicine, Li Xiaojuan's condition still did not improve. This is an old problem. She has consulted experts from all over the country for several years, but it still cannot be cured. Butler. Call 120. Yes. Don't worry, let me try. Xu Nan, who had been standing nearby, spoke up. The butler hesitated for a moment and looked at Xu Nan strangely. Xiao Chu, what are you doing? Brother Chu? Help your mother up. Xu Nan said lightly. Yi Chen helped his mother up hesitantly, and Xu Nan took out the silver needle that he had always kept on his body and gave it an injection on Li Xiaojuan's acupuncture point. Hiss. Li Xiaojuan's pupils dilated immediately, and she took a deep breath and finally recovered. Yi Chen and Yu Wen widened their eyes. This injection will be enough? Xu Nan actually knows medical skills?